My name is Jiang Nian. I woke up in a hospital bed with a throbbing headache, struggling to make sense of the voices around me. My body felt weak, and my forehead was wrapped in bandages. The white walls and red slogans on the wall sent a chill through me. 1977? I had somehow transmigrated into a book, one that my college roommate had written just to curse me. In her novel, The 70s Sweet Love Life, she was the pure, hard-working heroine, while I, Jiang Nian, was the villainous supporting character. In the story, my original self was a spoiled military brat, jealous of the heroine and scheming at every turn. My reputation in the military compound was ruined, and my life ended in tragedy. 2 years ago, during a matchmaking event, I had met two men, Lin Minghui, a seemingly ordinary student from a prestigious family, and Qin San, a tough, disciplined soldier from a poor background. Lin Minghui was the dream, wealth, status, a future in the capital. But in a cruel twist of fate, I ended up in bed with Qin San instead. My attempts to trap Lin Minghui backfired, and I was forced to marry a man I never wanted. Marriage was miserable. I followed Qin San to a remote military base, leaving behind my privileged life. I resented him, caused endless trouble, and still tried to chase after Lin Minghui. My foolishness led to my downfall, while the heroine and her true love enjoyed a happy, prosperous life. And now here I was stuck in that very story. As I processed everything, the hospital door swung open, making me jump. A tall man in a military uniform stepped in. He was impossibly handsome, sharp features, broad shoulders, and an air of authority that demanded attention. I knew this face. I had seen it before.
Qin. Senior?
I blurted out, shocked to realize that my past and present were now colliding in the most unexpected way. I was in complete shock. The moment I saw him, my lips moved faster than my mind, and I blurted out, Qin.
Senior?
His sharp, cold gaze immediately darkened. My voice had always been soft and sweet, and with my current weakness, it probably sounded even more delicate. But I could tell that my words had triggered something in him. He wasn't happy. My mind was a mess, but I still couldn't help but notice his broad shoulders, his lean waist, and the way his uniform fit perfectly on his muscular frame. It was exactly like I remembered, because I knew him before I even entered this world. In my past life, Qin San had been the cold, untouchable senior in the neighboring military school. My college roommate, Yi Lanlan, had spent years chasing after him, only to be met with indifference. And now, standing in front of me, was the same man, but in a different world, a different time. And in this world, I was his wife. I quickly pieced everything together. Yi Lanlan must have hated me so much that she had written me into her novel as the villain, twisting reality to make me the evil, supporting character. And now, I was living in that story. Meanwhile, Qin San's expression grew colder. He must have thought I was still obsessed with Lin Minghui, the so-called perfect male lead of the novel. The truth was, I barely had time to think about him. I was too busy trying to process the absurdity of my situation. Qin San had spent the day training soldiers and flying fighter jets before rushing to the hospital upon hearing I had been injured. His mind was filled with frustration and anger. For 2 years, I had tried to escape our marriage, but every time I did, he found a way to bring me back. And now, just when he thought I had finally run too far, he found me here, injured. Then came the bombshell. I was pregnant. Not the novel's heroine. Not some other woman.
Me.
I stared at Qin San in disbelief. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. I was so shocked that I sat up too quickly, making the blanket slide off my shoulders. My heart pounded as I processed the news.
Me?
Pregnant? With a second child? How was that even possible? I had always been labeled a flirt just because of my pretty face and fox-like eyes, but the truth was, I had never even held a man's hand before coming here. And now, not only was I married, but I was also carrying the child of him. Qin San, the cold and untouchable military star from my past life. My cheeks burned as I unconsciously placed a hand over my stomach. The idea of a tiny life growing inside me was overwhelming. I looked at Chin Sanny for confirmation, and his deep, firm voice cut through my thoughts. Yes, I was pregnant. With his child. His words carried an unshakable certainty, as if stamping his claim on me. He never doubted for a second that this baby was his, unlike the rumors spreading outside. His reaction surprised me. I had expected anger or even disgust, but instead, I saw something else in his gaze, determination. He wasn't going to let me go. But instead of arguing, I lowered my head again, gently stroking my stomach. The reality was sinking in. I was really pregnant. And for the first time, I wasn't panicking, I was feeling something else entirely. Before the silence could stretch too long, a knock on the door broke the moment. Chin Sanny left briefly, and when he returned, he wasn't alone. He was holding a baby. A tiny girl, clinging to his uniform with chubby hands. She had soft hair tied into two little ponytails, pink ribbons securing them. She looked so small, so delicate, but even from behind, I could tell she was upset. My heart clenched with a pain I didn't understand. And then she turned to face me. Her face was beautiful, like a perfect little doll, except for a red birthmark covering part of her forehead. Memories from the novel rushed into my mind. The original Jiang Nian had rejected this child, resenting her from birth. But as I looked into her big, tearful eyes, my heart ached with guilt. She was mine, my daughter,
And she was scared of me.
I swallowed the lump in my throat, forcing down the guilt, the self-hatred, the pain. I reached out my arms and smiled.
Come here, baby.
Let mommy hold you. I was completely caught off guard. The moment I called out to my daughter, the real shock registered, not just on my face but on Chin Sanny's as well. He clearly wasn't expecting me to act this way, especially toward the child I had supposedly hated. In the past, the original Jiang Nian had been an awful mother. She had left 6-month-old and alone at home without food while she went shopping, nearly causing the baby's death. Chin Sanny had been furious, refusing to speak to her for a month and even withholding money until she apologized. Even then, she had never truly cared for the child. But that wasn't me. I saw An's little face, the redness in her eyes, and the way she clung to Chin Sanny's uniform. My heart ached. Without thinking, I opened my arms and softly called her name. To my surprise, she responded instantly, wiggling free from her father's grasp and launching herself into mine. I held her close, naturally adjusting my arms to support her tiny body. She was so soft, so warm, so light. Instinctively, I patted her back, my fingers brushing over her chubby little hands and round cheeks. The baby scent of milk and warmth filled my nose. She nestled against me, like she belonged there. Then she started crying, small, pitiful sobs that made my chest tighten. She was so quiet about it, as if she was afraid to be a burden. My heart twisted. I rocked her gently, whispering reassurances, but I could feel her sadness. She had spent her short life yearning for her mother's love, only to be rejected. I wasn't going to let that happen again. Then, to my horror, Chin Sanny calmly suggested that I feed her. My brain nearly short-circuited. Was he serious? I wasn't even over the shock of suddenly being a mother, and now he expected me to just, flushing red, I stammered, gripping my collar. He needed to leave.
Now.
I was surprised that Chin Sanny actually turned his back when I agreed to feed Nin. His usual cold demeanor made me expect that he wouldn't trust me, yet here he was, giving me a sliver of privacy. It was awkward enough already, and I couldn't imagine doing this while he watched. An was so hungry that she was sucking on her thumb, her little face red with frustration. I hesitated for only a moment before undoing the top button of my dress. The moment she latched on, she became completely content, drinking greedily as if afraid it would be taken away. Her tiny hands gripped me tightly, and for the first time, I truly felt like a mother. The room was silent except for the soft sounds of her nursing. I glanced at Chin Sanny's back, relieved that he hadn't turned around. But even from behind, I noticed something. His ears were red. Was he embarrassed? The thought made my own face heat up. I tried to focus on Annan instead. Her small body relaxed in my arms, her breath slowing as she started drifting to sleep. She was beautiful, even with the birthmark on her face. I cradled her gently, smoothing her tiny fingers and soft hair. When I whispered that I was done, Chin Sani turned around. His expression was calm, unaffected, as if this was just a normal routine. But when his gaze flickered over my forehead, his voice softened. "Does it hurt?" I froze, misunderstanding his question at first. His concern caught me off guard. I quickly reassured him that the wound wasn't serious, eager to change the subject. I wanted to leave the hospital and go home. The sterile smell of disinfectant was overwhelming, and I worried about Ann's health. Chin Sani stared at me for a long moment before agreeing. He left the room, his steps quick and deliberate. Soon, the doctor confirmed I was well enough to be discharged. Before we left, a kind-looking older woman, the hospital's head nurse, came to check on me. She spoke warmly, offering advice about my injury and pregnancy. She also scolded Chin Sani for not taking better care of me. Hearing her words, I suddenly realized this life wasn't just a novel anymore. It was real, and I had to live it. Director Zhou spoke a series of earnest words. Jiang Nian was holding the child, not knowing how to start. She hurriedly turned her eyes to Chin Sani. Her eyes were full of help. In the end, it was Chin Sani who took over. "Director Zhou, I remember what you said. Thank you for your concern. I will take good care of Jiang Nian." "That's right. A couple quarrels at the head of the bed and makes up at the foot of the bed. There is nothing wrong with it." Director Zhou looked relieved and reminded, "Prenatal checkups are once a month. Remember to come for checkups on time. I was the one who delivered your eldest girl. She was so cute. I will deliver this one too." With such enthusiastic concern, the young couple finally walked out of the ward. Jiang Nian held the sleeping little Anbao in her arms, and Director Yang's words, "a couple quarrels at the head of the bed and makes up at the foot of the bed," were all in her ears. She glanced at the man beside her from time to time. Chin Sani thought about taking the child, but when he saw his daughter sleeping with a rosy face and her little hands clinging to Jiang Nian's clothes, he finally gave up the idea. In his hand, he held the bag that Jiang Nian brought back when she ran away from home. The small child, paired with the tall and mighty man, had a strange sense of disharmony. When they stepped out of the hospital, it was already dark outside, and a night breeze blew over. It was early spring, and the southwest region had a low latitude and almost no winter. But the night in early spring was still slightly cool. In order to look good, Jiang Nian put on a short-sleeved dress early, exposing her thin arms and ankles to the air. When the cool breeze blew, she couldn't help shivering. The next second, a large military jacket was covered on Jiang Nian's shoulders. The jacket had the scent of Chin Sani and his hot body temperature, covering her slender figure. Jiang Nian didn't have time to react, and Chin Sani's arms were around her waist. He hugged Jiang Nian and the child in her arms. "The car is parked over there. You come with me." Chin San hugged Jiang Nian without saying anything, and the family set out on the road home. In the night, the military jeep drove all the way into the military district family compound. The southwest region was not developed at that time, and the military district was located on the border. There were steep mountains everywhere, and the development of small towns was even more backward. There were no streetlights along the way. Jiang Nian could only vaguely see some roadside buildings through the car window. Everything around her was so strange, but it made her curious. After the vehicle entered the family compound, some lights came on one after another. Chin Sani drove the car very steadily, and there was no violent shaking when it stopped. He got out of the car first and went around to the passenger seat to open the door for Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian was holding the child in her arms. The body of the military jeep was very high, and it was not convenient to get out. She carefully tested the height, and the man's arms stretched out again. With a domineering and strong movement, he hugged her waist tightly. Jiang Nian almost didn't get out of the car by herself, but was carried down by Chin Sani. She plus the weight of the child, was like a light feather in Qin Sanyi's arms. The man didn't even frown. Jiang Nian didn't have time to blush. When she reacted, her feet were already firmly on the ground, and she was taken into the house. The house in front of her was a small one-story bungalow. Outside the house was a small yard with some things planted and some shadows swaying. It was too dark outside, and Jiang Nian didn't see clearly. The house was the most familiar style of the 1970s. Half of the wall is light green, the furniture is brown, the thermos is dark green, and a layer of white lace gauze is often placed on the cabinets. The whole house is a 2-bedroom and 1 living room structure. The bathroom and kitchen are at the innermost part, and there are curtains between the rooms. The house doesn't look big, and there are not many furniture. But for the young couple who just had a child, it is completely enough. Jiang Nian knew that the conditions in this era were difficult. Qin San's rank was a regiment-level officer, and being able to be assigned such a house was already quite wealthy compared to ordinary people. She was very satisfied with all this and had no complaints. It's just that this house is messy, very messy. This kind of mess is not dusty and dirty, but more like a thief has entered and someone has turned over the boxes and cabinets. The clothes in the closet, the books in the drawers, the tin boxes on the cabinet. All were opened, thrown on the ground, and turned everywhere. And the culprit of all this is Jiang Nian herself. In her mind, scenes flashed by like a TV series. Just this morning, the original owner, who was planning to elope again, rummaged through the house, took out all the valuables, put them into her small bag, and selfishly took them all away. In the end, it caused the scene in front of her. Jiang Nian looked at all this, hesitating nervously, and carefully peeking at Qin San.
This, that.
I can explain. She said she could explain, but she couldn't organize the words. After all, she couldn't say that it wasn't her who did it, and a thief broke into the house. If a thief dared to enter the family compound to steal things, it would be a dead end. Jiang Nian was embarrassed. Qin Sanyi didn't change his expression. He was already accustomed to what was happening in front of him, and he didn't even frown, and started to clean up. The man's movements doing housework were fast and neat. Jiang Nian was dumbfounded. After a while, Qin Sanyi put everything in order. He said to Jiang Nian, "Du went Holden, put her on the bed to sleep. You also take a rest, I'll go to get food." After that, the tall figure walked out of the door. Jiang Nian looked at Qin San's disappearing back and then looked at the tidy house in front of her. She never expected that Qin Sanyi, who was like a flower in jailing, actually had this side. How lucky was she to have such an all-round husband. Not only was he good-looking and in good shape, but he could also do housework. Except for looking a little cold, he had no shortcomings at all. Since she came here, Jiang Nian felt the joy of changing into another world for the first time. When she put Xiao Anbao in her arms on the bed, Jiang Nian's mouth corners were already raised high, and her face was filled with a bright look. He. She made a profit. Qin Sanyi, who went out, did not go to the army canteen. At this time, it was already past mealtime, and he could not get food. But he had arranged everything early. The military vehicle just drove out of the family compound and stopped as soon as it turned. In the dim light, Qin Sanyi did not get out of the car, but the passenger seat beside him was opened, and a figure quickly jumped up.
"Captain."
A young and loud voice. The person who came was Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng has been with Qin Sanyi for 5 years. The two have known each other since they joined the army. They have slept on the grass together, carried machine guns together, and fought on the battlefield together. They have all experienced gunfire and rain of bullets. 3 years ago, Lu Cheng was shot on the front line and almost died. It was Qin Sanyi who carried him with a bullet in the abdomen and walked dozens of kilometers to return to the rear of the army. Lu Cheng's life was saved by Qin Sanyi. The two are not brothers, but they are better than brothers. Later, Qin Sanyi came to the Southwest Military Region, and Lu Cheng followed him. He is now also a member of the Flight Brigade. However, Lu Cheng was on leave today and did not participate in the army training, So he met Zhang Nian, who ran away from home on the road, and saw the scene of Zhang Nian's car accident. It was him who tipped off Qin Sanni. It was him who went to the agency nursery to pick up Qin Anan, and it was also him who sent Qin Anan to the hospital. The vague voice that Zhang Nian heard in the ward was Lu Cheng. After Lu Cheng left the hospital, he immediately returned to the barracks. "Captain, here are the lunch boxes you asked for. I asked Lao Yang from the kitchen to cook them for you. There is absolutely no mistake." 3 silver lunch boxes were placed in a beige net bag. Lu Cheng handed them to Qin Sanni. After Qin Sanni took them, he said, "Lu Cheng, you have worked hard. Captain, what's your relationship with me? It's not about hard work. How is Anan? Did she cry? She seemed to have been wronged in the nursery. When I went to pick her up, she looked pitiful. No matter how I coaxed her, she wouldn't eat. I stuffed candies into her mouth, but she wouldn't eat. I was so worried." Thinking of the soft little and Bao, Lu Cheng, an unmarried bachelor, felt distressed. "It's okay, Anan has been coaxed." Qin Sanni thought of his little girl leaning on Zhang Nian's chest, sleeping contentedly. She was more than coaxed. She was completely happy like never before. And Zhang Nian was easily fooled. At that time, the grievance of little and Bao was real, but the hunger was made up by Qin Sanni. But milk also has the effect of soothing people. It's not a lie. Qin Sanni's self-logic is quite self-consistent, and he doesn't care about his little calculations on Zhang Nian at all. Qin Sanni was lost in thought for a moment. Lu Cheng followed up with further questioning. "What about your sister-in-law? How is your sister-in-law? Is her head okay? She's not going to make trouble with you again, is she?" When it comes to Zhang Nian, although Lu Cheng is still concerned, his tone is no longer as urgent as before. Instead, he is suppressing his anger. He understands the relationship between Qin Sanni and Zhang Nian, and has also heard a little about their caught-in-bed incident. He really couldn't understand why Qin Sanni, a flight captain with a promising future, would choose to marry such a woman. That woman, apart from having a pretty face, is not worthy of Qin Sanni at all. Sometimes, Lu Cheng even thinks that Qin Sanni might as well get a divorce. There are a bunch of better women out there who are vying to marry Qin Sanni, and they don't care even if it's a second marriage with kids. However, Qin Sanni didn't even bother to take a look. Even when Lu Cheng mentioned divorce, Qin Sanni warned Lu Cheng in an unusually serious manner not to interfere in his family affairs. That was Qin Sanni's bottom line, and even Lu Cheng couldn't touch it. In desperation, Lu Cheng could only save the country in a roundabout way. When Qin Sanni was busy and couldn't get away, he helped to keep an eye on Zhang Nian so that the woman wouldn't make some ridiculous things again and embarrass Qin Sanni. After mentioning Zhang Nian, Qin Sanni naturally thought of Zhang Nian's abnormal behavior in the hospital. He didn't say much to Lu Cheng and simply said, "She's fine. You drive the car back to the army, I'm going back." Qin Sanni took the lunchbox and turned around to get out of the car, very fast. Third brother Lu Cheng was anxious and blurted out a name subconsciously. Qin Sanni looked over sternly. Lu Cheng hurriedly changed the words, "Captain, there is another letter, and it's sent from above." Those letters were all sent to Qin Sanni. But the man knew that it was inconvenient for Qin Sanni to receive them, so he put them in an extra envelope and sent them to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng didn't dare not to receive them, nor did he dare to read them. It was really a hot potato. He scratched his short hair. This is the 5th letter in a few months. Maybe it's urgent. "Captain, can you take a look?"
"No."
Qin Sanni refused coldly, seeing Song Yan's impatient look. He finally added, "It's not the right time yet. When the time comes, I will come to you to get it. You keep it first. Then put it with me first. I will hide it. When you want to read it, come to me." Before Lu Cheng finished speaking, Qin Sanni had already walked away, and his back quickly disappeared into the night. Lu Cheng had mixed feelings. Qin Sanni has been like this since 2 years ago. But every decision Qin Sanni makes is correct and will never be wrong. After thinking this through, Lu Cheng started the engine, and the military jeep disappeared. Zhang's house inside the house. Under the dim light, Qin Sanni opened the lunchbox he brought back and placed it neatly in front of Zhang Nian. Among the three aluminum lunchboxes, one was filled with solid rice, almost overflowing. The other was filled with vegetables, including stir-fried potato shreds, stewed potatoes with beans, and a handful of pickled cabbage. Of the three dishes, two were potatoes. In the third lunchbox, there was finally something good. It was an egg custard. A full box of yellow egg custard, smooth and elastic, shaking like pudding. Such a full egg custard, the size of a lunchbox, probably needs 3 eggs. Jiang Yan swallowed her saliva subconsciously when she saw the box of egg custard. She knew that in this era and in the southwestern border area, supplies were very scarce. Even if Qin Sanyi had the rank of a general, he would only get 3 more eggs if he gave money to the kitchen team to cook for him. For example, the braised pork belly could only be eaten once every 2 weeks at most. Although the food was simple, it was steaming hot, and the rice was made of fine rice with distinct grains, which was already rare. More importantly, Jiang Yan saw some dried shrimps on the egg custard. The dried shrimps were sprinkled on the egg custard to add more flavor and make it more delicious. Both the original owner and Jiang Yan loved this dish. How could the army canteen stew egg custard with dried shrimps? Did Qin Sanyi know that she liked it? So he made it specially for her? Gurgle. Gurgle. Jiang Yan didn't have time to think too much. After smelling the aroma of the food, her internal organs protested. Last night, she was tired and sleepy, and she ran away from home with her aching body, and she also crashed into the hospital. She just ate a few biscuits to fill her stomach all day, and she really didn't eat anything. She was very hungry. Jiang Yan touched her rumbling stomach. She was obviously very hungry, but she didn't rush to do anything, nor did she take all the food in a domineering manner. Instead, she looked up, staring at Qin Sanyi with a pair of shining eyes. She was waiting for dinner. Under the light, her charming face made people feel cute for no reason. She was even more obedient than a soft little girl. She was so obedient that people wanted to pat her head. Qin Sanyi squeezed his itchy fingertips and put the chopsticks in front of Jiang Yan. "You are hungry, eat quickly." Jiang Yan raised her red lips, showing a sweet smile, happily picked up the chopsticks, and immediately ate a lot. The lunchbox with rice was very heavy and difficult to hold. She lowered her head and ate the rice bite by bite. The stir-fried shredded potatoes were very refreshing, the stewed beans with potatoes were very tasty, and the pickled vegetables were the best. Jiang Yan was pregnant, so she was greedy for this sour taste. There was also shrimp skin egg custard. The first bite Jiang Yan took was shrimp skin egg custard. The egg custard was still warm, and once it entered her throat, her whole body warmed up, and her taste buds were full of sweetness. It was so delicious. I didn't expect the cooking skills of the army's kitchen team were so good that I could eat eggs. Jiang Yan suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with this era. She ate until she was half full in one breath, feeling satisfied, and then she came to her senses and realized something. She put down her chopsticks and turned her eyes to the man beside her. "Qin Sanyi, don't you want to eat?" Although there were 3 lunchboxes, they were a portion of rice and a pair of chopsticks. Qin Sanyi sat aside and did not speak, just watching Jiang Yan eat in silence. Jiang Yan had gradually gotten used to Qin Sanyi's gaze and was not as nervous as at the beginning. Qin Sanyi said, "I'm not hungry, you eat yours." Okay. Jiang Yan thought that Qin Sanyi had eaten in the army before going to the hospital, so she didn't think much about it. She still ate in big mouthfuls. After a while, Jiang Yan was full. She had a small stomach and didn't eat much. 3 full lunchboxes of food were really too much. The food in front of her didn't even decrease by 1/3, and the rice was just dug into a small hole. Jiang Yan touched her stomach and looked at the table in embarrassment. She didn't want to waste food, but she couldn't eat any more. Qin Sanyi asked at this time, "Are you full?" "Yes, I am." "Do you want more egg custard?" "No, I really can't eat any more." Jiang Yan refused again and again.
Qin Sanyi nodded, okay.
As he spoke, Qin Sanyi picked up the chopsticks that Jiang Yan had just put down. Jiang Yan thought he was going to clean up the table, but Qin Sanyi picked up the lunchbox and started eating. Jiang Yan was stunned.
Wait,
These are all the leftovers she had eaten. Even the chopsticks are the same pair. Jiang Nian suddenly felt hot in her heart, and she looked at Qin San in panic, her lips moving. Didn't you eat before? Yes, I was in a hurry to go to the hospital and missed the meal. Qin San said in a light tone. Jiang Nian's heart was hit by something, and it made a muffled sound. This man said nothing and looked cold, but he always took good care of her. He cared about her wound in the hospital, put on her coat when she went out, and gave her the first bowl of hot rice even though he was hungry. There is probably no other good husband like this in the world. Jiang Nian felt her heartbeat, which was out of balance for several beats, and her ears were pink. Qin San kept eating with big mouthfuls. He was used to eating in the army, so he ate quickly and neatly. He ate the 2 lunchboxes in a flash. He ate them all up, not even a grain of rice was left. He put down the lunchbox, stood up, cleaned up simply, and told Jiang Nian, I'll keep the remaining egg custard in the stove to warm it up. If Anan wakes up, you can feed her a little, but don't let her eat too much. She can't eat too many savory things yet. There's rice paste in the kitchen, also warmed in the stove. That's Anne's dinner. If she wakes up at 8 o'clock, wake her up, otherwise she won't be able to sleep, and will make a fuss in the middle of the night. There's still training in the army tonight. I won't be back tonight. Take care of yourself and go to bed early. Qin San explained the situation briefly and concisely, and was careful and serious when he mentioned the child. He put on his military jacket again, buttoned every button, and returned to the way Jiang Nian saw him at first sight. Okay, I got it. Qin San, be careful and come back early. Jiang Nian followed Qin San's figure, watching him about to leave the house and then turn back. The pair of dark eyes, with a heavy color, looked at Jiang Nian again. Qin San gave one last reminder. There is a curfew outside the family compound, and there are soldiers on duty, so don't go out. The door was closed, and Qin San's figure disappeared. Jiang Nian reacted belatedly. Qin San's last words were a reminder and a warning. It seemed to say, Jiang Nian, you can't run away. Jiang Nian pursed her lips and hummed in the air. Humph, who said I'm going to run away? She didn't even have a letter of introduction or identity certificate. Running away in this era, isn't that courting death? She is not as stupid as the original owner. Besides, she hasn't enjoyed such a good husband enough. Qin San had just left here, and some sounds came from the room over there. It was the sound of a baby babbling. Jiang Nian walked into the bedroom anxiously. On the big bed, the little girl had already woken up. Little Anbao sat up, opened her big eyes, looked at the familiar environment around her, saw Jiang Nian enter the room, blinked her eyelashes, and returned to her previous appearance. The little person huddled, grabbed the quilt with her little hands, pursed her little mouth, and looked at Jiang Nian cautiously. After waking up from a sleep, little Anbao became the same as she was at the beginning. There was a trace of fear on her fair and round little face. She was afraid of Jiang Nian, the mother. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nian's heart suddenly tightened and felt uncomfortable. It was sour and bitter. Little Anbao was indeed Qin San's child, and her defense was as heavy as Qin San's. Jiang Nian knew that the ice was not frozen in a day. She wanted to melt the ice and eliminate the past injuries, but it was not something that could be done by feeding her milk once. Fortunately, little Anbao was still young, and she still had a lot of time. Jiang Nian showed the most gentle look and approached carefully little by little. Baby, it's Mom, you're awake. Are you hungry? Mommy will feed you, okay? Don't be afraid. Those things before will never happen again. Aranan is Mommy's sweetheart in the gentle voice. The little Anbao sitting on the bed began to melt the heart. On the face, the corners of the tightly pursed mouth were loosening a little bit. Looking at Jiang Nian's eyes, they gradually became eager. Although the child is small, he can understand what adults say and can also feel Jiang Nian's full of love. Jiang Nian is happy and proud. She took out a last gentle killer. Baby, do you want Mommy to hug you? Jiang Nian did not hug him directly, but reached out to little Anbao and opened her arms. On the tender little face, the eyes were suddenly filled with bright light. She seemed to have dreamed just now. dreamed of the sweet smell of milk, and also dreamed that she was leaning on a very warm and soft embrace. It was her mother, who hugged her for a long, long time. She wanted a hug. Xiao Anbao's heart was moved. She looked at Jiang Nian again, and then looked behind Jiang Nian. That little look seemed to be looking for Qin Sanni. Empty. Daddy is not here. Can she trust her mother? Xiao Anbao was tangled, and her slender fingers were clenching tighter and tighter. While tangling and hesitating, Xiao Anbao's eyes never left Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian raised his arms, never put them down, opened his arms to her, and the smile on her face was sweet and warm, like a spring breeze. It was just like in a dream. Xiao Anbao couldn't help it anymore. Her black eyes turned, and her little body wanted to get closer to Jiang Nian.
Mom.
Hug. Just such a tiny movement was instantly captured by Jiang Nian. She laughed happily from the bottom of her heart. Next, Xiao Anbao no longer needed to take the initiative. Jiang Nian had already strode over, picked up Xiao Anbao from the bed with both hands, and hugged her tightly in his arms. He also gave her a heavy kiss on her milky face.
Boo.
Jiang Nian's lips landed right on the red birthmark on little Anbao's forehead. She didn't dislike him at all. You are really my good baby. I love and in the most. I love and in more than anyone else. I was wrong before. I apologize, Tuanin. Can you forgive me? Overnight, the cold and distant relationship between mother and daughter was broken by Jiang Nian's active hug. Something has changed. When little Anbao was picked up, her body was in the air, and her little hands nervously grasped Jiang Nian's clothes. As she was surrounded by the warm breath, her little hands relaxed and then gently wrapped around Jiang Nian's neck.
It's Mom.
Little Anbao smiled happily, revealing her few little teeth. She didn't eat the candy, but her heart was sweet. Jiang Nian put on a coat for little Anbao and found a high chair while holding her. It was a chair, but more like a small dining cart. She let the child sit on a chair, went into the kitchen and took out the rice paste and egg custard from the stove. Then she fed the child. Jiang Nian was relieved that she didn't have to feed him this time. After a while, in the lighted room, Jiang Nian's voice of praise could be heard from time to time.
Wow.
What a big mouthful. Baby is so amazing. Eat well and grow tall. My baby will definitely be the most beautiful girl in the future. So good she didn't waste anything and ate it all. And it should be rewarded with a little red flower. It was obviously just a simple thing like eating, but Jiang Nian praised her all at once. The smart little Than Bao was naturally happy. Not only did she eat well and obediently, but she also made joyful sounds from time to time. After eating, it was time to take a bath. Qin Sanni had said before that there was no hot water in the water room, so she couldn't take a bath. But Jiang Nian went to the hospital during the day and felt dirty, so she used the remaining hot water in the thermos bottle, poured it into the basin with a big red flower printed on it, and simply washed it. While she was taking a bath, little Bao was placed in the space surrounded by the quilt, crawling around. Jiang Nian took a set of clothes from the closet, cotton long sleeves and long pants. The texture was quite good and could be used as pajamas. It seems that the original owner's material level is quite good. After taking a bath, she walked into the room with hot water to wipe Xiao Anbao's body. Xiao Anbao was well raised by Qin Sanni and was chubby. After taking off his clothes, he revealed a body of snow-white baby skin, just like a glutinous rice dumpling.
Smooth and elastic.
Jiang Nian couldn't help but touch it. The touch was more tender than milk tofu. After being touched by Jiang Nian, Xiao Anbao felt itchy and laughed giggle. His little body twisted and turned, rolling in Jiang Nian's arms. Jiang Nian also laughed.
Haha.
Baby, don't make trouble. Mom can't hold you anymore. Come, let's wipe your face and wash your hands first. Be a hygienic little baby.
Then,
the damp and warm towel gently wiped the baby like soft skin. Xiao Anbao was very obedient. Jiang Nian asked her to be good, and she was good, really motionless. When the towel passed over the child's chest, Jiang Nian saw a red string hanging around the little Anbao's neck. At first, She thought it was something like a blessing of peace, but when she unbuttoned her clothes and a touch of warm jade color was revealed, Jiang Nian was stunned. Jiang Nian's face was full of disbelief. Her eyes were fixed on a jade pendant hanging on the red. The jade pendant was round, like the shape of a peace button. It was small, the jade was transparent, and the touch was warm, just like the best mutton fat jade. This jade pendant was too familiar to Jiang Nian, because before she traveled through time, she also had one, exactly the same. In her previous life, when Jiang Nian was a child, her grandmother hung the jade pendant around her neck and told her, "And Nian, this jade pendant is a family heirloom of our Jiang family, and it is only passed down to those in the family who are destined to have it. Grandma thinks that you are destined to have it, so I'm giving it to you now. You must carry it with you, and it will keep you safe." Since then, the jade pendant has been inseparable from Jiang Nian. When Jiang Nian was 16 years old, she discovered something incredible, and for the first time she understood what it meant that she and the jade pendant were destined to have it. Since then, she has always worn the jade pendant close to her body, hiding it in her clothes, not wearing clothes with too low collars, and never letting outsiders see the existence of the jade pendant. Later, when she went to college and lived with 3 other roommates, Jiang Nian still carefully kept the secret of the jade pendant and did not take it off when taking a bath or sleeping. She never let Yi Lanlan see the jade pendant. Yi Lanlan didn't know the existence of the jade pendant at all.
But
This world is a fictional world created by Yi Lanlan. How could there be a jade pendant? And it appeared on her and Qin Sanyu's daughter. Was it an accident or a coincidence? Jiang Nian took the jade pendant and looked at it over and over again. Yi Wu Little Onbao was still and made a baby sound, attracting Jiang Nian's attention. "Baby, I'm sorry, Mommy was distracted. I'll put clothes on you now." After a long time, the lights in the room were turned off, and the clear moonlight shone through the window. The mother and daughter lay in the same bed. Little Onbao had never been so happy. She snuggled up to Jiang Nian, making quacking sounds from time to time, and playing with her fingers happily. Jiang Nian pulled the quilt and took good care of Little Onbao, but she was still thinking about the jade pendant she had just seen. In the moonlight, she picked up the jade pendant again and looked at it carefully. To know whether this jade pendant is hers, there is a very simple way to verify. Maybe you can give it a try. Jiang Nian finally made up her mind. "Baby, can you lend me your jade pendant for a bit?"
Ugh.
Little Onbao nodded and agreed with drool. Jiang Nian got out of bed, found an embroidery needle, and poked the sharp tip into his finger. A silver red blood bead popped out from the thin, white fingertip. Jiang Nian dripped the bright red blood onto the jade pendant. In an instant, the red blood melted into the small jade pendant until it was completely absorbed. Then, a colorful white light flashed in Jiang Nian's mind. Drops blood DNA matching successful. Identity verification completed. The system space is opening. The progress bar is loading. Please wait.
Ding.
Opening successfully. Dear Master, this is portable space number 007. Welcome back to the system space. This is your 3224th visit. All functions of the space have been opened. You are welcome to use them at any time. Familiar colorful white light. Familiar system prompt sound. And after the white light faded, a familiar world appeared in front of Jiang Nian. This jade pendant is really the jade pendant she had in her previous life. When Jiang Nian was 16 years old, she accidentally cut her finger, and the blood from her fingertips came into contact with the jade pendant, and then she experienced a magical and similar scene. So she opened portable space number 007. Portable space number 007 is a fantasy space of another dimension, vast and unpredictable. In this area, the main space can be divided into 3 parts. One part is the spiritual field area, where the 4 seasons are like spring. With the nourishment of the spiritual spring stream, any plant can grow infinitely in this space. The time flow rate of the spiritual field space is different. The spring, summer, autumn, and winter of a year only take 1 day in the space. For example, rice can be harvested twice a day. Old hens with high nutritional value that need to be raised for more than 3 years can be raised in just 3 days. This space gave Jiang Nian endless supplies. Among them, the water of Linquan River is even more magical. It can not only whiten the skin, but also strengthen the body and heal wounds. The second area in the space is called Qiankuan Treasure House. The storage capacity of the treasure house is infinite and can accommodate any items. What's more magical is that the items in the Qiankuan treasure house will remain in the state they were just put in. They will not rot, they will not get old, and time will be like suspended. In her previous life, Jiang Nian was surprised and worried when she found portable space No. 007. Although she has not experienced it personally, she is a person who has read novels. Generally, the protagonist's golden finger will never appear easily, and it must indicate the coming of danger. For example, the end of the world, the disaster year, the world of beasts. Anyway, it must be a world with a shortage of food and a lot of dangers. Jiang Nian thought about everything she could think of. Under this sense of crisis, Jiang Nian began to stock up diligently, like a little hamster. On the one hand, she cultivated the spiritual field carefully and took the items produced by the spiritual field to the real world to sell. Because of the good quality and high yield, it can often be sold at 5 or 6 times the market price. Jiang Nian thus became a small wealthy woman. After becoming rich, Jiang Nian began to buy all kinds of items crazily. 100,000 kilograms of flour, 50,000 kilograms of cooking oil, 30,000 kilograms of red beans and mung beans, 10,000 steamed buns, 10,000 dumplings, down jackets,
Snow boots.
tents, sleeping bags. From daily food and clothing to various equipment that may be needed in life, all kinds of things are available. As long as Jiang Nian thinks she can use it, she puts it all in the Qiankuan treasure house. She even bought a jeep and put it in so that even if the end of the world comes, she can drive away. After so many years, the value of the materials that Jiang Nian has hoarded for business is estimated to have a small target. Next, the third area is the most magical and the one that Jiang Nian is most reluctant to let go. Xianfu Medicine Field. Some settings in Portable Space 007 are similar to business games. You need to accumulate experience points and upgrade to fight monsters. When Jiang Nian was 16 years old and first entered the space, the only area that could be used in the space was the spiritual field area, and the area was very small, so it could only be planted in a small area. As Jiang Nian continued to cultivate and accumulate various experience points, the portable space was upgraded. 2 years later, Jiang Nian opened the Qiankuan treasure house. After the Qiankuan treasure house reached a certain space, Jiang Nian set her sights on the Xianfu medicine field, hoping to open the medicine field area as soon as possible. Unfortunately, she tried various methods, but still failed. The entire medicine field area seemed to have a transparent barrier, and Jiang Nian could not enter at all. But these years of hard work have not been fruitless. 3 medical books have fallen in the space, all of which are related to the medicine field. They record many methods of planting Chinese medicinal herbs and prescriptions that have been lost. Jiang Nian was originally a medical student, and she was particularly fond of traditional Chinese medicine. She attended classes at the medical school during the day and studied traditional Chinese medicine knowledge in her portable space at night. It can be said that it was a combination of Chinese and Western medicine, and she had mastered it all. After browsing the general situation of the portable space, Jiang Nian had only one question left. Now that she had changed the world, were the supplies she had stockpiled still there? Jiang Nian immediately called the system. Number 007. Open my Qiankuan treasure house immediately. Okay, master. Number 007 is helping you open the Qiankuan treasure house. As the Qiankuan treasure house was opened, a huge warehouse appeared in front of Jiang Nian, with endless shelves filled with densely packed goods. They are all there. Her stockpiled goods are all there. Even the acupuncture bags she often uses are there. Jiang Nian's face showed a bright smile, and the light in her eyes could not be hidden. Although she did not travel through the end of the world, but the 1970s that she had never thought of. As long as she had these supplies, she had nothing to be afraid of. After confirming the status of portable space number 007, crops were planted in the spiritual field. Jiang Mian closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Jiang Mian returned to the real world. Jiang Mian's fingers were still touching the jade pendant, and she met the eyes of little Bao. The little girl was staring at her, without blinking. Even if Jiang Mian did something strange, she didn't make a noise, and waited for Jiang Mian to come back obediently. Seeing Jiang Mian open her eyes, little Bao shook her little hands and moved closer to Jiang Mian's arms. After a night together, the mother and daughter became much closer.
Mom.
Hey, baby, Mom is here. Jiang Mian responded with a smile, lowered her head, and discussed with her little baby. Baby, this jade pendant on your neck is very important to Mom. Really, really important. Can you put your jade pendant on Mom first? Mom is not going to take your things away. When baby grows up, Mom will definitely return the jade pendant to you, okay? The baby rubbed Jiang Mian's chest, dancing happily, babbling and shaking her little head. It was as if she was responding to Jiang Mian's words. Baby, you agreed, didn't you?
My baby Baya is Avizulma.
Mommy makes a pinky promise with you, and I'll give it back to you when you grow up. The mother and daughter touched their little fingers, tightly wrapped together. The baby looked at her little hands and became happier because of the unprecedented experience and kept whining excitedly. Jiang Mian untied the red rope on the baby's neck and tied it around her neck instead. The transparent and warm jade pendant was hung on her chest. The snow-white skin and the emerald green jade pendant formed a beautiful scenery. After Jiang Mian hung the jade pendant, she finally found the familiar feeling at the beginning and became more at ease. At the same time, she had a stronger goal. If she can successfully open the Xianfu medicine field, can she grow spiritual medicinal herbs and maybe cure the birthmark on Xiao Anbao's face? Only when the birthmark disappears, the rumors surrounding Xiao Anbao will disappear. Let her baby have a normal and happy life. Jiang Mian held the baby in her arms and kissed her forehead again. My dear, I will try my best to make sure you live a peaceful and happy life. It's time for us to go to bed. I will sing you a lullaby to put you to sleep, okay? The lights in the small room were turned off, blending into the night. There was a soft voice, gently interweaving with the moonlight. On the other side, the capital, a textile factory.
Yilanlan. Yilanlan.
Yilanlan, don't think you'll be fine just because you pretend to be asleep. You are so bold that you dare to doze off in the workshop. Are you going to die? Or are you not afraid of the criticism from your team leader? Yilanlan, I tell you, I won't help you with the work you haven't finished. Humph, do you really think you are my ancestor?
Yilanlan. Yilanlan.
Wake up. Are you pretending to be sick again? You've taken sick leave 3 times this month. The disgusted and sharp voice complained mercilessly. Yilanlan endured the pain on her forehead and the harsh sound beside her, woke up in a daze, and opened her eyes reluctantly. Then, she saw a simple and unfamiliar environment. Where is this? Why am I here? Yilanlan's eyes widened, and she screamed in fear. She was clearly on the university campus, printing out the revised paper and on her way to her tutor's office. Suddenly, her eyes went dark and she fainted. Now she opened her eyes again. What is this place? Yilanlan frowned deeply in disgust, especially after seeing her dirty dark blue work clothes. Yilanlan's co-workers were standing by, listening to her yelling. Yilanlan, why are you shouting? Do you want the team leader to find out that you are lazy? I am so unlucky to meet a colleague like you. Now that you are awake, just work cleanly. Stop dreaming about your college student dream. You are now a female worker in the 3rd workshop of the textile factory. Hurry up and work. What female worker in a textile factory? How could I be a female worker in a textile factory? I am obviously a college student in the medical school. Yilanlan was still shouting loudly, and she was unwilling to believe the gap in identity from a college student to a female worker in a textile factory. But at the same time, the memory in this body was merging with Yilanlan's consciousness. She went from shouting to being stunned, and her features seemed to be frozen. She traveled through time. She also traveled into the novel she wrote. She is the absolute heroine in the world of novels, from the miserable orphan of martyrs to the adopted family compound and the academic performance that is always the first. This is the protagonist halo that Yi Lanlan gave herself. Under this halo, even Jiang Nian, whom she envied the most, was trampled under her feet and turned into a vicious female supporting role with and no brains. She is kind, beautiful, pure, and a group favorite. According to what Yi Lanlan wrote in the novel, 2 years ago, she fell in love with Lin Minghui at first sight at a social event, and then they fell in love. Lin Minghui is the son of a big boss in the capital, a typical second-generation military. With this relationship, Yi Lanlan got a recommendation for university admission as an exception and entered the famous capital university. From then on, she and Lin Minghui became the envied couple in Capital University. According to the development of the story in the novel, at this point in time, she should be on the campus of Capital University. She should be a college student selected from thousands of people in a special era. How could she be in a dirty textile factory?
No.
It's not like that. I'm a college student. I'm a college student. I'm not a female worker. Yi Lanlan's stiff face finally showed an expression, angry and disgusted, and kept muttering to herself. The worker next to her heard Yi Lanlan's big talk and sneered sarcastically. Haha, Yi Lanlan, stop dreaming. I've been listening to you for 2 years, and my ears are about to get calluses. Why don't you have a place in the school? Aren't you still a female worker in a textile factory like me? Yi Lanlan turned a deaf ear to the ridicule around her and was completely immersed in her world. The memory of the original owner in her mind quickly gave Yi Lanlan the answer. 2 years ago. Under her design, Jiang Nian was completely ruined, and even the Jiang family was investigated and criticized because of her report letter, and they have fallen from grace since then. Jiang Nian was forced to go to the southwest border with the army, and Jiang Nian's parents were also sent to the farm for labor reform. Yi Lanlan finally saw the most miserable end of Jiang Nian, and she followed Lin Minghui to the north and successfully arrived in the capital, even in front of the gate of Capital University. She looked forward to a better life in the future. But things began to change from this time. Lin Minghui, who was supposed to take her to meet his parents, suddenly became reluctant. Yi Lanlan has not met Lin Minghui's parents, the rumored big bosses in the Beijing circle. As for the university place that Yi Lanlan had been dreaming about, it was even more of a pipe dream. Yi Lanlan needed tickets and money to eat and drink in the capital. At the beginning, Lin Minghui would give her some. But later, she couldn't even see Lin Minghui. Lin Minghui hid in the school and refused to come out, and Yi Lanlan couldn't get in, so she had to fend for herself. With no choice, Yi Lanlan could only find a job to make money. Finally, she got a job with the help of the orphan of a martyr and became a female worker in a textile factory. She did the most tiring work all day long, and her monthly salary was less than 20 yuan. After working for a long time, Yi Lanlan's hands were covered with calluses, and her face became sallow.
No.
It's not like that. The plot development is different from the novel I wrote. I am the heroine, the most powerful heroine. How could it be the turn of a female worker in a textile factory? Lin Minghui. I must find Lin Minghui. I must meet Lin Minghui. Only by meeting Lin Minghui can she continue to fight for a place in the university, and thus change the plot back. Yi Lanlan threw away the sleeves on her hands, turned around, and ran out of the workshop door.
Hey. Yi Lanlan.
You don't want to work anymore? Where are you going? Don't you want your salary? Amid the shouts of her co-workers, Yi Lanlan did not turn back at all, only her back running quickly. At night, Jiang Nian held the sweet and soft child in her arms and found the jade pendant again. So this night, after the time travel, she was not a bit uneasy, but rather particularly satisfied. She dreamed comfortably. Jiang Nian dreamed of her first meeting with Qin Sanyi. At that time, Qin Sanyi was not Senior Qin, but Instructor Qin. It was the first day of college. Jiang Nian studied at the best medical university, and all universities would organize military training for freshmen when they entered college. Next to this medical school happened to be a military academy. The school leaders adhered to the principle of using local materials and directly found someone from the military academy next door to be responsible for the military training of freshmen. Under the scorching sun in September, Jiang Nian tied a low ponytail, wore a camouflage uniform, and stood in the class square with a plain face. Everyone raised their heads and looked not far away. I saw a tall, long-legged, upright, and strong man wearing a dark green military uniform, striding towards our class. As the man approached, under the military cap, the deep and handsome face gradually became clear, too handsome. The man walked to the front of the crowd, and his dark eyes swept over everyone. Just one glance, the aura was shocking, and it also made the girls' hearts move instantly. This man was Qin Sanyi. My name is Qin Sanyi, and I am the instructor of your class's military training. He introduced himself simply and neatly, without any extra words. After that, it was boring and arduous to stand at attention, march, square training, crawling training. The continuous high temperature and long-term exposure to the sun became an unspeakable pain for the students.
But
their instructor Qin is the most handsome among all the instructors. Looking at him a few more times is probably a kind of compensation. This military training is particularly memorable for Jiang Nian, not only because of the hard work, but also because the half-month of military training happened to coincide with her menstrual period. When she stood at attention motionlessly, she was so uncomfortable that she almost fainted several times. Her body swayed slightly weakly, and a cold and sharp gaze fell on her instantly. Jiang Nian had to hold on, holding her breath and standing straight. She persisted like this for 3 days. On the 4th day, she was tired, dehydrated, and weak from her menstrual period. Cold sweat kept flowing down Jiang Nian's forehead. This time, she really couldn't hold on. Even though Jiang Nian was unwilling, she finally blacked out in the dizziness. The slender figure fell straight to the ground. At the moment she fainted, the last thought in Jiang Nian's mind was not that it was embarrassing, but that it must be painful. She was most afraid of pain. But the expected pain did not happen. A tall figure quickly approached her at some point. A pair of strong arms steadily caught her leaning body. Jiang Nian crashed into a broad and solid chest, bulging with hard chest muscles. It was warm and smelled like the sun. It was great that she didn't fall to the ground. Amid the screams of her classmates, Jiang Nian fainted completely. When she woke up, she was already in the school clinic. The class counselor was sitting next to her. From the counselor, she learned that it was Instructor Qin who carried her all the way through most of the school and sent her to the clinic. Jiang Nian rested for a long time and went back to military training. Since then, that sharp gaze has fallen on her more often. Before Jiang Nian found a chance to thank Qin Sanyi in person, the military training was over. Qin Sanyi returned to the military academy. The academy was closed and people inside could not come out and people outside could not go in. Although Qin Sanyi was not seen, various rumors about him were spreading wildly among the classmates. Didn't you notice that our instructor Qin is very young? He is a student from the military academy next door, from the Air Force Academy. He is just a senior this year and has not graduated yet. Air Force? The kind that flies fighter jets? Instructor Qin looks so handsome in camouflage uniforms. If he wears an Air Force uniform, wouldn't he be so handsome? Why call him Instructor Qin? The military training is over. We should call him Senior Qin. Yes, Senior. Our medical school and the military academy next door will hold a social event. Maybe we can meet Senior Qin. Social event? Can I have a social event with Senior Qin? Where can I sign up? I want to be the first to sign up. Jiang Nian silently listened to the gossip of the classmates and murmured silently in her heart. Senior Qin. This title revealed a little intimacy for no reason. She secretly called him several times in her heart. In the dream, the memories of the past turned over and over. Jiang Nian had been sleeping soundly, dreaming about the princess hug after she fainted on the playground. She once again leaned against Qin Sanyi's chest. Even in a dream, the touch of the bulging chest muscles was still so vivid. And this time, It became even hotter, like skin contact, burning hot. That night, Chin Sanni conducted night flight training. When it was slightly bright, the entire flight brigade finished the exercise. The soldiers returned to the troops. Chin Sanni was worried about Jiang Nian and the child, so he immediately returned to the family compound. The room was silent. Chin Sanni walked lightly, pushed the door, and walked into the room, and saw a scene that shocked him. On the bed, Jiang Nian and the baby were still sleeping soundly, head to head, shoulder to shoulder, revealing two equally fair and beautiful faces. Maybe it was a little hot in the quilt, and the baby's face was red, just like a ripe red apple. One of Jiang Nian's hands was still on the baby's body, hugging him. The mother and daughter are intimate in the morning light. The picture is timeless, warm, and beautiful like an oil painting. Wife, children, and a warm bed, these 7 words have become a reality. In the 2 years since they got married, Chin Sanni has never seen such a warm scene, and his heart is beating violently. He has never felt so nervous when he jumped down from a height of several thousand meters with a parachute on his back. This is his wife and his daughter. They are the 2 most important people to him in this world. Chin Sanni's eyes suddenly became gentle and affectionate. He walked to the bedside. His steps were almost silent. His dark eyes were completely reluctant to move away from Jiang Nian. He stared silently for a long time. In the silence, Jiang Nian's lips suddenly moved. The pink lips were so soft and looked very kissable. The corners of his mouth were upturned, and he was smiling. The lips moved gently, one after another. It was very similar to when a baby was babbling. It was Jiang Nian talking in his sleep. Chin Sanni couldn't help but wonder what Jiang Nian dreamed about, that he was smiling even when he was asleep. He leaned down, and his tall figure cast a shadow over the child and the woman. Jiang Nian didn't notice all this, and was still immersed in the memory of the dream. He was unconsciously mumbling, "Senior." In an instant, the gentleness on Chin Sanni's face disappeared, and the familiar coldness filled his eyebrows and eyes, and his mouth was tightly pursed. He couldn't hear clearly what Jiang Nian said before, but he heard the words senior clearly and distinctly. As a well-trained soldier, it is absolutely impossible for him to hear it wrong. A rage burned in his chest. Senior. Senior again. Jiang Nian woke up in the hospital, and the first thing he called was Senior. Now, even in his dream, he is still calling Senior. His fiery eyes stared at Jiang Nian's peaceful, sleeping face. The jealous man asked in a hoarse voice, "Is that Lin Minghui really that good? You can't forget him. Jiang Nian, don't forget, you are my wife now. Not just a wife. She is also the mother of his 2 children." Jiang Nian wanted to elope with Lin Minghui. It was just a dream. He couldn't let go. The possessiveness in the man's eyes became stronger and stronger. Jiang Nian's face was close at hand. When her lips moved slightly and she was about to speak again, the tall man came over her. He kissed her hard. He didn't want to hear it, so he just blocked it. Chin Sanni's kiss was very similar to his own breath. Strong, domineering, possessive. He wanted to make his possessions, from inside to outside, be stained with his breath. Jiang Nian was sleeping in a daze, lying softly. She was delicate and beautiful like a doll. Not to mention resisting. Even her consciousness was confused. She was obedient and completely indulged Chin Sanni. She also opened her mouth slightly because she was mumbling in her sleep. Under such indulgence, Chin Sanni's ambition will only expand. He can't wait to eat it up in one bite. In the morning light, the lingering kiss lasted for a long time. When Chin Sanni found that Jiang Nian was struggling, he purred like a kitten, as if he was about to wake up. This man finally had a little sympathy for her. He let Jiang Nian continue to sleep, and finally left her lips. The woman's cleverness successfully soothed the man's inner jealousy. No matter what Jiang Nian thinks in his heart, she can only stay by his side and give birth to a child for him. Chin Sanni stood up with a satisfied smile. When he looked up, he met a pair of big watery eyes. The baby woke up at some point and was sitting on the bed, staring at her parents with her black eyes, her chubby face full of cuteness. Her eyes were pure and clear, and she had no idea that she had witnessed her parents' good deeds. When the baby saw Chin Sanni looking up at her, she immediately made a soft cry.
Dad.
Chin Sanni immediately made a shushing gesture. He reached out to hug the child and said in a low voice, "Baby, Mom is still sleeping, let's be gentle." The baby understood Chin Sanni's words very cleverly and nodded after lying on Chin Sanni's shoulder. Chin Sanni stood up with the child in his arms, dressed the child, and then washed his face and brushed his teeth. He was a rough military man, but he was very familiar with taking care of the child. Chin Sanni practiced day after day after day after the birth of little Anbao. After washing up, little Anbao sat on her little chair, followed Chin Sanni into the kitchen with her eyes, and her little belly began to gurgle. After a while, Chin Sanni's big hand held a very mismatched small bottle, which was filled with hot and fragrant milk. And it's still a little hot, don't be impatient, drink slowly. As soon as the baby got the bottle, he didn't listen to Chin Sanni's words at all, and immediately stuffed it into his mouth. The little mouth exerted force and gurgled to drink. The small bottle in her hand looked bigger. Milk made from powdered milk is definitely not as delicious as milk. But her mother is still sleeping, and she can't wake her up. Otherwise, her mother will be angry and won't hug her again. Gurgle, gurgle. Little Anbao the milk hard. Jiang Nian slept particularly deeply and for a long time, and she felt particularly at ease. She was overly anxious about the graduation thesis before, because she discovered Yi Lanlan's true face. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep at night. Under the double fatigue, she actually found a sense of security in a strange world, which was really strange. When Jiang Nian woke up, the room was quiet, and there was no one else. Xiao Anbao should have been sent to the agency nursery. After all, the welfare of the family compound for the children of the military commander was not bad. As for whether Chin Sanni had come back, Jiang Nian had no idea. But when she thought of this man, her face became hot. Her chest was burning, because in her dream last night, not only did she have her original memory, but the second half became more and more excessive, and the scale was beyond description. On the playground under the scorching sun, the man in military uniform not only hugged her, he also lowered his head and approached her, kissing her intimately. It was not a light touch of lips, but two people were slapping each other's mouths. Jiang Nian was enveloped by the man's breath, from her toes to her hair. She was trembling numbly. It made her hot all over in her dream, and she almost sweated. It was really embarrassing. Although Chin Sanni is her husband now, she didn't have much contact with men on the first night she came here. How could she have a lustful dream? Is she actually a big? Jiang Nian's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't help but recall the beautiful dream. Unable to help but feel ashamed, she reached out and touched her kissed lips. As soon as her fingertips touched, Jiang Nian subconsciously gasped. There was a slight sting on her lips. Could it be in an instant? Something flashed through Jiang Nian's mind. She blushed, hurriedly got out of bed, and rushed to the mirror hanging on the wall. In the mirror, Jiang Nian's charming face and slightly swollen mouth were reflected. Jiang Nian's eyes widened in shock. She was not dreaming, it was real. Chin Sanni came back and kissed her while she was asleep. It was all swollen. How could a man who looked so cold do such a thing?
But
in the dream, that tingling feeling, Jiang Nian didn't hate it. She stared at the redness and swelling on her lips, not only angry, but also embarrassed. At this time, through the window, a burst of women's discussions came from outside the house. It's new now. Why is the door still closed? Captain Chin's wife hasn't gotten up again? The sun is about to burn her ace. She has been in our compound for more than a year. When have you ever seen her go out in the morning? She always wakes up at noon. She doesn't do anything at home all day, doesn't cook, and doesn't take care of the children. You didn't see that the clothes in her house were washed by Captain Chin when he was on vacation. What bad luck has Captain Chin got? How could he have such a lazy wife? He is the captain of a flight brigade, but he has to do housework when he goes home. That woman is not only lazy, but also spends money recklessly. Her colorful skirts spend all Captain Chin's salary every month. She is really a spendthrift woman. Jiang Nian listened in the house, and those words were full of ridicule for her. This lazy and wasteful woman, isn't she the one I'm talking about? The crime that fell on Jiang Nian, it's not just that. The voices of condemnation continued. She's not just a spendthrift woman. I heard that she's been doing dirty things outside and has been flirting with other men. She's always dressed up and ruining the reputation of our family compound. Maybe she's cheating on Captain Chin. Maybe she was messing around outside and harmed the child. Anan is still so young. Her life is ruined. It's so pitiful. Cuckold? Can Captain Chin tolerate this? Why hasn't Captain Chin filed for a divorce? Divorce must be recorded in the file. What if it affects Captain Chin's promotion? I think this woman is lucky. She got pregnant as soon as she got married. Even if Captain Chin wanted to file for a divorce, he couldn't bring himself to do it for the sake of the child. TSK, so what? She's just a cheap daughter, not a son. You don't know this, right? She's pregnant again. Yesterday in the hospital, I heard Director Zhou say it herself. She's been pregnant for 2 months. Oh my God. Captain Chin's daughter is only a little over 1 year old, and she's pregnant again. Is it a boy or a girl? The child is not in my belly. How can I know whether it's a boy or a girl? Besides, it's not certain whether this child is Captain Chin's. The sarcastic woman was talking excitedly, and suddenly there was a loud noise beside her. The door that was originally closed was opened forcefully. A gust of wind blew and blew on their faces. Then Jiang Nian appeared in front of everyone with an angry face. When Jiang Nian opened the door, he saw 4 or 5 women. The women were all young, around 30 years old. All of them are military wives in this family compound. Some of them have lived here for almost 10 years and know each other well. Jiang Nian didn't know these people, and even in the original owner's consciousness, she didn't have many memories of them. Because the original owner was very self-righteous, he looked down on these military wives from the countryside and ignored them. The wives felt discriminated by the original owner, and coupled with some rumors, the two sides became disliked each other. So Jiang Nian only felt that these people were familiar, but couldn't even call out their names. At first, these people were just gossiping about Jiang Nian, and Jiang Nian didn't think it was a big deal. After all, those were indeed the mistakes made by the original owner, and now she needs to pay for it. But these women went too far, and even began to mock Qin Sanyi. When she thought of Qin Sanyi, who was in the army, training hard every day to defend his country, and was always ready to sacrifice his life when necessary, Jiang Nian couldn't stand it at all. If you love to gossip behind your back so much, you should confront them head-on. She was not afraid at all. With the appearance of Jiang Nian, all the women were startled, their eyes widened, and their faces showed some guilt. The crowd that was talking non-stop suddenly fell silent. A sister-in-law spoke with lingering fear.
You.
Jiang Nian. You woke up. Jiang Nian's expression was tense, and her eyes swept over these people coldly. She was holding back a burst of anger, and laughed in anger. Of course I woke up. If I didn't, how could I hear what you said? Speak up. Why don't you say anything? There are so many places to talk and chat in such a big family compound. You don't go anywhere else, but you just go in front of my house. This is not only to gossip, but also to say it specifically for me to hear. Since you want to say it to me, I'm out now, why don't you say it? Jiang Nian said, with his arms around his chest and his chin raised to look at people. The bright face was proud and domineering. In addition, the original owner was not a good-tempered person, and the sisters-in-law around her were a little scared when they saw her cold face. It was just like that, there was a dead silence. Among them, of course, there was one who couldn't hold back her anger. Huang Guixiang was the military wife with the hottest temper, and she was the one who hated Jiang Nian the most. Because the original owner once poured a basin of foot-washing water on her legs, but didn't even say sorry, and also mocked her for being from the countryside, only fit to do farm work, and being illiterate, who couldn't read a single word. Huang Guixiang had been holding her breath, and she was the one who said in the whole courtyard that Jiang Nian had an unclean relationship between men and women. Seeing that everyone was silent, Huang Guixiang looked around and was the first to stand up. Jiang Nian, what's wrong with you? I just said this to you today. I was just standing up for Captain Qin. Captain Qin is training in the flight squadron all day, which is dangerous and hard. He doesn't know the dirty things you did in the compound. You cheated on Captain Qin. Men will be fooled by your foxy face, but I won't be fooled. Jiang Nian didn't panic after hearing Huang Guixiang's words, but sneered again. You said I did dirty things in the compound and cheated on Qin Sanni. Do you have evidence? Did you see me go into the guest house with other men with your own eyes? Or was I caught by someone flirting with someone? You are so excited. Why don't you show the evidence? If you can't show the evidence, you are slandering. In this regard, Jiang Nian is still confident. Lin Minghui is in the capital, more than a few thousand kilometers away from the southwest. The original owner definitely didn't do those obscene and absurd things. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Jiang Nian's well-reasoned rebuttal. They had never seen Jiang Nian so sharp-tongued before. Huang Guixiang was speechless. Her face was red with anger, but she still refused to give up and continued to yell at Jiang Nian. How come I don't have any evidence? I've heard from people that the person you're cheating on is in the capital. You're still in contact, and you're always thinking about going to the capital to find that man. Jiang Nian frowned, and his face darkened when he heard this. She really didn't understand why everyone in the compound knew about it, even if the original owner did these things in private. After all, although the original owner was stupid, she wasn't stupid enough to shout about these things in the whole compound. Huang Guixiang saw that Jiang Nian didn't speak anymore, and her arrogance instantly increased. Haha, I got it right, didn't I? You're just an uneasy. As soon as the sharp and harsh words came out, the other sisters-in-law around felt that it was too much, and secretly pulled Huang Guixiang, but still couldn't stop her mouth. Okay, stop talking, we're all from the same compound, and harmony brings wealth. Why don't you let me speak? What I said is all true, which one I said is wrong. Huang Guixiang shouted louder and louder, and more proud. She wanted to see Jiang Nian's face pale and humiliated. Unfortunately, Jiang Nian was still as arrogant and calm as at the beginning. She just said one sentence. Sister Huang, since you insist, let us go find the military inspection team now. When they heard the word inspection team, the sisters-in-law around changed their faces. If this involves the inspection team, it will not be a small matter of a few women quarreling in the compound. A sister-in-law asked nervously, Sister Nian, what do you want the inspection team to do? Jiang Nian said, investigate the truth. Sister Chen keeps saying that I cheated on her, but she can't produce any factual evidence. Just based on a few rumors that she heard, she wants to convict me. It's ridiculous. Since you are really curious, then let the people from the inspection team come and investigate whether I have done those dirty things. I am upright and have nothing to fear. I am open and above board and can accept the investigation.
But you...
Jiang Nian narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to Huang Guixiang. Sister Huang, if there is no evidence and you are talking nonsense, your crime will be serious. You slandered someone's innocence and destroyed my relationship with Qin Sanni. Do you think this is considered destroying a military marriage? You should be sent to a farm for labor reform. What Jiang Nian said at this time was not only a doubt, but also a threat. Huang Guixiang became more and more flustered as she listened. Her previous arrogance gradually disappeared, and her whole body trembled. Labor reform? How could she go? Huang Guixiang was panicking, but she still said hard, I'm not wrong. What I said is the truth. It's all Chen. The shouting continued, and Jiang Nian wanted to hear more from Huang Guixiang. However, at this moment, a figure rushed over and shouted at her loudly. Huang Guixiang's voice was suddenly covered. Hey, why are you quarreling for no reason? We are all from the same compound. We know each other every day. There's nothing to worry about. Inspection team? What inspection team? Why do we have to alarm the inspection team? If the matter gets out of hand, It will be a disgrace to our entire compound. It will be so unpleasant to talk about it. Okay, everyone, give Chen Meili some face and stop quarreling. It's noon now, let's go home and cook. Let's go. Sister Nian, don't be angry. Shun Xuanxin, let's go back to the house. Hurry back to the house. Jiang Nian looked at the woman who suddenly appeared, and her name emerged in his mind. Chen Meili. Chen Meili is the lover of Captain Li of the 3rd Company of the 5th Regiment, and the only person who can be called a friend of the original owner in the family compound. In Jiang Nian's memory, it was not that the original owner liked Chen Meili so much, but that Chen Meili had always been persistent and willing to put her face in the cold ice. Even if the original owner said a few sarcastic words to her, Chen Meili was not angry and still got along with the original owner happily. As time went by, the original owner became closer to Chen Meili. In this way, the original owner bought beautiful new clothes and showed off to Chen Meili. If there were any useless and disliked things at home, she would throw them to Chen Meili with an attitude of alms. Those in the original owner's heart, she couldn't help but tell Chen Meili about her secret thoughts. Thinking of this, Jiang Nian felt something was wrong and frowned deeply. She glanced at Chen Meili and seemed to understand something. On the other side, Chen Meili spoke generously and appropriately. She was good at networking and had a good relationship with people in the compound. Since she said so, everyone was willing to give her a chance and take advantage of the situation. The other sisters-in-law took the angry Huang Guixiang away. Chen Meili took Jiang Nian's hand and turned to enter the Jiang family. They looked so familiar, as if this was not the Jiang family, but Chen Meili's own home. After entering the house, Chen Meili said to Jiang Nian, Sister Nian, "Didn't you say you were leaving yesterday? Why are you back? Didn't you buy the ticket?" Jiang Nian frowned when he heard that and looked at Chen Meili. Chen Meili's appearance was not the most beautiful, but she had delicate features, a plump oval face, and was neatly dressed, which was consistent with her name. It was just that her eyes. When she looked at people, she always liked to half squinted and lowered her eyes to look at people. Her eyes were full of shrewdness and calculation. After Jiang Nian figured it out, he pretended to be confused and answered aloud. "I said I was leaving? Where to? How come I don't know? I'm a military dependent. How can I leave at will?" Chen Meili obviously didn't expect Jiang Nian to say that and said subconsciously, "Didn't you say you were going to the capital to find your lover Lin?" Jiang Nian listened quietly at the side, testing how much Chen Meili knew. The original owner did mention going to the capital, but the 3 words Lin Minghui were definitely not mentioned. Chen Meili said while looking at Jiang Nian's face, and finally reacted. Her tone changed instantly. She waved her hand and said, No, Captain Qin is still here. Why would you leave? Sister Nian, I see that there is gauze on your forehead. Does it hurt? What does the doctor say?" Jiang Nian said, "It's okay, just rest for a few days. It's good that you're fine. I heard that you were admitted to the hospital. I was so worried that I didn't sleep well all night." Chen Meili first breathed a sigh of relief, then showed a bright smile. Opened her eyes and asked, "I also heard that you are pregnant again?" There is nothing to hide about pregnancy, and Jiang Nian has no taboos that cannot be said for 3 months. She nodded, "Yes, I'm pregnant." When she heard that Jiang Nian was pregnant, the corners of Chen Meili's mouth twitched for a moment. But she quickly hid it. She tightened her voice, grabbed Jiang Nian's hand, and immediately asked, "Is it a son or a daughter, do you know?" Jiang Nian frowned again. According to Chen Meili's comprehensive personality, it is impossible for her not to know the gender of a 2-month-old baby, so how could she tell the gender? But she was nervous, asking urgently, wanting to know madly. She held Jiang Nian's fingers tightly, so hard that her nails almost pinched Jiang Nian's skin. Jiang Nian's voice was deep. "Whether it is a son or a daughter, I like it very much. I don't care about these, let me go first. How can a son and a daughter be the same?" Chen Meili wanted to keep asking, but seeing that Jiang Nian's face was getting uglier and uglier, she immediately became alert and let go. "Sister Nian, I'm sorry I didn't hurt you. I was just too worried about you. You see, you've already given birth to a daughter. It would be great if you could give birth to a son. I think you are a lucky person and you will definitely give birth to a son. By then, Captain Qin will like you more and be devoted to you. Jiang Yan was not interested in Chen Meili's compliments and found them irritating. When would such son-loving words not come out of women's mouths? Qin Sanyi did not favor sons over daughters. He was a daughter in front of Xiao Tianbao. Even if she gave birth to another daughter, Qin Sanyi would definitely like her. Jiang Yan thought of Qin Sanyi again.
Her cheeks felt hot.
Chen Meili saw that Jiang Yan's expression had eased and immediately started the next topic. She looked around the room with greed in her eyes. Sister Nian, it's already noon. Why don't you have anything to eat at home? Didn't Captain Qin send you a meal? Jiang Yan said simply, I'm not hungry yet.
When I'm hungry, I can just cook something. How can that be?
People are made of iron and rice is steel. If you skip a meal, you'll be hungry. 3 meals a day should be eaten at regular times and places. Otherwise, it's not good for the stomach. Look at you, you have a baby in your belly. How can you be hungry? Is there any rice at home? Is there any meat? A sister-in-law will help you cook some. Chen Meili refuted again and was very anxious and worried. Her words were full of concern for Jiang Yan. But as she spoke, she went to the kitchen in the house. Sister-in-law Chen, there's really no need. Jiang Yan wanted to stop her, but Chen Meili didn't listen at all. She was focused on the kitchen. She even pushed Jiang Yan away. She looked like she would not give up until she achieved her goal. Jiang Yan had never seen such a shameless woman before. She rushed into someone else's house without caring about anything. He was unable to stop her for a while. When the atmosphere was tense, suddenly, there was a slight noise outside the door. After hearing the sound, the two looked outside the house. Jiang Yan immediately seized the opportunity to block Chen Meili from going out. In the Jiang family's yard, next to the open door, 2 dirty little faces were revealed. They were 2 little girls. The older one was about 5 or 6 years old, and the younger one was at most 3 or 4 years old, with snot running down her nose. The 2 little girls were clinging to the door frame, with only half of their faces exposed. Her dark eyes were filled with timidity and shrinkage. These 2 children belonged to Chen Meili. Their nicknames were Danny and Ernie. When Chen Meili saw the 2 children, she remembered that Jiang Yan really disliked children, so she immediately frowned and shouted, What are you 2 girls doing? How can you be so sneaky? It's really embarrassing. Why don't you go back home? The 2 children outside the door were startled by the sound. Their thin shoulders trembled, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Jiang Yan looked at them and felt distressed. Chen Meili, the biological mother, acted as if nothing had happened, waving her hands at Danny and Ernie, pretending to drive them away. After she scolded the children, her expression changed again. When she turned to look at Jiang Yan, she showed a warm smile. Sister Nian, you don't know that those 2 girls are just hungry ghosts reincarnated. After eating a few steamed buns at your place a few days ago, they kept making trouble with me, crying and shouting that they wanted to come to your house to eat steamed buns. Don't worry, I have already taught them a lesson. They are just little girls, they don't do physical work. How can they get hungry so easily? They won't starve to death if they skip a meal. Jiang Yan listened to Chen Meili's words, and her originally frowned brows became knotted. In her heart, she finally understood what was going on. Chen Meili has been sticking her hot face to the original owner's cold ace. To put it bluntly, it is profitable. Daily food and daily necessities, steamed buns and steamed cornbread that the original owner disliked, clothes that she didn't want to wear. All were accepted by Chen Meili. As time went by, Chen Meili's greed grew. Not only did she come by herself, but she also brought her 2 children with her. The original owner didn't like children and hated dirty children even more. In order to get rid of the children, she would always throw 1 or 2 steamed buns, just like sending beggars as alms. Chen Meili said verbally, No, you can't do this, sorry, but in fact, her eyes were full of greedy desires. At the moment, Chen Meili didn't get the steamed buns, and her mind was still in the Jiang family's kitchen. She continued to speak enthusiastically. Sister Nian, I can't let you go hungry. I'll help you cook. Where is your rice bag, Sister Chen? It's really not necessary. Jiang Yen didn't give Chen Meili a chance to go into the kitchen. She held her wrist with one hand, and the strength on her palm was greater than usual. She stared at Chen Meili, and from her words to her expression, she was a firm refusal. Chen Meili was shocked by Jiang Yen like this. After all, Jiang Yen used to dislike her rural origin and her bad smell. Not to mention pulling and tugging, even touching her clothes was considered dirty. But at this moment, Jiang Yen looked serious and indifferent, and was filled with an indescribable momentum. Chen Meili couldn't describe what this feeling was. In short, it was more embarrassing than when Jiang Yen said those unpleasant words before. In the end, Chen Meili forgot her purpose for a moment and froze in place in a daze. Seeing this, Jiang Yen pushed Chen Meili out again. She explained, "Sister Chen, look at my forehead. The wound has not healed yet. I feel a little dizzy. I have to go back and lie down. I really can't eat. I appreciate your kindness, but I need to rest. If you have anything, we can talk about it another day." As she spoke, before Chen Meili could react, she was pushed out of the door by Jiang Yen. Then you have a good rest. Sister-in-law won't disturb you. Chen Meili spoke in a daze, completely forgetting that she returned empty-handed this time. Jiang Yen sent Chen Meili away. But from the corner of her eye, she could still see the two small figures. They were Da-Ni and Er-Ni. The two little girls did not really leave after being yelled at by Chen Meili. They hid by the wall in a corner, fearing that Chen Meili would see them again, but they didn't dare to leave. Because they didn't get any food. Jiang Yen could be hard-hearted to the shameless Chen Meili, but she couldn't be cruel to two such young children. She could imagine that after leaving her house, Chen Meili would not only not give the two children lunch, but also scold them, just because they were girls. Jiang Yen sighed helplessly in his heart, but finally relented. "Big girl, second girl, come over here." She waved to the two children in the corner and called gently. Da-Ni and Er-Ni were timid, holding the dirty corners of their clothes with their little hands, and their little faces were nervous. They didn't dare to get close to Jiang Yen. Their trembling eyes looked at Jiang Yen and then at Chen Meili. Chen Meili was stunned at first, then she came to her senses, smiled brightly, and shouted again.
Donnie, Annie.
"Aunt Jiang is calling you. What are you doing? Come over here."
Come here.
In this way, the two little girls plucked up their courage this time, step by step, carefully approached. When Jiang Yen looked at them from a distance, she felt that they were small, and now that she was closer, she was even thinner. Her little Bao, who was only 1 year and 2 months old, was raised by Qin Sanni to have a round face and soft baby meat. But on Da-Ni and Er-Ni, there was no baby fat that children should have. The maternal instinct in Jiang Yen's heart was severely poked. "Wait for me." Jiang Yen went back to the house, and when she came out, she was holding 2 steamed buns in her hands. They were made of white flour, round, plump, soft, and fluffy. These 2 steamed buns were not from home, but were taken out by Jiang Yen from her personal space. When Chen Meili saw the white flour buns, her eyes lit up immediately. "Sister Nyen, how can I be so embarrassed to take your things for free again?" As she spoke, Chen Meili stretched out her hand to take the 2 steamed buns from Jiang Yen. But Jiang Yen avoided her movement. She said lightly, "It's nothing. Just 2 steamed buns. I am willing to give them to the children." Big girl, second girl, give them to Jiang Yen, handed the buns to the 2 children. Big girl and second girl looked at the white flour buns and swallowed their saliva, but they didn't dare to reach out to take them. They looked at Jiang Yen and then at Chen Meili. Chen Meili was so anxious, afraid that Jiang Yen would go back on his word. She yelled again, "You 2 silly girls, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and take them." The eldest and second daughter dared to reach out their hands this time. They said timidly, "Thank you, Aunt Jiang." Jiang Yen put the steamed buns firmly in their palms, leaving dirty handprints on the white flour buns. Perhaps in this way, the 2 buns belonged to the 2 children. "Sister Nyen, you are really kind, and I have eaten your buns again. Don't worry, your sister-in-law will come to help you cook and wash clothes some other day, and will never eat your food for free." Then I'll go first. You have a good rest. If you need help, just come to me. Don't be embarrassed. Chun Mei got the advantage, and she was satisfied. Jiang Yan thought so, and watched Chun Mei and her daughter leave. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan's idea still failed. On this side, Jiang Yan closed the door and went back to the house. On the other side, Chun Mei took the two children to a deserted place. When the eldest and second daughter were about to put the steamed buns in their mouths, Chun Mei's expression changed immediately. You are just little girls. Why are you eating steamed buns? Go back and drink sweet potato soup. With a swish, Chun Mei snatched the two white flour steamed buns from the eldest and second daughter. She patted the dust off the buns, and then put her nose close to it and sniffed. It smells so good. It must be made of refined flour. It turns out that the Jiang family's home is full of good things. It's a pity that I couldn't enter the kitchen today. Maybe I could see some meat. Chun Mei muttered while hiding the steamed buns in her clothes. When she lowered her head, she saw the two girls swallowing their saliva hungrily. What are you looking at? It's not that I'm cruel as a mother. Who told you two to be girls who lose money? The steamed buns are for your brother. If you want to show your strength, bring a guy with you. I will give you whatever you want to eat. What kind of luck does Jiang have? Not only can she marry Captain Qin, but she is also pregnant again. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl in her belly. What if she gives birth to a son?
Bah!
How can someone like her give birth to a son? I haven't been pregnant for 3 or 4 years. God is really blind to let someone like that get pregnant. Captain Qin is also blind to be deceived by her foxy face. In half a month, my Chunlan will be here. Chunlan is no worse looking than Jiang Yan. She is also virtuous and capable. In the future, Chun Mei kept talking to herself for a long time. The eldest and second daughter followed their mother and rubbed their hungry stomachs. Sister, I'm hungry. Second daughter, smell your hands, and you won't be hungry anymore. The eldest daughter taught the second daughter to put her little hands in front of her nose and smell the fragrance left by the steamed buns. Breathe in gently. She was afraid that if she used too much force, the fragrance would go away. On the other side, Jiang Yan used the food stored in the portable space to eat a simple lunch and fill his stomach. She checked the wound on her forehead again. The wound itself was not serious. After a night's rest and the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, it no longer bleeds and has begun to scar. It no longer needs to be bandaged. She looked around, looking at the strange yet familiar house, and began to think about the future. Jiang Yan didn't know the reason for the time travel, and she couldn't find a way to go back in a short time. Since she decided to stay, she had to live a good life now. Especially after experiencing the turmoil in the family compound early in the morning, Jiang Yan deeply experienced how disgusting the original owner was portrayed by Yi Lanlan. Using her name, bearing her face, but doing stupid things.
Jiang Yan didn't want this.
She not only wanted to restore the original owner's reputation in the family compound, but also to restore the tragic ending of this character. Jiang Yan tried hard to recall the original plot in the novel. Jiang Yan was angry and couldn't finish reading the novel of millions of words at one time, so she flipped through the catalog and skipped many chapters. What she cared about most was her final ending in the original text. In the novel, the original owner was always stubborn and obsessed. Even though she was pregnant, she still wanted to leave Qin Sanyi and go to the capital to find Lin Minghui. In Jiang Yan's opinion, this character does not conform to the logic of reality at all, and is completely crazy. The original owner is a married woman, and it is a military marriage. How can she be with another man without divorce? What's more, she has a child in her belly, and Lin Minghui has no special fetishes. Does he only love other people's wives and like to wear a green hat on his head? This kind of plot is full of malice towards her by the author Yi Lanlan. When she was 8 months pregnant, the original owner finally found an opportunity and finally got on the train to the north. The trains in the 1970s were crowded, bumpy, and full of various security issues. The original owner was spoiled. It was her first time to go out and take a long-distance train. As soon as she got on the train, her wallet was stolen by a pickpocket, so she couldn't afford to buy food on the train. Even if she made a big fuss on the train, no one would indulge her, and she was mercilessly ridiculed by strangers. The original owner could only endure the bumps with an empty stomach, but not long after, her 8-month-old stomach was hit hard by a passerby. At first, the situation was not bad, just a slight pain. But in the middle of the night, as the temperature dropped, the slight cramps turned into violent convulsions. The original owner screamed in pain, went to the toilet and took off her pants, and found that her lower body was covered in blood. She was in labor.
And it was
A difficult labor. The umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck, and the baby couldn't come out at all. There was no doctor or nurse on the train. There was no one who would care about the original owner. The original owner fell in the toilet and had no strength to get up. Her weak cry for help was not noticed by anyone in the carriage in the middle of the night. Just like that, amniotic fluid and blood flowed out from the center of her legs along her legs, until she could no longer make a sound. Jiang Nian died of pain, along with the 8-month-old baby in her belly. It was a fully formed male baby. If he could be separated from the mother's body, he would cry hard, but he died in a dirty toilet, 1 body and 2 lives. This way of death can be said to be full of Yi Lanlin's vicious curse on Jiang Nian. This is also the reason why Jiang Nian was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night after reading the novel. Jiang Nian still feels scared when she thinks about it now. She subconsciously reached out and touched her belly, as if she could feel the fear of the child in there. No, baby, Mom will definitely let you live well and grow up healthy. Jiang Nian whispered in a deep voice. There was gentle firmness in his words. Jiang Nian not only saw her own ending, but also saw Qin Sanyi's. In the novel, the news of the original owner's tragic death on the train was passed back to the Southwest military camp. The elopement could not be hidden at all. Qin Sanyi was gossiped by people around him, which also affected his promotion. Later, during a flight mission, the fighter plane driven by Qin Sanyi had a mechanical failure and crashed into the top of the mountain. In the end, the plane was destroyed and the crew died, with no body left. At the same time, Yi Lanlan and Lin Minghui in the capital successfully graduated from the capital university and got pregnant with their first child. They were looking forward to the birth of a new life.
Such a contrast is ironic.
Jiang Nian still felt it was a joke when she thought about it now. She didn't know whether Qin Sanyi's death in the novel was directly related to the original owner. But from yesterday's interaction, Qin Sanyi seemed to have a different feeling for the original owner. After all, the hot kiss in her dream this morning was real. If she changed her ending, maybe it could also affect Qin Sanyi's ending, and both of them would survive in the end, so that Xiao Anbao would not become an orphan without a father or a mother. After a lot of thinking, Jiang Nian sorted out all her thoughts and made up her mind. Since she came, she would make the best of it. She wanted to live a good life. Since she decided to live a good life, she would start by getting familiar with this home. Everything in the house was arranged by Qin Sanyi. The original owner had never touched the water of the house and didn't know anything about the situation at home. So the first thing to understand is the economic situation of this family. 10 minutes later, $8.50 and 3 cents. Jiang Nian looked at the change on the table, and her temples throbbed with pain. She couldn't believe that this family had only such a small amount of money, all the assets of the couple. Qin Sanyi was a cadre at the regiment level after all, with 50 yuan a month, subsidies for the New Year and other festivals, and all kinds of food coupons, cloth coupons, and oil coupons. Since the two got married, Qin Sanyi had handed in his salary every month, not a penny less. Half a month ago, Qin Sanyi gave another 50 yuan of salary to the original owner. Not only did the original owner not save a penny, but she also spent almost all of this month's salary. This family was almost so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat, but the original owner only cared about her own enjoyment. If she wanted to buy clothes, she would buy clothes. If she wanted to eat good food, she would go to the state-owned restaurant in the city. As long as she had money, she could have as much pork belly as she wanted. In addition, there were vanishing cream, skin lotion, lipstick on the dressing table. This was the 1970s, when people valued thrift and simplicity. The original owner was so extravagant that it was no wonder that the neighbors looked down on her. This behavior made Jiang Nian, who was keen on making money and once had a small savings target, feel very disgusted with himself. Those flowery clothes that could not be worn out were not as fragrant as money. She must make money. Although she has a portable space, she still doesn't want to live off her savings. Who would dislike having little money? Jiang Nian calculated her savings and walked closer to the kitchen to take a look. There was rice, flour, some vegetables, and potatoes in the kitchen, which could last for 2 or 3 days. In addition, Jiang Nian's portable space had enough food and drink for several lifetimes. She was not particularly worried about this aspect. Jiang Nian was more concerned about the stove in the kitchen, which used a fire stove and a bellows. For daily use, it was still a bit difficult for her, who only knew how to use a gas stove. Just making a fire would probably take her a while to learn. Jiang Nian looked at the stove carefully and noticed that there was an inconspicuous small cabinet in the corner of the kitchen. She didn't notice it at first, but only noticed it after a few more glances. After approaching and opening the cabinet, Jiang Nian saw 2 round iron cans placed side by side in the cabinet. She blinked in disbelief and cursed softly. Liar. Qin Sanyi, the liar. There is a trademark on the round iron can, and a few big words are written. Baby milk powder. This is the daily ration of Qin Xintian. Qin Sanyi kept saying that baby milk powder was a scarce commodity and could not be bought at all, so the original owner had to breastfeed. Now think about it, it was simply a man's lie. And this lie is very easy to see through. After the confinement, the original owner's milk became less and less. She only breastfed twice at first and recently only once a day. Such an amount of milk is simply not enough to feed a 1-year-old baby. Qin Sanyi must have secretly fed the child with milk powder. He even put the milk powder can in the kitchen and did not lock the cabinet, just to be sure that the original owner would not take the initiative to approach the kitchen, let alone open the inconspicuous cabinet. He is really bold and careful and has nothing to fear. The reason why Qin Sanyi did this is probably to force the original owner, who doesn't like children, to get close to the child. It was a calculation, but it was excusable.
Then,
what about yesterday in the hospital? Did Qin Sanyi also do it on purpose? Jiang Nian realized something and was getting closer and closer to the truth. Her face immediately turned pink, and she was burning badly. Her face was hot, her chest was heavy and stuffy, and it was also swollen and slightly painful.
She had.
Jiang Nian's face instantly became redder. That evening, the training of the flight brigade ended on time. After the training, Qin Sanyi went to the agency nursery to pick up his child. He was not wearing a formal military uniform today, but a camouflage flight suit for daily training. The flight suit has a loose version, and the top is a jacket style. It is easy to look bloated and funny when worn on ordinary people. But when worn on Qin Sanyi, he is tall and fits perfectly. Even more than when he wore a formal military uniform, he had a bit more wildness and uninhibited wildness, and exuded a strong hormonal breath when walking. Qin Sanyi received a lot of attention when picking up his child. Captain Qin, you are here to pick up the child again. Captain Qin's wife, what a blessing. It's their child. It's really pitiful. With such a big birthmark, half of the face can't be seen clearly. How can she get married in the future? And his terrible wife. Why did he marry such a woman? How can he live? People around him were also afraid that Qin Sanyi would hear these words. All lowered their voices and talked a lot. Qin Sanyi was still cold and turned a deaf ear to the voices around him. Only he knew his own life. He was the one who knew best whether Qin Sanyi was living a good life. He quickly took the child and held her in his arms.
Dad.
Little Anbao clung to Qin Sanyi's neck. The nursery gave out small biscuits as snacks in the afternoon. She ate several pieces, and there were some biscuit crumbs on the back of her mouth. As she clung to Qin Sanyi's neck, the biscuit crumbs with saliva all rubbed against her neck. Qin Sanyi didn't care at all. He took out a handkerchief from the pocket of little Anbao's bib and wiped her little mouth.
Dad.
Giggle. Little Anbao rubbed against her neck while calling for Dad, and there was a sweet laugh in her little baby voice. Mom Unan, call Mom. Mom, the weak voice shouted happily. The only words the little girl can say are Dad, Mom, Nani, which were all taught by Chin Sanyi one by one. Listening to the child's soft voice, the corners of the man's mouth rose silently. And it is so good, let's go home. Chin Sanyi didn't know the reason, but he saw the change in Jiang Nian yesterday. If he is lucky, Jiang Nian might be willing to hug little and bow today. The nursery is only a few hundred meters away from the family compound. After a while, the father and daughter arrived at the door of the house. Before Chin Sanyi approached, he smelled a pungent smell. It was like something was burnt. Could it be on fire? The man's expression tightened, and his tall figure rushed in quickly. At the same time, Jiang Nian was coming out of the house. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Nian held a spatula in one hand and covered his mouth and nose with the other hand. He coughed from time to time and walked out of the house with a smell of fireworks. She strode into the yard and took a few breaths of fresh air to calm the itching in her throat. As a result, she noticed the tall figure beside her a little late. It was Chin Sanyi who had returned. Jiang Nian raised the corner of her mouth and smiled at Chin Sanyi and the child. You're back. Jiang Nian was like a wife waiting for her husband and children to come home, and gave warm care as soon as she entered the door. This was still a scene that had never happened before. The man's dark pupils shrank slightly. Jiang Nian at this moment was not very delicate. Her face was covered with black coal dust. She held a spatula in her hand, and the apron ties on her body were crooked, making her look a little funny. But in Chin Sanyi's eyes, this was the most beautiful side. She was his wife. She was no longer a willful and stupid woman, and became extremely lively and charming. Chin Sanyi's deep eyes unconsciously scanned Jiang Nian up and down, and his gaze finally fell on Jiang Nian's neck and flat hair. He was puzzled. Your hair. Jiang Nian's long hair was gone. Speaking of this, it was still the original owner's fault. The original owner loved to spend money and love beauty. Because the women in the city all had curly hair, she didn't know where she found a hairdresser and spent a lot of money to get herself a head of curly hair. With Jiang Nian's pretty face, there is no hairstyle that can't resist. With her curly hair, she is full of charm and looks even more charming. Jiang Nian's charm is in sharp contrast with the plainness and simplicity of the entire family compound. She was determined to integrate into this world, and the first thing she did was to cut off her 3,000 strands of troubles with a pair of scissors. From the charming wavy curls, it suddenly became a clean and neat short hair. The ends of the short hair are slightly curled outwards. Light and beautiful. Jiang Nian knew that long hair could be sold for money, so she didn't throw away the cut long hair, but tied it up with an elastic band, waiting to sell it. She has good hair quality and a lot of hair, so her hair must be worth a lot of money. What Chin Sanyi sees now is her appearance with a pretty short hair. Looking at the ends of the hair that are turned outwards by Jiang Nian's ears, it makes people's fingertips itchy and want to reach out and touch it. But Jiang Nian screamed in panic, turned around quickly, and the light short hair flew through the air. She hurried back into the house. Chin Sanyi was holding his little girl, and little Anbao was calling for her mother. The father and daughter looked at Jiang Nian at the same time, with similar doubts in their dark eyes. His wife/her mother seemed to have changed. The father and daughter returned home and sniffed at the same time. A complex smell was floating in the air around them. It was not just the smell of burnt gunpowder, but also mixed with the aroma of food. From time to time, the sound of spatulas colliding could be heard in the kitchen. Jiang Nian was busy in there. Chin Sanyi put his little the dining cart, got up and walked towards the kitchen, wanting to take a look out of concern. Jiang Nian just came out with a large steaming bowl. Make way, hiss it so, hot make way, she shouted at Chin Sanyi in a hurry. Chin Sanyi immediately turned sideways. Jiang Nian walked smoothly to the dining table and put down the big bowl in his hand. The thin white fingertips were burned red. She immediately touched her earlobe with her fingers, rubbed it back and forth, and her short hair swayed even more violently. Jiang Nian brought out a large bowl of plain noodles. She looked noisy and flustered, but the plain noodles she made were delicious. The thin noodles were distinctly separated, and the soup was lightly soy sauce colored, with emerald green chopped green onions floating on the soup and a white poached egg. On a slightly cool evening in early spring, eating a bowl of steaming hot plain noodles can not only fill your stomach, but also warm your stomach. It is perfect. Chin Sanny took a look at the bowl of plain noodles. His stomach was restless, and his Adam's apple swallowed. Jiang Nian was going to the kitchen again. There's more noodles in there. I'll go get them. I'll get them. Chin Sanny moved even faster, turning around and walking into the kitchen. When he came out again, he was holding a bigger bowl with more noodles and 2 poached eggs. There was still curling white smoke and hot air. Chin Sanny was not afraid of the heat. He didn't even frown when he held the big bowl and put it on the table steadily. Jiang Nian was dumbfounded. Didn't this man know it was hot? She subconsciously looked at Chin Sanny's palm. She saw that the man's palm was big and wide, his fingers were long. The joints were slightly protruding, and there were calluses on his palm from years of training. These hands make people feel safe. It was also these hands that held her up steadily. Jiang Nian seemed to be burned again. Her ears were hot, and she turned away hurriedly, not daring to look at Chin Sanny again. I'll go get the chopsticks. You sit down first, you can eat soon. The woman's figure flashed, and she hid in the kitchen like she was escaping. Jiang Nian took the chopsticks and the dinner prepared for her little girl and walked out of the kitchen. The family of 3 sat down at the small dining table. The aroma and heat of the food lingered at everyone's nose. Chin Sanny did not pick up his chopsticks immediately. His dark eyes looked back and forth between Jiang Nian and the delicious Yangchun noodles. Did you make this noodle?
Yes.
Jiang Nian nodded generously. The noodles were taken out of her personal space. The soup base has some technological and hard-working formulas, and it can be used as long as it is diluted with water according to the proportion. But she made the fire, she cooked the noodles, and she poached the eggs. And the most soulful spoonful of lard can stimulate all the wonderful flavors. So, how come it wasn't her who cooked the noodles? Jiang Nian complained without any guilt. It's too difficult to make a fire. It took me almost half an hour to cook everything, which is longer than cooking noodles. I almost gave up, otherwise you wouldn't have dinner. This is my first time cooking. Isn't it great? Chin Sanny listened to her soft complaints quietly, his eyes swept across the black ash on her cheeks. When he retracted his gaze, he seemed to believe what Jiang Nian said. His Adam's apple moved, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "You did a good job. Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Nian smiled with curved eyes when he heard the praise. Wu Imam Little Onbao looked at the 2 adults talking, and she was ignored and protested with babbling, her little hands clenched into fists, knocking on the small table. Chin Sanny immediately turned to look at the child. But this time, Jiang Nian's speed was faster than that of a soldier, and she asked with gentle concern, "Baby, what's wrong? Are you hungry? Mommy made a lot of delicious food for Nan." As she spoke, Jiang Nian picked up the small bowl of rice paste and placed it in front of little Zenon. Just raised her hand and stretched out her hand. Her arm and chest were pulled, and her chest was stuffy and a little sore. Jiang Nian frowned and made a slight sound. Hiss. Chin Sanny immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?"
No.
"I don't feel uncomfortable." Jiang Nian waved her hands repeatedly to deny the pain in her body. But her thin eyebrows were slightly wrinkled together, and her eyes did not dare to look at Chin Sanny, which was obviously guilty. "Jiang Nian, are you injured?" Chin Sanny spoke again, with a low and strong voice in his words, wanting to pull her over for a physical examination. Jiang Nian was anxious and a little dazed, and her face became even redder. How could she possibly tell Chin Sanny about such a secret and shameful pain? Jiang Nian turned her back, suddenly picked up her little girl, and walked to the kitchen. "And hasn't washed her hands since she came back. I'll carry her to wash her hands." "Chin Sanny, you eat noodles first, I'll be back soon." Chin Sanny frowned and wanted to stop Jiang Nian. But he saw that before Jiang Nian picked up the child, she pressed her chest with her hand. She frowned and blushed, looking very shy. After picking up the child, she let out a long breath. In a flash, Qin Sanyi thought of something. A beautiful crimson scene flashed through his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. In the kitchen, Jiang Yan was holding the child and feeding him. His chest, which had been aching for the whole afternoon, was finally relieved. Little Anbao drank the fragrant milk and lay quietly in Jiang Yan's arms, which was so comfortable. She swallowed in big gulps while moving her fingers happily. She grabbed Jiang Yan as close at the collar, and then she wanted to grab Jiang Yan's hair, very excited. Jiang Yan pressed down little Anbao's moving hands. "Baby, you can't do this." Be good little girl thought Jiang Yan was playing with her, and like the pinky promise they made last night, she held Jiang Yan's hand tightly. First the left hand, then the right hand, and then gently touched her chest. It was finally over. No matter how many times Jiang Yan had to breastfeed, she still felt ashamed. She suppressed her shame and tidied her clothes. She washed her hands with little Anbao and then returned to the dining table with the cheerful little Anbao in her arms. Jiang Yan was still blushing as before and didn't dare to look at Qin Sanyi. Qin Sanyi's gaze was burning hot, and it was always on the mother and daughter. He noticed the little girl's particularly excited state and also saw the shiny water marks on her mouth.
It was just as he guessed.
She went to breastfeed. Jiang Yan stared at the man's burning gaze, endured the heat on her face, and tried to pretend that nothing had happened. Qin Sanyi was afraid that if she remained silent, Jiang Yan would be furious. He didn't ask anything and spoke out. "Let's start eating." While Jiang Yan was feeding the baby, Qin Sanyi didn't pick up his chopsticks first, but waited for Jiang Yan to come back. The family eats together. Then there was the sound of eating noodles. The plain noodles made by Jiang Yan were surprisingly delicious. The noodles were chewy and soft, and the soup was delicious. One mouthful of noodles and one mouthful of soup made people unable to stop eating. While Qin Sanyi was eating noodles, he didn't forget to take care of his daughter. Jiang Yan prepared rice paste and boiled eggs for Xiao Anbao. The boiled eggs were mashed into a soft mud and served in a small bowl. Xiao Anbao already knew how to use a spoon. She grabbed the small spoon by herself and stuffed it into her mouth, one mouthful after another. She was well behaved and obedient, and didn't make a fuss all day. It was just that the little hand holding the spoon couldn't accurately point the direction, and she would smear it on her mouth from time to time. Every time at this time, Qin Sanyi cleaned the food around Xiao Anbao's mouth and then let Xiao Anbao eat by herself. For a while, the only sound in the room was their eating. Jiang Yan had been busy all afternoon and was very hungry. She ate most of the big bowl of noodles, which was far more than she used to eat. When she was almost 80% full, Jiang Yan slowed down her eating speed and only moved her chopsticks occasionally. She raised her eyes and looked at Qin Sanyi seriously. She opened her mouth slowly and said what she said after careful consideration. "Qin Sanyi, from now on, I want to live a good life with you." Qin Sanyi's throat, which was swallowing noodles, stopped suddenly. The deep black eyes were slightly raised, and the gaze fell on Jiang Yan's face. Under the warm yellow light, the woman's pretty and charming face was meticulous, especially those eyes, shining, staring at him without blinking. Jiang Yan knew that it was impossible for Qin Sanyi to believe her immediately because of the ridiculous things the original owner had done, so she should show her sincerity. She said it again word by word. "I'm serious. I want to live a good life with you in the future." Qin Sanyi looked at Jiang Yan's lips, which moved and said words that made people's heart palpitate. His mind was a little distracted. He did not respond to Jiang Yan's words immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and took another big bite of noodles. Chewed and swallowed. Qin Sanyi looked up again. His expression was as calm as ever, as if what Jiang Yan said was nothing special. He spoke calmly. "Jiang Yan, it's useless to please me. I won't let you go to the capital. Don't dream about it." Qin Sanyi took Jiang Yan's seriousness as a means of appeasement to let him let down his guard. Deliberately get close, deliberately have a hobby, and then sneak away. This method is too childish. With Jiang Yan's previous resume, Qin Sanyi would never believe it easily. Jiang Yan didn't expect to get such a ridiculous reply. She explained anxiously. It's not like that. I didn't want to go to the capital. Let me tell you this. After I hit my head yesterday, I suddenly understood a lot of things. I found that I was ridiculous and did a lot of absurd things before. Chin Sani, I have completely woken up. The illusory future is not as important as the present. You, Xiao Anbao, and the child in my belly, we're the real family. Chin Sani, I want our family to live a good life. While speaking, Zhang Yan was not only speaking to Chin Sani, but also analyzing her heart bit by bit. The man in front of her, from Instructor Chin to Senior Chin, and then to her husband, is the man she wants to be close to and rely on, and the husband she wants to live with and grow old with. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, she stared at Chin Sani with her bright eyes, waiting for the man's reply. Chin Sani did not expect Zhang Yan to say so many words in one breath and even consider him and the child into the future. His heart was pounding and very restless. He had infinite expectations because of Zhang Yan's words. His feelings have completely fallen towards the beautiful woman in front of him, even if it is fake. At this moment, Chin Sani also wants to believe it. But his face still has the same expression as always, even a little cold and serious. In Zhang Yan's expectant eyes, Chin Sani spoke again. Zhang Yan, your personal documents are in the drawer of my military office. You can't get them. If you don't have your personal ID, you can't buy a ticket. In other words, Chin Sani still thinks she will run away. This sentence is even a killer. It made Zhang Yan realize how stupid and ridiculous it was for her to sneak away and elope without even an ID. Chin Sani told her not to dream anymore. Zhang Yan was not only anxious, but also angry. How could this man be like a hard stone, cold, and conservative? Chun Chun wasted her sincerity. It's really infuriating. Humph. Zhang Yan puffed up his cheeks in anger and didn't even eat the noodles. He turned his head to take care of Xiao Anbao and no longer looked at Chin Sani. The sweet and soft little girl is much better than the cold and stinky man. Zhang Yan fed Xiao Anbao rice porridge mouthful by mouthful. Chin Sani looked at Zhang Yan's profile, feeling the coquettish anger on her body. It was exactly the same as when Xiao Anbao was angry. The corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed, and they curled up wildly. The man asked, "Do you want to eat the rest of the noodles?"
No.
You're already full of anger. What else is there to eat? Zhang Yan did not answer. Then she heard the sound of dishes and chopsticks, and she couldn't help but glance over from the corner of her eye. She saw that Chin Sani put all her remaining food into his bowl, just like last night, and then ate it all in big mouthfuls. Zhang Yan glanced at him for a few times and then retracted her gaze. She still felt blocked in her heart. Suddenly, she heard the man's low and magnetic voice again. Chin Sani said, "Anian, life is lived one day at a time, and we still have a long way to go. Very long, the kind that will last a lifetime. Anyway, he will not let go." Zhang Yan was a little stunned, but quickly understood the meaning of Chin Sani's words. Some things, instead of saying them nicely, are better to be done down to earth. Chin Sani did not completely disbelieve her words, and he was also shaken. The resentment and anger that Zhang Yan had been holding in her chest instantly disappeared with Chin Sani's words. "Mom, hoo, okay, Mom'll feed you now," little Anbao cried for food. Zhang Yan hurriedly came back to her senses and continued to feed little Anbao rice porridge mouthful by mouthful. Chin Sani, who had already finished the bowl of noodles, accompanied him silently and watched the scene quietly. The coldness in his black eyes disappeared, and his eyes looking at Zhang Yan became more and more focused. Zhang Yan has been facing little Anbao sideways, with his slender neck tilted slightly downward, revealing a piece of snow-white skin and a dark red rope that was sticking to Zhang Yan's body. Chin Sani knew Zhang Yan's body well. Knowing that her skin was sensitive, she didn't wear any jewelry. The red string was newly put on by Zhang Yan, and the knot pattern was quite familiar. Chin Sani quickly thought of the jade pendant. "Did you wear the jade pendant on and in?" Zhang Yan was stared at by Chin Sani's burning gaze. Her neck felt hot, and her skin turned pink. Since he had discovered it, she didn't hide it. Zhang Yan touched the red string, nodded slightly, and turned to look at Qin San. Well, I think the jade pendant is pretty. Can I just wear it myself? She asked directly and frankly. Her eyes sparkled. It was Qin San who was stunned and slowly avoided her gaze. After a pause, he whispered, that jade pendant was originally for you. It was a family heirloom of the Qin family, specially given to the daughter-in-law. Qin San gave it to Jiang Nian once when they first got married. But Jiang Nian at that time didn't like such a small thing at all. She took a look at it and threw it in the corner with disgust. Jiang Nian might have forgotten this matter, so she had today's doubts. Thinking of the emerald green and warm jade pendant, which was now against Jiang Nian's chest. Qin San's breathing became hot. After nightfall, the dusk deepened. Jiang Nian soon realized a problem. Qin San would not be training tonight, and they would be sleeping in the same bed. Although there are 2 rooms in the house, the other one is a small room that can only fit a single bed. The space is very small and full of sundries. In the past, they slept in the big bed in the master bedroom, and the little girl slept in a separate small crib. According to Jiang Yan's efficiency of having 2 children in 3 years, although they are not compatible in life and thought, they are definitely high frequency and high quality in husband and wife obligations. After washing up, Jiang Yan stood by the bed holding Xiao Anbao, looking at the big bed that was more than 2 meters wide, and all kinds of memories rolled in her mind. Along with the memories, there was also a strange and numb electric current. These memories are all in her mind, which is much more vivid than watching a movie. That passionate man is really the cold Qin San? Does this man have 2 modes before and after turning on the lights? The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the hotter she felt. She has a baby in her belly and another in her arms. Qin San would not do that to her in front of the 2 children, right? Little Anbao was held in Jiang Yan's arms. The baby, who had just taken a bath, was wearing a single piece of clothing and a layer of prickly heat powder. Her body was slippery and comfortable. She kept waving her limbs, grabbing her little feet with her little hands, trying to put them in her mouth, and making babbling sounds with joy.
No.
The little feet are dirty. You can't eat them. Jiang Yan held down Xiao Anbao's restless hands, looked at the child with shining eyes, and held the child tightly. Her Xiao Anbao was her savior. Jiang Yan climbed onto the bed and slept on the innermost side. Then she put the little girl in the middle of the bed. She and Xiao Anbao covered with one quilt, and Qin San covered with another, which perfectly solved the problem of sleeping in the same bed. Jiang Yan was relieved. Qin San had already taken a shower, took off his military uniform, checked the doors and windows, and walked back to the bedroom. His mail as soon as the person entered the door. Jiang Yan took a sharp breath. He is not wearing any clothes. Qin San was only wearing a pair of loose boxer shorts, with his upper body exposed to the air. His strong chest muscles, well-defined abdominal muscles, and the inverted triangle lines of broad shoulders and narrow waist were fully displayed in front of Jiang Yan. Is this a picture she can see? Qin San was not afraid of heat or cold, and took a cold shower. There was a dampness on his body, and there was still water on his chest that had not been wiped dry. Drops. The water drops sparkled brightly under the light. Along the lines of the chest muscles, along the sunken ravines, they slowly flowed down. Jiang Yan's sight was unconsciously fixed on the small water drop. Following it down, the small water drop finally disappeared at the waistband of Qin San's pants, smudged on the fabric, and became an inconspicuous wet water mark. Gurgle. Jiang Yan heard the sound of her swallowing heavily. She is worthy of being a soldier. Her figure is absolutely amazing. Is this the benefit of her traveling to a strange world? She is too beautiful to behold. Jiang Yan's eyes were fixed on a certain part of Qin San and never left. She couldn't see the expression on her face and thought she was stealing glances cautiously, totally unaware that her drooling look had already caught Qin San's eyes. So when Qin San put on his clothes, Jiang Yan finally couldn't bear to move her eyes away from the disappearing muscles. Just as she was feeling regretful, she suddenly met Qin San's smiling and mischievous black eyes. She was discovered. Jiang Yan's heart sank and her face burned badly. She hurriedly reached out to pull the quilt, turned her back, and lay down pretending to sleep. It's late, I'm sleepy, it's time to go to bed, You turn off the lights. Qin Sanyi did not expose Jiang Yan's panic, nor did he carry the child to the small bed beside him. He turned off the lights as Jiang Yan requested. The room suddenly fell into darkness. When the vision was unclear, the hearing was gradually amplified. The sound of Qin Sanyi's footsteps, the rubbing of clothes on the bed, the slight tilt of the bed under the weight of the man's body. Every little detail was clearly audible in Jiang Yan's ears. Even the breathing was so clear. Jiang Yan scratched his ears, and the back of his ears was hot and itchy. Qin Sanyi seemed to feel Jiang Yan's helplessness, and he didn't speak again after turning off the lights. The couple was silent, but the little girl was extremely excited. It was the first time that Xiao Anbao slept between her father and mother. Her eyes were shining, and she looked left and right. Both sides were her favorite people. Between her father and mother, Xiao Anbao her little finger and chose Jiang Yan without hesitation.
Mom.
The soft little baby rubbed its chubby body, moving against Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan originally had her back to her, but in order to respond to little Anbao's call, she had to turn around. She lay on her side, holding her little girl in her arms, with the child's face pressed against her chest, and patted her gently with her palms. When coaxing little Anbao to sleep, she naturally hummed a soft lullaby. Coaxing. Jiang Yan not only coaxed the child to sleep, but also successfully coaxed herself to sleep. It was the first time for her to sleep in the same bed with Qin Sanyi, so the relationship was unexpectedly harmonious. No accidents happened, and she slept particularly well. Little did she know. Beside her, the pair of dark and boundless eyes stared at the mother and daughter for a long time. The sound of the lullaby gradually faded away, and the man reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Good night, sleep well. Qin Sanyi closed his eyes gently. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Jiang Yan gradually became familiar with the life in the family compound. The stove that uses wood to make fire, the bellows that need to be pumped vigorously, the faucet for centralized water use, the chattering that can be heard at any time in the compound. In terms of life details, there are no modern home appliances, which is definitely inconvenient. But correspondingly, there is no phone ringing at any time, no endless information that needs to be processed, and the indifferent relationship through the machine. Jiang Yan felt the fireworks that she had not seen for a long time. She also became a part of this fireworks. In the compound, the rumors about Jiang Yan still did not stop. But last time she yelled that she wanted to find the inspection team, no one dared to come to her house to embarrass her, and she felt afraid. The only person who had come to her house was still Chen Meili. Jiang Yan had seen through Chen Meili's greedy nature, and was on guard in her heart, and would not get too close to this person. She even speculated that Chen Meili might have secretly read the letter written by Lin Minghui, so she knew Lin Minghui's name. Therefore, Jiang Yan cannot turn against her completely, lest Chen Meili go to extremes. But she cannot be careless. During these 3 days, Jiang Yan also found that the training of Qin Sanyi's troops was much busier than she had imagined. They left early and returned late, and sometimes trained at night late at night. There was no more incident of being kissed fiercely while half asleep. But no matter how busy he was, Qin Sanyi would take time out in the morning to send little Anbao to the nursery. In the evening, he would arrange for other people to take the child home, so that Jiang Yan would not have to carry the child back and forth. For example, Lu Cheng. Jiang Yan was waiting for the child in front of the family compound, and saw a young man in a military uniform holding a child from a distance. Lu Cheng is somewhat similar to Qin Sanyi in appearance and figure. But he is a few years younger than Qin Sanyi, and has spent less time in the army, so compared to Qin Sanyi's maturity and restraint, Lu Cheng still has the sharpness of a young man. Lu Cheng, thank you for sending an back. Jiang Yan thanked him and reached out to take the little girl. But Lu Cheng moved sideways to avoid Jiang Yan's hand, leaving her empty. Lu Cheng held the child as gently as possible, and stared at Jiang Yan with powerful eyes. On his young and handsome face, he could not hide his disgust. I advise you to be more obedient, and not to make trouble all the time just because the captain likes you. The captain is willing to pamper you. That's his business. If I really catch you doing something wrong, and find out that you have done something to let the captain down, I will never let you go." Soon as Lu Qing opened his mouth, he threatened fiercely. If it weren't for Xiao Anbao, he might have turned hostile and given Jiang Nian some trouble. Jiang Nian knew clearly the relationship between Lu Qing and Qin San. They were not only superiors and subordinates in the army, but also comrades who had fought bloody battles. They were not brothers, but better than brothers. It was good for Qin San to have such a brother in the army to protect him, accompany him, and think about him. So Jiang Nian was not angry at all when threatened by Lu Qing, but continued his words. "Lu Qing, don't worry. I won't do anything to let Qin San down, and you will never have the chance to catch my little braid. You've made a trip today, give me the child and go back to work." As he spoke, Jiang Nian reached out to Lu Qing again and took Xiao Anbao. Xiao Anbao had already moved in Lu Qing's arms when she heard Jiang Nian's voice. After waiting for Jiang Nian's familiar embrace, she was even happier. She showed Jiang Nian a milky smile, and the red birthmark on her face was like a petal in spring. Lu Qing never expected that Jiang Nian was not afraid of him at all. "I still have the courage to approach him. Is it because his expression is not fierce enough? The tone is not harsh enough? And when did Xiao Anbao become so close to Jiang Nian? Didn't she always hate children the most?" Lu Qing had too many doubts in his heart, but there were still things waiting for him in the flight squadron, so he didn't have time to stay for long. Humph! Leaving a cold snort, he left angrily. But just a few meters away, the young man suddenly turned back. Lu Qing fumbled in the pocket of his military uniform, grabbed something, and stuffed it into the pocket of Xiao Anbao's bib. He pressed it with his palm. He raised his eyes and warned Jiang Nian, "This is for Xiao Anbao. You are not allowed to eat it secretly." After leaving this sentence, Lu Qing really left. What is so mysterious? Jiang Nian opened Xiao Anbao's apron pocket with curiosity and saw a handful of white rabbit milk candy. Blue and white candy wrapper, cute little rabbit pattern, and a strong milky fragrance. This is a good thing. In ordinary supply and marketing cooperatives, you can only buy ordinary fruit candies, and you can't buy high-quality white rabbit milk candies at all, unless it is in the shopping malls in the provincial capital. Lu Qing didn't know where he got it from. Jiang Nian was holding the child and thinking when she saw a figure at the side. It was Chen Meili. She immediately covered the pocket of little Anbao. "Sister Nian, Yuranin is back." Chen Meili walked closer while talking, her shrewd eyes fixed on the bib on little Anbao. When little Anbao heard Chen Meili's voice, her small body trembled, the smile on her face disappeared, and she immediately lowered her head and clung to Jiang Nian's neck. She hid her entire little face, without raising her head, and her body curled up. Jiang Nian immediately hugged little Anbao tighter. Her palm gently stroked her back, soothing her gently. She sensed the child as fear of Chen Meili, and wanted to find a reason to avoid her and not let Chen Meili get close. But Chen Meili was not someone who could be avoided so easily. Before Jiang Nian could speak, she had already walked closer, chattering non-stop. "Sister Nian, that man just now was Deputy Captain Lu from Luqing, right? Let me tell you, Deputy Captain Lu is incredible. He's from the capital, and there's only one like him in our entire military region. They say we're about to go to war here, but he's from the capital, and he's willing to come to such a faraway place. All because of your man. Deputy Captain Lu doesn't respect anyone in the army except Captain Qin. People who have seen them say they're like brothers, and they look a bit alike. Sister Nian, Deputy Captain Lu, is so close to your family, and he's so good to Anin, and he sent you something just now, right?" Chen Meili's eyes were fixed on little Anbao's bib, and she never left it. She wanted to tear open the clothes and take a look. In the past, Jiang Nian would throw to her anything she didn't like. Those things were actually all good things. If they were sent by Lu Qing, they might have been sent from the capital. Chen Meili's mind was calculating. She was so anxious that she didn't even notice Jiang Nian's gloomy expression. Jiang Nian still held the child tightly. After seeing through Chen Meili's intention, He didn't respond to her at all. Sister Chun, Mayanan is sleepy. I want to take her back to sleep. I won't talk to you anymore.
Ah?
Why did you go back without saying a few words to me? Sister Nyen, we haven't talked for a long time. I'm going to your house to sit down. Sister Chun, I heard the child crying. Is it your eldest daughter and second daughter? You should go back and take a look. Don't let anything happen to the child. The child is very tough. It's okay to cry a few times. Nothing will happen. Chun Meili kept chasing Jiang Nian. Seeing that Jiang Nian was about to enter the house, she actually wanted to follow him. The final result was, Jiang Nian was too lazy to say any more nonsense and closed the door directly. Chun Meili was rejected. The door panel that was closed hard almost hit her nose, which scared her a lot. She gritted her teeth tightly and held back the curse in her throat. Chun Meili stared at the closed door for a long time and couldn't figure out why Jiang Nian, who was clearly dominated by her before, changed so suddenly. Did he hit his head and suddenly became smarter? If she is gone, where will I get food and clothes in the future? Chun Meili was puzzled and could only leave angrily. Inside the house, Jiang Nian heard Chun Meili's footsteps leaving and put her heart at ease. She gently patted Xiao Bao on the back and said softly, "And it's okay. The person you hate is no longer here. Only Mom and Anin are here." Jiang Nian comforted the child. He slowly loosened his arms that were tightly around Jiang Nian's neck, quietly poked his head out, and looked around carefully. I found myself in the house. The room was quiet and there was no sharp sound. Little Anbao's tense little face finally slowly recovered its cuteness. She smiled happily, rubbing his cheek against Jiang Nian. Smelling her sweet scent, he giggled. Jiang Nian touched the part of Xiao Anbao's face with the birthmark and kissed it. The skin there felt smooth and tender, just like normal delicate baby skin. It just had a touch of the deep red color of petals. Her baby, God had kissed him a little more. That night, Qin Sanyi was still busy with training and couldn't go home for dinner. Jiang Nian took care of Xiao Anbao alone, feeding him, bathing him, and coaxing him to sleep, taking care of him in every possible way. Qin Sanyi had clearly said before that he was worried about the child being alone with Jiang Nian, fearing that Jiang Nian would do something to hurt the child again. But in recent days, Jiang Nian's attitude has changed, and Qin Sanyi has seen it all. Especially after Jiang Nian proposed living a good life, Qin Sanyi's attitude became more relaxed. Slowly, he handed over the child-related matters to Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian is becoming more and more like a competent mother. Jiang Nian also told Qin Sanyi that he didn't need to arrange for someone to get food and deliver it every day, and she could cook her own 3 meals. After thinking about it, Qin Sanyi agreed. The more Jiang Nian gets along with Qin Sanyi, the more she finds that men only look cold and difficult to get close to, but as long as she talks to him nicely, he will actually agree. Qin Sanyi even indulges her in some way. Jiang Nian feels that even if she makes an impolite request and begs Qin Sanyi a few times, he might agree. He is definitely cold on the outside but warm on the inside. If Qin Sanyi in another world also has this kind of personality, how come Yilanlan has been pursuing him for so long but still can't pry open Qin Sanyi's heart? Jiang Nian couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think about it. After all, it was already quite bizarre for her to travel through time alone. It couldn't be that Qin Sanyi also traveled through time, right? The current Qin Sanyi must be different from the Qin Sanyi in another world. In comparison, Jiang Nian likes the current Qin Sanyi more. After all, this man is hers. Jiang Nian thought about this and fell asleep in a daze. In the middle of the night, in the darkness, she vaguely heard some noises, as if someone was swaying by the bed. Jiang Nian was in a trance and couldn't open his eyes. He subconsciously hugged the child beside him and touched Xiao Anbao's face. She gradually relaxed when she felt her child sleeping peacefully beside her. She blinked and tried to open her sleepy eyes. At this moment, a deep and pleasant voice came into her ears. "It's me." After Qin Sanyi finished training that day, he went to the military headquarters to hold an emergency meeting, which lasted a long time and dragged on until midnight. He returned home in the dark. He walked into the house lightly in fear of disturbing Jiang Nian and the child, and did not turn on the light in the room. Unexpectedly, he still woke Jiang Nian up. Jiang Nian had a sleepy look on his face, and he murmured unconsciously, exuding a sense of dazed cuteness. He patted the quilt on Jiang Nian's body, as if he was coaxing little and Bao. "You continue to sleep, I'll go out with some clean clothes." Jiang Nian spoke sleepily, and there was no movement after a while. He must have fallen asleep again. Qin Sanyi's footsteps became lighter again. 10 minutes later, Qin Sanyi returned to the room again and got on the bed from the outside. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he heard Jiang Nian's sleepy voice again. "Have you finished washing?" Qin Sanyi didn't expect Jiang Nian to be still awake. "You didn't fall asleep? Did I disturb you?" "No, I can sleep." Jiang Nian spoke with her eyes closed. Her voice was vague, dragging with a small tail, and there were some contradictions in her words. She forced herself not to fall asleep because she had something to say to Qin Sanyi. "Qin Sanyi, I'm going out tomorrow and want to go to the city." Qin Sanyi lay down, glanced in the direction of Jiang Nian, and responded softly, "I'm telling you, don't worry, and don't let anyone follow me. I won't run away." Jiang Nian spoke very slowly and steadily, almost mumbling in her sleep. But then she spoke very clearly. "I said I would live a good life with you, so I'll keep my word. And you don't know, Qin Sanyi, in this world, the only person I can trust is you. So, don't worry, I'll go in the morning, and come back in the afternoon, and bring you, and in some delicious food." One sentence after another. Jiang Nian was probably confused because he was sleepy. He said everything he wanted to say and what was hidden in his heart. It was obviously very ordinary, but Qin Sanyi, who had just closed his eyes, felt his chest heaving, and he was no longer sleepy. "Okay, I got it." Qin Sanyi responded first and then asked, "The family compound is a bit far from the city. Do you want me to find a car to take you there?" He still treated Jiang Nian as delicate as before. She liked to wear leather shoes and was unwilling to walk more. But Qin Sanyi's question remained unanswered for a long time. The only sound in the room was the sound of breathing. Qin Sanyi glanced at the inside of the bed again and saw the woman and the child's heads close together, both breathing evenly. She fell asleep, so peacefully. In Qin Sanyi's ears, like an old phonograph, the words Jiang Nian just said kept skipping frames and echoing. "Qin Sanyi, in this world, the only person I can trust is you." The 3 words "only you" seemed to be replaceable with 3 other words. "I love you." The next day, early in the morning, Qin Sanyi stuffed another 20 yuan into Jiang Nian's pocket, as if he knew that Jiang Nian had spent all his money. There were also 2 food coupons, 2 cloth coupons, and 1 meat coupon. It seemed unintentional, but his actions were basically saying, "I have money, spend it as I please." A typical domineering CEO novel setting. However, in domineering CEO novels, the domineering CEO men mainly only have 20 yuan to spend. I'm sure people will laugh at me. Jiang Nian took a look at the colorful banknotes and bills in his hand and asked in surprise, "Didn't you give me all your salary this month? How do you still have money?" Qin Sanyi replied, "You don't have to worry about that. Just buy whatever you want. Our family is not so poor that we can't afford to eat. If it's not the salary, then it's..." "Qin Sanyi, do you have some private money hidden?" Jiang Nian finally caught Qin Sanyi's little handle, otherwise this man would be too perfect. She raised her eyebrows, a little proud. She stared at Qin Sanyi with a teasing look. The man said, "No, these money and bills are from the previous spring festival." Qin Sanyi was about to explain. Jiang Nian looked at the time and was shocked. "It's time. I won't catch the bus if I don't go out." "Qin Sanyi, it's nothing for a husband to hide some private money. Don't worry, I won't bother you, I'm leaving first." She quickly tidied her hair and went out in a hurry, her voice getting farther and farther away. But the word husband was soft, crisp, and resounding. Because of insomnia, Qin Sanyi, who only slept for 2 hours, was inexplicably in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a faint arc. Qin San organized the flight brigade training as usual, from daily physical training to driving training to theoretical knowledge of fighter jets. Nothing could be missed. At the beginning of the training, the soldiers quickly felt that Qin San was unusual. In the intervals of training, the soldiers who had just finished the 3,000-kilometer training sat on the playground in tight training suits, sweating profusely. Was it dazzled me just now? I seemed to see the captain smile a little. Did you also feel that the captain was a little different today, as if he was particularly happy? I didn't meet the standard for push-ups just now, but he didn't notice it. Don't you know yet? Our sister-in-law is pregnant again. The captain has only been married for 2 years, and he already has a second child. He has 2 children in 3 years. If it were me, I would be happy for 10 days and a half months. Captain Qin is a real man. So fierce. Have you seen your sister-in-law? I heard that your sister-in-law is very beautiful, a great beauty. I have seen it. My sister-in-law doesn't seem to have a good temper, and she doesn't like rough guys like us. But she is really beautiful. She is so beautiful, and she is not called the flower of the compound for nothing. Captain Qin is about to have 2 children. When can I have a wife? This group of soldiers are pilots selected from various units. They have proud talents, but since they entered the flight brigade, the person they admire most has become Qin San, and they admire him from the bottom of their hearts. When this group of bachelors talked about wife and children, their words were full of envy. Lu Cheng also felt that Qin San was abnormal today. He was different from those soldiers. He didn't speculate elsewhere. He knew that the only person who could affect Qin San's mood was Jiang Nian. Lu Cheng walked to Qin San and asked in a low voice, "Captain, has your sister-in-law reconciled with you?" He said this cleverly. It was not that they had reconciled, but it hinted that Jiang Nian took the initiative and had other intentions. After all, after seeing Jiang Nian last time, Lu Cheng always felt that the woman was strange and different from before. He didn't know why, but he was afraid that it was not a good thing. Qin San didn't answer Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was afraid that Qin San would be confused, and he was anxious, so he immediately continued. "Captain, my mother told me that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. You must not be fooled easily. Did she use a beauty trap on you? She deliberately approached you to let you relax your vigilance, so that she could get your ID card from you and then sneak out. Captain. Third brother. You can't be fooled the same way a second time. Lu Cheng." Suddenly, Qin San called Lu Cheng's name in the tone he used during training. Lu Cheng reacted completely, subconsciously. "Here."
Captain.
Qin San ordered, "Don't follow Jiang Nian anymore."
Why?
Lu Cheng looked confused. "I followed her to keep an eye on her, afraid that she would run away." "Captain, you agreed before. Why don't you let me follow now?" "Because your tracking skills are too poor," she found out. "You have extra training tonight and relearn the single soldier tracking technique." Qin San ordered concisely. Lu Cheng looked incredible. How could he be discovered by that stupid woman? She must be talking nonsense. If she found out, she should show evidence. Lu Cheng was not convinced, but when Qin San looked at him, he stood at attention and saluted reflexively. "Yes, Captain. I will have extra training tonight and relearn the single soldier tracking technique." The family compound is located in a remote area, more than an hour's drive from the city center. There is only one bus for transportation, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. If you miss it, you have to wait for half a day. The army issued monthly tickets to the wives of military personnel, and the bus rides are free. It was the 5th day of the first lunar month, which happened to be the day for the big market. Many people went out to the city, so the bus was particularly crowded. Jiang Nian left late and was one of the last few to get on the bus. Not only was the bus full, but there were people standing in the aisles, and some people were shouting, "Please squeeze in, please make way." Jiang Nian had experienced commuting on the subway at 8 or 9 in the morning in her previous life, so this level of crowding was nothing. She grabbed the handrail on the car and found a seat near the window to stand. On this car, there was not only Jiang Nian, a military wife, but also many sisters-in-law from the family compound. They had made an appointment to go out together, and they sat together, talking and laughing. Jiang Nian had an awkward relationship with them, so she didn't go over to join in the fun. Instead, someone shouted to Jiang Nian a few times. The person was called Liang Yuxiu, the wife of the 5th Company commander of the Red 3rd Regiment. She had a handsome and generous appearance, bright eyes, and looked like a person who was easy to get along with. Jiang Nian, come over here. Liang Yuxiu opened her mouth. Before Jiang Nian said anything, Huang Guixiang, who was traveling with her, retorted. Why are you calling her? She is a young lady. Why would she care about people like us who come from the countryside? This was not a pleasant thing to say, but Liang Yuxiu smiled gently and explained. It takes more than an hour for the bus to get to the city. Jiang Nian is pregnant, and the ride is bumpy. I'm afraid she can't bear it. Everyone, please take care of her and squeeze in to give her a seat. Jiang Nian was on the side and heard their conversation. Although Liang Yuxiu said so, they had just had a fight a few days ago, and Jiang Nian didn't think this would work. I'm just standing there, it won't be a problem. Jiang Nian wanted to refuse. Unexpectedly, an angry voice came towards her. It's just to make room for a pregnant woman. I, Huang Guixiang, am not an unreasonable person. The person who hated Jiang Nian the most was the first to agree. Huang Guixiang nudged the person next to her with her ace and shouted, Move to the side quickly, squeeze in, there is another person sitting here. There were sporadic complaints from other people, but under Huang Guixiang's brute force, a seat was really vacated. Liang Yuxiu hurriedly pulled Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, there's a seat. Please sit down. Thank you, Sister Yuxiu. You can just call me Nian. Jiang Nian finally didn't have to sway with the bus and had a space to sit down. She also wanted to thank another person, Huang Guixiang. But Huang Guixiang turned her head to the other side and didn't even look at her, as if she had never had any contact with her, and it seemed that she was still angry. Liang Yuxiu noticed Jiang Nian's actions, smiled, and said in a gentle voice, Guixiang is just hot-tempered, fierce, and speaks directly. In fact, she is a good person and doesn't have any bad intentions. There is a misunderstanding between you, so you don't understand each other. If you have the opportunity to get along with each other, you will definitely be able to feel it. Okay, I also hope to have this opportunity. Jiang Nian listened carefully and nodded. She and Liang Yuxiu sat next to each other, so close that the wrinkles and pores on her face could be seen clearly. Liang Yuxiu had a dignified face and regular features, but there was a large patch of freckles in the middle of her face and on the bridge of her nose. They were so densely packed that it really affected her appearance. Logically speaking, Liang Yuxiu, who is 27 or 28 years old, should not have so many freckles. It was definitely not acquired. Then it can only be congenital, that is, hereditary. Jiang Nian, out of professional habit as a medical student, stared at the freckles on Liang Yuxiu's face. Women are born to love beauty, and Liang Yuxiu is naturally the same. Because of these freckles, she has been treated differently since she was a child, and she has some psychological trauma and is quite sensitive. After noticing Jiang Nian's gaze, she turned her face away awkwardly, lowered her head, and tried to cover her face. This evasive expression is exactly the same as Xiaoanbao. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Nian asked, Sister Yuxiu, have you had freckles since you were a child? How did you know? Liang Yuxiu looked up in surprise, looking at Jiang Nian in disbelief. I have had these on my face since I can remember, when I was probably 4 or 5 years old. They all said that these were pockmarks and that pockmarks are hereditary. I almost couldn't get married because of this, but luckily my current lover doesn't mind. Sister Yuxiu, in medicine, what you have are called freckles, not pockmarks. Congenital freckles are inherited due to DNA. One of your mother or father has the freckle gene, and it is passed on to you. Freckles do not affect your health and are not a big problem. Jiang Nian explained carefully and seriously. Her soft voice was particularly effective when she spoke professional words, which made people stunned. Unconsciously, the originally noisy voices in the car became smaller. Not only Liang Yuxiu, but many people around pricked up their ears to listen. Liang Yuxiu was stunned. It was DNA and genes again, and it was spoken in foreign languages. She suddenly reacted. I almost forgot. Anian, you have studied and attended a medical school. You are a top student in our compound. Liang Yuxiu said, a little excited, holding Jiang Nian's hand tightly and asking, Anian, I heard that there is a very good vanishing cream in the department store in the provincial capital. Just apply it to get rid of my freckles. I asked someone, and the vanishing cream costs 50 yuan a bottle. I really feel sorry for the money and can't bear to buy it. Do you think the vanishing cream is really that powerful? Jiang Nian said, the main effect of the vanishing cream is to moisturize and hydrate the skin. It has some whitening effects, but it is useless for your congenital freckles. Is that so? Such a good thing can't cure it. It seems that she has no hope. After hearing Jiang Nian's answer, Liang Yuxiu's originally enthusiastic expression became decadent, and the whole person was listless. Jiang Nian felt sorry for such a good person. For Xiao Onbao, she planned to develop a whitening cream. Maybe she could help Liang Yuxiu. Sister Yuxiu, I have a recipe for whitening cream and can mix and make it. My homemade whitening cream can't completely cure your freckles, but it can lighten them a little, making the freckles look less obvious. Really? Anian, you can actually make whitening cream. If I ask you to make it, the price. Expensive. Expensive? Liang Yuxiu asked cautiously, fearing that she was short of money and couldn't afford it. Jiang Nian made whitening cream mainly for Xiao Onbao, and this was just a side job. She waited a little. It's not expensive, 2 yuan a can, and a can be used for 2 months. If it doesn't work for you, I'll refund you the money. Liang Yuxiu's excitement was beyond words, and her eyes were filled with joy. The most common vanishing cream in the supply and marketing cooperative costs 5 yuan a bottle, which is too expensive. I can't bear to buy it. She only sells it for 2 yuan. 2 yuan a bottle. 1 bottle can be used for 2 months, which is equivalent to 1 yuan a month. Comrade Jiang, can you sell me the vanishing cream you make? Look at my face. It's tanned, and I look 10 years older. All of a sudden, the other military wives around came over. Not only the women in the compound, but also the other people in the car were quite interested. Can you sell it to me too? I want a bottle.
Meh.
I want it too. I'm from the production brigade of Hengqi town, which is about dozens of kilometers away from your compound. I want one too. The whole car was full of women, all chattering around Jiang Nian. Among them, only Huang Guixiang was still holding on with her neck stiff, not even looking back. Jiang Nian didn't expect that a small whitening cream would have such a huge market potential, and everyone in the car wanted it. She was worried about how to make money before. This business opportunity to make money has come to her door automatically. In recent years, everyone's life has been getting better and better, and they have more money in their hands. They pursue quality of life and beautiful people and things. The beauty and daily chemicals industry is a hot commodity and definitely has a bright future. Jiang Nian carefully calculated in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more motivated she became. However, she did not want to be greedy, and she had to be down to earth and take it step by step. Everyone, I will make the whitening cream by myself, and the number of finished products is limited. I will first give it to the sisters-in-law in the compound. If the sisters-in-law use it and it works well, you can come and buy more. Okay, this idea of a Nian is good. Liang Yuxiu and the others nodded, all agreeing with what Jiang Nian said. The matter of making homemade whitening cream was settled. After an hour of shaking, the bus finally entered the city. People got off the bus one after another at the station in the city. Liang Yuxiu and her fellow military wives all rushed to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative is a department store under the National Allocation System. It sells everything from rice, flour, grain, oil, and sugar to televisions, washing machines, and bicycles. Most people buy things at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The price is controlled, and the price is fair and very affordable. However, there is often a shortage of supplies. If you go too late, you won't be able to buy them. Therefore, there is always a long queue in front of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. If you want to buy good things, you must go as early as possible. Everyone got off the bus in a hurry. When Liang Yuxiu got off the bus, she saw Jiang Nian still sitting in the car and asked hurriedly in Nian, This stop takes you to the cooperative. Aren't you going to get off? Jiang Nian shook his head. I'm not going to the cooperative to buy things. I want to go to the market. Sister Yushio, go ahead. Be careful when you get off the bus and cross the road. Well, let us go. Liang Yushio got out of the car. Jiang Nian had all kinds of supplies in her personal space, so she had no interest in the supply and marketing cooperative. Going to the market is an activity with very local characteristics. In the 1970s, the policy of individual business was not completely liberalized, but it had been relaxed a little and started a pilot. In addition, there are many ethnic minorities in the southwest region, and they have had the habit of going to the market since ancient times, so it was specially reserved. On weekdays, it is a small market. If it happens to be the 1st and 15th day of the month, or various holidays, it is a big market. On the day of the big market, villagers living in nearby villages and gullies will bring their mountain products to the market to sell. Today happens to be the 15th day, the day of the big market in the middle of the month. After a while, Jiang Nian followed the flow of people to the market. As soon as she approached, she was amazed. In her personal space, there are all kinds of crops: rice, wheat, sorghum, potatoes, sweet potatoes, yams, and various vegetables and fruits. The variety is already very comprehensive. But those are regular crops, which can't be compared with what is sold in this market. Because it's mushrooms. All wild mushrooms. There were some that Jiang Nian knew, such as Alpinia argentea, white onion mushroom, black mushroom, morel, porcini, bamboo fungus, and many more that Jiang Nian didn't know. There were so many kinds that it was dazzling. Wild mushrooms are a gift from nature and cannot be cultivated artificially. There is a lot of rain in spring, and there are many mountains and forests in the southwest, which is the place where all kinds of mushrooms grow most densely. Jiang Nian looked at the various mushrooms, and the delicious taste of mushroom hot pot appeared in her mind. She asked some prices in front of several stalls one after another. Porcini, which will be worth 500 yuan per pound in the future, are now a pile of 20 cents.
Buy.
Matsutake, which is marketed as the king of nutrition, is as big as a palm and only costs 50 cents per pound.
Buy.
Nutritious and delicious. The green palm that will change color when cut with a knife is even more ridiculously cheap.
Buy. Buy. Buy.
There are also farm eggs, wild chestnuts, and all kinds of wild fruits. Jiang Nian walked around the market. The basket she brought was stuffed to the brim, and both hands were full of things. Because there were so many things, she secretly took some and put them into the personal space of the jade pendant. After returning with so many things, she calculated the bill and found that she only spent $4.50, as well as a food coupon in exchange. Back then, the original owner had to spend $5 to eat a meal in a state-owned restaurant, which was really luxurious. Jiang Nian was completely shocked by the prices of this era. She smelled the unique fragrance of mushrooms, carrying a full bamboo basket, ready to leave the market and go to the next place to take a look. Just about to leave, Jiang Nian saw from the corner of her eye that there was a special stall in a remote corner of the market. The owner of the stall was a dull man. In the noisy market, the man did not shout or actively solicit customers, because what he bought was not ordinary goods, but Chinese medicinal herbs. Customers who would buy medicinal herbs at the market were rare. And Jiang Nian was this customer. She walked to the remote stall and squatted down, carefully observing the medicinal herbs on the ground. All the medicinal herbs were packed in white coarse cloth bags and were placed one by one. There were many kinds. There are licorice, tangerine peel, hawthorn, astragalus, codonopsis, and rehmannia. They are all good things for nourishing the middle and replenishing qi, strengthening the spleen and lungs. In addition, Jiang Nian also saw white peony root, white atractylodes, and white poria on the stall. These three medicinal herbs are known as the three whites in the field of beauty and skincare. They happen to be the most needed medicinal herbs for Jiang Nian to make whitening cream. Jiang Nian not only looked at them, but also picked up the herbs, touched the texture, felt the degree of dryness, and put them under the tip of her nose to smell them. In this regard, she is a professional. You can tell it is wild and of very good quality as soon as you smell it. The owner of this stall must be a real herbalist. Jiang Mian didn't have to think too much. She had already made a decision in her heart. She stood up and said to the owner of the stall, "Uncle, I want all of your herbs. Name your price?" The stall owner was actually trying his luck when selling herbs at the market to see if he could meet a few individual customers. Individual customers don't buy many herbs, so the price is a little higher. After noon, when there are fewer people at the market, he will carry the herbs to the herbal medicine store and sell them to the pharmacy. The price at the pharmacy will be lower. So, he never thought that he would meet a customer who wanted to buy everything. The herbal medicine uncle looked at Jiang Mian in shock. Jiang Mian was born with a tender, fair face and a student's haircut, which made her look even younger. "Little girl, I sell herbs, not food and drink. Don't make fun of me. Go away, uncle. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I really want to buy your herbs. What you sell are all good things. For example, the astragalus is at least 3 years old, which is not common in pharmacies." Jiang Mian said casually and accurately told the age of the herbs. After hearing this, the uncle who was selling medicinal herbs realized that he had made a mistake. The young girl in front of him was not only knowledgeable, but also quite extraordinary. "Little girl, do you really want them all?" "Yes, I want them all. Just name a price." Jiang Mian had no idea about the prices of medicinal herbs in this era. But she was very calm and composed, and was the most composed hunter at the negotiation table. This made the uncle, who had been selling medicinal herbs for decades, feel a little unsure. He looked at Jiang Mian back and forth several times, frowned and thought for a while, and then made a decision. "Little girl, you are knowledgeable. These medicinal herbs of mine are all good things, and I won't ask for a high price. If you want them all, the price is 20 yuan. The medicine uncle gritted his teeth and quoted a price. Jiang Mian was shocked. 20 yuan was exactly the amount of money Qin Sanny had stuffed into her hands early in the morning. What a coincidence.
Deal.
Jiang Mian readily agreed with a bright smile. Not only did she buy all the herbs, she also said to the medicine uncle, "Uncle, my name is Jiang Mian. I live in the military family compound outside the city. If you have new herbs in the future, you can come to me. As long as the price is fair, I will take them all." The herbal medicine uncle had never seen such a generous guest, and a young girl at that. He looked at Jiang Mian's back as she left with the bag of herbs, and he still couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. This was meeting the god of wealth. It was already noon when Jiang Mian left the market. She didn't go to the state-owned restaurant to eat, but found a secluded place and put all the heavy herbs into her personal space. She only carried a bamboo basket filled with mushrooms. This was light and convenient. She took another rice ball from her personal space and walked and shopped. Passing by the original owner's favorite department store, she took a look at the Dacron shirt that cost 15 yuan apiece and shuddered with fear. "It's so expensive." She left without looking back. Walking along the mall, there was a post office at the corner. In the 1970s, post offices could not only write and send letters, but also send telegrams, make phone calls, and remit money. Jiang Mian had no such needs, but still strode in, because she wanted to buy stamps. "Hello, comrade. I want to buy some stamps. 8 cents apiece, and you can mail them anywhere in the country. I don't want single ones, I want sets of stamps, and I want a set of all the ones available. There are 4 sets, a total of." Jiang Mian didn't know much about stamps, but she knew the most basic truth. Collecting stamps can make money. Since she couldn't tell which set of stamps was more valuable, there was no need to think too much. Just take them all. After all, it was only 8 cents, and if she was lucky, she could make a fortune. In this way, Jiang Mian bought 4 sets of stamps, put them carefully into the envelope, then touched the jade pendant, and finally put it in her personal space to feel at ease. She walked out of the post office happily and saw 2 people pulling each other on the side of the road. One of them was a young man in his early 20s, with a dark complexion, a green face, and anxious and worried. He pulled a white-haired old man who was in high spirits. "Uncle you can't go on walking, your legs can't take it, sit down and rest. I'll go to the post office to make a call and ask them to drive over to pick you up." "Nonsense. My legs are obviously fine. I can keep walking. The white-haired old man was full of energy, his voice was like a bell, and he was scolding the young man aggressively. He pushed the young man's arm away, straightened his body, and strode forward.
But
The body's true reaction cannot be hidden. The white-haired old man limped as he took a big step. His left leg was normal, but when his right leg landed, it bent uncontrollably, and he frowned in pain. Jiang Nian's sight naturally fell on the old man's right knee. He had been injured there. Uncle He, your health is important. You must not force yourself. Who said I force myself? I'm obviously fine, but you're too worried and treat me like an old skeleton. Xiao He, get out of the way. Don't support me. I'm not old yet. I can walk by myself. The old man's temper was as hard as his voice. He was stubborn and refused to admit defeat, and he refused to bow his head. He once again shook off the young man Xiao He's arm, straightened his chest, gritted his teeth, and took big steps. The farce of the two people pulling each other was staged not far from Jiang Nian. The white-haired old man was walking in front of Jiang Nian, but his right leg suddenly staggered. The whole person lost balance and was about to fall. Uncle He. Xiao He was left behind and reached out to help, but it was too late. He shouted, "Be careful." At the critical moment, Jiang Nian reached out his hand. The bamboo basket in her palm fell to the ground. She used all her strength to support the tall old man. Finally, he held on and did not fall to the ground. Xiao He rushed over, propped up the old man, and hurriedly thanked Jiang Nian. "Comrade, thank you. Thank you so much." "You re-welcome." Jiang Nian shook her head. She was not in a hurry to cut off the bamboo basket, but looked at the white-haired old man worriedly. The right leg of the white-haired old man was bent more seriously than before. Not only was his foot weak, but his entire leg was weak. All began to twitch and tremble. This is the injury to the tendons and veins. The twitching and trembling were accompanied by severe nerve pain. The old man, who was full of energy a moment ago, clenched his teeth at this time to endure the numbness and twisting pain on half of his body. "Help him sit down. Help him sit down quickly," Jiang Nian suddenly shouted. Xiao He was anxious and flustered. After all, young people had never encountered such a thing. This. Where should I sit? Don't worry about it. Just sit on the curb, Jiang Nian ordered loudly. As soon as the white-haired old man sat down, Jiang Nian immediately squatted down. She pressed the old man's right leg with both hands, first straightened it with force to open the meridians. Then massaged the acupuncture points on the side of the right leg. Xiang point, Diji point, San Taijiao point, Xuanzheng point. These are several major acupuncture points on the calf. Jiang Nian pressed them hard with the 2-inch joints of her fingers. Especially Xiang point, which can dissipate dampness and cold and dredge the meridians. It can best relieve the current emergency. Jiang Nian did not stop massaging for almost 5 minutes. She raised her head, revealing her white face that was sweating from exertion, and asked the old man with concern, "Old man, are you feeling better now?" It was also at this time that the white-haired old man and Xiao He realized that the woman who was calm and composed in the chaos and helped them at the critical moment was actually so young. She is not even 20 years old, right? What, old man or not, you are not old, little girl, call me Grandpa He. Grandpa He had just experienced an unbearable pain. His face was pale, his lips were still trembling slightly, and his breath was disordered when he spoke. Even so, he was still stubborn and unwilling to admit that he was old. His hard bones were tempered by thousands of hammers. Jiang Nian did not say anything about this, and called Grandpa He and asked, "Grandpa He, does your leg still hurt?" "Much better." Grandpa He adjusted his breathing, and after the pain passed, his eyes gradually became sharp, staring at Jiang Nian with interest. He could see that Jiang Nian's technique was not simple, otherwise the severe pain could not be relieved so easily. "Girl, are you studying medicine?" "Yes, I am a medical student." Grandpa He, simple acupoint massage can only relieve the pain of consciousness, but it can't completely heal your old injury. When you were young, did you hurt your knee? If you are willing, I would like to see the wound. Grandpa He was shocked. Jiang Nian could even see that his knee was injured. This girl is really amazing. Okay, I'll listen to you, girl. Grandpa He responded generously. In this way, the old and the young did not choose a place and saw a doctor on the side of the road. Jiang Nian rolled up Grandpa He's pants, folded them up, and exposed his knees. He saw an old and twisted scar. Jiang Nian took a breath and looked shocked. This is a gunshot wound. An old scar. The injury time is estimated to be decades ago. The bullet hit very close to the knee. Gunshot wounds are permanent injuries. For most people after a knee injury, it is difficult for them to stand up, let alone walk. But Mr. He has been injured for decades, but he has been able to walk briskly. It is only now that he is old that it hinders his walking. Such a physique and perseverance are definitely not ordinary. Jiang Nian looked at Mr. He with a serious look and a hint of admiration. Mr. He thought Jiang Nian was scared. Girl, my injury is not simple. The doctor who treated me said that my right leg was useless and I would have to be and spend the rest of my life on crutches. But look at me now, I am fine after decades. This is already my profit. Now I am old and have to admit that I am old. I am mentally prepared. It doesn't matter if it can't be cured. Don't make it too difficult. It can be cured. Jiang Nian interrupted Mr. He with a firm look on his beautiful young face. What? Girl, you said it can be cured? Well, I have a way to cure it. I can't run or jump, but I can walk for daily life. You. Are you serious? Mr. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked Jiang Nian again. Xiao He couldn't help but say, Comrade, I know you have good intentions, but don't talk nonsense. Uncle He went to so many hospitals, and we have seen experts in the capital, but they couldn't cure it. How can you do it? Jiang Nian was not angry at Xiao He's doubtful guess, and smiled softly. We'll know if it works or not after trying. She looked at Grandpa He. Grandpa He, are you willing to let me try? Xiao He was still worried and tried to dissuade him. Uncle He, she is just a little girl. What if something happens? My legs are like this. What else can go wrong? Girl, I have the final say over my legs. Just try. Grandpa He gave Jiang Nian firm support. Jiang Nian took off the square bag from her shoulder and took out a rolled-up cloth belt from the bag. When he opened the bag, he saw silver needles inserted into it. Jiang Nian pulled out a thin and long silver needle, which shone coldly in the sunlight. She disinfected the silver needle with an alcohol cotton pad, pinched the base of the silver needle with her slender fingers, and inserted it into Mr. He's knee. Grandpa He, when you are doing acupuncture, do you feel pain, soreness, and swelling are all normal? Just bear with it for a while, and it will pass. Don't move. One by one, thin silver needles penetrated deep into the skin and flesh. After the acupuncture, Jiang Nian took out a bunch of moxa. He rolled the moxa into small and fixed them on the ends of the silver needles at several large acupuncture points. Then he took out a lighter and ignited the moxa. The moxa soon emitted green smoke and the smell of mugwort drifted away. At the same time, the temperature of the burning moxa was transmitted along the silver needles into the acupuncture points on Mr. He's knees little by little. This kind of acupuncture method is called warm acupuncture. This is a mysterious and ancient Chinese medical treatment method. It was once recorded in the medical books of the medical Saint Zhongjing, but a few years ago, the acupuncture point map had long been lost. Jiang Nian saw it in the ancient medical books that fell from the portable space. This is the first time to use warm acupuncture to treat diseases. Therefore, Jiang Nian has been observing Mr. He's reaction. At first, Mr. He felt the same as Jiang Nian said. After the acupuncture points were inserted by the silver needles, they were sore and swollen, which was completely different from the pain of cramps. But gradually, the swelling and pain gradually disappeared. When the moxa was lit, there seemed to be a warm current in his knees, flowing slowly along the meridians. The originally tight and numb knees, and even the whole legs, became warm. It was as warm as taking a hot spring bath. 10 minutes later, the moxa burned out, and the treatment was over. Jiang Nian pulled out the silver needles, carefully packed up the acupuncture bag, looked up at Grandpa He, and smiled. Grandpa He, stand up and try walking a few steps. Ever since Grandpa, he felt the warm current in his right leg. He has been looking forward to it with surging emotions. Until Jiang Nian said this, the suppressed excitement suddenly burst out. He shouted to Xiao He quickly. Xiao He, come on, help me up, I want to walk a few steps. A few steps. Yes. Uncle He. Xiao He hurriedly helped Grandpa He up from the ground, and seeing that Grandpa He stood firm, he still didn't dare to let go. In the end, he was pushed away by Mr. He.
Don't hold me. I want to walk by myself.
Mr. He's right foot landed on the ground. At first, it was just light, he didn't dare to use force. Since the aging after his age, and the severe pain just now, even if Mr. He refused to admit it, it still left a deep impression in his heart. He was worried that if he tried to use his right leg, he would fall to the side again. Slowly, Mr. He stood firm. He slowly shifted the center of gravity from his left leg to his right leg and tried to use force. He was still safe and sound, and the things he was worried about did not happen. Even the rheumatic pain that had been there for a long time was gone. Mr. He looked at Jiang Nian with surprise. Jiang Nian was still watching quietly, with his eyes shining. The two looked at each other. Mr. He felt more confident for no reason. He stepped on his right foot and strode forward. One step at a time. Nothing happened. Mr. He circled on the spot and walked dozens of steps in one breath. Not only did his right leg not hurt, but it was also more relaxed than before, and his whole body became stronger. Xiao He, who was standing next to him, was so surprised that he couldn't speak and stared blankly with his mouth open. Girl, your medical skills are not simple. Grandpa He walked in front of Jiang Nian again, his eyes full of praise for Jiang Nian. Young, yet outstanding. Such talents have unlimited future. Seeing that Grandpa He could walk normally, Jiang Nian did not take credit, but picked up the bamboo basket she dropped from the ground, put down her shoulder bag, and prepared to leave with a calm look. Grandpa He asked anxiously, Girl, you cured my leg, but you haven't charged me for the consultation yet. I took the initiative to help you with the treatment. There is no need for the consultation fee. I am glad that you're fine. Besides, you let me call you Grandpa, so I have earned it anyway. Jiang Nian put on the bag, and the smile on his face was a little mysterious. Grandpa He didn't understand what he meant for the time being, but when he saw Jiang Nian was about to leave, he hurriedly asked again, Girl, you haven't told me where you live yet? If my legs hurt again in the future, where can I go to see you for treatment? Jiang Nian had already walked several steps with his things. She heard the sound and turned back, did not answer Mr. He's question, but smiled and reminded him, Grandpa He, if you go out privately in the future, remember to change your shoes and don't bring guards, otherwise it will be too easy to expose your identity. Jiang Nian waved his hand and turned away. Mr. He stood there, looked down at his shoes, and turned to look at Xiao He beside him. Suddenly, he laughed heartily. He was wearing rubber-soled shoes on his feet, but the rubber-soled shoes in the army were different from the labor rubber-soled shoes on the market. Jiang Nian treated Mr. He's legs and noticed at a glance that his rubber-soled shoes were the same military style as Qin Sanyi's. In other words, Mr. He was from the military camp. In addition to his age and Xiao He, who was dressed in military clothes, he was obviously a guard. An officer who can have a guard must be at least at the level of a regiment commander. Mr. He's military rank can only be higher, probably a chief or army commander. That's why Jiang Nian said that she was lucky to be able to call him Grandpa He, and the consultation fee was nothing. She didn't charge money, but made Mr. He owe her a favor. Mr. He slowly figured out the details. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Nian in his heart. This girl is smart and capable, I like her.
Xiao He. Here.
Commander He. Xiao He responded professionally and saluted instantly. Commander He said in a deep voice, Go to the military family compound and ask around whose wife that girl is.
Ah?
She's from the military family compound? Commander He, how did you know? Little He was completely confused, not knowing how Commander He guessed Jiang Nian's identity. Commander He smiled but said nothing. He thought to himself, I wonder which soldier is so lucky to marry such a beautiful and smart wife. Jiang Nian walked around and spent another afternoon in the city. On the way, he met an uncle selling mountain products. He not only had dry goods, but also a wild pheasant. The shiny black fur and fiery red comb are a pure wild species. This is also not available in the portable space. Jiang Nian bought some mountain products and exchanged a few bills for wild pheasants. So when she got on the bus back to the city, she had wild mushrooms in one hand and wild pheasants in the other, and returned with a full load. The other people on the bus were similar to Jiang Nian, with things all over their hands and bodies, and no one was surprised. Then on the bus, she met Liang Yuxiu, Huang Guixiang, and others. When they met again, there was no more awkwardness as in the morning. They chatted with each other and asked what the other had bought, talking and laughing. Seeing that Jiang Nian bought a chicken, many people cast envious eyes. The noisy talking, the engine sound of the shabby bus, and the fatigue of the day. Jiang Nian dozed off on the seat on the shaking bus. She was really tired and slept too deeply and almost sat too long. Fortunately, Liang Yuxiu called her. Anian, wake up. We are here. It's time to get off the bus. Don't forget to take your stuff. Check it. Take everything. Don't forget anything. Jiang Nian woke up in a daze and hurriedly got off the bus at the driver's urging. Carrying a lot of things in her hands, she followed the sisters-in-law in front of her and walked towards the family compound. They were about to reach the gate of the compound. A figure walked towards them. With a pale face, ran over in panic. She ran all the way and shouted all the way. Huang Guixiang, you're back. Huang Guixiang. It's bad. It's bad. Your son fell into the river. Go and have a look. This sentence was like throwing a stone into a calm river, stirring up countless splashes. Everyone didn't care about going home, nor did they care about the large and small bags on their bodies. They all became anxious. Especially Huang Guixiang, who shouted and screamed and almost fainted. Where's my son? Where is my son? Where is my son now? Go to the river. Go to the river quickly. Where are other children? Are they in trouble? Did you go to call the sentry? Let the sentry come to save people. A group of people were in a mess. Everyone was anxious and ran to the river in a hurry. Jiang Nian heard that something happened and didn't think much about it and followed directly. There is a big river on the south side of the family compound. The river is 4 or 5 meters wide. There is a bridge on the river. The surface of the river looks calm, but there are many undercurrents underneath. There are most children in the compound who are 6 or 7 years old, which is the age when they are naughty. The weather has warmed up recently, and the children like to go to the river to catch small fish and shrimps. Because of this, many children were beaten. But the children were only beaten, not taught to remember. Today, the adults went out to the market, and this group of children sneaked to the river after school. An accident and something happened. A group of people arrived at the riverside and saw 4 or 5 children with pale faces, as if they had lost their souls on the bridge. In the river under the bridge, a little boy of 6 or 7 years old was struggling. It was Huang Guixiang's son. Huang Guixiang took a look at the riverside and immediately recognized the clothes her son was wearing today. In an instant, the blood in her body stopped flowing. Even her heartbeat was about to stop. Little one. My youngest son. It's my youngest son. Save him quickly. Save my youngest son. Who among you can swim? I, Huang Guixiang, kneel down in front of you. Beg you to save my youngest son. People cannot cry when they are completely panicked. Huang Guixiang did not shed tears at this moment. She just screamed heartbreakingly, pulling the people around her like a madman. But Huang Guixiang could not swim, and the other sisters-in-law could not swim either. No one had the courage to jump into the 2 or 3 meters deep river. The person who went to call the sentry had not come back yet. They could only watch helplessly. Time passed by little by little. The little boy had been in the river for a long time. He was still struggling, and his head and shaking hands could be seen. But gradually, the little boy's figure was swallowed up by the river bit by bit. His head began to sink into it, and his hands gradually disappeared. The deep river water was like a devil's mouth, swallowing a child's life. Huang Guixiang saw this and no longer cared about anything. Even if she could not swim, she would jump in. Even if she had to risk her life, she had to try to save her son's life. Don't be afraid, my son. Your mother is here to save you. Huang Guixiang shouted and tried to jump into the river. Her sisters-in-law saw this and hurriedly reached out to hold her back. Huang Guixiang, are you crazy? You can't swim, and you'll just die even if you jump in. Even if I die, I can't leave my youngest son alone in the cold river. Let me go. Let me go.
My son. I want my son.
Huang Guixiang kept trying to jump, and the people around her tried to hold her down with great difficulty. The scene became noisy again. The noise on the river surface became smaller and smaller. The atmosphere was oppressive and anxious. Everyone could not bear to watch this sad scene and turned their eyes away subconsciously. At this moment, there was a loud splash. A figure jumped into the river. In an instant, the heavy atmosphere was broken by a force. Liang Yuxiu looked around and saw a familiar bamboo basket and a wild pheasant on the ground with trembling eyes. She understood immediately. It's Jiang Nian. It's Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian jumped down to save the child.
Ah!
How could it be her? Is she going to die? Who knows if Jiang Nian can swim? Who knows?
I
don't know. The sisters-in-law were shocked and terrified. They were reluctant to associate with Jiang Nian in the past. As for her situation, apart from the rumors, they knew nothing about it. If they could know a little more and be more familiar with Jiang Nian, everyone felt regretful, but it was too late to make up for it now. If something happened to Jiang Nian, how would they explain to Qin Sang? Everyone could only keep their hearts in their throats. In a flash, someone shouted again. Jiang Nian is swimming. She can swim. She can swim. A group of people all lay on the handrails of the bridge, leaning half of their bodies out to look down, their eyes fixed on the water. Especially Huang Guixiang, her eyes almost popped out. Jiang Nian can swim. But she either swims in the Lingquan stream in the portable space, or in a closed indoor swimming pool. She has never swum in the wild. The situation in the wild is special, and the river flows fast, which is a test for Jiang Nian. But just now on the bridge, the others couldn't swim, and the sentinel didn't arrive for the time being, and the child was going to drown. The situation was urgent, and she didn't think much. She put down her things and jumped down. She studied medicine. Wasn't it for the purpose of saving people?
How could she watch people die?
Jiang Nian approached the little boy little by little. With her wet eyes, she could barely see clearly. Only the child's palm was left on the water.
Got to catch it.
Must catch it. Jiang Nian tried her best and finally caught the little boy's palm. Hold it tightly and pull hard. The little boy's head floated back to the surface because of Jiang Nian's pulling. The people on the bridge saw this scene and shouted excitedly.
Got it. Got it.
Jiang Nian held the child. Jiang Nian kicked the water with his feet to make himself float and circled the little boy's head with his arms. Let the child float on his back and drag him to the shore. Seeing that both the child and Jiang Nian had hope of survival, the sisters-in-law followed suit. They rushed to the bank under the bridge. Some of them found long wooden sticks, and some untied their belts. They all reached out to Jiang Nian, wanting to help. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nian came to the bank, all wet. She had used up all her strength in the river. She couldn't even stand on the bank. Liang Yuxiu hurriedly reached out and pulled her. She whispered, Anian, thank goodness for you. Jiang Nian gasped for breath and could not speak. On the other side, the child who was rescued to the shore had been carried away and placed on the flat grass. Huang Guixiang knelt on the ground, holding the child's arm tightly with both hands, and shouted anxiously, little boy, wake up quickly, wake up quickly. Pinch his runzhong. Pinch his runzhong quickly. It seems that he has no breath. Pinch his mouth open and pump air into his mouth. When the air is flowing, the water can be spit out, and the person will be alive after the water is spit out. Everyone worked together, brainstormed, and used all kinds of methods they knew. But the little boy lying on the ground was still pale and motionless. The little man looked like a corpse that had been blistered. This group of women from the 1970s didn't know how to perform CPR. Even after the child was fished out, they didn't know how to save him. No more time could be wasted. Jiang Nian walked over without a second thought and pushed the crowd away, even Huang Guixiang. let go, and lay the child flat on the ground. Huang Guixiang held the child tightly in her arms, and she was stunned, dazed, and wasting the golden time for first aid. Do you want to save your son? If you want your son's life, just listen to me. Jiang Mian shouted at her in a rare, harsh tone. Huang Guixiang was startled. She didn't react to her consciousness, and her hands had loosened as Jiang Mian asked. Jiang Mian took the child and laid him flat on the ground. She knelt on the ground with her knees. Then she folded her hands, crossed her fingers, and pressed her palms down on the boy's chest. Her shoulders and arms sank down. Pressed down again and again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jiang Mian silently chanted in her heart. She pressed for 30 seconds, then stopped pressing, reached out to lift the child's chin, pinched the child's nose, and performed mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration.
Ho-hoo, ho-hoo.
One by one. One by one. Ho-hoo, ho-hoo. One by one. One by one. 30 seconds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation, 2 artificial respirations, over and over again. The sisters-in-law from the countryside had never seen such a professional first aid method. Someone looked at the child's chest being pressed hard and spoke uneasily. If you press down so hard, the child won't get hurt, right?
Bah.
Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Mian used to be a nurse in the hospital. If we don't trust her, who else can we trust? She was the one who jumped down to save the life just now. Could she hurt the child? No one else dared to speak anymore, and the surroundings fell into deathly silence. Until cough, cough, cough. The little boy coughed and spit out the accumulated water that was squeezed in his lungs, and he breathed again. It's out. The water is out. He's breathing. He's finally breathing. If he's breathing, he's alive. The youngest is alive. Your youngest is alive. Jiang Mian checked the boy's vital signs, and after making sure that he was breathing smoothly, she returned the child to Huang Guixiang. She stood up tremblingly and walked out of the crowd. She was really exhausted after all these twists and turns. After calming down, Jiang Mian began to be afraid in a trance. What if she really died in the river? She didn't know if she was really dead or could return to her original world. She glanced at the calm river surface. Her eyes were dazzled by the waves, and her exhausted body was shaking. As she watched, she fell to the ground. Jiang Mian closed her eyes, waiting for the pain to come. But a pair of arms tightly hugged her waist and brought her into a warm and hard chest. This scene was so familiar. In a flash, Jiang Mian seemed to have returned to the university playground many years ago. Her eyes went dark, and she was about to faint. It was the same. Someone hugged her tightly. At that time, she fainted, and he didn't see the person hugging her. But this time, Jiang Mian slowly raised her head. A handsome face with sharp edges and corners came into her eyes. Obviously so handsome, so pleasing to the eye, but the man's eyes and eyebrows were all tightened, and his face was filled with a tense anger. Qin Sanyi was angry. Qin Sanyi, why are you angry again? Am I really so annoying? Jiang Mian was in a trance and unconsciously said what was in her heart. The weak voice complained like a coquettish voice. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. Qin Sanyi was not only angry but also shivering. The arm around her waist was trembling slightly. It was only a few seconds. If Jiang Mian's body hadn't been wet and pressed against the inside of Qin San's arm, she wouldn't have felt it at all. And the man concealed it very well. After a slight tremor, he hugged Jiang Mian tighter. He used heavy force to cover up the panic that was out of control. Jiang Mian felt the slight pain in her waist, and when she looked at Qin Sanyi's dark eyes, she had a completely different feeling.
He was
afraid. Qin Sanyi, who had been on the battlefield and experienced bullets and rain, would also be afraid? Jiang Mian couldn't believe it, but the man next to her was constantly passing on this feeling to her. And from the man's eyes staring at her, she felt overwhelming worry.
Qin Sanyi, I'm fine.
Jiang Mian spoke softly, comforting the overly nervous man. But she had no idea that in Qin Sanyi's eyes, Jiang Mian was so pitiful and haggard at this moment. Just like a fragile glass doll. Qin Sanyi arrived 5 minutes ago, when Jiang Yan was still in the river, his figure rising and falling. Seeing that scene, Qin Sanyi's pupils contracted instantly. If he hadn't been holding Lil Anbao in his arms, he would have almost jumped directly. Fortunately, Jiang Yan quickly reached the shore safely. Jiang Yan stood up from the river, her face pale and bloodless, her whole body wet, her thin clothes clinging to her body, outlining her slender figure. Such a delicate woman actually had the courage to jump from such a high bridge. Is she really not worried about the accident at all? At that moment, Qin Sanyi wanted to grab Jiang Yan and hug her tightly, protect her tightly in his arms. Only in this way can he feel at ease. But soon, before Jiang Yan could catch his breath, she started to busy herself with first aid again. Qin Sanyi's palms clenched into fists, suppressing his strong emotions, and waited quietly by the side. He knew that saving people could not be disturbed. At that moment, Jiang Yan pressed the child's chest. Although he was in a mess, he had a firm expression, his eyes were full of concentration, and a sacred light emanated from his body. Even his hair was sparkling. Qin Sanyi had been watching silently, never moving his eyes away. When everything was over, his anxiety and worry finally burst out. He hugged Jiang Yan, who was about to fall. After protecting her tightly, Qin Sanyi's empty heart, finally, he was filled up again. His wife was in his arms, safe and sound. After Jiang Yan spoke, she didn't hear Qin Sanyi's answer for a long time. She repeated it softly. Qin Sanyi, I'm fine. Don't be nervous. Qin Sanyi hugged her. Jiang Yan raised her head. The two of them were close together, as if their necks were intertwined, the intimacy between a young couple. Someone on the side noticed Qin Sanyi's figure and said hurriedly, "Ah, Captain Qin is here too." Captain Qin, it was thanks to Jiang Yan that Huang Guixiang's son's life was saved. Jiang Yan must be wet. The wind is strong on the shore. You should go back quickly. Don't catch a cold. Let us take care of your daughter. Nothing will happen. Go and take care of the adults first. Qin Sanyi nodded and responded. Jiang Yan heard that Xiao Anbao was also there and wanted to take a look at the child. Just as she looked up, her body suddenly felt light. She was picked up. Qin Sanyi put one hand around her back and the other hand around her legs. Jiang Yan's weight was as light as a feather to him. There was an uphill road from the shore to the bridge. Qin Sanyi didn't even take a breath and walked up in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yan didn't even react. She had been carried away by Qin Sanyi in front of everyone. You, what are you doing?
I'm fine.
I can walk by myself. Let me go, Qin Sanyi, let go. Jiang Yan blushed with embarrassment. She patted Qin Sanyi's chest and asked the man to let go. Qin Sanyi ignored her and strode forward. When Jiang Yan thought of her current posture, she wished she could find in the ground to crawl into. Unfortunately, there was no in the ground, but there was one in his chest. She heard footsteps, and the sentry was running not far away, facing them. Jiang Yan lowered her head and hid in Qin Sanyi's chest, just like a turtle. As long as no one can see, the embarrassment is someone else's. Qin Sanyi lowered his eyes and fell on Jiang Yan's slightly exposed side face. The wet short hair stuck to her cheek, and the water flowed slowly down along her chin, from the neck to the chest. After the thin spring clothes got wet, they became transparent, and the floral could be seen. Red one by one. Qin Sanyi quickly raised his eyes. His eyes were dark, and his eyes looking forward became more determined. Qin Sanyi carried Jiang Yan all the way into the room before letting her go. You change your clothes first and dry your body. I'll prepare hot water and take a shower right away, he said briefly and quickly. The figure was about to walk out of the room in a hurry. Jiang Yan was anxious and quickly grabbed the hem of Qin Sanyi's upper body. Don't leave yet. Jiang Yan raised her wet white face. Her long eyelashes were more distinct after being wetted by water. There were water drops on the front, flashing. Her clear eyes looked even brighter. Jiang Yan looked up and stared at the tall Qin Sanyi. Before, Jiang Yan had guessed whether Qin Sanyi liked her, or was simply attracted by her beauty, or was responsible for that night 2 years ago, so he had been taking care of her wholeheartedly and was unwilling to divorce her. But after this time, she thoroughly understood that this man liked her. Because he liked her, he was worried and distressed about her, showing a side of him that he had never had before. It turned out that such a resolute man would also be afraid. He even cared more about her than his own life and death. On the way home, Jiang Mian figured this out. Her heart was like a carbonated drink that was shaken violently, with countless small bubbles rising up crazily. Puff puff. Her heart was numb and beating violently. Jiang Mian's eyes were charming and soft, as if there were thousands of words of love slowly entwined, but she didn't know how to tell Qin San. After all, she had never confessed to anyone. This person was her husband. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. In the end, Qin San was afraid that Jiang Mian would catch a cold, so he spoke first to break the ambiguous atmosphere. You, the man, had just said one word, and there was a touch of softness on his thin lips. It blocked all his original words. Jiang Mian grabbed Qin San's clothes with one hand and his collar with the other hand, stood on tiptoes to make up for the height difference between the two, and kissed him. Some words can't be said by old couples, so let's do it instead. Jiang Mian's cheeks were slightly red, and her whole body was filled with a raw breath. Even if it was a kiss, it was just a light touch of lips. She blushed and said softly, Qin San, don't be afraid. I won't be in any danger. Jiang Mian also wanted to use this kiss to comfort Qin San's worries. However, how could a light touch hide the desires suppressed in the man's chest? What she released was a complete beast. Jiang Mian's heartbeat was fast, her fingertips were numb, and she slowly loosened her hand that was grabbing Qin San's collar. Qin San leaned down at this moment, and a dark shadow fell. This time, Jiang Mian didn't need to tiptoe. The man lowered his head and took the initiative to kiss Jiang Mian's slightly closed red lips. Heavy, deep possession. The last time they kissed was a few days ago. Jiang Mian was in her sleep at that time. Although she felt it, her consciousness was hazy and she always felt it was fake. Even though she came to her senses later and knew it was real, she still felt a little unreal. At this moment, the constant body temperature transmitted from Qin San was tightly pressed against her body, and all the feelings were churning in her body. They were all real. Even the tiny and rapid breathing of each other could be heard clearly. Qin San's kiss was not only deep, but also overbearing. Like a lion on the grassland, it occupied everything about Jiang Mian. Before Jiang Mian could react, she had already fallen into the entanglement of lips and tongues. Then her body became weak and powerless, and she was completely unable to resist.
And
Jiang Mian didn't reject it at all in her heart. Instead, she was immersed in it. It turned out that kissing felt like this. Just like in a dream, drowsy, light, like lying on cotton candy. Unconsciously, Jiang Mian's entire body weight was on Qin San's body. His hands not only hugged her waist, but also grabbed her wet clothes, wanting to go deeper. In the end, the slightly cool and wet touch brought back a trace of reason to Qin San. Jiang Mian hadn't changed her clothes yet. She was dripping with water all over her body. Qin San's Adam's apple rolled, and he rubbed it heavily. He suddenly let go. He was finally willing to let Jiang Mian go. The moment Jiang Mian regained her freedom, she was still in a trance. She looked up blankly. Her fair face was full of blush, her mouth was slightly open, and her lips were red and upturned. And her eyes were misty. Her eyes were filled with. She just looked at Qin San, and she hasn't reacted to what happened.
why?
Don't kiss him anymore? Those watery eyes were full of desire. If Jiang Mian realized this, she might be embarrassed because of her physical reaction at the moment. But her heart really wanted to get closer to the man in front of her. Qin San's expression also showed traces of desire. His dark eyes were staring deeply at Jiang Mian. His voice was hoarse, low, and magnetic. Nian Nian. The gentle call made Jiang Mian shiver. She trembled slightly. The tenderness in Qin San's eyes was overflowing like a tide. His palm gently stroked Jiang Mian's red cheek. Nian Nian, I know you are a medical student. It is your innate instinct to cure diseases and save lives. I will not ask you to change this. But he deepened his tone slightly, just as gently. I hope that when you save others, you can take care of yourself first. Nian Nian, don't forget, you are still pregnant. Jiang Nian's eyes trembled more and more. After listening to Qin Sanyi's words, she completely understood why the man was so scared when they were by the river. Jiang Nian forgot. When she jumped down from the high bridge, all she had in her eyes was the child in the river, and she completely forgot that she was a pregnant woman. How dangerous it was. If her body was a little worse, if she accidentally touched the reef at the bottom of the river, if too many accidents might happen. She might lose the baby in her belly. The baby in her belly is not only hers, but also Qin Sanyi's. Thinking of this, panic flashed across Jiang Nian's face, and her palm subconsciously touched her abdomen. She wanted to say something to Qin Sanyi, but she felt confused in her heart. There was no explanation. Qin Sanyi did not blame Jiang Nian for her impulse, and even understood her decision to save people at that moment. Even if he was worried, he would calmly reason with Jiang Nian instead of giving orders. This silent tenderness was the most deadly. It also made Jiang Nian feel more guilty. The tall and cold man directly hit her heart. Qin Sanyi did not need Jiang Nian's explanation and apology. Looking at Jiang Nian's expression, he knew that Jiang Nian understood. That was enough. Qin Sanyi reminded again. Change your clothes quickly, I'll go get some hot water, don't catch a cold again. As he spoke, Qin Sanyi left the room and disappeared. The room was filled with the ambiguous atmosphere left by him and the loss of control in Jiang Nian's heart, which could not be calmed for a long time. Jiang Nian took a hot bath, changed her clothes, wiped her soft black hair with a towel, and sneezed as soon as she walked out of the room. The next second, a steaming cup was placed in front of Jiang Nian. Qin Sanyi urged, drink this. Jiang Nian rubbed her nose and smelled a slightly spicy flavor. This is a cup of hot water. Jiang Nian has never liked the taste of since she was a child, and she doesn't like taking medicine when she is sick. Although she is a medical student and understands the importance of taking medicine, she is a doctor who doesn't treat herself, and she is a little squeamish in this regard. She took a look at the steaming cup of water and frowned slightly. She protested softly to Qin Sanyi. Can I not drink it? I don't like the taste. I put brown sugar in it and it's sweet, not bitter. Qin Sanyi explained, still handing the cup in front of Jiang Nian, frowning and insisting. You sneezed just now. Drink this to prevent colds. Qin Sanyi at this time was a little different from when he was in the room. He faded away his lingering, and his expression returned to a cold and sullen state. He was more like him at ordinary times, and he seemed strong and domineering. It was the momentum he had trained for years in the army that would scare many people. Jiang Nian didn't care about these at all. Because she had seen Qin Sanyi's unusual side, she deeply felt the gentleness and tenderness under the man's coldness and indifference. Okay, let's drink it. Jiang Nian took a deep breath and made a decision in her heart. She reached out to take the cup, and her fingertips were burned as soon as they touched it. The steaming brown sugar water filled a cup, and the glass was scalding hot. The fingertips immediately turned red. Let me see. Qin Sanyi immediately held Jiang Nian's hand, placed it in his palm, carefully examined her fingertips, and stroked her scalded skin. Careful and cautious. It looked like some serious scar. He let go only after confirming that it was okay. Wait a minute, Eyelet. Qin Sanyi took the brown sugar water and blew it gently one by one. Jiang Nian raised her head slightly, looking at Qin Sanyi's serious and focused profile, and suddenly felt that the brown sugar water didn't seem so annoying. After Qin Sanyi cooled it down a bit, Jiang Nian took it, frowned and drank it one gulp at a time, and showed the empty cup to Qin Sanyi. I've finished drinking it, can you rest assured now? Yes. Take your temperature before going to bed at night, and tomorrow morning, and I'll remind you then. Okay, isn't it okay for me to listen to you? Jiang Nian muttered, with a smile on his face, and eyes curved like a crescent moon. The young couple in the house were talking. There were footsteps outside the house, someone was coming. Dong dong dong. Captain Qin, Anian, are you in the house? Qin San walked over to open the door, and Jiang Mian followed him. Outside the door was Liang Yuxiu and another military wife. Liang Yuxiu was holding little Anbao in her arms. The other sister-in-law was carrying a bamboo basket and a wild pheasant, which was exactly what Jiang Mian forgot on the bridge when he rescued people. Liang Yuxiu saw that Jiang Mian had changed his clothes, his face was ruddy, and he was full of energy, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She said with lingering fear, Anian, I am relieved to see that you are okay. I was really scared when you jumped off the bridge just now. You are pregnant. What if something happened? We don't know how to explain to Captain Qin. I didn't think so much at that time. Saving people is important. Jiang Mian stood beside Qin Sanyi and smiled quietly, without excitement or seeking credit. She paid more attention to the child. Xiao Anbao, who was held by Liang Yuxiu, heard Jiang Mian's voice and immediately raised her head, revealing her little wet face. Her eyes were red, her face was wet, and her little mouth was tightly pursed. She was so sad. Liang Yuxiu originally wanted to help take care of the child for a while so that Jiang Mian and Qin Sanyi could rest for a while. But in the eyes of Xiao Anbao, she was just a stranger. Xiao Anbao was shy and a little timid. She started crying when she didn't see Qin Sanyi and Jiang Mian for a long time. She didn't cry loudly, but with red eyes and tears falling. That look was heartbreaking. Liang Yuxiu really couldn't coax the child, so she had no choice but to knock on the door. Now that little Anbao saw Jiang Mian, he frowned and burst into tears. Woo-woo. Mommy. Mommy. Qin Sanyi on the side quickly reached out and took little Anbao from Liang Yuxiu's arms, hugged her in his arms, and patted his daughter's back with his big palm. He glanced at Jiang Mian and said, I'll go and coax the child, you guys chat. In the shocked eyes of Liang Yuxiu and the other military wife, Qin Sanyi held the child familiarly, coaxed the child gently, and went back to the house. It seems that Captain Qin often takes care of the children at home. They have never seen this side of Qin Sanyi, and they are fascinated. Sister Yuxiu. Jiang Mian reminded. Liang Yuxiu retracted her gaze and hurriedly got back to business. Anian, this is your stuff. Take a look. Is there anything missing? If anyone dares to touch your things, I will definitely help you get it back. The other military wife put down the things in her hand. The bamboo basket was still full of wild mushrooms, and the wild pheasants were also lively. Jiang Mian didn't pay attention to these small details, but asked worriedly, How is the child who fell into the river? He survived, but the child was young and was scared to death when he encountered such a thing. Huang Guixiang sent the child to the medical team in the military camp. It seems that he needs to be given in 4 drip. He will probably have to stay in the hospital overnight. Liang Yuxiu didn't know much about the situation, so she gave a general idea. When Jiang Mian heard that the child went to the medical team and was taken care of by a military doctor, she was completely relieved. She chatted with Liang Yuxiu for a few more words, and thinking that Qin Sanyi was still waiting in the house, she left without saying much. Jiang Mian tied the rope on the wild pheasant's leg to the pillar in the yard, and then carried the bamboo basket back to the house. Inside the house, Qin Sanyi had coaxed little Anbao. He held the child in one hand and the bottle in the other, and was feeding little Anbao milk. Little Anbao the pacifier gurglingly, and his little body leaned softly on Qin Sanyi's shoulder. As soon as she saw Jiang Mian, her red eyes widened and she looked at him with a wronged look. She even stopped drinking milk and started to whine at Jiang Mian. Give me an and I'll hold her for a while. Jiang Mian took little An from Qin San's arms and hugged her gently. Baby, mommy is holding you. Nani, do you want to drink more? Gurgle.
Yes.
Nani. Little Anbao made a single-syllable sound with milk. Okay, mommy will hold you and let you drink milk. Jiang Mian put the bottle back in Xiao Anbao's hand, held her little hand, and watched her drink milk. Xiao Anbao was in the familiar arms of Xiangxiang, and her aggrieved mood gradually dissipated, and she had more strength to drink milk.
Gulp. Gulp.
Swallowing with big gulps. Jiang Mian and Qin Sanyi accompanied Xiao Anbao together, and they looked at the child quietly and gently. In the army, in the infirmary, A little boy about 5 or 6 years old was lying on the hospital bed. His face was slightly pale, and he looked sick, with a needle inserted in his wrist and in 4 drip. The little boy fell asleep with his eyes closed, and his sleep was very uneasily. His small body twitched from time to time in his sleep. Huang Guixiang stood by, and when the child was restless and twitching, she would immediately reach out and pat him to comfort him. "My little son, mother is here. We are not afraid, not afraid." Huang Guixiang saw her son like this. Her face was not very good, and she didn't notice that her lips were dry and pale. Her heart and eyes were full of her son, and she kept guarding him every step of the way. "Guixiang, you heard what the doctor said just now. She said that your youngest child is fine, and will be fine the next day after a good sleep. As for you, drink a glass of water and eat something. Don't worry, the child is fine, and you will fall down first." Huang Guixiang's throat was dry, and she couldn't speak. Sister Lu, who was accompanying her, couldn't bear it and stuffed a cup of hot sugar water and a steamed bun into her hand. Huang Guixiang drank the sugar water, and her whole body turned a little red. Sister Lu, who was standing by, lowered her voice and continued to speak softly. The doctor also said that when they were by the river, Jiang Nian did something for the youngest child called Xi and Su or something. It was all professional. Most people don't understand these things at all. Fortunately, Jiang Nian was here. Huang Guixiang moistened her throat and said tiredly, "I know. If it weren't for her, my youngest child would be dead now. Go back. Control your temper, and be sure to thank Jiang Nian." Huang Guixiang lowered her head and nodded heavily. A few hours ago, she begged desperately, but no one could lend a helping hand. The desperate situation was all vivid in her mind. At that time, she could never have imagined that the person who saved her and her child was Jiang Nian. It was Jiang Nian who jumped down at the most critical moment, regardless of her own danger. It was also Jiang Nian who used her medical knowledge to restore the child's breathing at the most critical moment and finally survived. But they had a big fight a few days ago, and they were so irreconcilable that they even went to the inspection team. Does she really not mind at all? "The bridge is so high, I feel panic when I look down. How did Jiang Nian jump down? Why is she not afraid at all? She has a child in her belly." Sister Lu murmured to herself, deeply puzzled. Huang Guixiang's heart was also equally confused. This Jiang Nian was completely different from what she had heard before. The next day, little Anbao was frightened yesterday and cried loudly again. Jiang Nian felt sorry for the child and was reluctant to send her to the nursery again. After discussing with Qin Sanni, the child was left at home for a day and was taken care of by Jiang Nian. Little Anbao seemed to know that she didn't have to go to the nursery and could be with her mother all day. Her eyes were bright since she woke up in the morning. The corners of her mouth were always upturned, and she smiled happily. She ate half a bowl of rice porridge for breakfast. Jiang Nian touched her little face, which was round, and there was still room for her to grow some more flesh. Children are the cutest when they are chubby. After breakfast, Jiang Nian put Xiao Anbao in the walker and asked her to tiptoe and walk in circles little by little. The walker was made by Qin Sanni himself. Every piece of wood was polished very smooth. He also hung a bell on the chair. When little Anbao walks, the bell will make a crisp sound. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Little Anbao likes the sound of wind chimes very much, and his legs move more actively. Jiang Nian played with the child for a while, then grabbed a handful of rice bran and went to the yard in the front house to feed the chickens. There are not many chickens in the wild pheasant itself. Jiang Nian bought it for breeding, so he simply raised it in the yard, and it would crow in the morning. A handful of chicken feed was scattered. The wild pheasants clucked and kept pecking for rice bran to eat. At the same time, someone else came following the smell. "Sister Nian, you got up really early today." Jiang Nian frowned immediately when Chen Meili's voice appeared. But as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and Chen Meili's superficial courtesy was quite perfect. She asked Jiang Nian about his well-being. "I was in the compound yesterday afternoon and heard that something big happened. Huang Guixiang's son fell into the river. Did you jump in to save him?"
"Hey,
Sister Nian, Why don't you think about yourself? You have a child in your belly. What if something happens? Besides, that Huang Guixiang, she has a broken mouth and gossips everywhere. She spread all those things about you all over the compound. Didn't you just have a fight before? How could you help that kind of person? Jiang Yan and Chen Meili stood in the yard together. She glanced at Chen Meili and asked, Sister Chen, according to you, should I watch Huang Guixiang's son drown without saving him?
Yes.
Chen Meili blurted out without thinking. Seeing that Jiang Yan had a strange expression, Chen Meili realized that she had said the wrong thing.
No.
Sister Nian, that's not what I meant.
I mean, there were so many people at the scene at that time.
Even if they really needed to save people, they should let others do it. It would not be your turn. Huang Guixiang is so mean to you. You are enemies. Chen Meili explained in a self-proclaimed clever way. After listening to it, Jiang Yan frowned deeply, with an uneasy look on his face. Chen Meili was good at observing people's expressions. She could see that Jiang Yan didn't like her explanation, so she simply changed the subject. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Sister-in-law, I saw that you are fine, and everything is going well. That's enough. Let's talk about something else. Sister Nian, I heard that you went to the city again yesterday. Did you go to the state-owned restaurant to eat delicious food? Or did you go to the department store to buy new clothes? I heard that you went to the market and bought a chicken to bring back to the troops. Where is the chicken? Do you want to make soup? Chen Meili's mouth was full of chatter. What she said was either edible or useful. Her tone was curious, but her eyes were full of greed. She knew everything Jiang Yan did and bought yesterday. The feeling of being watched from behind made Jiang Yan feel cold and disgusted. If the tiger didn't show its power, did it really treat her as a lamb to be slaughtered? Jiang Yan no longer hesitated and was going to break up with Chen Meili today. She was about to speak, but Chen Meili screamed first. "Ah, it hurts, my feet hurt so much." Chen Meili screamed miserably and sharply, her face twisted, and she jumped anxiously. She felt a sharp pain on the back of her foot, and she kept dodging. Jiang Yan looked down, and her tense expression disappeared, and she laughed out loud. It turned out that Chen Meili had rushed in without paying attention, without looking at the ground, and stepped on the rice bran that Jiang Yan had just spread. The pheasant was frantically looking for food, pecking at the rice bran with its sharp beak. As it ate Chen Meili's feet, one after another. Sharp pecks. Chen Meili couldn't bear the pain and circled in Jiang Yan's yard. But the rice bran stuck to the soles of her shoes, and wherever she went, the wild pheasant chased her. For a while, the yard was filled with Chen Meili's cries. "Ah, my feet. It hurts. Where did this mixed feather chicken come from? Why is it so fierce?" Cluck, 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 cluck. The wild pheasant's fighting power was amazing, and it scared Chen Meili to flee everywhere, and the yard was in chaos. Jiang Yan's mouth twitched, and a smile was on his lips, and he said loudly, "Sister-in-law Chen, didn't you want to see the chicken I bought? Now you see it. This is an authentic high-mountain free-range chicken, wild and very lively and active. It's not active at all, it's simply aggressive." Chen Meili was planning to kill a chicken and stew soup a few minutes ago, and she could also eat a bowl together. Who knew that a few minutes later, she was bullied by a wild pheasant instead? As soon as her feet touched the ground, the sharp beak of the chicken would peck at her. The force was so strong that it hurt so much. She wanted to kick the pheasant hard, but the pheasant was so fast and dodged flexibly. Chen Meili couldn't stand it anymore and had to escape from Jiang Yan's yard in disgrace. She stood outside the yard. The rope on the pheasant's feet was not long enough, so she couldn't chase it out, so she blocked the door. Chen Meili let out a long breath. "Sister Nian, aren't you afraid of being pecked by such a fierce chicken? You have children at home, so don't keep it. It's better to kill it. Is my chicken fierce? I don't think so. It has never pecked anyone. Sister Chen, you are the first one." Jiang Yan scattered another handful of chicken feed near the gate of the yard. The pheasant clucked and ate rice bran on the spot. Chen Meili stood outside the door, thinking that the pheasant was going to chase her out, and she shivered with fear. She stepped back a few steps. look at Jiang Nian in the yard, and then look at the gate blocked by the pheasant. Chen Meili had to give up her plan and flee. Sister Nian, I have something to do at home. I will talk to you tomorrow. This is probably what the wicked are afraid of. Jiang Nian bent down and touched the pheasant as smooth and shiny feathers, praising it. Well done. After the master's praise, the pheasant I got another handful of chicken feed. Jiang Nian went back to the house to look after the child. After a while, a new visitor came. A figure was outside her yard, pacing back and forth. But she didn't go in. Jiang Nian thought Chen Meili was unwilling to give up and came back. When he looked up, he saw Huang Guixiang's tired and sallow face. She had been taking care of the children all night and took the children home after dawn. Then she was busy making breakfast and cleaning the house, thinking about how to thank Jiang Nian. With her hands full of things, she walked to the front of Jiang Nian's yard, but she didn't know how to get in. Jiang Nian knew that Huang Guixiang would definitely come. I also know that Huang Guixiang is too embarrassed to do so. I just didn't expect Huang Guixiang to come so early and right after Chen Meili. Jiang Nian saw Huang Guixiang and took the initiative to say hello. Sister Huang, are you looking for me? Come in. It's sunny outside. Let's talk in the house.
Okay.
Huang Guixiang had things in her hands and looked embarrassed. She was stunned when Jiang Nian greeted her. When she finally approached the house, she almost moved her hands and feet at the same time. After entering the house, little Anbao was sitting in a walker and was turning around in the living room. She saw a stranger, tiptoed, took steps, and moved closer to Jiang Nian. After getting close to Jiang Nian, the little person lowered her head. It seemed that she was frightened by Huang Guixiang and was timid. Huang Guixiang stood awkwardly aside, without putting down the things in her hands. She didn't know whether to stand or sit. Especially after seeing the fear of her on little Anbao's face, she was at a loss. Jiang Nian touched Xiao Anbao's head and then touched Xiao Anbao's hand, silently comforting him. After making sure that Xiao Anbao was okay, she said to Huang Guixiang again, Sister Huang, sit down, don't stand, let's sit and talk. After Jiang Nian's repeated invitations, Huang Guixiang finally put her ace down on the chair. From outside the house to inside the house, Huang Guixiang was holding it in all the way. She has a hot temper and a straightforward temper. She says everything she thinks, whether it's good or bad, and she has a loud voice, so she looks very angry. In fact, there is no way. She used to live in the countryside. Her husband was away from home as a soldier. She was alone with the children. There were a lot of mothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, and neighbors at home. They were all ungrateful people, just staring at the monthly allowance in her hand. If she wasn't so fierce and strong-willed, she would have been eaten alive by those people, and her children would never have a full meal. She has had this habit for more than 10 years, and it is ingrained in her bones. She couldn't change it even after moving to the family compound. Huang Guixiang sat next to Jiang Nian, feeling uncomfortable all over, and she felt even more uncomfortable with what she was saying in her heart. She closed her eyes and made up her mind. Jiang Nian, I'm sorry for you. You risked your life yesterday to save my youngest son. To me, Huang Guixiang, you are a great favor. It would not be too much for me to repay you with my whole life. Whenever I think of what I did to you before, I feel so ashamed that I wish I could find a hole to crawl into. I, Huang Guixiang, am a villain, and you are an adult. It is because you let bygones be bygones that my youngest child is alive now. These are some gifts I prepared. I hope you can accept them. If you still feel that it is not enough, and you feel uncomfortable, and you want to beat or scold me, I will never say a word. Huang Guixiang opened her mouth and said a lot of things. She also pushed the things in her hands in front of Jiang Nian. She raised her head and assured Jiang Nian again. I am serious about what I said, believe me. As long as you say a word, I can do anything for you. After listening to these impassioned words, Jiang Nian had a better understanding of Huang Guixiang. He also thoroughly understood what Liang Yuxiu had said before. Huang Guixiang is a good person, but she has a bad temper and speaks directly. Even her way of saying thank you is unique. In fact, such people are the easiest to get along with, because they say whatever they think in their hearts, without any twists and turns, and are much more open and honest than Chinmei. Sister Huang, I believe what you say. But we are now in a liberated society, an era of democracy, and everyone is equal. If you work like a for me, wouldn't I become a landlord class and be criticized? Huang Guixiang didn't expect there was this layer. After listening to what Jiang Nian said, she was stunned and didn't know what to do. Jiang Nian continued. Besides, we are from the same compound, we are all neighbors, and it is only right for us to help each other. I helped you yesterday, and I will definitely need your help in the future. It's not a matter of gratitude, just interact with each other more. The great life-saving grace turned into what Jiang Nian called mutual help. Huang Guixiang looked at Jiang Nian, shocked and speechless. She had a pretty face, outstanding features, and gentle temperament. When she spoke, her voice was soft, slow, and tenacious. Such a woman was just like a rich lady performing on the stage. More importantly, Jiang Nian did not take advantage of her guilt and wanted to embarrass her. It was different from the Jiang Nian before, different from the Jiang Nian she had quarreled with, and different from the Jiang Nian she had heard of. It was like a different person. But which one is real?
You.
Jiang Nian, aren't you angry? In the past. I always said bad things about you, and said it so harshly. Sister Huang, didn't you say that it was in the past? Besides, in the past, I had to throw dirty water on you. We have all done wrong things, so it is better to turn it over and pretend that nothing has happened. No one should be angry, okay? Jiang Nian smiled and said slowly. In the conflict between her and Huang Guixiang, the person who did the wrong thing in the first place was indeed the original owner. So they were each other and no one owed anyone anything. Huang Guixiang nodded hurriedly after hearing this. Okay, you rewrite. Let the past be the past. I will never talk nonsense again.
Then.
Can I call you Onion? I heard Liang Yuxiu, and the others call you that. And you must accept these things. They are not worth much money. They are just a little gift from me and my husband. Otherwise, we will feel bad. A pile of items was placed in front of Jiang Nian. Huang Guixiang is a down-to-earth person, and the things she gave were also down-to-earth. A basket of various vegetables. 2 ribs, which Huang Guixiang bought after queuing for 2 hours at the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday. She didn't keep any at home, and gave them all to Jiang Nian. There was also an old hen and 5 or 6 eggs. The old hen was raised by Huang Guixiang, and the eggs were saved by her with great difficulty. These are probably the most valuable things in their family. Huang Guixiang took out all the best ones, which shows her sincerity. If Jiang Nian didn't accept them, she would always think about them in her heart. So Jiang Nian accepted them all, without any refusals. She only glanced at the spare ribs and the old hen, but she liked the pile of vegetables very much. Because among them, there was a bunch of fresh and tender pea tips. Pea tips must be the most tender part of the pea seedlings. Fresh green and crisp, with shiny dew hanging on the leaves, you can tell at a glance that they were just picked this morning. Jiang Nian hasn't had the mushroom hot pot that she had been longing for yet. If the mushroom hot pot is paired with pea tips, you can imagine how delicious it would be. But it was too little, she wanted some more. Jiang Nian asked curiously Sister Guixiang, where did you get the pea tips so early in the morning? I picked them in my own yard. In the yard? Did you grow them? Jiang Nian was a little surprised. But after she said that, a memory emerged. The reason why the original owner laughed at Huang Guixiang for being a rural person was because Huang Guixiang was farming in his yard. The front yard of the family compound is an open space. You can plant vegetables and melons or flowers and grass after cleaning it up. Many people in the compound plant some small vegetables for daily consumption, such as onions, garlic, and peppers. Among them, Huang Guixiang is a good hand at planting vegetables in the fields. Her yard is well organized. Not only do they grow daily vegetables, but they also built a shed and planted loofah, vine melon, and chayote, filling the yard. Fertilizer must be applied when growing vegetables. Fertilizer inevitably has some odor. One time, the original owner walked past Huang Guixiang's house and smelled the stench in the yard. He said a few unpleasant and sarcastic words and laughed at Huang Guixiang for being sloppy and dirty. Huang Guixiang was proud of being self-reliant, but was mercilessly ridiculed, and she must have been angry. So the two of them couldn't stand each other, and the quarrel became more and more fierce. Jiang Nian had forgotten all this before, but when she suddenly brought up the topic, she saw Huang Guixiang's face full of embarrassment. Sister Guixiang, you are amazing. You can grow so many things in such a small yard. Huang Guixiang widened her eyes in surprise.
You
think I am amazing? Well, I think people who can work in the fields and grow fruits and vegetables are the most amazing. After all, as long as we are alive, we have to open our mouths to eat. I also want to plant something in the yard, but I don't know where to start. This is simple. First, turn the soil, sprinkle some wood ash on the soil, and then plant the seeds. After planting the seeds, just remember to water them, and the seedlings will emerge in 3 to 5 days. As the two talked, they suddenly forgot all the unpleasantness in the past. Huang Guixiang was even more excited when talking about farming. She looked at Jiang Nian's yard, and then at Jiang Nian's thin arms and legs. And Nian, turning the soil is a physical job, you can't do it. Anyway, I have nothing to do today, so I will help you. Is it okay? Thank you so much, Sister Guixiang. What's the point of thanking me? It's not what you said. We are neighbors, and we should help each other. It's just some hard work. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. After a few exchanges, the two of them decided. Huang Guixiang was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. For some reason, she suddenly felt close to Jiang Nian. She immediately went home to get and started working in a hurry. In the yard, Huang Guixiang was hoeing the ground, and Jiang Nian picked out the larger stones in the soil to prevent them from hindering the growth of vegetables in the future. Little Anbao was placed beside the yard. She rode in her walker, listened to the sound of wind chimes, and walked around in the sunshine. When he saw Huang Guixiang again, he was no longer as scared as he was at the beginning. It seemed that he understood that this aunt only spoke loudly, but her mother had a good relationship with her. While Jiang Nian was busy working, he did not forget to inquire about some things. Sister Guixiang, I want to ask those things about me you said you heard about them before. Who did you hear about them from? Chun Meili. Huang Guixiang wiped the sweat from her face, and blurted out without thinking. This answer was the same as the answer Jiang Nian was thinking. Sure enough, all the rumors about her were spread by Chun Meili. Huang Guixiang did not notice the slightly changed expression of Jiang Nian and continued to talk. Chun Meili not only told me, but also told Sister Lu and the others. Chun Meili also said that you bullied her, asked her to wash your clothes and cook for you all day long, and also let you as she spoke. Huang Guixiang stopped suddenly. She looked at Jiang Nian, wanting to slap herself. And Nian, did I say something wrong again? It's okay, Sister Guixiang, I know you are telling the truth. I'm not angry. Jiang Nian asked back. Chun Meili said I bullied her. Do you believe it? Now, I definitely don't believe it. You are not that kind of person. But, in the past you were different then. Huang Guixiang still told the truth. With Jiang Nian's previous temper as a big lady, let alone bullying Chun Meili, she would even bully the children in the compound for fun. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who think she is a big wronged public nuisance and believe in what Chun Meili said. After listening to Huang Guixiang's words, Jiang Nian fell into deep thought. Huang Guixiang can't be blamed for thinking this way. It can only be blamed on the original owner's bad reputation. It can't be explained clearly by just talking. Jiang Nian must present facts and reason. She asked Huang Guixiang, Sister Guixiang, you should have seen Chun Meili going out and about in the compound all the time. Do I visit her more often? Or does she visit me more often? Of course she visits you more often. I often see her running to your house. Jiang Nian asked again. Since Chun Meili started dating me, she doesn't often eat white flour buns at home, and she also wears new clothes. Huang Guixiang frowned and thought about it carefully. I didn't think so before, but now that you mention it, it's true. Chun Meili wore a new coat last month. The color is very eye-catching, and the clothes are a bit small. It doesn't suit her very well, but I see that she wears it often. Jiang Yan continued to ask. Given Chen Meili's tight financial situation, do you think she would be willing to buy new clothes and eat white flour buns? Chen Meili said that I bullied her, but she always came to my house, and I didn't tie her legs. Why did she come on her own initiative? After coming to my house, her family suddenly ate and dressed well. Don't you think it's strange? A series of questions shocked Huang Guixiang. Huang Guixiang had never thought about the problem in this way. Just like peeling an onion, peeling off the outer layer by layer, revealing the truth of the matter. Huang Guixiang dropped the in her hand to the ground, with a look of shock and disbelief.
You
mean Chen Meili is lying. You didn't bully her at all, she was just talking nonsense. But why did she do this? What's the benefit for her? Huang Guixiang couldn't figure out the reason. Jiang Nian already had the answer in his heart. Chen Meili just wanted to tarnish the reputation of the original owner. The more disgusting the original owner was, the worse the relationship with other people in the compound would be. By then, the only one left by the original owner's side was Chen Meili, who took the initiative to stick to her. The relationship between the two of them naturally became close, and even a kind of dependence. It became very easy for her to gain some benefits and take advantage of the original owner. Chen Meili took advantage on one side, and on the other side, she could use her identity as a victim to gain sympathy from others. It can be said that she cheated both sides and took advantage of both. It was a really good trick. This was a matter between Jiang Nian and Chen Meili, and she didn't want to involve Huang Guixiang. But after Huang Guixiang realized that she had been deceived by Chen Meili, she was already indignant.
No.
I can't let Chen Meili say that to you. I'm going to find her now. She's talking nonsense and lying everywhere. I'll tear her mouth apart. Sister Guixiang, don't go. Jiang Nian hurriedly advised. Huang Guixiang was angry and puzzled. Are you going to let Chen Meili destroy your reputation like this? She also said that you have chaotic relationships between men and women and are unclean. That is your innocence and the reputation of Captain Qin. In anger, Huang Guixiang recalled that the reason why they talked and chatted in front of the gate of Jiang Nian's house a few days ago was that Chen Meili asked them to go there in the beginning. Later, for some reason, Chen Meili disappeared, and when she and Jiang Nian were arguing the most fiercely, she suddenly appeared to be a peacemaker. Thinking about it now, the whole thing is weird everywhere. Huang Guixiang became more and more angry. Jiang Nian, the person involved, seemed calm. Sister Guixiang, it's useless to just quarrel. You will never get to the bottom of the truth. Don't worry about this matter. Just pretend you don't know. I will find other ways to solve it. Huang Guixiang saw that Jiang Nian was calm and composed, and vaguely realized something. She asked softly, Anian, do you have an idea in your mind? Yes, I have an idea. Jiang Nian nodded and stopped talking. Sister Guixiang, let's get on with our work. Yes, let's not talk about angry things, and get on with our work. Huang Guixiang picked up the again, and turned the soil one by one, still muttering, Anian, you are so smart. How could you be fooled by Chen Meili? In the blink of an eye, it was almost noon. The yard looks small, but when it's really busy, there are a lot of things to do. Huang Guixiang turned the soil over and sprinkled a layer of wood ash. Jiang Nian's yard hadn't been planted with vegetables for a long time, and it suddenly became very hard. Huang Guixiang told Jiang Nian not to plant the seeds yet, but to expose the soil to the sun for a day, and she would come to turn the soil again tomorrow, and then plant the seeds. Although it was hard work, after the soil was loosened, the roots of vegetables, fruits, and melons would grow better and stronger, and produce more fruits. Jiang Nian didn't know how to farm, so he listened to Huang Guixiang. Huang Guixiang saw that Jiang Nian raised a chicken in the yard, and with the old hen she sent, she simply built a chicken coop for Jiang Nian. At this time, Jiang Nian went back to the house to prepare lunch. What she made was what she had been thinking about, wild mushroom hot pot. Jiang Nian first washed the wild mushrooms. Wild mushrooms grow in the mountains covered with mud and inevitably have some insects and the like. Draw a basin of cold water, add some coarse salt, put the mushrooms in it, soak for 10 minutes, and then use water to wash away the mud and sand. For the stubborn part of the root, You can use a knife to cut off a thin layer to reveal the snow-white fungus. Ordinary mushrooms are clean at this step. Boletus is quite special. There may be small insects in the middle of its roots, which must be cut open to check and remove. After cleaning everything, cut them into slices. Jiang Nian put the sliced mushrooms into a clean basin. Then, she took a very important step. She put away the basin where she washed the mushrooms, the knife, and the cutting board. Because many mushrooms contain toxins, after long-term cooking, the toxins of the mushrooms will disappear, but the toxins remaining on the knife and the cutting board can easily get on other foods. I will have to cut meat and chopped ribs later, so they must not be mixed. Jiang Nian took some Yunnan ham from the portable space. Chopped the ham and set aside. Then the ribs sent by Huang Guixiang, 2 small ribs, cut into 3 or 4 lengths. Prepare some ingredients and garlic. Jiang Nian specially prepared 2 grass fruits and 3 slices of angelica. They are medicinal materials and spices, which can make the soup of the mushroom hot pot taste more delicious. After preparing the ingredients, then light the fire and heat the oil. Over the past few days, Jiang Nian has gradually gotten used to the stove, and his fire-making skills have become better and better. The stove has a high heat, and the pot is full of steam. Whether it is cooking or cooking, there is a special flavor, and it tastes better. After the oil is hot, add a little lard and pour in the chopped ham. The ham rolls in the hot oil, instantly stimulating bursts of rich fragrance. When the fat of the ham is stimulated and becomes slightly burnt, pour in the small pieces of ribs and garlic, stir-fry and fry until they are slightly browned. At this step, you can add water to the pot. In order to maintain the taste of the meat, it is better to heat the water instead of hot and cold water. Add the grass fruit and angelica, cover the lid, and stew the ribs for half an hour. The ribs stewed in this way will be more tender and will be soft and boneless. After half an hour, add the chopped mushrooms. Jiang Nian bought a lot of mushrooms and made a large amount, almost filling the entire iron pot. Even so, there are still a lot of mushrooms in the basket. She took a look and didn't put the bamboo basket away. After adding the mushrooms, continue to simmer for half an hour. During this half hour, you must be able to endure loneliness. You can't stir, and you can't use chopsticks to taste. If you are not careful, the uncooked soup base will be left on the spoon or chopsticks, and you don't know when it will go into your mouth, and then you will see the villain. During the half hour of waiting for the mushroom hot pot, Jiang Nian sat at the kitchen door, smelling the fragrance wafting from inside, listening to the gurgling sound of boiling in the iron pot. She swallowed her saliva. It was so fragrant. Not only Jiang Nian thought it was fragrant, but even Xiao Anbao couldn't stand the fragrance. She moved her walker and came to Jiang Nian babbling. A pair of big watery eyes looked into the kitchen. Looking at the curling hot steam, she drooled. Little greedy cat, you can't eat it yet. Jiang Nian scratched Xiao Anbao's nose with her fingers and wiped her saliva with a handkerchief. But no matter how she wiped, the saliva kept flowing down. She was completely crying because of greed. Jiang Nian smiled helplessly and went to the cupboard to get a white rabbit milk candy that Lu Qing gave to Xiao Anbao. She peeled off the candy wrapper and stuffed it into Xiao Anbao's mouth. In this way, the glittering saliva was finally blocked. Little Anbao smacked his lips, tasting the sweetness of milk, and smiled happily at Jiang Nian. The dimples on her cheeks were faintly visible, and she looked very cute.
Mom, eat. Mom.
Mom doesn't want to eat it. This candy was given to An and by Uncle Lu. It's only for baby, and little An didn't understand what Jiang Nian was saying, but she recognized the word baby. After hearing it, she laughed even more happily. The curved look of her eyes was exactly the same as when Jiang Nian smiled. Huang Guixiang finished building the chicken coop and walked into the house to say something to Jiang Nian. She happened to see the mother and daughter smiling at each other happily. Huang Guixiang has only one son in her family, and she was conceived at the age of 29. Calling her son Yaoa does not mean the youngest son in the family, but refers to the lifeblood, which is a nickname. In fact, she also wanted to have a daughter, but she had difficulty getting pregnant. After more than 10 years of marriage, she was pregnant with only this one. In this life, I'm afraid there is no hope of having more daughters. From her angle, Jiang Nian and the child were both in profile. Little Anbao showed half of his face intact, while the birthmark on the other half was covered. One of them lowered her head, lowered her eyes, and was gentle and doting. The other raised her little head. The cute baby, with its mouth wide open in a smile, is cuter than the dolls in New Year paintings. What a beautiful mother and daughter. How could God be so cruel to give little Anbao a birthmark on her face? When Huang Guixiang thought of this, she felt inexplicably sad, and her eyes were slightly moist. When Jiang Nian looked over, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Huang Guixiang walked over, looked at little Anbao lovingly, smiled at the child, and then turned to Jiang Nian. She hesitated and asked cautiously, "Anin is so young and—"
That.
On her face.
Can it be cured?
"Yes, I will definitely cure her. Mayanin will be the most beautiful little girl in the world in the future." Jiang Nian chuckled, his eyes full of shining determination. Huang Guixiang was suddenly dazzled by Jiang Nian's smile. She couldn't tell why, but she had a feeling in her heart that if Jiang Nian said it, it would come true.
And
after what happened yesterday, Huang Guixiang deeply understood that as long as the child was healthy and safe, other things were not so important.
just like the name of Xiao Anbao.
Huang Guixiang figured it all out, and she also laughed. She dusted off her clothes, rubbed the dirt on her hands, and called Jiang Nian to take a look at the corner of the yard. "Anian, the chicken coop has been built, and this is the door. You drive the chickens in at night and let them out during the day. The eggs can be laid in the chicken coop, so there is no need to worry about losing them." Jiang Nian was shocked and surprised when he saw a brand new chicken coop. He didn't expect Huang Guixiang to be so quick and do such a good job. Before he could say thank you, Huang Guixiang had already spoken quickly. "Since everything is fine, I'll go back first and come back tomorrow to turn the soil for you again." "Sister Guixiang, wait a minute. Wait a minute." Jiang Nian hurriedly grabbed Huang Guixiang and didn't say anything and asked Huang Guixiang to wait in the yard for a while. She went back to the house and entered the kitchen, busying herself. While waiting for Jiang Nian to come out, she was holding a large enamel basin in her hand. The enamel basin was steaming, and it was wrapped with a towel around it and covered with a lid, but it still couldn't block the fragrance wafting out. There was the smell of mushrooms and a strong meaty aroma. "Sister Guixiang, you've worked hard all morning. I just made lunch and made a little too much. You can take these back to eat," Jiang Nian said, and handed the enamel basin in his hand to Huang Guixiang. Huang Guixiang waved her hands and took a big step back. She refused firmly. "We have already agreed that I help you with the work, and it is mutual help between us. How can I take your food to eat?" No, I can't take this." "Sister Guixiang, your child fell into the water and is bound to be sick. The sick child needs nourishment. You gave me all the pork you bought. What can you use to nourish the child? The child is the most important. Just take it with confidence." When Huang Guixiang heard Jiang Nian mention the child, her expression began to relax. Jiang Nian started shouting that it was hot again, asking Huang Guixiang to take it quickly. After a while, the hot enamel basin was in Huang Guixiang's hands. Her palms were hot, and her heart was also hot. She looked at Jiang Nian with gratitude. "Sister, I remember your kindness. When my youngest son recovers from his illness, I will ask him to come over and thank you in person." "Okay." Jiang Nian nodded gently and reminded, "Sister Guixiang, I made pork ribs stewed with wild mushrooms. Wild mushrooms can only be eaten when they are hot. Don't eat them when they are cold, or you will be poisoned." Huang Guixiang took note of Jiang Nian's instructions and walked home holding the enamel basin. As soon as she entered the house, the child who was resting in the house smelled the fragrance. Huang Guixiang's husband's surname is Wang. Her son has been chubby since he was born, so he was named Wang Dazhuang. Wang Dazhuang was frightened after falling into the water yesterday. He lost his energy and spirit and looked listless. After smelling the fragrance, his eyes lit up. He followed behind Huang Guixiang and kept asking questions. "Mom, it smells so good. What delicious food did you make? I seem to smell meat. Is it pork? I haven't eaten pork for half a month. Let me see. Let me see. Wang Dazhuang stood on tiptoe, pulled Huang Guixiang's arm, and stretched his neck to look hard. This is the delicious food made by your Aunt Jiang to nourish your body. Huang Guixiang carefully put down the enamel basin that had been bumped all the way. The mother and son stared with round eyes, stared at it, and opened the lid. Then there were two exclamations. Ah wow! Huang Guixiang was surprised. Why is there so much? Wang Dazhuang was surprised. Mom, there is so much meat. It's all ribs. It's my favorite ribs. The enamel basin was very large, and it was filled with things, including sliced wild mushrooms, yellow and fragrant soup, and pieces of ribs. The top layer was almost all ribs. Huang Guixiang is a frugal person. Just by looking at it, she can tell that these ribs weigh at least 1 kilogram. The ribs she gave to Jiang Nian only weighed 2 kilograms in total. Jiang Nian accepted them all, but in this way, he gave her another kilogram. Not only that, Jiang Nian stuffed 3 eggs under the wild mushrooms and ribs, enough for everyone in their family to eat one. Huang Guixiang looked at the enamel basin on the table. The heat smoked her eyes, and her eyes turned red unconsciously. Wang Dazhuang's mouth was drooling. Mom, is this for me?
Can we eat it now?
It smells so good. Yes, we can't waste your Aunt Zhang's kindness. Let's eat it now. Huang Guixiang blinked and said cheerfully. That night, Qin Sanyi returned home. Not only Jiang Nian and Xiao Anbao were waiting for him, but also a delicious dinner. When he came back, he had missed dinner time. Jiang Nian and Xiao Anbao had already eaten dinner. The mother and daughter sat under the eaves, looking at the stars in the night sky while waiting for him. When Qin Sanyi came in, Jiang Nian lit a fire and cooked a bowl of mixed mushroom soup noodles. It used the soup base of the wild mushroom hot pot, pieces of soft and boneless ribs, and noodles that were full of the essence of the soup. Mixed mushroom soup noodles under the light. Qin Sanyi looked at the noodles and raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Did you make this too?
Yes.
I bought a lot of wild mushrooms when I went to the market yesterday. Wild mushrooms are the most delicious in this season, but it's a pity that I had too many things to do yesterday and didn't have time to make them. Fortunately, the wild mushrooms are fresh and haven't gone bad after being left for a day. Don't worry about eating them. I cooked them for a long time so they won't be poisonous. Jiang Nian held the child and sat aside, looking at Qin Sanyi sideways. Qin Sanyi lowered his black eyes slightly and looked at the mixed mushroom soup noodles. The color, aroma, and taste were all good, and the fragrance penetrated into his nose. He whispered, "It's okay. Even if it's poisonous, don't be afraid. It won't kill people." For a while, the room was full of the sound of Qin Sanyi slurping noodles. Little Anbao moved around in Jiang Nian's arms, scratching Jiang Nian's hair and pulling Jiang Nian's clothes. Since getting close to Jiang Nian, the usually well-behaved little girl has gradually become lively. Jiang Nian wanted to grab little Anbao's arm from time to time, and she told Qin Sanyi about what happened today. Today, Sister Guixiang helped turn over the yard, loosen the soil, and helped build a chicken coop. In a few days, we can grow vegetables in the yard. Qin Sanyi stopped using his chopsticks, raised his eyes, and looked at Jiang Nian strangely. He asked, "Do you want to grow vegetables in the yard? And raise chickens?" Jiang Nian looked at him with a gentle look in his eyes. "Don't you agree?" Qin Sanyi frowned slightly. His eyes slowly turned from Jiang Nian's eyes to Jiang Nian's body. Men have always been slow to understand women's dressing. He thought about when Jiang Nian last wore her beautiful skirt. The only thing he could recall seemed to be the scene in the hospital. At that time, Xiao Anbao pulled the chest of her dress, and the night wind in front of the hospital once blew up her skirt, revealing her thin and white calves.
Since that day,
Jiang Nian cut her hair long and seemed to have changed her dressing style. Just like she did today, a white shirt with dark blue pants, and she hadn't worn a colorful skirt for a long time. It's not that she has become ugly. On the contrary, Jiang Nian has a delicate face and beautiful features. She is a charming beauty that can be seen at a glance. Too much dressing will make her look suspicious, and her outstanding appearance can easily bring people aggression. On the contrary, the plain dress makes her look more fresh and refined, with outstanding temperament. His wife has changed so much silently. Now we have to grow vegetables and raise chickens in the yard? After I hit my head yesterday, I suddenly figured out a lot of things. I found that I was ridiculous before and did a lot of absurd mistakes. I'm serious. I want to live a good life with you in the future. The words that Jiang Nian once said reappeared in Qin Sanyi's mind. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Nian became gradually complicated, and his eyes were deep. Jiang Nian didn't notice that Qin Sanyi was wrong, but he didn't say anything for a long time. She asked again in confusion. Is it not possible? Qin Sanyi came back to his senses in an instant and answered immediately. Of course, you can do anything you like. Next time, you don't need to ask others for help. Tell me in advance, and I'll do it when I'm on vacation.
Okay.
Jiang Yan nodded happily. Qin San glanced at the corners of her mouth that were raised high and lowered his head to eat noodles again. Jiang Yan was already happily calculating. There's a big open space in the yard, and we can grow a lot of vegetables, such as small greens. They will grow up in a month. Then we can plant more and don't have to go out to buy them. We can have fresh vegetables every day. Sister Guixiang told me that eggplants and cucumbers have a high yield and can grow tall vines. Then there will be a layer on the ground, a layer higher up, and another layer on the trellis. All places can be used. It would be even better if we had grapes. In the summer, the grape vines will climb on the trellis, hanging bunches of grapes. We can enjoy the coolness and eat the sour and sweet grapes. Qin Sanyi ate noodles and listened to Jiang Yan's story. The picture unconsciously emerged in his mind. After a while, a large bowl of noodles was finished. He wiped his mouth, took the dishes and chopsticks back to wash them, and wiped the table. When Qin Sanyi returned to Jiang Yan, he had a round iron can in his hand. He handed it over. Here you go. Is it an An's milk powder? Jiang Yan saw the round iron can and subconsciously thought it was milk powder, but Qin Sanyi said no. She took a closer look. There was a red block on the round iron can with 5 big words Shanghai malted milk written on it. Where did you get the malted milk? I heard that the supply and marketing cooperatives are sold out, and you can't buy it even if you have money. Jiang Yan was surprised and happy. It's not that she lacks this food, but this thing is really hard to buy. Her eyes were shining, and she looked at Qin Sanyi with joy. The man's face heated up, and he avoided the overly passionate comments and said simply in a deep voice, I asked someone to buy it for you to replenish your body. Qin Sanyi asked someone to buy it for him, and he didn't know how many favors he owed. He sent it all the way from the provincial capital. He didn't tell him about the process. He just asked Jiang Yan, do you like it? Yes, of course I like it. I've wanted to try what it tastes like for a long time. Jiang Yan looked at the red iron can and smiled very sweetly. She had read so many novels in the later life, and the period novels all had malted milk, which was indispensable. She had only heard of it but never tasted it, so she was a little curious. Little Anbao saw Jiang Yan staring at the red iron can, stretched out her little hand to touch it, and moved it back and forth. Baby, this is not for you to eat. And then when little Anbao heard that it was not for her to eat, she smacked her lips and was unhappy. The little girl is getting smarter and smarter. She was not really unhappy, but she hoped that Jiang Yan would be soft-hearted, so she deliberately showed weakness and acted cute. Jiang Yan touched little Anbao's nose with her fingers. Okay, mommy will make you some milk. Jiang Yan had already fed her once during the day, and now that she didn't have milk, little Anbao could only drink milk. She handed the child to Qin Sanyi, took the malted milk, and walked into the kitchen. Little Anbao knew that she had milk to drink, and when she got into Qin San's arms, she was still happily swinging her limbs, using the man's tall and straight body as a tree to climb. Qin Sanyi could sense his little girl's mood. He touched little Anbao's face and asked softly, Are you happy to be with your mother all day today? He giggle. What answered him was little Anbao's milky laughter. The coldness in the man's eyes and eyebrows completely disappeared at this moment. He was a father who loved his daughter. He bent down and kissed the birthmark on little Anbao's face. After a while, Jiang Yan came out of the kitchen, holding not only a bottle of milk, but also a cup of malted milk. Qin San naturally took the bottle, tested the temperature with his palm, and shook it gently before putting it in little Anbao's hand. In just such a short moment, Jiang Yan placed the malted milk in front of Qin San. This cup is yours. Qin San's ears twitched, and when he looked over, the woman who spoke softly had turned around and went back to the kitchen. When she came out again, Jiang Yan's fair cheeks were slightly red, and she was holding another cup of malted milk in her hand. A family of 3, 1 cup each. Little Anbao gurgled the milk, his little mouth tightly attached to the pacifier. Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief and tasted the malted milk. It was so sweet. To be honest, to her, the taste of malted milk was not as good as Wangzai milk, but Jiang Yan still thought it was delicious. Qin San didn't like sweetness, but he drank this cup of malted milk slowly, one mouthful at a time, without saying anything. Little Anbao ate what was in his mouth and looked at what was in Qin San's hand. His little hand reached out to take the cup of malted milk. Qin San gently held her little hand. No. The milk is yours, and this is Daddy's. Qin San, who had always doted on his children, showed the severity of an old father for the first time. At the same time, it was also the first time that this man was greedy for material things. It was his. At night, Xiao Anbao hugged her full belly and fell asleep quickly. She slept in her favorite position, the middle of the big bed, with a peaceful little face. Jiang Yan was lying on the inside, and when he saw Xiao Anbao fell asleep, he pulled the quilt, but did not lie down with her. Instead, he sat up and put on a piece of clothing. On the side, Qin San was taking off his clothes and preparing to go to bed. Suddenly, he felt a force gently pulling his coat. He turned his head and looked, and his sight met a pair of clear and bright eyes. Jiang Yan grabbed the corner of Qin San's clothes, tilted his head, and said softly, "Qin San, do ain't sleep yet." Jiang Yan hadn't gotten out of bed yet. She leaned sideways, half supported with her arms, and slightly bent her waist. She looked like a stretched cat. Her eyes were especially charming, slender and charming, with a natural shadow at the end of her eyes, slightly upturned. Qin San looked down from above and happened to see the whole scene. She was wearing a thin nightgown, and even with a coat on, it still didn't cover her neckline. The soft fabric hung down, revealing a round and white area. The man's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his eyes darkened. He restrained himself, and his eyes seemed to sweep over that place, and finally fell back on Jiang Yan's face. Qin San spoke in a low voice. "Do you have anything else?" Jiang Yan didn't know her charming posture, nor did he notice that her spring light was exposed, but he kept squinting and smiling. When she smiled like this, she looked like a cat, but more like a fox. There was an obvious cunning in her eyes. "I'm fine, but some people might be in trouble. You go to bed now, but you'll be woken up in a while." The feeling of being woken up after falling asleep is very uncomfortable. So Jiang Yan hoped that Qin San would wait a little longer. Seeing that Jiang Yan was unwilling to speak directly and kept it a secret, Qin San did not ask. "But how long do they have to wait? They can't just stare at each other, right?" Besides, it was late at night, and they were a passionate couple who had 2 children in 3 years. There were only so many things they could do. The room fell into silence. Although the 2 of them were obviously not close to each other, an ambiguous atmosphere lingered around them. In one night, it reminded people of yesterday afternoon. In this room, at this position, they had kissed so passionately. Jiang Yan's face was hot. She crossed her legs, sat on the bed, and asked Qin San, "Qin San, tell me about your training. What is the military camp like? What do you usually train for?" "I have never been to a military camp in my life." Jiang Yan had never been to a military camp, and she had never even been to a military academy. In her previous life, their 2 schools were so close to each other. However, the military academy has always been under closed management. The guns held by the sentries at the sentry box at the school gate are said to be real guns. When passing by the military academy gate, I dare not even look at the sentries. Jiang Nian has always been curious, and today I finally have the opportunity to learn more. Qin Sanni did not expect Jiang Nian to ask these questions. He asked, "Do you want to know about the military camp?"
Yes.
Jiang Nian nodded, her eyes flashed, and she blushed and said, "I want to know about the military camp, and I want to know about you." She wanted to know what Qin Sanni's daily training was like, and whether he was tired or not. Qin Sanni was a taciturn person, and he probably would not take the initiative to say anything if he was injured. If she didn't ask, the man would definitely not tell him. It would be better to let her take the initiative. At this moment, it was like a kitten pushing a ball of wool and hitting the man's heart. Qin Sanni's throat was itchy, and his chest was muffled. He coughed a few times and spoke slowly. The conditions in the military camp are similar to those in the family compound, except that there are more training grounds, playgrounds, sand pits. There are rules and regulations in daily life. Any soldier, including me, must abide by the rules as long as he enters the military camp. If you really want to know, you can go in and take a look.
Me?
Can I go in too? Jiang Nian asked in surprise.
Qin Sanni responded, yes.
You are a military dependent. You can go in after proving your identity and registering your information. Then I can go in to find you and see the fighter planes. Jiang Nian just thought about it and couldn't help but jump for joy. Qin Sanni, go on and... Qin Sanni stared at Jiang Nian's shining eyes and couldn't refuse any of her questions. The man who always cherished words had never said so many words in one night. The young couple was talking to each other. Suddenly, there was some panic and noisy noise outside the house. Are you sick? He was fine in the afternoon. How come he suddenly got sick? No one knows. I heard that he suddenly had vomiting and diarrhea. After vomiting, he was like sleepwalking, talking nonsense, and was completely unconscious. Such a young child, could he be stupid?
Buh, buh, buh.
Don't talk nonsense. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's find a doctor. Let's find a doctor. Someone has already gone to find one, but it takes time to go back and forth, and we don't know when he will be here. By the way, there is a doctor who can treat illnesses in our compound. Are you talking about Captain Qin's wife?
Yes.
Huang Guixiang's son was rescued by Captain Qin's wife. Let's go. Let's go to Captain Qin's house. A group of people rushed forward with flashlights in the night. After a while, the gate of Qin Sanni's yard was knocked. Captain Qin, are you asleep? Jiang Nian's sister Nian, get up quickly. Captain Qin, open the door. Inside the house, Jiang Nian and Qin Sanni had already heard the sound. The conversation that was going on came to an abrupt end. Jiang Nian raised his eyebrows, and Qin Sanni immediately understood that the knocking on the door was the reason why Jiang Nian said wait before going to sleep. They did not go to open the door immediately, but delayed in the house for a while. When the knocking on the door became louder and louder, Jiang Nian felt that the time was right and the play was enough. She got up from the bed, put on her shoes, and was about to go out. Wait a minute. Qin Sanni suddenly grabbed Jiang Nian's arm. Jiang Nian turned around and looked at Qin Sanni in confusion. Qin Sanni silently started to button up the coat that Jiang Nian had casually put on one by one. It's windy at night. Be careful not to catch a cold, he warned. The couple glanced at Xiao Onbao, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and then went out to open the door. With a creak, the gate of the yard opened. The people outside the door first saw the tall and straight Qin Sanni, standing in front of them like a wall. Qin Sanni has always been dignified and cold-tempered, and the sisters-in-law usually dare not talk to him.
Suddenly saw.
A timid sister-in-law took a step back in fear. The words that were originally shouted in a hurry were all silent, and she stared at Qin Sanni in a daze. In the end, it was Qin Sanni who took the initiative to speak. What do you want?
We
are looking for Jiang Nian.
Yes.
We are looking for Jiang Nian. The eldest son of Chen Meili's family seems to have a strange disease and is going crazy. Jiang Nian can treat people, right? We want to ask her to go over and take a look. One sister-in-law calmed down and finally explained the whole story. When Qin Sanni heard the name Chen Meili, He frowned slightly. It was rare for him to show obvious emotions, and it was disgust towards a person. After hearing these words, Qin Sanni did not answer immediately, but lowered his head to look at Jiang Nian and asked her opinion. "Wife, do you want to go over and take a look?" Jiang Nian was slightly surprised. Qin Sanni knew that she had not slept and was waiting for this moment. But the man acted as if he knew nothing and even acted with Jiang Nian. His acting skills were pretty good. "Since the child is sick, let's not waste time and go there quickly." Jiang Nian looked worried and agreed. This matter was settled. Several sisters-in-law pulled Jiang Nian's arms and walked forward quickly, while anxiously telling Jiang Nian about the situation. They all remembered that it was Jiang Nian's calmness and professional medical knowledge that saved Wang Dazhuang from Huang Guixiang's family on the shore yesterday. Unconsciously, they placed their hope of saving people again on Jiang Nian. They completely forgot that before yesterday, Jiang Nian was still a nuisance to the entire compound and was unwilling to say even one more word to her. Qin Sanni followed the women, silently holding a flashlight to illuminate the path for them in the night. Chun Meili's house was at the back of the compound, a little far away. After a while, someone shouted hurriedly, "Jiang Nian is coming! Jiang Nian is coming!" Jiang Nian looked up and saw Liang Yuxiu standing at the door of Chun Meili's house, stretching her neck and waiting anxiously. Liang Yuxiu was wearing a single piece of clothing, with an old military jacket draped over her shoulders. Her shoes were not put on properly, and her hair was messy. Obviously, she had fallen asleep before and was suddenly awakened. Men in the compound are often not at home, and the women are used to helping each other. Tonight's incident involves children, and many neighbors have come. Jiang Nian not only saw Liang Yuxiu, but also Huang Guixiang, who was also waiting outside the yard. When they saw Jiang Nian, they both breathed a sigh of relief. "Nian, go in and take a look. Chun Meili is crying." Jiang Nian walked into Chun Meili's house under the expectant gaze of everyone. She first smelled an unpleasant smell of. The ground was dirty, and there was no time to clean it up. Then, Jiang Nian saw two small figures, the eldest and the second. They were wearing thin clothes, hugging each other, huddled in a corner, and looking around in panic. The room was full of people, but no one noticed them. Jiang Nian didn't have time to care about the two little girls and was immediately attracted by Chun Meili shouting, "Liberation! Liberation! Look at your mother! Look at your mother! Mom is here!" Chun Meili stood in the middle of the room, pulling a boy of 7 or 8 years old. The boy had a round head and was chubby. It was obvious that he was well taken care of. But at this moment, his face was pale, drooling from the corners of his mouth, and he looked demented. He was still mumbling to himself. "Come and play, let's play together, haha. There are people here who play games with me. Let us play games together." As he spoke, the boy giggled and stretched out his hands to grab at the air. It was as if there were really friends playing games with him in front of him. It was no wonder that Chun Meili was so panicked in such a ridiculous scene, and all the neighbors got up in the middle of the night. After Chun Meili saw Jiang Nian, she rushed over immediately. She grabbed Jiang Nian's wrist and shouted anxiously and uncontrollably, "Sister Nian, if you can save Huang Guixiang's son, you can definitely save my son. Please, save my Jiafeng. He was fine during dinner, but he started vomiting for some reason, and then he became like this. Jiafeng is my only son, and the only child of our Chen family. Nothing can happen to him. Nothing can happen to him. Sister Nian, please take a look. Take a look." Chun Meili pulled Jiang Nian in front of the boy. Jiang Nian didn't need to go closer to take a closer look. From the first glance, she knew it was food poisoning. After eating poisonous wild mushrooms, he had hallucinations and saw many figures in a trance, commonly known as catching villains. But Jiang Nian was not ready to say it directly. She held open the boy's eyelids and checked the degree of pupil dilation, confirming that it was only a symptom of mild poisoning and not serious. "How is it? Sister Nian, what happened to my Jiafeng?" Chun Meili watched Jiang Nian check, unable to restrain her anxiety, and asked anxiously. Jiang Nian withdrew her hand, raised her eyes, and said, This is a symptom of food poisoning. Sister Chun, what did you feed the child? Food poisoning? How could it be food poisoning? Jiefeng and I eat the same thing, that is, steamed cornmeal. We are both fine. Why is Jiefeng the only one suffering from food poisoning? Chun Meili's words suddenly stopped. Even the expression on her face seemed to be frozen. Jiang Nian watched silently. She pressed, Sister Chun, have you thought it through? Are you sure the child eats the same thing as you? You haven't fed him anything else?
No.
No, absolutely not. Chun Meili shook her head frantically, while stealing a glance at Jiang Nian, her eyes flashing quickly. This expression showed that she was guilty. Not only Jiang Nian, who was face to face with Chun Meili, could see it, but the people around her could see it too. Someone reminded her. Chun Meili, Sister Nian has said it was food poisoning. Think about it again. It's related to your son's health. You must think it through before answering. Don't hide it. That's right. Late at night, everyone is worried about your family's affairs. If you don't tell the truth, how can the doctor treat the disease? Chun Meili, are you giving your son special treatment again? We all know that you have 3 children, and you are the most partial to your son. Chun Meili was suddenly surrounded by everyone. There was also a son with dementia and trance on the side, and the disease continued. She was unwilling in her heart, but for the sake of her son's illness, she had to speak up. Nothing. It's just. I just fried a plate of wild mushrooms. Chun Meili said hesitantly. She fried the plate of wild mushrooms and only gave it to her son, and she didn't even want to eat it herself. Everyone suddenly realized. Poisoning. It must be wild mushroom poisoning. Jiang Nian is right. Jiang Nian, can wild mushroom poisoning be cured? Will it make the child stupid? It can't be stupid. My Jiefeng has to go to school. He can't be stupid. Chun Meili shouted anxiously, Sister Nian, you can tell it's food poisoning at once. You must know how to treat it, right? It can be cured, but first you have to know what kind of wild mushrooms it is. Where are the wild mushrooms you have left over? Take them out for me to see. Jiang Nian asked. When she heard that it could be cured, Chun Meili immediately followed Jiang Nian's instructions and went to the kitchen to get the remaining wild mushrooms. Sister Nian, look, these are the wild mushrooms. Which one is poisonous? Chun Meili held the plate with both hands. There were still a lot of wild mushrooms. The sisters-in-law around were also curious, and they stretched their necks to look over. Among them was Huang Guixiang. Huang Guixiang looked at the plate of wild mushrooms. The colors and types looked strangely familiar. It was exactly the same as what she had eaten at noon. Even the rare mutton liver mushrooms were there. It was just that the ribs were missing. Huang Guixiang suddenly realized something. She opened her mouth and asked loudly, Chun Meili, where did you get these wild mushrooms? With Huang Guixiang's shout, everyone shifted their attention. They forgot about the child who was catching the villain in a state of confusion, and all eyes were fixed on Chun Meili and the pot of wild mushrooms. In this era, if someone ate meat or stewed bone soup, the whole compound would know immediately. The sisters-in-law all knew that Chun Meili had always been frugal and was very stingy when buying things. Suddenly, her family had more delicious dishes. How could it not be strange? Not only Huang Guixiang, but someone else asked immediately, Chun Meili, where did you get the wild mushrooms? Chun Meili held the plate in her hand, and the expression on her face changed again and again. Finally, she stammered and uttered a sentence. I went to the mountain to dig it. It's the back mountain of our compound's private land. There are a lot of wild mushrooms on the mountain. What she said was 50% true and 50% false. The truth was that there was indeed a large private plot in the compound, and there were indeed wild mushrooms on the mountain. If you looked carefully, you would definitely find them. But the false part was, Chun Meili, when did you go out recently? Yesterday we went to the city, and you said you wanted to dry radishes at home, so you didn't go. From yesterday to today, I haven't seen you leave the compound. When did you go to the mountain? Did you see it? The sisters-in-law looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and everyone shook their heads. No one saw Chun Meili go out, let alone go to the private plot which was some distance away. Then, the question came. Huang Guixiang asked, Chun Meili, you have never been out of the compound. Where did the wild mushrooms come from? Liang Yuxiu was thoughtful and vaguely sensed that something was wrong. She thought for a while and said, "Yesterday, a group of us went to the city, and only Sister Nian bought wild mushrooms." This sentence suddenly woke up the people around, especially Huang Guixiang. She had seen Jiang Nian stewing spare ribs with wild mushrooms with her own eyes and knew more information than the other sisters-in-law. "I have seen the wild mushrooms in Sister Nian's house, and the species are exactly the same as the ones on your plate. Sister Nian also reminded me that wild mushrooms can only be eaten when hot, and eating them when they become cold will cause poisoning. How could there be such a coincidence? You have the same mushrooms, and your son is poisoned.
Could it be?
Chun Meili, could it be that you are the one?" Huang Guixiang integrated all the information and deduced an amazing possibility in her mind. Before she could say the word steal, Chun Meili immediately jumped up and quickly interrupted Huang Guixiang's voice.
No.
"I didn't steal it. I didn't steal it. The wild mushrooms in my house, you dug them all from the mountain. Do I, Chun Meili, have to beat gongs and drums when I go out to let all of you know?" Chun Meili looked a little guilty and panicked at first, but as her shouting became louder and louder, it was as if she had confidence in her heart. It is unknown whether she has deceived other people, but from Chun Meili's determined expression, she must have deceived herself. She even added with certainty, "I didn't go to the market yesterday. I didn't even know that Sister Nian bought wild mushrooms. How could I steal from them?" As soon as the voice fell, unexpectedly, a sister-in-law stood up to refute. "You are lying. You clearly asked me where Jiang Nian went in the city and what he bought, and I told you everything." After the first person spoke, the second person immediately continued. "This afternoon, I saw Chun Meili enter Captain Qin's house, and she disappeared all of a sudden." "Is it in the afternoon? What time in the afternoon?" "In the afternoon, I saw Jiang Nian taking the child out for a stroll. She was not at home." "How did you get in, Chun Meili? What did you do when you went in?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense, exposing all the lies Chun Meili told, getting closer and closer to the truth. "No, I didn't. You are talking nonsense. Lu Ermiai, you must have seen it wrong. When did I enter Captain Qin's house? You must have bad eyesight." "I saw it wrong." In front of so many witnesses, Chun Meili still insisted and refused to admit it. Huang Guixiang was a person with an impatient temper. She hated to see good people being wronged. What's more, she had accepted a favor from Jiang Nian today. How could she let Chun Meili be so unreasonable and bully Jiang Nian? She was the first one who couldn't stand it and wanted to stand up for Jiang Nian. "Chun Meili, everyone is not blind. How could you see it wrong? You must explain clearly today. Where did your wild mushrooms come from? Did you steal them from Sister Nian's house?" Chun Meili was forced to this point. In front of so many people, if she admitted that she stole things, how could she survive in the compound in the future? Maybe even her man would be embarrassed. "It's not me. It's not me. Huang Guixiang, you said I stole it, but show me the evidence." She gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. She confronted Huang Guixiang with a livid face. In the small room, there was a smell of gunpowder, ready to ignite. Everyone wanted to know the truth, but they didn't want to make things too ugly. If they really tore their faces apart, it would be detrimental to the unity of the sisters-in-law in the compound. No one dared to speak. Liang Yuxiu looked tangled and solemn. "I have no idea how to clean up the mess." The atmosphere was tense. I never expected that the calmest person at this time was Jiang Nian. When the atmosphere was most tense, the person who stepped forward to ease the atmosphere was also Jiang Nian. "The matter of the wild mushroom is not important. The child is still sick. Let's treat the child first." While speaking, Jiang Nian's hand hidden at his side gently pulled Huang Guixiang's sleeve. She knew that everything Huang Guixiang did was for her. Jiang Nian is not an ungrateful person, but things have their priorities, and after this commotion, Jiang Nian's goal has been achieved by 50%. Huang Guixiang didn't want to give in at first, but when she saw Jiang Nian's grateful and comforting eyes, she looked at the other's fair and pretty face. For some reason, her angry heart slowly calmed down. Humph. Huang Guixiang snorted coldly. For the sake of the child, she no longer cared about Chen Meili. Chen Meili finally calmed down and finally remembered her baby son. Yes.
Child.
My Jiefeng. Sister Nian, did you say that cold wild mushrooms can't be eaten? My Jiefeng was playful when eating and refused to eat properly. I chased him to feed him for half an hour. By the end of the meal, the wild mushrooms had become cold, and Jiefeng ate several bites. What should I do? I didn't know that cold wild mushrooms can't be eaten. Sister Nian, can you tell me if it can be cured? Can it be cured? The amount eaten is not very large, it can be cured. I'm going to give the child an acupuncture. You hold the child first, and don't let him move around. Jiang Nian answered calmly. While speaking, she took out the acupuncture bag that had been in her coat pocket, untied the ties at both ends, and gently opened it. In an instant, thin silver needles appeared in front of everyone. Everyone has a natural fear of the thin silver needles, and they subconsciously gasped. After seeing this, Chen Meili was even more frightened and panicked. Sister Nian, you're not going to use this thing to my Jiefeng? My Jiefeng is so young, it will be hurt. I only have this one son. Chen Meili has 3 children in total, 1 son and 2 daughters. As a couple from the countryside, they naturally think that the more sons the better. After giving birth to her eldest son, Chen Meili gave birth to 2 more children in a row, hoping to have more sons. Who knew that the 2 consecutive children were both daughters? She treated her daughter as a loss of money and her only eldest son as a treasure, like her eyeball. Now Jiang Nian inserted such a dangerous silver needle into her eyeball. How could Chen Meili bear it? She was panicked, terrified, and even more afraid that her son could not be cured. To put it bluntly, it was a lack of trust in Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian was accustomed to this kind of prejudice. After all, not everyone can accept Chinese medicine. She had experienced a lot in her previous life. She patiently prepared to give some advice. But someone spoke before her. Do you want to be treated? The person asking the question was Qin Sanni. Qin Sanni had seen the farce between the sisters-in-law just now, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Everyone forgot for a moment that there was a man with a low and powerful aura standing behind Jiang Nian. Qin Sanni's eyes were dark and his expression was cold. The way he looked at people was full of frost. He looked at Chen Meili sternly and said coldly, since you don't believe her, you can wait for the military doctor to come and let him treat your son. It's late. I want to take her back. Qin Sanni took Jiang Nian's hand, and without waiting for Chen Meili to answer, he was determined to leave. Anyone around could see that Qin Sanni was unhappy at this time. The couple was woken up in the middle of the night and rushed over. Jiang Nian didn't care about Chen Meili's stealing and was still willing to help treat the child. Chen Meili actually dared to doubt Jiang Nian? Qin Sanni was already unhappy. How could his wife be bullied? He held Jiang Nian's hand. The temperature of his palm was scorching, and his palm tightly embraced her. Just like his breath, it enveloped Jiang Nian's body. He wanted to take her away without saying anything. Everyone around was frightened by Qin Sanni's sudden voice. Seeing the intimacy of the young couple, they were shocked and could not recover for a long time. Chen Meili's reaction was the fastest. She had no choice. The military camp was still on the way, and the child was crazy and talking nonsense. What if the brain was really damaged by poison? She couldn't wait. I believe it. I believe it. How could I not believe Sister Nian? Chen Meili rushed over quickly, grabbed Jiang Nian's wrist tightly, and begged hurriedly, Sister Nian, please save my family Jiefeng. Chen Meili had lowered her posture, but Qin Sanni still didn't let go. He lowered his black eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Nian. The man's attitude was obvious, letting Jiang Nian decide for himself. If Jiang Nian said she wanted to leave, he would leave immediately, without looking back. As for the possible rumors, Qin Sanni didn't care at all. He only cared about the person in front of him. Jiang Nian understood the deep meaning that the man never said. As long as Qin Sanni was here, he would be her strongest support and would not let anyone bully her. Not even a little bit. Jiang Nian nodded gently under Qin Sanni's gaze. Qin Sanni saw Jiang Nian nod, Then he loosened his tightly held palm and no longer insisted on taking Jiang Nian away. Sister Chen, hold the child and don't let him move. Raise your right hand. Sister Guixiang, please make a bowl of warm water with salt. Add more salt, at least 2 spoons. Sister Yuxiu, bring a basin over. Jiang Nian calmly arranged all matters, picked up her silver needle, and began to disinfect. Chen Meili hugged her son, but the boy was busy catching the villain, and his right hand kept moving. Chen Meili couldn't hold it down by herself. The boy's wrist kept moving, and Jiang Nian couldn't insert the needle at all. I'll do it, Qin Sanni said in a low voice. He raised his hand and held the boy's wrist, firmly, motionlessly. Jiang Nian looked up, and the two of them looked at each other for a moment. Everything is self-evident. Jiang Nian no longer had any worries. He picked up the silver needle and found the acupuncture point on the boy's right hand. The silver needle penetrated into the skin. Sister Nian, will this hurt? My Jiefeng is most afraid of pain. Chen Meili was still chattering as she watched the scene. In the end, she was frozen by Qin Sanni's eyes. If you want to save your son, just shut up. In an instant, Jiang Nian was quiet. She focused on acupuncture and inserted 5 silver needles on the back of Chen Meili's son's hand, especially at the base of the thumb. On the other side, Huang Guixiang came out with warm salt water. She was afraid that the amount was not enough, so she put 3 spoonfuls of coarse salt. The salt water was already saturated, and there were still unmelted coarse salt particles at the bottom of the bowl. Qin Sanni took it as usual. Jiang Nian said, drink it down, at least half a bowl. The couple had a tacit understanding. One pinched the child's mouth open, and the other poured salt water into his throat. Chen Meili was so distressed. When had her baby son been treated like this? But Qin Sanni was right in front of him, and Chen Meili didn't dare to say a word.
Gulp.
A large bowl of salt water was poured down in a short while. Jiang Nian looked at the situation and said, wait 3 minutes. These 3 minutes became very difficult. Everyone around stared at them with wide eyes, not daring to speak, and couldn't see any difference in the child. Huang Guixiang and Liang Yuxiu were even more worried. If Jiang Nian didn't cure it, according to Chen Meili's temper, she would definitely make a fuss with Jiang Nian. Only Jiang Nian and Qin Sanni remained as calm as before. After 3 minutes, Jiang Nian immediately pulled out all the silver needles from the back of the child's hand and carefully put them into the acupuncture bag.
But
nothing seemed to have changed. Chen Meili stared at her baby son for a long time. The child still had dilated pupils and a dull look. He just stopped talking nonsense because he drank too much salt water.
Sister Nian, is this?
Is it okay now? Why is my son still like this? Are you mistaken? She was doubting. Suddenly, there was a sound of vomiting. The wash basin that Liang Yuxiu had prepared earlier came into play at this time. The boy vomited again and again, vomiting out all the undigested wild mushrooms and sticky bile. As the contents of his stomach were emptied, coupled with the effect of Jiang Nian's acupuncture and moxibustion, the boy's eyes gradually became bright.
Sont. Free.
Look at me. Look at your mother.
Mom.
I feel uncomfortable. In Chen Meili's anxious call, she finally heard the child's answer, and he finally stopped talking nonsense. Chen Meili hugged her son, and the mother and son were so excited that they hugged their heads and cried. All right. He's awake now. Sister Nian is so amazing. Just a few injections, and she cured the patient? Too amazing. Why didn't we know that Captain Qin's wife is so amazing before? She has saved 2 children. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, looking at Jiang Nian with amazement. The child's illness was cured, but Jiang Nian didn't come here just for this. After such a grand farce in the evening, it's time to wrap it up. Her eyes once again looked at Chen Meili, who was crying with joy. Some things should be settled. Sister Chen. Jiang Nian opened his mouth and called her Sister Chen instead of calling Chen Meili by her full name. But the gentle smile on her face disappeared completely. Her fair and simple face, still stunningly beautiful, looked cold and serious, and there was no warmth in her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Nian was somewhat similar to Qin Sanyi standing behind her. The similarity was not in the features, nor in the body shape, but in a feeling. Could this be the legendary husband and wife look? Everyone felt the breath of the storm coming and quieted down. Chun Meili was still ecstatic the moment before, and the next moment she suddenly felt a chill on her back and the cold air rushed up, and she had a bad feeling. Her eyes trembled, and when she looked up at Jiang Nian, her face was pale. She had a feeling in her heart that some things could not be avoided. She took the lead in defending herself. I didn't. Sister Nian, I really didn't steal. Don't listen to those people's nonsense. I really didn't go to your house to steal things, really didn't. At this time, Chun Meili was still gritting her teeth and refused to change her words. Because to Chun Meili, she didn't think her behavior was stealing in essence, it was just taking. Jiang Nian was the only one in the family, and Qin San usually arranged meals for her. She spent money lavishly and didn't know how to save money at all. Jiang Nian bought so many things that she couldn't finish them all by herself. It would be a waste if she couldn't finish them. Wasting food is shameful. She just took some to avoid food waste, which is obviously an honorable thing. How can it be considered stealing? Besides, she had taken so many times before, and Jiang Nian had never found out, and he didn't even ask her a question. Jiang Nian once said in a nonchalant and contemptuous tone, "If something is gone, it's gone. At worst, you can just spend money to buy it again." Why can people like Jiang Nian live a good life? But she was miserable every day and couldn't even fill her stomach. This is not fair at all. Behind Chun Meili's greed, there is a deep anger, which has been hidden in her dealings with Jiang Nian. But at this moment, she dared not reveal her true thoughts, and there was only fear in her heart. She was afraid of losing Jiang Nian, the cash cow, and she was also afraid of being laughed at by the neighbors. Chun Meili's hands holding the child were shaking, and her throat was raised to her throat. However, all this was revealed by Jiang Nian's light words. "Sister Chun, let's not talk about the past. I don't care what the truth is." Jiang Nian's implication was that's it. No need to pursue Chun Meili's breaking into her house and stealing things. When the others heard this, they were immediately surprised. Especially Huang Guixiang. She was anxious to say something, but was finally stopped by Liang Yuxiu. Liang Yuxiu was thoughtful. She felt that what Jiang Nian wanted to say would not be so simple. Not only Liang Yuxiu, but also Qin Sanyi thought so. Qin Sanyi's expression did not change from beginning to end, letting Jiang Nian decide. Jiang Nian continued to speak. But it happened, and it is inevitable that some suspicion will fall on you. If something goes missing from my house in the future, such as a vegetable or a chicken, and I can't explain it, people will suspect you. Sister Chun, you definitely don't want to be suspected like this. So in order to avoid this, our two families should avoid suspicion and stop communicating with each other, and you shouldn't come to see me. Jiang Nian's voice fell heavily on the last few words. Stop communicating with each other. Qin Sanyi lowered his eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Nian's profile with his dark eyes. He quickly realized that tonight's farce had gone in a circle, and Jiang Nian's ultimate goal was for this. She was cutting the grass at its roots to prevent future troubles. If a shameless person like Chun Meili was just rejected verbally, she would definitely not listen and would still come to her house. If the matter really got out of hand and Chun Meili was caught with solid evidence of stealing things and was forced into a corner, then Chun Meili would cry miserably and other people would feel sorry for Chun Meili and say some sympathetic words, advising Jiang Nian to be magnanimous. The current unclear state was the best. Jiang Nian lost something and was wronged. Chun Meili was suspected and doubted, but she was shameless and stubborn. With both sides like this, the sisters-in-law in the compound naturally stood on Jiang Nian's side. They would even help Jiang Nian watch Chun Meili in the future and prevent her from getting close to Jiang Nian again. It was a perfect win-win situation. Someone immediately responded, "Sister Nian is right. Chun Meili, you'd better behave yourself in the future. Don't go to see Sister Nian, and don't go to Captain Qin's house. Chun Meili, you should be content. Sister Nian doesn't care about the past with you, and she also saved your son. Think about it carefully. That's right. If it were me, I would catch the thief even if there is one potato missing in my house. The sisters-in-law were indignant and attacked Chinmeli, and Chinmeli was speechless. She had to nod blankly.
I know.
Jiang Yan's tense expression relaxed at this time. Her face regained a cute smile. She raised her head slightly and looked at the tall man beside her. Qin San, and is alone at home. I'm worried. Let's go home quickly. Okay, let's go home. Qin San naturally took Jiang Yan's hand, and the two left the noisy Chinmeli's house together. When Jiang Yan walked out of Chinmeli's yard, she glanced slightly into the corner. She saw two familiar little figures. Wait for me. Jiang Yan pulled Qin San's arm. The man let go. Jiang Yan walked back and walked into the shadow in the corner of the yard. There were two small figures in that position, huddled together. The eldest and second daughters were timid. Just now, the house was noisy, and there was Chinmeli shouting and a crazy and demented brother. The two little girls hid outside the house and huddled under the wall. It was the middle of the night and very cold, so the two little girls could only hug each other to keep warm. They watched Jiang Yan approaching, and they didn't dare to speak. They just stared with their big round eyes, their eyes full of timid fear. I know your names. Your name is Denise and you are Ernise, right? Jiang Yan smiled and said gently. She reached out and touched the foreheads of the two little girls. Their body temperatures were a little low, but still normal. She asked softly again. Denise, Ernise, what did you have for dinner? Denise knew that Jiang Yan was the one who gave her the steamed buns before. This aunt is strange. She used to be very fierce. She would stare at her and look down on her for being dirty. But now this aunt is a little
kind.
Especially when you look at her smile, you feel warm in your heart. The eldest daughter hugged the second daughter and was bewitched by Jiang Yan's smile. She spoke carefully. Sweet potato soup. Jiang Yan asked again, sweet potato soup, are you full? At this point, the eldest daughter stopped talking, pursed her lips, and shook her head. How could sweet potato soup fill one's stomach? Even if one's stomach was full, it would just be water. This answer was within Jiang Yan's expectations. In Chinmeli's family, only her son had food poisoning, and the two little girls were fine. So many wild mushrooms were brought out, but there were left. Obviously, Chinmeli didn't eat them, and neither did the two little girls, so she only gave them to her precious son. The two girls couldn't even eat a bite of wild mushrooms, let alone rice. Jiang Yan looked at the two thin children and felt distressed. She continued to ask, what about the steamed buns I gave you last time? Did you eat the steamed buns? The eldest daughter pursed her lips and stopped talking. She was older and more sensible, and knew that some things could not be said outside. The second daughter was young and didn't understand the ways of the world. She swallowed her saliva after hearing about the steamed buns.
No.
Mom took it away. For my brother to eat. The second daughter answered in a very low voice. Jiang Yan heard this and sighed helplessly in his heart again. These two little girls, following Chinmeli, a biased mother, will have a hard life in the future. Their backgrounds cannot be changed, so he can only help them a little. Jiang Yan turned his back slightly, touched the jade pendant, and then reached out to take out two steamed buns from his pocket. They were still fragrant white flour buns. When the eldest and second daughter saw the steamed buns, their eyes instantly sparkled brighter than the stars in the night sky. Eldest daughter, second daughter, Annie treats you to steamed buns. But remember, this is a secret between Auntie and you can't let anyone know, not even your mother. Take the steamed buns and eat them outside the house, and go home after you're done. Eldest daughter, remember to wipe second daughter's mouth. Don't be reluctant to eat, don't hide it, and you must eat it all before entering the house. Remember? The white steamed buns were put in the hands of the eldest and second daughter. The eldest and second daughters didn't understand why Jiang Yan said that, and their faces were confused. Jiang Yan reminded them again. If you do it, Annie can give you steamed buns next time. Upon hearing this, the two little girls nodded heavily. They held the steamed buns in their little hands and took a big bite. Jiang Yan saw them eating with big mouthfuls, touched their heads, and stood up. When leaving, a timid voice came from behind Jiang Yan. "Andy Jiang, thank you." Jiang Yan felt inexplicably sad and relieved. She didn't look back, walked out of the shadow of the corner, and returned to Qin Sanyi's side. This time, Jiang Yan took the initiative to hold Qin Sanyi's hand. Let's go home." The backs of the young couple were close together. The people in the house realized that Jiang Yan and Qin Sanyi were gone, and came out at this time, just in time to see this scene. The originally hurried footsteps suddenly stopped. Is this Captain Qin and Jiang Yan? They have been married for 2 years, and they still hold hands when walking together? Chun Mei clearly said before that Captain Qin and his wife have not had a harmonious relationship, and they were threatening to divorce. But I think they are a very good couple. Just now in a room, Captain Qin has been standing next to Sister Nian, and his eyes have never left his wife. You can't believe what comes out of Chun Mei's mouth. Who knows if she is talking nonsense? I think so too. Sister Nian risked her life to save 2 children in a row. She is obviously a good person. Before, they said she was going to have an affair or something. Maybe she just went to the city for a stroll. We didn't even see the shadow of a wild man. What do we outsiders know about the affairs of the young couple? If their relationship is really not good, how could Sister Nian get pregnant with a second child? And is only over 1 year old. This night's farce unexpectedly ushered in a third good result. Overnight, the rumors surrounding Jiang Yan and Qin Sanyi were shattered, without the couple saying a word. On the other side, on the way home, Qin Sanyi asked casually, "When did you learn acupuncture?" He remembered the way Jiang Yan inserted the silver needle into the child just now. He was calm and found the acupuncture points in an instant. His technique was very experienced, and it was definitely not as simple as a beginner. It must have taken more than 10 years of hard work. I learned it when I was a child. At that time, there was an old Chinese doctor nearby with good medical skills. I often went to play with him, and I learned a little from him. I was interested, so I went to medical school later. Jiang Yan's answer coincided with Qin Sanyi's. She tried her best to make her words ambiguous and vague. She didn't dare to say more, but she didn't feel guilty. After all, it happened more than 10 years ago, and Qin Sanyi couldn't send someone to investigate. After listening to Qin Sanyi, he didn't ask about the details in this regard, but asked, "Since you are interested in treating patients and saving lives, why don't you like working in the hospital?" Jiang Yan was overwhelmed when she mentioned the ridiculous things that happened to the original owner when she worked in the hospital. She wanted to erase the memories in Qin Sanyi's mind. Those were not what she did at all. I don't know how Anan is doing. She will be scared when she wakes up and can't see anyone. Let's go faster. Jiang Yan dodged the question and hurriedly quickened his pace. Qin Sanyi strode forward. Since he mentioned his little girl, he followed Jiang Yan's words and asked, "Did you take Anan out for a walk in the afternoon?" "Well, the weather has been very good recently, and the sunshine is good. Children can supplement vitamin D in the sun and make their bones grow better. I took Anan to the bridge. It's spring now. There are many flowers blooming on the shore, colorful. Anan loves them perhaps because he was talking about the child." Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled, and he answered with a smile. At the same time, Jiang Yan also heard the implication of Qin Sanyi. Chun Mei came to see him in the afternoon, but she went out with the child in the afternoon. The house was empty, which gave Chun Mei the opportunity to steal things. Is there really such a coincidence? This was also Jiang Yan's deliberate act. She knew that Chun Mei would not give up if she didn't get the advantage and would come again. But when Chun Mei would come and what she would do after coming, Jiang Yan actually had no idea in her heart. She thought she had to create more coincidences. Who knew that Chun Mei would be fooled and exposed at the first time? After a walk this afternoon, Jiang Yan returned home and saw that there were fewer wild mushrooms in the bamboo basket. He understood everything and guessed that something would happen tonight. After all, her wild mushrooms had green hands. It is difficult for people who do not understand the toxicity of mushrooms to handle the green hands. The subsequent development was smoother than Jiang Yan had imagined. Jiang Yan did not want to tell Qin Sanyi about these details. He was busy enough in the army, and she could handle the things at home. Now that Chen Meili is gone, there will be no ugly rumors in the future, and she can finally live a peaceful life. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan's smile became more and more brilliant. Qin Sanyi lowered his eyes and looked at her raised lips. He knew that Jiang Yan was not telling the truth, but the truth became unimportant. After he retracted his gaze, he did not ask any more questions. It's good like this now. After a while, Qin Sanyi and Jiang Yan returned home. Qin Sanyi closed and locked the door, and Jiang Yan rushed into the room. On the bed, Xiao Anbao was still sleeping soundly. Everything was so peaceful and serene, and nothing happened. It was already past 12 o'clock, and Jiang Yan unbuttoned his coat and prepared to go to bed. It's just. At this time, Jiang Yan realized a problem. Belatedly, Xiao Anbao was sleeping in the wrong position. Xiao Anbao is sleeping in the wrong position. Xiao Anbao originally slept in the middle of the big bed, which was the boundary between Jiang Yan and Qin Sanyi. Jiang Yan slept on the inside, and Qin Sanyi slept on the outside. The two did not interfere with each other, and there was no physical contact. They have been like this since they came here. That's why Jiang Yan sleeps so comfortably every night. After they went out tonight, Xiao Anbao occupied the whole big bed by herself. Children's sleeping posture is unstable to begin with, and without Jiang Yan's arms, she rolled over on the big bed. The little girl rolled around and naturally looked for Jiang Yan's scent. She rolled to the position where Jiang Yan slept, which was the inside of the bed. The chubby and cute child hugged the quilt that Jiang Yan had slept on, with his little cheek pressed against it, and his face was rosy from sleep. Perhaps because he felt hot, his little hands and feet were taken out of the quilt. The cute and well-behaved little girl was sleeping in a mess. Jiang Yan lifted up Xiao Anbao's hands and feet, pulled the quilt out of her arms, and gently tidied it up and covered her with it. Then she held the child in both hands and tried to move Xiao Anbao to the middle. While she was doing it, a man's deep and rich voice came from behind her. Sleep like this, no need to change back. Qin Sanyi didn't know when he entered the room, and Jiang Yan didn't even hear any footsteps. She didn't even have time to look back and couldn't see the expression on the man's face. Because, with a click, Qin Sanyi pulled the light switch. In an instant, the whole room fell into darkness. Jiang Yan was leaning over and holding the child. When her eyes went dark, she couldn't see anything and didn't dare to move. However, Qin Sanyi quickly went to bed in the dark. Jiang Yan felt a masculine aura approaching, her body slightly stiffened, and her heart felt like thousands of troops were roaring past. This. What kind of situation is this? How did Qin Sanyi fall asleep like this? This double bed is not too big, nor too small. With 2 adults and a child lying on it, it still seems crowded, and they will definitely touch each other. Jiang Yan has clearly felt the touch of Qin Sanyi's body. The man's hard arms rubbed against her body. Jiang Yan's heart is even more confused. Qin Sanyi seemed to feel nothing, calm and composed, and asked in confusion, "Why don't you lie down?" Now that it has come to this, Jiang Yan has no reason to refuse. After all, they are an old couple who have experienced many battles. They've been getting along harmoniously all night. If Jiang Yan suddenly proposed at this time that she didn't want to sleep with Qin Sanyi, it would inevitably arouse the man's suspicion. Qin Sanyi is not a person who will give up. If he suspected her, he would definitely get to the bottom of it. Jiang Yan didn't want to expose her identity as a time traveler, nor did she want Qin Sanyi to know that she had never slept with a man before. After a fierce inner struggle, Jiang Yan finally decided to lie down. Just sleep. She slept in the position where Xiao Anbao had originally slept, with a child on one side and Qin Sanyi on the other. Her eyes adapted to the darkness, and she could gradually see some vague shadows in the moonlight. The sound of Qin Sanyi's breathing was close to her ears. Long and steady. Jiang Yan imagined the rise and fall of the man's chest from his breathing. The hard and broad chest muscles moved up and down with his breathing. Boom. Something exploded in Jiang Mian's mind. She was yellow. She was yellow again. Qin Sanyi didn't do anything at all, didn't touch her at all, but she couldn't control herself, and her imagination ran wild. I really want to know, what would it feel like to touch those bulging chest muscles without clothes? It is said on the internet that although the chest muscles are muscles filled with blood, they actually feel soft to the touch. Is it true? Jiang Mian has been curious for too long. She couldn't control the thoughts in her mind. She was like a small fireball, constantly emitting heat, and the sound of her heart thumping was loud enough to be heard. In a chaotic reverie, Jiang Mian hadn't touched Qin Sanyi's chest muscles yet, but the man's palm touched her body first. Qin Sanyi stretched out his hand and hugged her waist. Before Jiang Mian could fully react, the arm behind her gently pulled her into Qin Sanyi's arms, and the man's chest naturally pressed against hers. Between breaths, she could smell the sharp, cold breath of the other person. Jiang Mian was tense all over, subconsciously holding his breath, and said tremblingly, "Qin Sanyi, I'm not 3 months pregnant yet, I can't." The first 3 months of pregnancy are the dangerous period for pregnant women. Can't have intense. With Qin Sanyi's broad shoulders and strong body, she can't do it all night. Jiang Mian really doesn't think she can hold on.
No.
Absolutely not. The original ambiguous thoughts of touching the chest muscles have already leaped into. Jiang Mian didn't notice at all that her consciousness changed so quickly.
And she
seemed to refuse, but her voice was soft, and she didn't even really push Qin Sanyi's arm away. Sometimes, a person's body is always more honest than their mouth. Qin Sanyi didn't feel her rejection from Jiang Mian's body movements. In the dark, the man silently curled his lips. He said in a low voice, "Wife, don't be nervous, I won't do it." Jiang Mian exhaled softly. With Qin Sanyi's promise, her tense body immediately relaxed. Qin Sanyi hugged her arm, just around her waist, his palm resting on her lower abdomen, motionless. With a thin layer of fabric on Jiang Mian's body, the two of them were not in physical contact. But this posture revealed ambiguity everywhere. This ambiguity was a little different from the passionate kiss between the two. It was more like the pulling of lovers during the ambiguous period, hazy but sweet. Qin Sanyi gently rubbed his palm and asked in a low voice, "Have you felt uncomfortable these days? Do you feel like vomiting?" "Not uncomfortable. The early pregnancy reaction will occur in 3 or 4 months. It's still early now. The child is just very small, and it won't affect me."
Yeah.
Qin San nodded, his chin touching the back of Jiang Mian's neck, and the heat swept over it, making it numb. He lowered his head and smelled the fragrance between Jiang Mian's hair. Since Jiang Mian became pregnant, she has inexplicably had a scent of flowers, plants, and fruits. It was not the smell of artificial perfume in the cabinet, but a light, natural smell, mixed with the original milk fragrance, very pleasant and refreshing. Qin Sanyi took a deep breath and reminded, "Anian, take care of yourself. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. You can also tell me if there is anything happening at home. Don't make yourself suffer. We are husband and wife, and you are not alone." Jiang Mian understood immediately after hearing this. Qin Sanyi actually knew everything. He knew that Jiang Mian had gone through so much trouble tonight and stayed up all night just to get rid of Qin Meili. If Jiang Mian was willing to speak up, with just a word from Qin Sanyi, Qin Meili would not dare to come to the house to pester him again after being threatened. His concern for Jiang Mian was hidden between the lines. In Jiang Mian's heart, as in his lower abdomen, there was a constant flow of heat. Jiang Mian told Qin Sanyi before that she wanted to live a good life with the two of them. Qin Sanyi's words now are the best response to Jiang Mian's words at that time. Husband and wife are one, and their strength can cut through metal. Jiang Mian truly experienced this when he was at Qin Meili's house today. "Okay." She nodded gently, agreeing to Qin Sanyi's words. During the action, the soft hair seemed to rub against Qin Sanyi's neck, making a subtle sound. The young couple's night talk ended in a warm atmosphere. Qin Sanyi's palm on Jiang Mian's lower abdomen has never been removed since then. The two of them just put their chests against each other's backs, snuggled up intimately, and closed their eyes. Chin Sanni said he would not do it, and he really would not do it. The two of them had physical contact, but the man did not cross the line. Jiang Nian originally thought that, in such an unfamiliar posture, she would be so nervous that she couldn't sleep for the first time to share a bed with a man. However, the fact was just the opposite. The constant warm breath transmitted from Chin Sanni silently became a safe protective shield, which made her feel particularly at ease. She closed her eyes unconsciously. She even forgot her daily homework before going to bed, entering the portable space of the jade pendant to take a look. She forgot to harvest the crops in the spiritual field, forgot to organize the stockpiling, and forgot her plan to make money. She fell asleep peacefully. Perhaps it was too peaceful, so Jiang Nian turned over after falling asleep. She was like a little onbao sleeping in a mess, and she didn't sleep very well. With Jiang Nian's turning over, the two people who were originally hugging each other with their backs to each other turned into a face-to-face posture. In the night, Chin Sanni suddenly opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his dark eyes. He had been lying for so long, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he became more and more awake as he slept. Just because when Jiang Nian turned over, her palms under the quilt naturally fell on Chin Sanni's body. These little hands were very restless, touching here and there, just like weighing pork, from the waist and abdomen at the beginning, and then slowly upwards. Finally stopped on Chin Sanni's chest. The sleeping woman touched and pinched again. This time, she seemed to be satisfied with the touch. She finally stopped moving and put her soft and tender white palms on Chin Sanni's tight chest. The disturbance finally stopped. At this moment, Chin Sanni let out a long breath of hot air. Jiang Nian had satisfied her hand addiction and was satisfied even in her sleep. But Chin Sanni suffered. From the moment Jiang Nian stretched out her hand, the man tightened his waist and abdomen. The strong body was burning under the quilt, even the throat was burning, and the Adam's apple rolled again and again. In the end, Chin Sanni still did not push Jiang Nian away. The sweet burden was forcibly held back. He pulled the quilt on Jiang Nian's body and glanced at Xiao Anbao, who was sleeping soundly inside. Chin Sanni closed his eyes again. Thousands of miles away, outside the gate of Capital University, in the dark night, a figure was hiding in the bushes, dodging the patrols that might pass by at any time. This person was Yi Lanlan, who escaped from the textile factory. Yi Lanlan searched her body from head to toe, but only found 2 yuan. She spent 50 cents on a bus and finally got from the textile factory in the suburbs to Capital University in the city center. Yi Lanlan's purpose was to find Lin Minghui. However, Capital University has a strict access control system. Students of the school must show their student ID cards when entering and exiting, and visitors from the public must fill in registration information and must have a pickup person on their behalf. Otherwise, they will not be allowed in at all. Yi Lanlan registered that the pickup person was Lin Minghui, but Lin Minghui did not come out to pick her up at all. He hung up the phone as soon as he heard her name, and even said that he did not know Yi Lanlan. Later, the people in the duty room said that Lin Minghui was not in school and asked her not to come. Lin Minghui's resolute attitude made Yi Lanlan very angry. She really couldn't figure it out. This was clearly a world created by her pen, and she was the heroine with the aura of the protagonist. Why did everything change after she crossed over? It became completely different from her setting. In this strange world, the only person Yi Lanlan could rely on was Lin Minghui. Only after finding Lin Minghui could she find the reason for the change in the plot. But 7 days and 7 nights. Yi Lanlan blocked the gate of Capital University for 7 days and 7 nights, but still didn't see Lin Minghui. She had no money or letters of introduction, so she couldn't live in a guest house, and she didn't want to be caught by the patrol team, so she could only sleep on the street at night, hiding from place to place. In the past 7 days, Yi Lanlan only ate steamed buns a few times, and her clothes were the work clothes of the textile factory. She was shivering with hunger and cold. She didn't want to wait any longer. She had to enter the school tonight, and had to see Lin Minghui. If Lin Minghui still refuses to see her, then both sides will fight to the death, and she will not give Lin Minghui any face. With such a ruthless determination, Yi Lanlan stopped hiding, walked out of the grove, and strode towards the school gate. The people on duty in the school security room already knew Yi Lanlan. While yawning, he looked at Yi Lanlan and said irritably, "Comrade, why is it you again? I told you that you can't go in without a pickup person. You should go home quickly. It's so unsafe at night." Yi Lanlan didn't care what the other party said, opened the door without permission, and took advantage of the other party's deep sleep in the middle of the night, and strode into the school. She had been to Capital University once before, and remembered the road leading to the boys' dormitory at the gate. After Yi Lanlan went in, he immediately spread his legs and ran wildly. The security guard on duty in the security room was still sleepy, but now he was completely awake. Comrade, you stinky girl. Where are you running to? Come out quickly." The guard threw away his warm military coat and rushed over immediately. He started to reason with her, but later he almost cursed her. Who wants to compete in a 100-meter sprint in the middle of the night? After Yi Lanlan rushed in, she held her breath, bit her lips tightly, and rushed forward. But she was a woman after all, and she couldn't compare to the tall man behind her. After a while, the man caught Yi Lanlan. "I told you to run. I told you to run. I'll catch you and send you to the security department. Let me go." "I don't want to go to the security department. I want to find Lin Minghui. I want to find Lin Minghui. Let me go." Yi Lanlan's heart was in her throat. After being caught, she began to struggle hard, waving her hands and feet wildly. Yi Lanlan looked frail, but she was surprisingly strong when she went crazy. She and the attendant had a fight. In the chaos, a student who had just come out of the library and was heading back to the boys' dormitory appeared on the school road. The student heard Lin Minghui's name and was attracted by the farce that was going on. The male student asked in confusion, "Lin Minghui? Who of you is looking for Lin Minghui?" The appearance of the male student gave Yi Lanlan hope. She stopped fighting with the attendant and desperately approached the male student, shouting, "Do you know Lin Minghui? Are you Lin Minghui's classmate? I want to find Lin Minghui. Take me to see Lin Minghui." The male student was frightened by Yi Lanlan, who pounced on him like a tiger. Yi Lanlan had been living in the open air for 7 days and nights. She was dirty and smelly all over, and her face was also dirty. In the dim night, she looked like a ghost. The male student took a step back in fear. However, Yi Lanlan regarded the male student as her only life-saving straw, because he recognized that the male student was called Xieligua. Xieligua was not only Lin Minghui's classmate, but also Lin Minghui's roommate. Yi Lanlan had seen him in her faint memory. "Your name is Xieligua, right? You are Lin Minghui's classmate, and you live in the same dormitory with him. We met 2 years ago. My name is Yi Lanlan, and I am Lin Minghui's girlfriend." Xieligua thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Once Lin Minghui brought a girl back, and the two of them were inseparable, and it was obvious that they were in love. But not long after, when they asked Lin Minghui about his girlfriend again, Lin Minghui had a dark face and said nothing. The roommates in the dormitory guessed that Lin Minghui might have broken up. The girl that Xieligua had only met once was dressed young and fashionable, tall and thin and pretty. There was no way to connect her with the dirty ghost in front of him. But Xieligua saw that the other party's words were sure, so he didn't doubt it. "It turned out to be you. Why did you come to school in the middle of the night?" "I'm here to find Lin Minghui. I want to see Lin Minghui right away." "Is Lin Minghui in the dormitory? Take me with you," Yi Lanlan said, regardless of anything, pulling Xieligwa's arm, and was about to go to the boys' dormitory. 2 big men on the side almost didn't hold her back. In the end, it was Xieligwa's words that persuaded Yi Lanlan. "Comrade, calm down. Girls are not allowed to enter the boys' dormitory. Even if you go in, you can't see Lin Minghui because he is no longer in the dormitory." "Not in the dormitory?" Yi Lanlan widened her eyes. Her face was out of control and ferocious, and she asked anxiously, "If he is not in the dormitory, where is he? Tell me where he is." Xieligua said with a puzzled look. Aren't you Lin Minghui's girlfriend? He is going to support the construction of the third line and has been assigned. Don't you know? Third line. Construction? Yi Lanlan repeated these 4 words in a daze. As a time traveler, her history is average, and she only has a vague understanding of some major events. And the original owners does not have much information about the construction of the third line. So Yi Lanlan was completely confused. Xieligua was kind-hearted and continued to talk. Lin Minghui originally wanted to apply for enlistment and join the army directly. His majors were electronic communications and mechanical engineering, and he was a graduate student. Once he joined the army, he would be a second-level engineer and directly an officer. But he submitted several applications for enlistment, and the reports were returned, and the approval was not passed. Yi Lanlan suddenly muttered to herself after listening to this.
No.
It's not like that. According to the plot setting in her original text, Lin Minghui applied for enlistment and joined the army after graduating from graduate school, and was approved the first time. Moreover, the military region he entered was a Beijing-circled army, and he entered the Army's Confidential Weapons Research Institute. From the first second-level engineer to the 4th level later, he rose rapidly all the way and finally rose to the rank of Major General. How come everything has changed? Could it be that in this world, the changing plot is not only happening to her, but also to Lin Minghui? But why did it change? What is the reason? Since crossing, the question that has been bothering Yi Lanlan still has no answer. She can only continue to hold Xieligua and ask, what happened next? Lin Minghui's application for enlistment was rejected repeatedly, and he was determined to enter the research institute, so he could only settle for the next best thing. His teacher was going to support the construction of the third front, and he decided to go with him. Although he was not an engineer, if he worked for few more years and made achievements and had a letter of introduction from his teacher, he would still have hope of entering the research institute. Where did Lin Minghui and his teacher go? When did they leave? I heard that they went to the Southwest Military Region. When? Tomorrow. Tomorrow's train. The main force will go to the Southwest together. Southwest. Southwest Military Region. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's name flashed through Yi Lanlan's mind quickly. In her original text, the only person who could be related to the Southwest Military Region was Jiang Yan. She had clearly separated Lin Minghui and Jiang Yan completely, one in the Southwest and the other in the capital, and they would never have the chance to meet again in this life. Why did Lin Minghui go to the Southwest Military Region now? Why on earth? Yi Lanlan's mood at this moment was not only confused, but also angry. She thought angrily. In this world, Jiang Yan is just a big-breasted, brainless, and droll female supporting role who is suppressed by the heroine. Even if Lin Minghui and Jiang Yan really meet, it will not cause any waves. Thinking of this, Yi Lanlan sneered playfully. She still focused on Lin Minghui and first had to find the reason for the plot change and take back everything that belonged to her. The train station. This is the only place where she can still see Lin Minghui. She must not miss it. The next day, after Jiang Yan got up, she was stunned for a long time. She sat on the bed, lowered her head, her soft hair fell beside her cheeks, and her slender and charming eyes stared blankly at her palms. White hands, slender, and even fingers. On her fingertips, there seemed to be a touch of hot skin. Having been kissed in a dream before, Jiang Yan would no longer foolishly think that everything was just a dream. It was something that really happened in reality. So she really touched Qin San, and he touched the chest muscles and abdominal muscles at the same time. The specific feeling was vague in Jiang Yan's mind, and she couldn't remember it clearly. She only remembered that it felt good. When the fingertips touched, there was a tingling electric current, and the brain kept secreting dopamine, which made people couldn't help but feel happy. Even at this time, Qin San had already gone out to the army early, and the body temperature belonging to the man beside Jiang Yan had long disappeared. But the corners of her mouth were still curled up wildly. I really want to touch it again. Xiao Anbao's voice came from Jiang Yan's side. The little girl slept until she woke up naturally. When she woke up, Jiang Yan was not awake yet. The little girl held her little hand, her thumb, and lay down obediently, without making any noise. An angel baby is no more than that. Qin Sanyi left Xiao Anbao here today and did not send her directly to the nursery. Such a move means that the man has completely let go of his guard against Jiang Yan and entrusted the child to Jiang Yan with complete trust. After Jiang Yan woke up, Xiao Anbao heard the movement beside her. At first, she her fingers, opened her eyes, and quietly waited for Jiang Yan to find her, then hugged her and kissed her. The mother and daughter would stick together for a while. But today's situation is a little special. After Jiang Yan woke up, she was immersed in her own emotions and ignored Xiao Anbao, who was left aside, until she heard Xiao Anbao calling her mother. Jiang Yan noticed the child at this moment. She was stunned at first, then she understood what Qin San meant and immediately reached out to hug her. "Baby, when did you wake up? Why are you so good? And don't disturb your mother's sleep." The child with the fragrance of milk entered Jiang Yan's arms. She lowered her head and kissed Xiao Anbao's bright red birthmark. Jiang Yan had kissed that place countless times in the past few days. Xiao Anbao had a conditioned reflex. When she was in a daze, she would unconsciously reach out and touch the place where Jiang Yan had kissed. She couldn't see the birthmark on her face, but she felt that it was warm and soft. Her mother liked it, and she liked it too. After Jiang Yan held the child, she gently pulled Xiao Anbao's fingers out of her mouth, deliberately put on a stern face, and patted the back of her hand. "You can't eat it. Remember, your fingers are dirty. You can't eat it." Obviously, she wanted to strictly educate her, but Xiao Anbao giggled when she heard Jiang Yan talking. When little Anbao laughed like that, Jiang Yan couldn't help but break his composure and laughed along with her. Forget it. My baby is still so young. I'll teach him slowly when I have time later." The mother and daughter talked and laughed, and were sticky for a while. Little Anbao rubbed against Jiang Yan's arms comfortably. There were no fingers in her mouth, it was empty, and she subconsciously wanted to something. In Jiang Yan's arms again, she smelled a familiar milky fragrance. She rubbed and rubbed, staring at Jiang Yan's chest with sparkling eyes, and her little hands had already grabbed it. "Baby, no, not now." Jiang Yan knew what little Anbao wanted, but her milk was already very little, at most once a day, usually in the afternoon or evening. Now is not the time. Xiao Anbao understood this refusal. Sadness immediately appeared on her little face. Her little mouth pursed, aggrieved and pitiful. Her big eyes were wet. That look, as if Jiang Yan had done something unforgivable. Although the child is small, she is used to understanding the psychology of adults. Xiao Anbao used to use this trick only on Qin Sanyi, because she knew that Qin Sanyi loved her, so he loved her. Recently, as she got familiar with Jiang Yan, Xiao Anbao felt the same love from Jiang Yan as from Qin Sanyi. The cleverness in the child's heart was slowly revealed. Jiang Yan was eaten by Xiao Anbao, and she felt so distressed. She touched the jade pendant and closed her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yan had a bag of want-want buns in her hand. She tore open the package and put a want-want bun with a strong milky flavor into Xiao Anbao's mouth. Xiao Anbao had never eaten anything like this before. She stretched out her tongue and licked it gently. After the want-want bun was stained with saliva, it immediately stuck to her tongue and went into her mouth. The soft and fluffy bun immediately melted between her lips and teeth. Very fragrant and sweet. Xiao Anbao opened the door to a new world. It tasted delicious. Xiao Anbao's eyes lit up instantly, and the aggrieved little expression of the previous moment disappeared instantly. Jiang Yan smiled, and in the process of getting dressed and getting up, he stuffed some more want-want buns into Xiao Anbao's mouth. Then he made a fire to make breakfast. Jiang Yan threw the packaging bag of want-want buns into the stove, and the plastic packaging melted and disappeared with the flames. Everything was so silent. Only Xiao Anbao ate breakfast, licked his lips, and remembered the taste of want-want buns. After breakfast, Jiang Mian carried Xiao Anbao and sent him to the nursery. The nursery was run together with the organs of a neighboring arsenal, and it was a little far from the family compound. Most of the military wives in the family compound did not have jobs, and they preferred to raise their own children, which could also save some rations. For example, in Chun Meili's family, her eldest and second daughters had never been to the nursery. But there are also some families, like Jiang Mian and Qin San, who send their children to nurseries for some reasons. Jiang Mian saw a few familiar faces outside the nursery. When the sisters-in-law saw Jiang Mian, some were surprised, while others nodded and greeted her. Sister Nian, good morning, please send the children over. Jiang Nian's previous image of a troublemaker was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The ice is 3 feet thick, and it didn't freeze overnight. Some people gradually changed their views on Jiang Mian. Some people also held an attitude of concern. Jiang Mian was not in a hurry, as long as he could live a good life now. On the way to the nursery, Xiao Anbao was always happy, scratching Jiang Mian's hair, touching her round belly, with a happy look on his face. However, as soon as they got closer to the nursery, the smile on Xiao Anbao's face gradually disappeared. The originally soft little hands became tight, grasping on Jiang Mian's clothes, and the fingers were strong and did not let go. Xiao Anbao said nothing, but was obviously resisting the nursery. Overnight, the little child seemed to have become the timid, nervous, and cowardly person she was when Jiang Mian first met her. She lay on Jiang Mian's shoulder, wishing she could hide her little head. Jiang Mian's heart suddenly felt sour. Such a young child. I don't know what she has experienced in the nursery, so she is so repulsive. Is this Sinan's mother? Captain Qin has always sent children here before, and this is the first time I see you. Don't worry about leaving the child to me, and is doing well in our nursery. The nursery teacher is a woman in her 30s who already has 3 children of her own. She is full of loving motherhood. She is a trustworthy person. Jiang Mian felt distressed, but she knew rationally that she had to do this. She touched the little face of little Anbao and was about to hand the child to the nursery teacher. At this time, a strange young woman walked by Jiang Mian. This woman was a family member of a government unit. When she saw Jiang Mian for the first time, she felt that everything was new. She was holding a little boy who had just learned to walk in her hand. When she entered the door, she saw the little Anbao with half of his face exposed in Jiang Mian's arms, and she cried out in surprise. Whose little girl is this? How come she is so pretty? Look at this little face. It's so distinctive. Let me see. Ah, what a ghost thing. The young woman saw such a beautiful little girl for the first time, and she immediately came up to stare at Xiao Anbao. She came too close, and Xiao Anbao looked up in fear. The bright red birthmark on the other side of Xiao Anbao's face was directly in the young woman's sight. The young woman was unprepared and was frightened. She instantly opened her throat and shouted, "Ah, what a ghost! I'm scared to death." Jiang Mian noticed the young woman's approach at first, but her speed was too fast. She was holding the child, and the teacher was blocking her in front of her, so she had no time to dodge. She couldn't stop the other party from approaching impolitely and staring at Xiao Anbao's birthmark. Jiang Mian could only hide Xiao Anbao in his arms after the young woman shouted, blocking Xiao Anbao's eyes and covering Xiao Anbao's ears to prevent her from feeling the hurtful scene. After that, as Jiang Mian expected, the young woman said even more unpleasant words in a hurry. Why does she look like this? It's so scary, so scary. This is the first time I've seen such an ugly child. The noisy voice attracted the attention of the people who were sending their children. The sisters-in-law around were all mothers, and many of them lived in the same family compound as Jiang Mian. If they put themselves in Jiang Mian's shoes, no one wanted to hear that their children were despised like this. Before Jiang Mian could calm the child down and speak, the sister-in-law, who couldn't stand it anymore, stood up and said, "Wu Shanshan, how can you talk like that? What are you yelling about?" The young woman Wu Shanshan didn't think she did anything wrong at all, but instead started to argue with the other party. What's wrong? What did I say wrong? She has such a big birthmark on her face, and it's blood red. Isn't it scary? A few days ago, my son came home every day and told me that there was an ugly baby in the nursery. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be her. A little girl is so ugly, she will definitely not be able to get married when she grows up and can only be an old maid for the rest of her life. The sharp and harsh words were more excessive than the last. Not to mention Jiang Nian, even the other sisters-in-law who lived in the same family compound couldn't stand it anymore, and all looked at Wu Shanshan with disgust. Jiang Nian has always known that people around him have some gossips about Xiao Anbao's birthmark, but they were all gossips behind his back. Jiang Nian turned a blind eye and pretended not to hear it. Wu Shanshan was the first person to run into the gun barrel like this. Jiang Nian held the child and strode over. She sank her face and stared at Wu Shanshan with a cold expression. Wu Shanshan originally thought that Jiang Nian looked fair and weak, and must be a soft persimmon that was easy to pick on. But she didn't expect that Jiang Nian would dare to stand up and stare at her without showing any weakness. That look was creepy. Jiang Nian took a deep breath and said sternly, "Even if my daughter never gets married, I can still support her and make sure she lives a happy life without worries about food and clothing." "But you have such a big son at such a young age. You were less than 18 years old when you got married, right? You didn't even graduate from high school, right? I see that you have all your limbs intact and look like a normal person, not a fool. Why do your parents dislike you so much and kick you out of the house so early to get married? Is it because you have a foul mouth and your family can't tolerate you?" Jiang Nian's words hit Wu Shanshan's sore spot. Wu Shanshan got married at the age of 16 and gave birth to a child at the age of 17. It was because her parents were a remarried family that she followed her mother to have a stepfather. Her stepfather's family originally had a son, and her parents remarried and had another son. There was not enough space in one house with 2 rooms, so she could only sleep in the kitchen with a wooden board. When she went to bed at night, she could always hear the sound of mice crawling everywhere. Even so, there was still no room for her bed in that house. Her stepfather disliked her for being a burden, and her biological mother did not protect her and wanted to sell her to a peasant as a wife. If she had not been smart enough to find a formal employee working in an arsenal and marry herself off early, she would probably be working hard in the fields now. Wu Shanshan has been bullied a lot since she was a child. She has a sharp mouth and likes to be unreasonable. Although she is young, she never loses when she starts a quarrel. This is the first time she has encountered Jiang Nian like this. He opened his mouth and poked directly into the hole in her heart. Wu Shanshan's face, her eyes turned pale and blue, and her throat seemed to be blocked by something, so she couldn't refute Jiang Nian's words. She was so angry that she could only shout back, You, who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who my husband is? He's the team leader of the 3rd workshop." When Jiang Nian heard what Wu Shanshan said, someone around her burst out laughing before she could even say anything. "Wu Shanshan, your husband is the team leader of the 3rd workshop. That's amazing. Jiang Nian's husband is the captain of the flight squadron. Qin Sani, Captain Qin's name. Haven't you heard of it?"
Qin.
Captain Qin? Wu Shanshan's lips trembled, and her expression suddenly changed from the fierceness just now, her eyes trembling. No one near the military camp didn't know Qin Sani, the commander's favorite, the youngest captain of the flight squadron, and also the youngest regiment commander. The entire military camp regards the flight squadron as a treasure, not to mention Qin Sani, the captain. Wu Shanshan has a bad mouth, but she is not stupid and knows what is good and what is bad. She has offended someone who should not be offended.
Yes. I'm sorry.
I didn't know you were Captain Qin's lover. I just can't speak. I hit my own mouth, don't mind. Jiang Nian saw that Wu Shanshan was bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. After revealing Qin Sani's identity, no matter how many apologies she said, they were just hypocritical. She was too lazy to listen to these words and was more worried about the child in her arms. If Xiao Anbao was placed in the nursery again, the little boy in Wu Shanshan's hand might bully Xiao Anbao. She must protect her own child herself. Jiang Nian decided to take Xiao Anbao home. "Teacher, little Anbao is not feeling well. I will take her home first." She won't go to the nursery today. Oh, okay, and Anne's mom. The nursery teacher was shocked and was a bit slow to react. Jiang Yan held it in both hands, had already walked out with big strides. At the same time, Sister Lu from the family compound cursed at Wu Shanshan. Bah! What a thing! You even bully a child. Be careful that your son will be born without an. She hurriedly caught up with Jiang Yan's figure, and seeing Jiang Yan's tense and cold expression, she comforted him. Sister Nian, you don't go out much, so you don't know much about the situation. Wu Shanshan is just like this. In fact, we don't like her very much. Don't take what she said to heart. Don't be angry. Jiang Yan turned her head slightly and said to Sister Lu, who was concerned about her. Sister-in-law, I'm not angry. I'm just worried about Anan. Yes, the child is the most important. As long as the child is fine. While Sister Lu was talking, more of her eyes fell on Jiang Yan, seeing her actions of protecting the child tightly. Thinking back to it, when Jiang Yan stood out to confront Wu Shanshan just now, he didn't forget to protect the child in her arms and covered Anne's ears tightly. Recently, people in the compound have been saying that Captain Qin's lover has become different. It was the first time that Lu's wife had experienced this personally. She sighed, Sister Nian, you have changed a lot. You are like two different people now. Jiang Nian was shocked when he heard this. His steps that had been moving forward suddenly stopped. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. At this moment, Jiang Nian was nervous. Since she crossed over, what she did and her attitude towards life were a 180-degree change from the original owner. It was impossible for such a change not to arouse other people's suspicion. Could it be that Sister Lu accidentally figured out that the original owner had been possessed? Jiang Yan remained calm and carefully observed Sister Lu's expression. Sister Lu showed emotion on her face. The words just now were just unintentional words and did not seem to be suspicion or a test from Jiang Yan. In this way, Jiang Yan was relieved and in the mood to joke with Aunt Lu. She asked, Sister Lu, do you like me before or now?
Of course, I like you now.
Sister Lu answered without thinking. Jiang Yan held the child in both hands and walked back to the family courtyard while answering with a smile. I also like me now. A few days ago, I hit my head and was admitted to the hospital. I almost died. This near-death experience made me think clearly about many things. I was too willful before. I shouldn't live like this. I have a husband and children. For myself and my family, I should be down to earth and live a stable life. Jiang Yan said in a gentle and peaceful voice. In her tone, she explained a reason for her change, using the same words she had used to fool Qin San. Qin San and she were together day and night, and they were the closest couple, but he never questioned it, and others would not. As expected. After listening to what Jiang Yan said, Aunt Lu not only did not doubt it, but also nodded vigorously in agreement. Sister Nian, you are right. You were young before, and it was normal for you to be willful and naughty. Everyone has gone through this. It's good that you can think like this now. You're also very good now. Don't change back. Just live a down-to-earth life. You and Captain Qin will definitely get better and better in the future. Yes, we will get better and better. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. After she said this today, it is estimated that it will be spread in the compound in half a day. Even if other people have doubts, they will not ask her again. It can be regarded as saving a trouble. Jiang Yan walked to the door of her house and saw Huang Guixiang from a distance. Huang Guixiang was standing in front of the courtyard, carrying a. She didn't knock on the door or enter the house. It was obvious that she was waiting for Jiang Yan to come back. They had agreed yesterday that Huang Guixiang would help Jiang Yan turn the soil again today. But she didn't expect Huang Guixiang to come back so early. Sister Guixiang, when did you come? Have you been waiting for a long time? Jiang Yan took a few steps to open the door. Huang Guixiang looked at her holding the child and reminded her hurriedly. You are still holding the child. Walk slowly. I am not in a hurry. I just came here not long ago. She not only carried herself, but also brought her son, Wang Dazhuang. The little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, was holding a small in his hand. He looked chubby, and was a little shy when he saw Jiang Nian. He hid behind Huang Guixiang. Huang Guixiang pulled her son out and shouted, "Hurry! This is your lifesaver. Why don't you thank him quickly?" It's not that Huang Guixiang is fierce, but the rural atmosphere where she came from is fierce. Men and women are like this. Even the child is plop. Wang Dazhuang, who had just walked out, knelt in front of Jiang Nian with his knees bent, without saying a word. Then he bowed his head. Wang Dazhuang kowtowed to Jiang Nian firmly. This posture scared Jiang Nian. Xiao Anbao in Jiang Nian's arms felt the change in Jiang Nian's emotions. The little girl, who had been burying her head in Jiang Nian's neck, carefully raised her head, revealing a pair of eyes, peeking. Just happened to see this scene. Wang Dazhuang kowtowed, with a touch of dust on his forehead, and raised his head. He sank his breath into his dantian and said in a full voice after 2 days of cultivation, "Aunt Jiang, thank you. My mother said that you are my savior. If it weren't for you, I would have drowned in the river. You saved my life. I must be grateful and respect you well for the rest of my life." Such a long paragraph must not be what Wang Dazhuang thought of himself, but what Huang Guixiang taught him. I don't know how long she had memorized it at home, but the little kid remembered every word and said it out loud with a serious look. In fact, Huang Guixiang said more than that in private. She said that Aunt Jiang was really kind to us, so she gave us the meat to eat. She also said that Aunt Jiang not only saved you, but also saved another child. People who have read books are great, and you should read more books in the future. The most repeated sentence was, "Mom did something wrong before, but Aunt Jiang was willing to help us like this." We must know how to be grateful. The way of gratitude of the country people is rough and simple. Jiang Nian is a person who has received New Age education and has accepted the concept of equality for all. How could she have encountered such a thing? She and Xiao Anbao both had their eyes wide open. Both mother and daughter were equally cute. They looked at Wang Dazhuang and had no idea how to react. Caught off guard, the boy who had just finished speaking bent over again. He knocked 2 more heads towards Jiang Nian. A total of 3 heads were framed. Jiang Nian walked over immediately, not caring that she was still holding the child, squatted down and pulled Wang Dazhuang up. "No need to do this. Really no need to do this. I volunteered to save people, and I don't need anything in return. Your name is
Dazhuang, right?
Dazhuang, get up quickly, the ground is cold, don't dirty your pants, get up quickly." Jiang Nian was not very strong, holding the child in one hand, and the other hand couldn't pull up a strong little boy. Pulling. Wang Dazhuang looked up at Huang Guixiang. Huang Guixiang nodded slightly, and Wang Dazhuang stood up from the ground. Jiang Nian asked hurriedly, "Dazhuang, does your knee hurt?" "Aunt Jiang, my mother said that I am very strong and can't be beaten with bamboo sticks. It doesn't hurt at all after just kneeling like this." Wang Dazhuang stretched out his hand to pat his knees and said happily, with the dust on his forehead. Jiang Nian was relieved a little. Wang Dazhuang kowtowed too hard, and there was a little blood red. Jiang Nian was about to reach out and wipe away the dust on his forehead, but a little hand was a little faster than hers. Little Bao didn't know when she came back to her senses from her daze, and seemed to have forgotten the unhappy things that happened in the nursery. She stared at Wang Dazhuang with her dark eyes, and there was an indescribable seriousness on her little face. The tender little hand touched Wang Dazhuang's forehead, and the little finger wiped the dust and touched the red spot.
Red.
Just like her red. He, Little Bao touched and touched, raised her cute little face towards Wang Dazhuang and laughed out loud. Because of the birthmark and the attitudes of the people around her, the 1-year and 2-month-old baby was forced to become timid and introverted. So Xiao Anbao has always been a very quiet and well-behaved child. She only shows her childish and willful side in front of Qin San and Jiang Nian. As long as there are outsiders, she will immediately be timid and quiet, and she dare not even cry loudly. It was the first time that Xiao Anbao met Wang Dazhuang, and she was willing to take the initiative to contact him and laughed happily. This situation was really too abnormal. Jiang Nian was unexpectedly surprised and looked back and forth between Xiao Anbao and Wang Dazhuang with a surprised look. Huang Guixiang also looked confused. The two children, on the other hand, had their own special little events. Xiao Onbao touched Wang Dazhuang's forehead and smiled happily. After hearing Xiao Onbao's laughter, Wang Dazhuang suddenly shouted,
Mom.
"She calls me brother. Did you hear that? The little sister is calling me brother."
Hee hee.
Little Onbao's soft baby voice, with some slurred speech, the giggle is indeed very similar to brother. Wang Dazhuang is open-minded and doesn't care about the birthmark on little Onbao's face at all. Instead, he becomes happier the more he thinks about it. Brother. I'm a brother. I'm a brother. Aunt Jiang, what's the little sister's name? Her name is Anan. Sister Anan. Aunt Jiang, Sister Anan is so cute. Can I come to play with Sister Anan often in the future? Wang Dazhuang raised his head, his eyes full of expectation. Jiang Yan didn't expect that the two children would get along so well. Wang Dazhuang's personality is somewhat heartless and optimistic. When such a child gets along with little Onbao, even little Onbao becomes cheerful. She smiled and nodded, of course. Aunt Jiang welcomes you to come and play with Anan any time. Listening to their conversation, Huang Guixiang felt very embarrassed. She has a boy who is 5 or 6 years old and is the most mischievous. She was afraid that Jiang Yan would be disturbed. Jiang Yan shook his head and said it was okay. It would be more lively at home with the child. This was settled. Then they were busy working. Huang Guixiang turned the soil with sprinkled a layer of plant ash again, and then dug out small holes one by one, just the right size for the seedlings. The seedlings were also brought by Huang Guixiang. Now in early spring, the vegetables sown in her yard have sprouted. She pulled out some of the largest and strongest ones and planted them in Jiang Yan's yard, so that Jiang Yan would not have to start from sowing. Jiang Yan took the seedlings and put them into the small holes in the soil one by one. Covering with soil and watering, no step was missed. At the beginning, the seedlings were wilted and did not look very healthy. However, as long as they waited for a few days and let the seedlings bask in the sun, they would absorb nutrients and water from the soil and grow vigorously. Wang Dazhuang, who is still very young, was also an expert at farm work. Without Huang Guixiang's advice, he broke open the garlic heads he brought one by one, and then, along the edge of the small vegetable plot, he stuffed the garlic cloves one by one into the soil with their butts facing down. After a while, he had a neat row. The garlic sprouts grew into shallots, which grew fast and could become lush and green in 10 days. They were planted right at the edge of the vegetable plot, so they didn't take up space in the plot and were convenient to pick and eat. Xiao Onbao was put into the walker. She stepped on her little toes and swayed the walker, which made the sound of wind chimes. Wang Dazhuang not only planted garlic, but also turned his head from time to time to make faces at Xiao Onbao, making Xiao Onbao laugh happily. The small yard was filled with a happy atmosphere. When they were almost done, Jiang Yan straightened up his waist that had been bent all morning. This farm work didn't seem like much, but it was quite tiring to do. Without Huang Guixiang's help, she would have to work for another 6 or 7 days. Jiang Yan washed her hands and went back to the house for a few minutes. When she came out again, Jiang Yan brought out a small table from the house and put some things on it one after another. A porcelain teapot, a few cups, a box of mung bean cakes, and 4 or 5 apples. Sister Guixiang, we're almost done. Don't work anymore. Sit down and have a rest, drink some tea, and eat something. I'll be there soon. Huang Guixiang was busy until the end before she put down the. Seeing that Jiang Yan was clean, she immediately went to wash her hands, not only washing herself, but also pulling Wang Dazhuang to wash together. Wang Dazhuang made a fuss about not wanting to wash, and the little boy was just being sloppy. Huang Guixiang yelled, "Your hands are full of garlic and dirt. You are not allowed to touch my little sister without washing your hands." When Wang Dazhuang heard this, he immediately washed his hands obediently, applied soap, and rubbed the gaps between his fingers clean. When Huang Guixiang and her son came over, Jiang Yan had already poured tea, distributed cakes, and cut the apples into quarters. It was the first time for the mother and son to be treated like this. After washing, Their wet hands were not suitable for trousers or clothes. Jiang Yan said enthusiastically, "Don't be polite, just eat." After saying this, Jiang Yan took a piece of mung bean cake and put it in Wang Dazhuang's hand. As soon as Wang Dazhuang smelled the fragrance of the mung bean cake, he swallowed his saliva desperately. He couldn't help but swallow it in one mouthful. The mung bean cake was soft and full of bean fragrance, with a layer of red bean paste in the middle. It has the freshness of mung beans and the sweetness of red beans, a perfect fusion. This mung bean cake is the most delicious mung bean cake I have ever eaten. Wang Dazhuang's mouth was full, and he couldn't speak clearly, but he couldn't help but praise it. With such a lively child around, Huang Guixiang, who was cramped, relaxed. She picked up the mung bean cake and took a bite, just a small bite, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Delicious. This is the most delicious mung bean cake I have ever eaten. Huang Guixiang and her son said exactly the same thing. At this time, she more or less understood why Qin Milan ran to Jiang Yan's house with all her heart and stuck to Jiang Yan. It was because Jiang Yan's home really had good things. The real good things were more than just mung bean cakes. Huang Guixiang drank a sip of the water poured by Jiang Yan. At first, she thought it was boiled water. When the tea went down her throat, it had a faint taste of Chinese herbal medicine. The cool tea not only moistened her throat, but also made her tired body relax instantly, as if she could feel the recovery of her physical strength. It was amazing. Sister Nian, what kind of tea did you brew? After I finished drinking it, I immediately felt refreshed. I didn't brew tea, but Chinese herbal medicine, astragalus and licorice. Astragalus can replenish qi, and licorice can moisten the throat. Putting the two together to make tea can strengthen the spleen and qi and strengthen the exterior, and the taste is not too bitter. Jiang Yan explained carefully. She hid a part of the secret. That is the tea for brewing tea. She used the spiritual spring water taken out of the jade pendant space, which has magical spiritual power. Huang Guixiang was stunned when she heard it. What astragalus and licorice? She didn't understand at all, but she felt that it was amazing when it came out of Jiang Yan's mouth. Even her movements of holding the cup became cautious, and she drank the tea in small sips. On the other side, after Wang Dazhuang ate a few green bean cakes, he started to eat apples. He and Xiao Anbao took turns eating one piece. The two of them held the crisp and juicy apple pieces, and Wang Dazhuang bit them one by one. Xiao Anbao only had small milk teeth and could not bite off the apples, so he just used his teeth to grind the apple flesh. Xiao Anbao and Wang Dazhuang faced each other and ate happily. After a while, the wet apple juice and saliva stuck to Xiao Anbao's chin. Jiang Yan prepared a small towel and wiped Xiao Anbao from time to time. Wang Dazhuang looked at Jiang Yan's actions and suddenly said, as soon as these words came out, the first person to get nervous was not Jiang Yan, but Huang Guixiang.
Dazhua.
Huang Guixiang shouted, wishing she could cover Wang Dazhuang's mouth immediately. She kept muttering, "You eat so much, but you still can't shut your mouth." After Huang Guixiang finished teaching her son a lesson, she looked at Jiang Yan with embarrassment and then apologized. Sister Nian, I'm so sorry. My Dazhuang is just like me. He doesn't think before he speaks. He didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. Sister Guixiang, it's okay. They say children don't care. I don't care. Jiang Yan smiled and shook her head. When she said she didn't care, she really didn't care. Not only was she not angry, she also took another piece of apple and handed it to Wang Dazhuang to eat. Wang Dazhuang had just been yelled at by Huang Guixiang, and his face was nervous. He didn't dare to eat the apple in his hand. Jiang Yan leaned over slightly and spoke to him softly. Dazhuang, the red marks on your sister's face are natural. It's like spring, and red flowers bloom everywhere. This flower bloomed on mine Anne's face. Do you think it looks like the color of a flower? Wang Dazhuang was stunned when he heard it, and his little head suddenly understood. Yes, just like the azaleas on the mountain, red and beautiful. Aunt Jiang, I understand. Sister, Anan is a flower fairy. Only flower fairies bloom flowers on their faces. The child's mind was full of wild imagination, and such words, in turn, made Jiang Mian and Huang Guixiang stunned. After a slight surprise, Jiang Mian laughed happily. De Zhuang is right, and it is a flower fairy. Jiang Mian laughed like this, and Huang Guixiang and her son laughed as well. Hee hee, hee hee. Seeing the adults laughing, little and Bao also laughed happily, chewing apple pieces with his little milk teeth. He was so happy. In the afternoon, with Jiang Mian's lullaby, Little and Bao grabbed the quilt and fell asleep quickly. After finishing the things inside and outside the house, and the little girl took a nap, Jiang Mian finally had time to do another important thing, that is to make homemade whitening cream. Jiang Mian closed his eyes and entered the portable space of the jade pendant. She took out all the Chinese medicinal materials she bought from the market, and then took out some necessary materials from the Qianquan treasure house. Chinese medicinal materials include 3 whitening herbs: white peony, white atractylodes, and white poria. Soak an appropriate amount of medicinal materials in high-proof liquor. Soaking with high-proof liquor can disinfect the Chinese medicinal materials on the one hand, and the alcohol in the liquor can stimulate the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials on the other hand. After soaking for 2 hours, take out the medicinal materials and grind them into powder. Then mix them with mild coconut oil, highly moisturizing glycerin, and beeswax that can be used as an emulsified paste in a certain proportion. Put all the mixture in a glass measuring cup, light an alcohol lamp, and add it. Under high temperature, beeswax slowly turns from solid to liquid, and it blends perfectly with other materials with a little stirring. During this period, Jiang Mian also took out vitamin C, which also has a whitening effect, and added it. The last step is to pour the liquid into small round iron boxes at high temperature. When the temperature drops, the mixture of beeswax and medicinal materials will turn into a creamy paste again. The whitening cream is done. These steps are a piece of cake for Jiang Mian, who used to be a medical student and had done all kinds of complicated experiments in university laboratories. In a short while, Jiang Mian made 20 boxes of whitening cream in one go. The remaining white peony, white atractylodes, and white poria were not wasted. They were all ground into powder and used for other purposes. In addition, Jiang Mian made another special whitening cream. Not only did she use the previous materials, but she also added sweet almond essential oil with a sweet smell and some molecules of Lingquan stream water. After it was completed, it was not put into an ordinary iron box, but into a beautiful glass jar. After the milky white liquid solidified, you could smell a sweet almond smell. It is something that children will definitely like. This is the almond whitening baby cream that Jiang Mian specially prepared for Xiaoanbao. Jiang Mian immersed herself in the production and forgot the time when she was fully focused. In the end, it was her body's reaction that reminded her. Her chest was stuffy and heavy. It was almost time for her to feed. Jiang Mian simply tidied up, and as her consciousness turned, she immediately left the portable space. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaoanbao lying on her. Xiaoanbao was bolder than in the morning. He no longer waited obediently. He would crawl onto Jiang Mian, kissing and clinging to her, and nagging Jiang Mian to get up. His small body just pressed on Jiang Mian's chest. No wonder Jiang Mian still felt heavy in the portable space. As soon as Xiaoanbao saw Jiang Mian open his eyes, he smiled happily, revealing his small milk teeth.
Mom, Mom, Mom.
She was so excited that her voice of calling Mom became more and more standard. Jiang Mian knew what the little girl was thinking as soon as she heard it. Okay, Mom knows. Baby is hungry. Mom will feed you now. 10 minutes later, Jiang Mian fed the baby, got up with Xiaoanbao in her arms, put on her coat, poured hot water into the basin with big red flowers printed on it, and the mother and daughter wiped their faces with hot towels. The skin of a child is as delicate as a peeled egg, without any pores, and feels soft and tender. It is so attractive. After washing her face, Jiang Mian took out a beautiful small glass bottle. It was the almond whitening baby cream she had just made. Little Anbao blinked her eyes, attracted by the shiny glass bottle. Jiang Mian opened the lid, scooped out a lump of milky white paste with her index finger, and poked it back and forth in the palm of her hand, emulsifying the paste with the body temperature of her palm. Then, The warm palm was placed on the face of little Onbao. It circled on her round apple cheeks. Little Onbao didn't react and stared blankly with her black eyes. It was her first time to apply baby cream. Everything was so strange and so new. When she slowly came back to her senses, Jiang Nian's hot palm had left her cheek, leaving only a sweet and fragrant smell on her face.
Sweet. Sweet.
Little Onbao moved, sniffing everywhere like a puppy. She thought it was from Jiang Nian, so she sniffed Jiang Nian's neck, but it was different. This was not the smell on her mother. It smells good. That's right. And it is so smart. This is a scent. Jiang Nian rubbed the remaining whitening cream in her palm on little Onbao's little hand, rubbing it and asking, "Baby, do you like the scent?" Little Onbao nodded and made a gurgling sound. Hee hee. It smells good. From now on, Mommy will rub and with scent every day, Jiang Nian said, and kissed the rosy, fragrant, and soft little face. The next day, the Jiang family's yard was full of people. Jiang Nian had finished making the whitening cream and originally only notified Liang Yuxiu to come and get it. But later, the news spread, and many sisters-in-law in the compound came all of a sudden. Among them, some were originally interested in the whitening cream, and they told Jiang Nian that they wanted it on the bus that day. There were also people who had nothing to do at home and heard about Jiang Nian's medical skills to save people, so they were curious and came to watch the excitement. So many people came that the small house of Jiang Nian's family was almost full at once. Since Xiao Onbao was born, he has never seen so many people at once. Jiang Nian was worried that Xiao Onbao would be scared, so he placed Xiao Onbao in the bedroom. Their family had just had the incident of Chen Meili stealing things a few days ago, and everyone knew that no one dared to rashly enter the bedroom without Jiang Nian's consent.
If something was lost again, it would be hard to explain.
Among them, Huang Guixiang happened to come and brought her Wang Dazhuang. Jiang Nian prepared some snacks and fruits, called Wang Dazhuang over, and asked him to look after Xiao Onbao. Xiao Onbao already knew Wang Dazhuang and giggled when he saw him. The two figures, one big and one small, sat in front of a pile of food, taking turns to eat, and they were so happy. In the living room, there were so many sisters-in-law, and they kept talking to each other, and the topic could not be stopped at all. Just now when I went out, I met Chen Meili. When Chen Meili heard that I was coming to Sister Nian's house, she followed me and wanted to follow me. How could I agree? I sent her away with just a few words. Good job sending her away. Sister Nian has said so much and said that we don't want to have any contact anymore. Why doesn't she understand? I don't think it's because she doesn't understand. Chen Meili is just pretending to be stupid. If Sister Nian hadn't come out to clarify what she did in the past, how could we know the truth? Sister Nian saved her son, but she doesn't know how to be grateful. How can Chen Meili's heart be so cold? It's just that I feel sorry for her two daughters. They are so young and look so pitiful. While speaking, Jiang Nian just walked out of the room. When they saw her, the sisters-in-law immediately changed the subject. Sister Nian is out. Sister Nian, I heard that you have made the whitening cream. Take it out and let us see it. I'm curious and want to come and see it. Is it the same as the snow cream sold in the supply and marketing cooperative? All pairs of eyes widened and looked at Jiang Nian in unison. Jiang Nian did not disappoint the expectations of her sisters-in-law. Under the gaze of everyone, she took out the whitening cream that had been prepared long ago. It was a clean and beautiful small iron box. There was a sticker on the small iron box, and Jiang Nian carefully wrote the name and production date. Her handwriting was beautiful, neat, and pleasing to the eye. Sister Nian, open it quickly and let us see inside. Hurry up, I'm getting impatient. Amid the urging voices, Jiang Nian picked up a box of whitening cream and gently twisted the lid to open it. The small box was filled with milky white paste. As the lid was opened, a sweet and fragrant smell of coconut oil wafted out.
Wow.
It smells so good. The sisters-in-law gathered together. All took a deep breath, with surprise on their faces. The strong fragrance spread. Even Huang Guixiang, who was standing in the outermost circle, could smell it and took another deep breath in disbelief. It smells so good. I can smell it even though I'm standing so far away. This is the first time I've seen such a fragrant whitening cream. Can it be used as a perfume after applying it? That's right. It can be used as a perfume. It can save money again. It smells good and a little sweet. If you apply it at night, the whole bed will be fragrant. You want to apply it at night? And you want the whole bed to be fragrant. Who do you want to smell the fragrance for? I don't think it's for people to smell the fragrance. It's for people to warm the bed?
Ha ha ha.
The sisters-in-law discussed enthusiastically one by one and talked about it, and somehow they talked about the couple's affairs, which made everyone laugh. The room was full of married women, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about saying such things. Thick-skinned people interrupted and made some jokes, while thin-skinned people listened with blushing faces, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Jiang Yan made a suggestion. Sisters-in-law, do you want to try it? The sisters-in-law refused.
Try it?
Such a precious thing, it will be much less if you try it. Isn't it bad? It doesn't matter. Whitening cream is made for people to use. If you don't use it, how can you know whether it is good or not? Jiang Yan smiled and said generously. The soft cream was distributed from the small iron box to the sisters-in-law. Each of them had a soybean size. Jiang Yan also took a little, put it on the back of his hand, and demonstrated to everyone. Sisters-in-law, you see, a good whitening cream should not only have a whitening effect, but also have the basic moisturizing and nourishing function of a face cream. Under our body temperature, the cream should be easy to spread, and after spreading it, it has a moist texture, which will protect our skin like a layer of water film, so that we are not afraid of the sun in summer and the wind in winter. As he spoke, the milky white paste was gently pushed and emulsified as Jiang Yan moved. After swirling around in circles, it was immediately absorbed by the skin and disappeared, leaving only a layer of shiny, moist color on the back of Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan's skin was already fair, and after applying the whitening cream, her hands seemed to be glowing.
Wow.
The people around couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Liang Yuxiu was sitting next to Jiang Yan. She was so close that she couldn't help but reach out and touch the back of Jiang Yan's hand. It was soft and smooth, like silk. She immediately imitated Jiang Yan's movements and gently pushed the whitening cream. The back of her originally rough hand instantly became much softer and more delicate. Some people did the same as Jiang Yan, while others were reluctant to use such a precious thing on their hands and simply applied it directly to their faces. Look at me. Have my hands become tenderer? Touch me. Aren't they very smooth? If a fly flies over, it will do splits on the back of my hand and can't even stand. You people are so wasteful. Such a good thing, of course, should be used on the face. The sisters-in-law touched their hands and faces. They were so excited. In the joyful atmosphere, some people still noticed that what Jiang Yan had just taken out was not only an iron box containing whitening cream, but also a dozen paper packages placed on the side. The paper package was square and tied with rope, and it looked like a prescription from a pharmacy. If you smell it closely, you can faintly smell the scent of some medicinal materials. One of the sisters-in-law gently pushed Liang Yuxiu, winked at her, and looked at the paper packages several times. They knew that Liang Yuxiu was familiar with Jiang Yan and had a closer relationship with her, so if they were embarrassed to ask, they let Liang Yuxiu speak. Liang Yuxiu was also curious, so she followed everyone's thoughts. She took the initiative to ask Sister Nian, "What are these paper packages? Is anyone in your family sick?" Jiang Nian replied, "No one in the family is sick, and this is not a prescription but a mask."
Mask?
These two simple words made the sisters-in-law around him puzzled. They had heard of vanishing cream, face cream, lipstick, etc., but what was this mask? It was wrapped in a square shape. It looked strange. Everyone's face was full of confusion. Jiang Yan knew that it was difficult to make people of this era understand what a mask was just by saying it, but as long as she demonstrated it once, it would be simple and clear. "Sister Yuxiu, you sit in the middle." Jiang Yan pulled Liang Yuxiu over and sat on a bench in the middle. She prepared these things, and Liang Yuxiu was originally the first customer. The freckles on Liang Yuxiu's face were the most obvious, so it was most appropriate to use Liang Yuxiu as a model. Liang Yuxiu allowed herself to be pulled over. When she just sat down, she was still a little nervous.
Then,
Jiang Yan opened the paper bag wrapped in a square shape, and inside was some white powder. It was the powder of the 3 medicinal materials white peony, white atractylodes, and white poria after grinding. Jiang Yan added some vitamin E and vitamin C powder, as well as a little rose essential oil, to enhance the fragrance and reduce the medicinal smell of the Chinese medicinal materials themselves. Sisters-in-law, before using the mask, the first step we need to take is to wash our face. It is best to wash your face with hot water so that the pores on your face will open up. As he spoke, Jiang Yan poured hot water and wiped Liang Yuxiu's face. It was not cleaning, but using a warm towel to gently press Liang Yuxiu's skin, as if to press the water vapor into it. After washing your face, the next step is to prepare the mask. Jiang Yan picked up a small bowl, added 2 spoons of white medicinal powder into the small bowl, then poured in half a cup of water, and finally stirred it with a small piece of wood. The white powder gradually turned into a sticky paste. Seeing this scene, a sister-in-law couldn't help but say, Isn't it the same as when I spread the pancakes?" Jiang Yan did not refute her irrelevant words, but nodded seriously. "Sister-in-law, you are right, just like spreading pancakes. All the powders must be mixed evenly, without any particles, not too thin or too thick, because we will apply it to the face next." The small wooden piece became a mask scraper, spreading the stirred batter on Liang Yuxiu's face little by little. Jiang Yan reminded softly, "Sister Yuxiu, don't be nervous, it's okay." This matter itself did not have any risk factor. But Liang Yuxiu was the first time after all, and she was surrounded by so many people, so she was a little nervous. The hand on her knees unconsciously clenched into a fist. Jiang Yan observed carefully, noticed this, and comforted her softly. Liang Yuxiu's neck was stiff, and she didn't move. As the batter was applied to her face little by little, she felt her face was cool. Gradually, Liang Yuxiu's whole face was covered with a layer of white. Jiang Yan continued to explain. "This is a mask. After applying the mask on your face, you cannot talk or smile. You have to keep it on for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, wash your face, and it's done." Everyone nodded, revealing a look of sudden realization. Finally, they understood how to use the so-called mask. "Sister Nian, can the freckles on Yuxiu's face be gone after using this mask? I said before that freckles are innate, and it is impossible to really eliminate them. But as long as you persist in using masks and whitening creams, you can make your skin better and whiter, thereby fading freckles." Jiang Yan still analyzed scientifically and rationally from the perspective of a professional medical student, without exaggerating any effect. In this way, the sisters-in-law were looking forward to the effect of the mask, and they all stared at Liang Yuxiu with wide eyes. This look, but it takes 15 minutes. The whole room was quiet, and there was not even a person talking, which immediately made Liang Yuxiu more nervous. Liang Yuxiu listened to Jiang Yan. She didn't dare to speak, but her whole body was tense. In desperation, she could only pull Jiang Yan's hand and keep looking at her, asking for help. Jiang Yan immediately received the distress signal. "Sisters-in-law, it will take another 15 minutes. You have been staring at Sister Yuxiu, and you can't see anything now. Let's continue talking and chatting." After being reminded by Jiang Yan, the sisters-in-law putting aside the urgency of finding someone, they started chatting again. This chat actually brought up a big gossip. One sister-in-law reminded Jiang Yan, "Sister Nian, in a few days, people will move into your yard, and you will have a new neighbor." The so-called Jiang Yan yard is a piece of open space in front of the house. Strictly speaking, this piece of open space is used by 2 families because the surrounding wall encloses 2 houses. It's just that the house on the other side has been empty and no one has moved in. The yard has become a separate house, and Jiang Yan feels like she is using it alone. Hearing that there will be a new neighbor and he will live in a small yard, Jiang Yan also became curious. She didn't know enough about the original text and didn't know about the plot of the neighbor. But thinking about Yi Lanlan's character, It is estimated that she will not be assigned a kind neighbor, and it may be a troublesome person. Jiang Nian frowned, thought about it, and asked proactively, "What kind of neighbor? Do you sisters-in-law have any news?" Yes. I have asked my husband about it, and I originally wanted to tell you one of these days. Today everyone is here, so I might as well tell you everything. An enthusiastic sister-in-law Zhu took the initiative to stand up and said to everyone, "It's the old commander of the Red 3rd Regiment. He was injured during the anti-Japanese war. He has grown old over the years. In addition, our area is mountainous and the altitude is high. The old commander's body can't support it anymore, and he has been saying that he wants to retire. But Commander, he has been looking for a suitable candidate to replace him in the entire army." Alas. Speaking of this, everyone sighed. The reason why the Red 3rd Regiment can add a red to its name is its blood-stained style, which was exchanged for many years of hard fighting and the sacrifice of many people. If someone was chosen casually as the commander, not to mention commander, he would not agree. I'm afraid the entire Red 3rd Regiment would not agree. In this way, this matter has been delayed again and again, and the original old commander can only carry it. Jiang Nian experienced these things personally for the first time, and her heart was heavy. She asked softly, "Has the person been chosen now?" "Well, the new regiment commander has been selected." Mrs. Zhu nodded heavily. Without anyone asking, she continued to talk. The new regiment commander was selected by General He himself. He submitted more than a dozen reports to the higher-ups before he got the person back. "I heard from my husband that the new regiment commander is from the Northeast and had been serving in the Northern Army. In the early years, not only did we fight in the South, but the North was also not peaceful. In this era, not only is people's livelihood difficult, but the entire country is also in danger and turmoil. There are hidden dangers inside and tigers outside. Especially the long border in the north, there are the most powerful and fierce enemies. The situation is tense, and there are dangers everywhere. In addition, there are harsh geographical conditions. The northwest is the Gobi Desert, and the northeast is full of snow. Many of you are from the south. I'm afraid you have never seen heavy snow? In our north, it starts snowing in November and lasts until March or April of the following year. The snow can reach my chest, and it is always white outside. I often can't even go out of the house. Those days were hard. You dare not imagine it. Since I came here, I know that there are places where it doesn't snow or freeze in winter. It's really a good life." Mrs. Zhu is obviously from the north. When talking about the past in her hometown, she couldn't help but redden her eyes. The lives of ordinary people are already so hard, not to mention those soldiers who have to stand guard on the border. This legendary new captain has been stationed at the northern border in the ice and snow for more than 10 years. During this period, he won the first-class merit for the team and the first-class merit for the individual. My husband also said that the new captain fought the enemy with real swords and guns. Just on the frozen river at the border. In the middle of winter, he was hit by the enemy and was seriously shot. Even so, he still knocked over an enemy tank and a company and held on until the rest of our soldiers arrived. The sisters-in-law around heard this and gasped in amazement. Just from such a simple narration, one can imagine what a majestic figure the other party is. Everyone immediately forgot about Liang Yuxiu, who was wearing a mask, and all listened carefully to what Sister Zhu said. Then someone asked, "The new commander is so powerful. Is he married? How is his wife?" The new commander has been a soldier for more than 10 years and is in his 30s. He must be married. However, as for his lover. After that, Mrs. Zhu hesitated and didn't know how to start. This made the sisters-in-law even more curious. Jiang Nian was also listening attentively. What kind of person the new commander was had little to do with her. After all, they spent 16 hours a day in the army. But the new commander's lover was her new neighbor in the same courtyard, a person who lived with her day and night across a wall. Mrs. Zhu kept hesitating and didn't say it clearly. Jiang Nian simply thought about it in his heart. The new team leader is so fierce and fierce. I guess his wife is similar, otherwise how can the couple get along?
Just thinking about it.
Jiang Nian felt a gentle pulling force on her wrist. Liang Yuxiu didn't dare to speak. She could only control her mouth shape and remind Jiang Nian with strange pronunciation. Sister Nian, 15 minutes, time is up. Jiang Nian stopped listening and took Liang Yuxiu out to wash her face. After 15 minutes, the white and sticky mask was slightly dry and hard, but as long as it touched water, it was wiped off with a simple wipe. The rushing water washed Liang Yuxiu's face. After washing almost, Jiang Nian handed over a dry towel and asked Liang Yuxiu to wipe off the water stains. They left for a short while. When the two returned to the room, the sisters-in-law who were chatting stopped talking at some point. They all raised their heads and looked at Liang Yuxiu, who had washed her face. Some were surprised, some were stunned, and some spoke loudly and excitedly. Yuxiu, you've become whiter. You've really become whiter. Liang Yuxiu held the towel in her hand, touched her face in disbelief, and hesitated. Really? 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 Of course it's true. We have so many eyes watching. How could it be fake? You've become whiter, a lot whiter. Liang Yuxiu listened to everyone's words, but she still seemed unsure in her heart and looked at Jiang Nian with trembling eyes. It seemed that she believed what Jiang Nian said. Jiang Nian smiled and handed her a mirror. Sister Yuxiu, you can see for yourself. Liang Yuxiu took the mirror and immediately looked at it carefully. It's true. She has become whiter. It's a change visible to the eye. The freckles on Liang Yuxiu's face still exist, but because her skin color has become white, it has achieved the effect of covering up 3 ugliness with 1 white, and people don't care much about the freckles. This face. Is it really? Is it really her? Liang Yuxiu was in a trance, holding the mirror in one hand and touching her face with the other. It was soft and even delicate. Sister Nian, I really got whiter. Liang Yuxiu said to Jiang Nian excitedly. Jiang Nian did not expect that the mask she made for the first time would be so effective. But a mask alone is not enough. Sister Yuxiu, yes, you really got whiter. You can apply a mask at night in the future and then use a whitening cream and then have a comfortable sleep. The effect will be better. Okay. I will do as you say later. Liang Yuxiu was incredible, holding the mirror and looking at it again and again. During this period, the sisters-in-law were more excited than Liang Yuxiu. They all surrounded Jiang Nian and said anxiously, Sister Nian, you said before that the whitening cream was $1 a can, then this mask. How much is the mask? 50 cents a piece. This mask does not need to be made every day, just 2 or 3 times a week, and 1 pack is enough for 2 months. When Jiang Nian was packing the 3 white powder, he calculated the amount in advance. I want both the whitening cream and the mask. I want it too. My sister is getting married soon, and I'll send her one. Jiang Nian's price was much lower than the market price, and the things were novel, so the sisters-in-law were very excited. The small house suddenly turned into a lively bazaar. Even the 2 children in the house were alarmed. Wang Dazhuang opened the door, poked his eyes out, and took a sneak peek. He was immediately frightened by the scene. Oh my God! Even robbing food is not so crazy. Wang Dazhuang quickly closed the door, returned to Xiao Anbao, and said to Xiao Anbao, Don't be afraid, Sister Anan, it's okay. Call me brother, and I'll throw sandbags for you to see. Okay? Giggle Xiao Anbao laughed softly and crisply. The small sandbag flew high immediately. Inside and outside the house, there was a lot of joy. At night, Jiang Nian and Xiao Anbao took a bath, applied homemade cream, and sat cross-legged on the bed in long sleeves and long pants. The mother and daughter were shoulder to shoulder. There were 2 small sandbags in front of Xiao Anbao. When Wang Dazhuang left in the afternoon, he gave the sandbags to Xiao Anbao. Xiao Anbao grabbed the small sandbags and threw them from left to right, and from right to left, playing games happily alone. In front of Jiang Nian, there was a pile of scattered banknotes. There were 1 or 2 cents, and there were also 1 or 2 dimes, all of which were loose money. She sorted them out bit by bit, and then placed them separately, with a gleam of excitement in her eyes, counting softly. 1, 2, 3. Military camp. In the past few days, The troops have conducted 2 days and 1 night of field special training. The entire flight brigade is made up of soldiers selected from thousands of people. Each of them is unwilling to admit defeat and naturally wants to rush to the front. Chin San led the entire team in the mountains and jungles for 36 hours without sleep. Everyone was exhausted and finally returned to the military camp with mud all over their bodies. The soldiers were tired and sleepy. Some of them fell on the dormitory floor in wet camouflage uniforms. They were too lazy to even get on the bed and could sleep as soon as they fell down. Only Chin San had amazing physical strength. Not only did he go through the special training together, but he also held a 3 or 4 hour reporting meeting with the military leaders after the special training. After the meeting, Chin San did not return to the family compound immediately, but took a shower in the military camp and put on the military uniform in the office. Because he knew that Jiang Nian had mysophobia. A husband covered in sweat and mud will be kicked out of bed by his wife. When Chin San came out of the office with a brand new look, the other battalion commanders and company commanders were all stunned. Such physical strength. No wonder he could have 2 children in 3 years. Chin San returned to the family compound in the night and saw the lighted house from a distance. He walked lightly, opened the door of the yard, walked through the newly renovated small yard, and entered the bedroom under the warm yellow light. As soon as he opened the door, Chin San saw Jiang Nian, who was wearing thin clothes and looked like a little money grubber. 17, 18, 19. Her bright eyes were shining, and a few cents were shining in Jiang Nian's pupils. She was so focused that when Chin San approached and the light cast the tall figure of the man on the bed, Jiang Nian realized Chin San. "You are back." Jiang Nian quickly raised her head and raised her beautiful and bright face. The little girl beside her also raised her head. Little Anbao looked up blankly, and when he saw that it was Chin San, he immediately threw away the small sandbag in his hand and waved his arms towards Chin San. The saliva in his little mouth blew small bubbles, and his tender white face smiled sweetly. The 2 little faces, one big and one small, were reflected in the man's dark pupils one after the other. In an instant, Chin San felt his whole body lighten, and a warm current surged in his heart. The fatigue brought by the arduous special training disappeared instantly. On the contrary, there was a sense of satisfaction in his chest that was about to expand. The man was rarely absent-minded, staring at Jiang Nian and the child in a daze, and he was speechless for a while. Little Anbao didn't get a response from Chin San and waved his arms more excitedly, making a milky sound.
8. Daddy.
Hold. Chin San came back to his senses when his little girl called him. He leaned over slightly, and his strong arms easily picked up the little girl and held her firmly in his arms. Xiao Anbao immediately rubbed against Chin San's neck, smelling the familiar smell, and smiled even more happily. Chin San held the child in one hand and pointed to the pile of change in front of Jiang Nian with the other. He asked, "Where did you get so much money?" Jiang Nian was watching the interaction between the father and daughter, unable to move her eyes away. After being reminded by Chin San, she came back to her senses.
"Oh,
my money!" a delicate voice exclaimed helplessly. Jiang Nian muttered to herself, "Where did I count just now? I forgot it all." Since she forgot, she could only count again. 11, 12, 13, 21, 22, 25 yuan. The scattered change was finally counted by Jiang Nian. She raised the corners of her mouth high, her eyes curved with a smile, and said proudly to Chin San, "Chin San, look, there are a full 25 yuan here. All the money I earned."
"You
earned it?" Chin San hesitated slightly, his voice puzzled. "Yes, I made the money. I made some whitening creams and some whitening powders and sold them to the sisters-in-law in the compound. They were all sold out." Jiang Nian nodded slightly while speaking, and her eyes slightly raised. Anyone who saw her could feel her excitement at the moment. You didn't see the scene in the afternoon. The sisters-in-law loved it and were scrambling to buy it. Sister-in-law Zhu bought 5 copies by herself. She said she would give them to relatives and friends and wanted everyone to use them. Qin San listened to Jiang Mian's endless words without any impatience, nor did he question why Jiang Mian suddenly made a whitening cream. He silently relaxed his slightly frowned brows and whispered, "Has your relationship with the other sisters-in-law improved?" "Yes, it has. I know we are going to live in this compound for many years, even more than 10 years. If we are still the same as before and don't interact with other people in the compound, I will be unhappy here, and it will also be bad for your reputation. I don't care about these." Qin San spoke a little faster this time, and his words fell heavily. Jiang Mian was slightly stunned. She was sitting on the bed, and Qin San was standing beside the bed. When she looked at Qin San, she had to look up. The fair and charming face was raised, the slender neck was like a swan, and the clear eyes looked straight at Qin San. Jiang Mian blinked, seeming a little confused. Qin San's apple moved. He held his breath, looked serious, and said slowly, "You don't have to mind that I would do this. You don't need to force yourself, just do what you like to do. Even if it's the same as before, it doesn't matter." Qin San didn't say this last sentence. In his heart, of course, he prefers the passionate and bright Jiang Mian now. But compared to Jiang Mian's change because of him, he cares more about Jiang Mian's own happiness. If not, Qin San would not have allowed the original owner to act so willfully. Jiang Mian finally understood what Qin San said after listening to his explanation. Her soft red lips curled up again. She smiled and said, "But these are what I like to do. Saving money, raising children, and living a good life. Although simple and unpretentious, they are what Jiang Mian longs for most." Qin San looked at her and could only see joy on her face, not her embarrassment. The last worry in her heart was silently soothed by something. Next, Jiang Mian put the loose change neatly together while talking to Qin San. "Have you had dinner? Are you tired from training? Do you still have to get up early every day?" Simple and ordinary words. Little Anbao was bored and yawned a little, lying on Qin San's shoulder, closing his eyes again and again, and was about to fall asleep. Qin San was unusually serious. He answered all of Jiang Mian's questions. After a while, Jiang Mian divided the money in her hand into two parts, one thick and the other scattered coins. Qin San thought she would put the money in the iron box or hide it for a while. Jiang Mian sat up, took the thick stack of banknotes, raised her hand, and handed it to Qin San. Here are 20 yuan." Qin San was stunned. The dark pupils trembled slightly, a shocked trance. For me, this was the first time that a woman wanted to give him money. Jiang Mian nodded. "Yes, it's for you."
But why?
Qin San couldn't figure it out. Jiang Mian had already shown her attitude with practical actions. She stood up and stuffed 20 yuan into Qin San's palm, then took the sleeping Xiaoanbao from his arms and gently placed it in the middle of the bed. When moving, Jiang Mian was afraid of waking up Xiaoanbao, so she lowered her voice and said softly, "You gave me this month's salary at the beginning of the month, and then suddenly gave me 20 yuan last week. You must have borrowed it from other people, right? You are the captain of the flight brigade. It's not good to borrow money from other soldiers. Now I have earned the money back. You take it and pay back the money you owe to others tomorrow. In the past, you made money to support me and Enon. Now I can make money too. We can work hard together, and the whole family can live a good life." As she spoke, she pulled the quilt and took good care of little Anbao. As she spoke, there was silence behind her. The tall and straight figure was still there, but Qin San's voice was not heard. Jiang Mian was puzzled. She turned to look at Qin San and saw the man holding the money in his hand, lowering his head, staring, wondering what he was thinking. What's wrong? Could it be that Qin San is a male chauvinist and doesn't want to use the money his wife earns? If so, it would be difficult to deal with. She still wants to make more money in the future. She can't keep it a secret from Qin San, right? Jiang Mian was struggling and hesitating in her heart. Little did she know Qin San was thinking about something else. The 20 yuan was actually Qin San's New Year allowance. The army paid it late, and it only came to him recently. It was not borrowed as Jiang Mian thought. Qin San wanted to say it before, but was interrupted by Jiang Nian and could not explain it clearly. I thought the matter was over. Qin Sanyi didn't care where Jiang Nian spent the money, whether it was a colorful dress, or the cream or perfume on the desk. Those were the same to Qin Sanyi, just things that made Jiang Nian happy. He just didn't expect that Jiang Nian would always think about the 20 yuan. Even thinking so much. Thinking about his captain status, thinking about his face in the army. Qin Sanyi's fingers holding the money tightened silently, and his fingertips squeezed the 20 yuan heavily. The 20 yuan given by his wife is more than just money. Okay, I'll listen to you and return the money tomorrow. Jiang Nian was happy when he heard it. Just as he was about to smile, there was a scorching temperature on his lips. Qin Sanyi's palm, I don't know when, has firmly grasped the back of Jiang Nian's head. Fingers are deep in the soft black hair. Jiang Nian was originally looking up, and now he was gently lifted up by Qin Sanyi's strength. The slightly opened lips just happened to fall into the deep mouth of the man who leaned down. The plundering breath instantly swept over their bodies. Qin Sanyi seemed calm, but the waves in his chest had been surging again and again since this night, and he was eagerly looking for an outlet to vent. For a moment, all of it was concentrated on this mouth. Deep invasion and possession. In the small room, there was no sound for a long time. Only the rapid breathing sounded from time to time. Jiang Nian wanted to push Qin Sanyi away several times, but her arms had no strength at all. She raised them several times and fell down several times. From cheeks to neck, to slender white fingers, all of them revealed a delicate pink. The helpless palms could only tightly grasp the sheets under them. Even the toes were curled up shyly. Jiang Nian had to raise her head and entangled closely with the man. This kind of posture so tired, but the feeling of his, making people unable to stop. In the end, this suffocating deep ended under Qin Sanyi's super self-control. He held Jiang Nian as hot cheeks, and the two separated. When his black eyes saw the bright red lips, he lingered and pecked them hard again. He took a deep breath and stood up straight. The calmness and clarity in Qin Sanyi's eyes in the past had long gone. His eyes were dark, full of surging and suppressed desire. At this moment, Jiang Nian was like a little white rabbit falling into a cage, and could be caught by hunters at any time. She felt a stronger sense of danger than the night they shared the same bed. After all, today, Qin Sanyi did not promise to not do it. After the man's hot breath receded, Jiang Nian's hot skin touched the air. She couldn't help but shudder. Her chaotic mind became a little clear. It's very late. It's time to go to bed. Jiang Nian's face flushed, and she turned away hastily, not daring to look at Qin Sanyi anymore. She quickly went to the innermost side of the bed, pulled back the quilt, and lay down. She held Xiao Anbao in one hand and pulled the quilt with the other, almost covering half of her face. Jiang Nian closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, but she was pretending to be asleep seriously. Qin Sanyi watched the scene, his Adam's apple rolled, and he let out a few low laughs. Then he turned around to turn off the lights. The room was plunged into darkness, and Jiang Nian was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, opened his eyes and peeked at Qin Sanyi. Qin Sanyi put the 20 yuan Jiang Nian gave him into the pocket of his military uniform. He didn't intend to explain the ins and outs. Since it was the money given by his wife, he just took it. After doing all this, Qin Sanyi took off his military uniform and got on the bed in the dark. On the bed, the family of three was neatly arranged in the shape of the Chinese character Cha. Jiang Nian hugged Xiao Anbao and soon fell asleep in a trance with the remaining heat in his body. Rumble, rumble. The green train heading south was packed with people. Even the aisles and the connecting parts of the carriages were filled with sleepy people. There were no lights on in the carriage, only the moonlight outside the window, flashing from time to time. When the train entered the tunnel, it was pitch black. In such darkness, Yilanman had been guarding near the men's restroom for a whole day and night. A day ago, she learned about Lin Minghui from his classmates and finally met Lin Minghui on the platform of the capital railway station. Lin Minghui still looks the same as before, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, a pair of gold-framed glasses, and a gentle and handsome face. He is a good student with good grades. He holds information in his hand and a black pen in his shirt pocket. Simple details silently create his personal atmosphere. Lin Minghui walked at the end of the research institute team, and there were still many people around him, shouting senior. Whenever someone talks to Lin Minghui, he will first push his glasses, smile politely, and then respond to the other person's words. Invisibly, the distance between each other is shortened, and it gives people a warm feeling. All of this is the shaping of Lin Minghui by Yi Lanlan when she wrote the novel A Gentle, Elegant, Warm, and Smart Male Protagonist. Yi Lanlan hid in the crowd at the train station, looking at Lin Minghui not far away, with some trance in her heart. This trance came from the confirmation that she had once again traveled through the book. It was not rebirth, not traveling through time, but entering the novel she wrote herself, and the paper man she once was became a real person. While Yi Lanlan was looking at Lin Minghui, another person flashed through her mind. Qin Sanyi. More precisely, Qin Sanyi in her previous life. During the military training in her freshman year, Yi Lanlan fell in love with Qin Sanyi at first sight when he was wearing a military uniform. As soon as the military training ended, she announced to everyone in the dormitory that she liked Qin Sanyi and wanted to pursue him. This pursuit lasted for 4 years. Yi Lanlan never thought that she would be so obsessed with a man. During the 4 years, she put study second and Qin Sanyi first. She tried every possible way to get close to Qin Sanyi, shy again and again, heart-pounding again and again, confessing again and again. But the final result was always rejection. At the beginning, Qin Sanyi would remind her in a restrained and thoughtful way because she was a medical student and the class he had been an instructor in. You're a college student, and learning is the most important thing for you. This is a military academy. Non-military academy students are not allowed to approach. Please go back. Yi Lanlan, this is the last time I remind you. After that, it happened many times. Every time Qin Sanyi saw Yi Lanlan from a distance, he immediately turned cold and walked away, not even bothering to say a word to Yi Lanlan. Yi Lanlan never thought that Qin Sanyi's rejection was a real rejection. It is said that when a man chases a woman, there is a mountain between them. When a woman chases a man, there is a layer of gauze between them. Qin Sanyi's cold-hearted character is not easy to chase. Yi Lanlan believes that as long as she works hard enough, is passionate enough, and has enough perseverance, one day she'll be able to melt the iceberg and hug the strong man. However, reality slapped Yi Lanlan in the face. One day, Yi Lanlan was rejected by Qin Sanyi again, and in front of a group of people, which made her completely embarrassed and heartbroken. When she returned to the dormitory, she wrote the novel Sweet Pet Life Control Group of the 70s in anger and hatred. Humph, it's just a cold and handsome guy with muscles. What's so great about it? Yi Lanlan was determined to write a male protagonist who is completely different from Qin Sanyi. Gentle and elegant is the way to go. The character of Lin Minghui was born. But at this moment, Yi Lanlan found that she was wrong. This man who she had created with so much effort could not make her heart beat at all. The Lin Minghui she saw was not even as good as a hair of Qin Sanyi. On the platform of the capital railway station. At the moment when Yi Lanlan was vaguely recalling, the train next to her whistle sounded. It was about to leave. Lin Minghui and a group of people from the research institute had already boarded the train, and they put their luggage in the carriage. There were still many passengers on the platform who had not boarded the train. They were carrying large and small bags in their hands and kept squeezing towards the entrance of the carriage. No. She actually missed the opportunity to meet Lin Minghui. Even if Yi Lanlan looked down on Lin Minghui at all, in this era, in this world, the only person Yi Lanlan could rely on to change her miserable current situation was Lin Minghui. She must get in touch with Lin Minghui. Thinking of this, Yi Lanlan squeezed into the crowd quickly and rushed to the carriage with all her strength. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. Don't you see so many people? Why squeeze? Check the tickets. Check the tickets. Take out your tickets. No one can get on the train without a ticket. My foot. Who stepped on my foot? What a... The passengers complained, the ticket inspector shouted, and the surroundings were noisy. Yi Lanlan gritted her teeth and finally got on the train with Lin Minghui to the south in the chaos. But getting on the train is just the beginning of everything, not the end. Compared with the spacious and comfortable high-speed rail decades later, the green trains of this era are just like canned sardines. Not only are they crowded, but they are also filled with all kinds of unpleasant smells. Because of the complex personnel, the train attendants check the tickets almost every hour. Yi Lanlan was penniless and didn't buy a ticket at all. She just took advantage of the chaos to get on. In order to avoid being kicked off the train, she had to hide on the train. On the other side, the train compartment that Lin Minghui was riding in was booked by the institute. The door of the compartment was closed in the middle, and ordinary passengers could not pass through. Through a layer of window glass, Yi Lanlan saw Lin Minghui chatting and laughing in the crowd, eating and drinking. There was also a female classmate with double ponytails who handed Lin Minghui a peeled orange. What did this mean? Yi Lanlan knew it at a glance. Looking at that scene, she was so angry that her teeth itched, but she was powerless. Under this circumstance, Yi Lanlan finally came up with a trick to wait and see. Lin Minghui ate and drank so much, I don't believe he didn't go to the bathroom. Yi Lanlan endured the unpleasant smell and hid around the bathroom. This wait lasted until the second half of the night. The temperature was getting colder. In the swaying train, the young man pulled his cotton coat to keep warm, propped up a sleepy face, and moved forward in the crowded compartment in the dark. He finally walked to the front of the bathroom and was about to open the door. A ghostly shadow suddenly jumped out from the side, grabbed his wrist, and said grimly, "Lin Minghui, I finally caught you. Don't even think about escaping." Lin Minghui shuddered violently, and for a moment he really thought he had seen a ghost. Under the intense fear, he didn't hear Yi Lanlan's voice at all. He just felt cold all over and shivered as he tried to push Yi Lanlan away. But Yi Lanlan had gone through so much trouble to catch Lin Minghui. How could she give up so easily? She was a thin woman, but she burst out with a strength that Lin Minghui couldn't tear apart. Lin Minghui pushed Yi Lanlan and shouted, "Who are you? What do you want to do? Let go quickly, or I'll call the conductor. I'm telling you, I'm a student of Capital University. You can't afford to offend me." Just at this moment, the rumbling train just passed through the dark cave. A faint light shone into this dark corner through the window glass of the train. In the mottled light and shadow, Yi Lanlan's sturdy face and a pair of eyes full of anger and hatred were revealed, staring at Lin Minghui. Lin Minghui shuddered with fright. But he finally recognized the person in front of him.
Yeah.
Yi Lanlan, why are you here? Yi Lanlan said with red eyes and full of resentment. Lin Minghui, you really made it hard for me to find you. You hide. If you have the guts, keep hiding. After bringing me to the capital, you started to avoid me. Even when I went to school to find you, you hid and didn't see anyone. You are such an ungrateful. She cursed Lin Minghui one after another. Yi Lanlan suffered a lot in order to find Lin Minghui. She wanted to tear this man to pieces. Lin Minghui listened to her words without any guilt. His first reaction was to look around in the train compartment, especially the professors and students who were traveling with her. Because it was late at night, the professors and students were all asleep. No one noticed the quarrel in front of the toilet in the compartment, and no one heard Yi Lanlan's words. This made Lin Minghui feel relieved for a long time, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then his face changed. Lin Minghui grabbed Yi Lanlan's hand in turn and pulled her to the farther corner of the carriage. The two hid in the shadow of the corner together. As soon as Lin Minghui opened his mouth, he accused, "Yi Lanlan, are you crazy? How did you find this place? This is a train heading south. Didn't you say you would stay in the capital? What are you going south for?" "What? Haha." "Lin Minghui, you still have the nerve to ask me this question. What did you promise me at the beginning? What did you do later? Have you forgotten? What you mean by staying in the capital is to throw me into a textile factory and make me a dirty textile worker. Who do you think of me, Yilanlan? I came to the capital to go to college and be a college student. Yilanlan accused back without showing any weakness. All of this was Lin Minghui's promise to Yilanlan under the deep love between the two. But for some reason, everything has changed in the past 2 years.
Following Yilanlan's accusation, Lin Minghui frowned.
There was no tenderness on that gentle and handsome face, only irritation towards Yilanlan.
Yilanlan, stop it.
You still want to go to college? What a fantasy. Why don't you go out and ask around, can anyone get a college quota? I kindly advise you to go back to the capital, where you at least have a stable job. Lin Minghui. Yilanlan didn't want to listen to Lin Minghui's high-sounding words at all. She screamed and interrupted. Your parents are powerful. I just want a college quota. It's just a matter of their words. Why don't you want to say it? Why can't you help me fight for it? The demands and accusations continued. When Lin Minghui heard Yilanlan mention his parents, his face, which was originally full of irritability, now had a trace of distortion and hideousness. He looked at Yilanlan irritably and lost his patience. Yilanlan, there is no quota. Give up as soon as possible. How can you buy a ticket to the south? Did you evade the ticket? I'm going to find the conductor now and kick you off the train. Okay. Go find him. I evaded the ticket. I should be kicked out of the car.
But what about you?
Lin Minghui, have you forgotten what you did 2 years ago? I saw you put that packet of medicine in Jiang Yan's cup with my own eyes. As Yilanlan said this, the atmosphere of the heated argument between the two suddenly dropped to freezing point. The arrogant Lin Minghui was suddenly frozen. His eyes were cold, looking at Yilanlan with hatred. 2 years ago, at that social gathering, the boys and girls were in chaos. Yilanlan continued to sneer. Humph, Jiang Yan, that stupid girl with no brains, wanted to get that kind of medicine? What a fool. She probably still doesn't know the truth. She thought she drugged and slept with the wrong person. But I saw clearly that the real person who drugged was you, Lin Minghui. The thing in Jiang Yan's hand was just flour. After Yilanlan knew Jiang Yan's plan, she deliberately used flour to fool Jiang Yan, wanting to see Jiang Yan make a fool of himself. But who would have thought that at that social gathering, Jiang Yan was not the only one with ill intentions. Yilanlan had been staring at Lin Minghui, so she saw everything Lin Minghui did. When she realized that Lin Minghui fell in love with Jiang Yan because of her beauty, she was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Yilanlan immediately took Jiang Yan to another room and sent someone to trick Qin Sanyan into that room as well. She calculated the time precisely and took Lin Minghui and others with her to catch the adulterer. She wanted Lin Minghui to see clearly that Jiang Yan had already been someone else's woman. Lin Minghui, shout. You are not going to call the conductor. Go and shout now. As long as you call the conductor, I will wake up all your teachers and classmates and let them hear the dirty things you did 2 years ago. A good student who looks righteous and righteous turns out to be just a lustful man who covets beauty. Lin Minghui, you probably don't know that at this moment, Jiang Yan, whom you have been thinking about, is giving birth to a second child for another man. I, Yilanlan, have been an orphan since I was born. I have nothing to be afraid of anyway.
But you...
Lin Minghui, what do you think will happen if your two powerful parents hear what you have done? Yilanlan had completely torn her face off and was too lazy to pretend anymore. She threatened Lin Minghui in a cold voice. Lin Minghui's face turned pale, and his expression became more and more distorted, especially when he heard Yilanlan mention his parents again and again. He tightened his jaw and uttered a few words through his teeth. Yilanlan, that was 2 years ago. You have no evidence. Yes, I have no evidence. But don't forget, you once took me to meet your classmates as your girlfriend. Someone will definitely believe what I say. Yilanlan raised the corner of her mouth and showed a sarcastic smile. She knew too well the atmosphere of this era, and too well how sanctimonious Lin Minghui was, and how much he valued his reputation. Even if there is no evidence, as long as rumors spread, Lin Minghui, who is still a student, will be investigated and even kicked out of the Research Institute's project team. This risk is something Lin Minghui cannot bear.
For a while.
Between the two people who were confronting each other, there was only the rumbling sound of the train. Lin Minghui's face turned blue and white, and his complexion changed again and again. In the end, he could only squeeze out a sentence helplessly. Yi Lanlan, what do you want?
Haha.
Yi Lanlan sneered arrogantly and complacently. As the author of the original text, it was not easy for her to control a paper man she created. I'm not going back to the capital. I'm going to go south too. With you. For Yi Lanlan, the capital without Lin Minghui was no different from any other city. After she returned to the capital, she could only continue to work as a female worker in a textile factory. That was not the life Yi Lanlan wanted. Money. Give me money. You went so far south this time, and you're going to be gone for such a long time. You must have brought a lot of money with you. Give me all the money and bills on you. Without waiting for Lin Minghui to nod in agreement, Yi Lanlan pulled off his clothes and searched him from head to toe. Not only did she take out 10 yuan and some food coupons from Lin Minghui's shirt pocket, she also took out 30 yuan that he had hidden from Lin Minghui's right shoe. Put them all in her pocket. Your cotton coat is nice, isn't it? New, right? Take it off and give it to me. There's no air conditioning or heating on the train.
I'm freezing.
With a rip, Yi Lanlan took off Lin Minghui's brand new cotton coat and put it on her. Lin Minghui, I know you don't want your teachers and classmates to see me. Don't worry, as long as I live well and dress well, I won't show up. But remember, I know everything about you. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Yi Lanlan put on the thick new cotton coat, patted her bulging pockets, and snorted at Lin Minghui with disdain. Then she left triumphantly. Only Lin Minghui was left alone, wearing thin clothes, shivering in a dark corner. His palms hanging by his side were tightly clenched into fists because of anger. A good night's sleep. Jiang Nian adjusted the original owner's daily biological clock and finally stopped going to bed late and getting up late. As soon as he opened his eyes, the sun was shining on his ace. She and Qin Sanni got up at the same time. Only little Anbao was still lying on the bed, with his buttocks raised, sleeping soundly. Qin Sanni made breakfast for the young couple. Simple porridge, pickles, and steaming cornmeal buns. But today, Jiang Nian also went into the kitchen early in the morning. She also made a fire and cooked, making complimentary food for Xiao Anbao. A 1-year and 2-month-old child is in need of nutrition, but milk, rice paste, and some steamed bread slices are already difficult to meet the child's growth needs. Jiang Nian didn't study much about complementary food for such a young child, but she had studied nutrition after all, so she had this basic theoretical knowledge. In addition, there were many books in the portable space of the jade pendant. Jiang Nian went into study for a while last night, and the results came out early in the morning. A bowl of potato dumpling soup with good color, aroma, and taste. The ingredients only require a small piece of potato, half a tomato, 2 green leaves, and a little flour and eggs. Potatoes, tomatoes, and green leaves are all chopped. Children's esophagus is very narrow, and their swallowing ability is not strong, and they have no chewing ability, so the smaller the better. First, blanch the potato cubes, take them out after they are cooked, drain the water, and shake them in the dried flour. Each small potato cube is evenly coated with a layer of flour. Then add a little oil and stir-fry the tomatoes. When the tomatoes are soft and have juice, pour in boiling water. Then add the diced potatoes coated with another layer of flour. Cook over high heat for 2 or 3 minutes. The soft potatoes will gradually absorb the sweet and sour soup of the tomatoes. The flour originally coated on the potatoes will melt in the soup, and it will be sticky, like the bottom of porridge. At this time, you can add the egg liquid. In the red tomato soup, the golden egg liquid blooms like a flower. Finally, garnish with chopped green leaves. Done, out of the pot. Nutritious and delicious. It only took Jiang Nian a dozen minutes to make this complimentary food. On the other side, after losing the breath of her parents, Xiao Anbao was drowsy and couldn't wake up. Qin Sanni took care of her and got her up and skillfully put on her small clothes and pants, especially the small shoes, which were not as big as Qin Sanni's palm. He lifted Xiao Anbao's feet with one hand and put on the small shoes with the other hand. After putting them on, he turned them around. He made sure that the shoes would not fall off before he carried Xiao Anbao out of the room. Outside the room, the aroma of potato dumpling soup filled the air. Xiao Anbao squinted and was confused at first, but when he smelled the fragrance, his dark eyes widened instantly. Little foodie is in place. Jiang Yan turned around and saw the father and daughter. Her eyes fell on the buttons of Qin Sanyi's military uniform, and the scene of last night flashed through her mind. Her cheeks were darkly hot, and she turned her head quickly. Sit down and eat. The potato dumpling soup was a little hot. Jiang Yan didn't dare to let Xiao Anbao eat it by herself, so she put it a little far away. After she blew it cool, she fed it to her mouthful by mouthful. Every time Xiao Anbao took a bite, she would smack her lips, shake her hands, and shake her feet. She looked very happy, which was the best response to Jiang Yan's cooking skills. Qin Sanyi ate quickly and filled his stomach in just a few mouthfuls. He took the potato dumpling soup from Jiang Yan. I'll feed you. Jiang Yan could concentrate on eating and had time to talk to Qin Sanyi about another thing. This matter should have been said last night, but with the atmosphere yesterday, Jiang Yan couldn't find a chance to speak at all. Qin Sanyi, I want to work, and I want to continue to make money. Qin Sanyi was holding a very mismatched small spoon in his hand, gently turning the potato dumpling soup in the small bowl. He was not too surprised to hear what Jiang Yan said. After all, he had guessed something from Jiang Yan's expression last night. Qin Sanyi asked, "Do you want to go back to work in the hospital?" As for work, Qin Sanyi could think of Jiang Yan's work as a nurse in the hospital for a month. If Jiang Yan wanted to go back to the hospital, he could go talk to Director Zhou. Not the hospital. Jiang Yan shook his head. The things I did in the hospital before were not good, and going back to the hospital will cause trouble to others. Besides, I want to take care of it and myself in the future. The 9-to-5 job in the hospital is not suitable for me. Qin Sanyi listened to Jiang Yan's well-reasoned words and quickly got the point. He raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Yan. Do you want to take care of the child and yourself in the future? Well, I wanted to tell you last night that I don't want to send An into the nursery anymore. An is still so young. It's better for me to take care of him myself. Jiang Yan's words were firm. But while speaking, his eyes were always nervously watching Qin Sanyi's reaction. Qin Sanyi had been in the military camp for special training a few days ago and had not been home for a few nights, so Jiang Yan had not had the chance to tell Qin Sanyi about what happened in the nursery. She was not going to tell Qin Sanyi. After all, a man already had a heavy burden on his shoulders, and she could handle the trivial matters at home.
But
Jiang Yan was worried that Qin Sanyi would be worried. She always remembered that when they first met in the hospital, Qin Sanyi was wary and suspicious of her while holding the child. Jiang Yan, I don't trust you. I won't let An be alone with you. Who knows if you will hurt the child again. Jiang Yan never forgot what Qin Sanyi said at that time. She blinked her long eyelashes, looked at the man in front of her, and asked softly, Qin Sanyi, do you agree? While Jiang Yan was cautious and nervous, Qin Sanyi was extremely calm. He held a small spoon in his hand and gently turned the potato dumpling soup, his movements smooth and without pause. Little Anbao smacked his lips, and the soft and warm potato dumpling soup in his mouth entered his stomach. His empty little mouth immediately grew towards Qin Sanyi. Qin Sanyi fed him a spoonful at the right time, and he would never let little Anbao's expectations go unfulfilled. While feeding little Anbao, he answered Jiang Yan's words. In the future, you can make your own decisions on such matters, and you don't have to ask for my opinion. It was so simple and straightforward, and he completely handed the decision-making power to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was holding a cornmeal bun in her hand, eating it bite by bite, and suddenly heard an unexpected answer, and she was anxious to speak. She swallowed hard and asked hurriedly,
Why?
Qin Sanyi turned his black eyes slightly and looked at her. Why? Jiang Yan said, Why else? Of course. Why are you so confident in handing little Anbao to me? Aren't you afraid? Speaking of this, Jiang Yan deliberately lowered her voice and turned her face to the side. She was afraid that Xiao Anbao would understand, so she deliberately avoided Xiao Anbao's sight. Aren't you afraid that I will hurt the child again? Qin Sanni paused slightly with his arm holding the small spoon. His aura changed silently, and his dark eyes once again swept over Jiang Nian, and his eyes became particularly meaningful. At that moment, Jiang Nian looked into Qin Sanni's eyes and could see that he seemed to have a lot to say. But in the end,
He didn't say it.
Qin Sanni still spoke in a steady and calm tone just now. I know you won't, because you are Nan's mother, and you like Xiaoanbao. When Jiang Nian heard this answer, the corners of her mouth immediately raised high. It seems that her efforts these days are not in vain. Qin Sanni's trust in her has been rising up, and he can even hand over the child to her with confidence, so there is nothing to worry about. Qin Sanni saw her happy look and silently withdrew his gaze from Jiang Nian. A gleam of light flashed in his obsidian pupils. He hid it deep in his heart. The corners of his handsome face were slightly raised. The young couple were secretly delighted, but little Anbao beside them was unhappy. Her little hands were clenched into fists and knocked on the table of the small dining table, making a dong-dong-dong sound. Her bright little mouth opened wide towards Qin Sanni. Dad.
Food. Dad. Food.
She was crying for food. Qin Sanni immediately came back to his senses at the child's call and fed little Anbao another mouthful of the cooled potato soup. Jiang Nian watched the intimate interaction between the father and daughter. If it were in her previous life, she would never have imagined that a majestic military school hunk would actually cook soup at home and make milk for the child. If Qin Sanni had this figure and put on a mother's bib, I dare not think about it. Jiang Nian hurriedly stuffed a mouthful of cornmeal steamed bun into her mouth to block the random thoughts in her mind. She also ignored the ambiguity in Qin Sanni's words today. She used to be Xiaoanbao's mother. Why didn't Qin Sanni believe her at that time? This afternoon, Xiaoanbao was taking a nap in the room, and Jiang Nian was inspecting her vegetable garden in the yard. The seedlings planted a few days ago grew very well. All of them stood up straight and survived, and some seedlings grew the third leaf. Seedlings usually have 2 leaves, and when they grow to the third leaf, it is called a true leaf. When the true leaves grow out, it means that the roots of the seedlings have received nutrition and water and are growing bigger. This growth rate far exceeded Jiang Nian's expectations. It should be because she used Lingquan Creek water to irrigate, so the seedlings grew so fast. Growing up together, there are also wild pheasants that Jiang Nian bought. Seeing the fierce appearance of the wild pheasant, Jiang Nian thought it was a rooster, but it turned out to be a hen. It laid 2 eggs on time every day. Jiang Nian kept them for a few days and kept half of the eggs at home for daily consumption. The other half of the eggs were placed in the space of the jade pendant. She took out the chick incubator with a constant temperature of 36 degrees and carried out a breeding plan for the wild pheasant. Everything was going according to plan and in an orderly manner. Jiang Nian was squatting beside the vegetable garden pulling weeds when she heard a shout from outside the house. Sister Nian, are you home? I'm here. Jiang Nian stood up, with her head slightly above the wall. She walked over to open the door, and when she opened the door, she saw Sister Zhu and Sister Lu from yesterday. The sisters-in-law were busy doing housework in the morning and taking care of the children at noon. They finally coaxed the children to sleep, and finally had some time for themselves to walk around in the courtyard. When they saw Jiang Nian, they smiled brightly. The wrinkles on her face were squeezed out, but she didn't care at all, and was extremely happy. Sister Nian, look at me. Look at my face. Isn't it much younger? After I went home last night, I did what you said. I washed my face first, then applied that mask, then washed my face and then applied whitening cream. I only applied a little bit, and the whole room was fragrant. I used it too. When I got up this morning, my husband praised me for my improved complexion. When I touched my face, it was like I was back to the age of 18, so tender. The sisters-in-law surrounded Jiang Nian and gave timely trial reports. As the producer, Jiang Nian was also happy. She smiled and said, Sisters-in-law, as long as you keep using it, the effect will definitely get better and better. Of course, such a good thing must be used persistently. Sister Zhu touched her face and said happily. Some people also mentioned other things. Sister Nian, Sister Lu told us what happened in the nursery. If I meet that Wu Shanshan next time, I will tear her mouth. That's right. Those people in the arsenal are just jealous of us. Everyone knows that we live in a small courtyard with bungalows in the family compound, while they live in a dormitory building in the arsenal with a family of 4 or 5 living in just a dozen square meters. Sister Nian, don't be afraid in the future. If Wu Shanshan bullies you again, the sisters-in-law will stand up for you. The sisters-in-law are a little older than Jiang Nian, and they are all simple and kind-hearted people. In the past, the original owner looked down on them, but now they have seen the changes in Jiang Nian and have changed their attitudes. They call Jiang Nian sister, which means they really treat Jiang Nian as their own sister. Jiang Nian felt warm in his heart and comforted her. Sisters-in-law, I wasn't bullied, and I fought back on the spot. It's not a big deal. Thank you for your concern. It's good that you weren't bullied. We just want to let those people know that we in the military family compound are not easy to mess with. By the way, I haven't seen you send the child to the nursery these days. Could it be that Anin is sick?
No.
Jiang Nian shook his head. I discussed it with Sanya and planned to take care of the child myself and not send him to the nursery in the future. As soon as these words came out, the sisters-in-law were all stunned. Their expressions were slightly awkward and stiff. After all, they lived in the same compound, and they knew a little about each family's affairs. When Little and Bao was still a little old, they saw with their own eyes how the original owner took care of the child. And the most famous thing, the mother was free and easy in the city, and she left the child of a few months old at home and didn't care about it. The sisters-in-law had never seen such a cruel mother. Overnight, all kinds of memories emerged in their minds. Looking at the smiling Jiang Nian, they hesitated, not knowing whether they should say it. In the end, Jiang Nian took the initiative to speak first. An is my first child, and I have to learn how to take care of a child from scratch. I must have done something wrong, and I will need the sisters-in-law to teach me in the future. As soon as the humble and sincere attitude came out, the sisters-in-law's worries suddenly became less. Sister-in-law Zhu secretly pushed the 2 people beside her. Sister Nian is different now. There's nothing to worry about. If you don't understand something or need help, just come to us. That's right. Don't be polite with us. The atmosphere was harmonious again, and a group of people were talking happily. A shout was heard again from not far away. This time the person was Liang Yuxiu. Here they come, people are coming, the car has arrived at the gate of the family compound. When the sisters-in-law heard this, they immediately tiptoed, stretched their necks, and walked forward several steps to look over. They all knew who was coming. On the contrary, Jiang Nian was confused. She asked Sister Yuxiu, who is here? I told you yesterday, it's the new neighbor who lives in the same courtyard as you. Liang Yuxiu answered, looking into the distance as well. New neighbor. Jiang Nian was slightly surprised. Yesterday, she just heard that she was going to have a new neighbor, and she only knew some basic information, but she didn't know the other names and ages. Today, someone came. The plot was developing too fast. It was like a progress bar. Now, even Jiang Nian became curious about what kind of person the new neighbor she was about to face would be. She and her sisters-in-law stood at the entrance of the alley and looked towards the gate of the family compound. A dark green military truck stopped, the door opened, and several young soldiers in military uniforms got out from the front seat. After they got off the car, they immediately moved the furniture from the back of the truck and then lined up like a team and walked towards the family compound. The young soldier walking in the front saw Jiang Nian and his group. He immediately stood at attention and saluted. Hello, sisters-in-law. We are here to help Captain Zhao move. May I ask which house he lives in?
There.
The first room after entering the small courtyard with the door open. It's next to Captain Qin's house. Thank you, sisters-in-law. The young soldier waved his hand, and the other soldiers behind him followed immediately. The so-called moving is actually just sending some daily furniture, wardrobes, coffee tables, beds, and so on. Other radios and electric fans were not seen at all. Even at the level of a regiment commander, the treatment in the southwest military region is similar to that of other people. What's more, the Captain Zhao mentioned by the soldiers came from the northernmost part, and even if he had luggage, he couldn't bring it with him. Jiang Nian and the sisters-in-law stood outside the yard, watching the young soldiers move the furniture. She said softly, "So the captain's surname is Zhao." Sister Zhu immediately replied, "His name is Zhao Weidong. My husband just told me yesterday. He is only in his 30s, 1 or 2 years older than Captain Qin. I also heard that Captain Zhao has just been married for 3 months. They were engaged when they were children in the countryside, and they just got married recently." After opening this topic, other sisters-in-law immediately asked, "It's only been 3 months since they got married, so they are still newlyweds. Did Captain Zhao bring his wife within this time? It's said that they are newlyweds. How could he not bring his wife? Besides, how far are we from the north? Captain Zhao can't just abandon his wife in the countryside, right? Then where is Captain Zhao's wife? Why is she gone?" The sisters-in-law looked around and only saw young soldiers moving things in and out, and no women at all. Everyone was confused. In the end, Jiang Nian was simple and straightforward. She stopped a young soldier and asked directly, "Hello, comrade. May I ask if Captain Zhao's wife is here?" The young soldier suddenly looked embarrassed when he heard the question. It seemed like it was neither right to say nor not to say. In the end, she just reluctantly answered, "I'm here, in the car." This answer made the sisters-in-law even more confused. Since she was here, why didn't she get off the car? Did someone else need to invite her? For a moment, the sisters-in-law's expressions became complicated. Jiang Nian was still brainstorming, thinking about what kind of person her new neighbor would be. Her eyes were always fixed on the military truck, not far away. During this period, the young soldier went back and forth 2 or 3 times and had almost moved all the furniture. They went back to the car, and finally a woman got off the military truck. The woman was slender and thin, with long black hair like a waterfall. She was wearing a gentle and graceful long skirt, a pair of white lambskin thick-heeled shoes on her feet, and thin shoelaces around her ankles. When she got off the car, the hem of her long skirt was slightly blown up by the wind. The woman hurriedly bent down and stretched out her hand to cover the blown hem of her skirt. She moved slowly and unhurriedly, and when she lowered her head, she revealed a face as white as jade and a slightly furrowed brow. This was a very beautiful woman, and also a woman who was out of tune with the entire compound.
It was like
another Jiang Nian. But Jiang Nian's beauty was bright and generous, shining and dazzling. She was like a blooming rose, stunning at first sight. Just like her preference, those colorful skirts. But the temperament of this new woman was completely different. She was a cold jasmine flower, with a bookish air all over her body, like a daughter from a scholarly family. She was slender and delicate, with a cold and distant look, and she didn't even bother to look at anything around her. Just like the skirt on her body, pure white, beautiful, cold, and gave people a strong sense of distance, and they didn't dare to approach easily. The sisters-in-law were surprised when they saw such a person. Although they had never seen the legendary Captain Zhao, they heard that he was a majestic Siberian tiger. How could such a fierce and rough man marry a cold and arrogant rich girl? Or was it a childhood marriage? These two people are not related at all. How could this happen? The sisters-in-law sighed softly. Jiang Nian, who was standing next to them, had not spoken for a long time. She stared at the face of the cold woman with her pupils trembling slightly, and her bright face was full of incredible shock.
How could it be?
How could it be her?
Song
Yingying. Jiang Nian was stunned, muttering to himself, and called out the name of the cold woman. Song Yingying. When Jiang Nian spoke, the cold woman, carrying a heavy suitcase in her hands, just walked past the group of them. She vaguely heard the shouting. Song Yingying, that was her name. This was a completely unfamiliar place. Even her newlywed husband had only met her for the first time 3 months ago, so it was no different from not knowing her. Since they were all strangers, how could they know her name? Song Yingying glanced at Jiang Nian and paused for a moment. Then she frowned slightly. Finally, her eyes passed by indifferently. Her eyes were full of unfamiliarity, and she had no reaction to Jiang Nian's appearance. Song Yingying carried the heavy suitcase in both hands, stepped on her beautiful white high heels, and continued to walk forward step by step towards the direction of her new home, without looking back at anyone. Jiang Nian couldn't come back to his senses for a long time and was still stunned. She was stunned by Song Yingying's lack of reaction, and she shouted again without giving up.
Yingying.
This face, this person, was the Song Yingying she knew. The memories of the previous life and the present reality made Jiang Nian's dazed consciousness a little confused. At the moment when Jiang Nian was about to chase, Liang Yuxiu quickly reached out and hurriedly grabbed Jiang Nian.
She said softly.
Nian, you can't go over.
Why?
Why can't you go over? She is Song Yingying, her best friend Song Yingying. Jiang Nian was stopped in place. She looked at Liang Yuxiu in confusion. Liang Yuxiu was a little embarrassed and entangled, but she had to tell the truth. Nian, I have inquired. The parents of Captain Zhao's wife are both university professors. This sentence instantly awakened Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian suddenly woke up. She was not in the original world, but in the 1970s. In this era, the social atmosphere has certain limitations. University professor. Just these 4 words can explain many indescribable problems. The children of capitalists may still have a chance to reform, but the children of university professors will suffer a more severe. Jiang Nian looked at Song Yingying, who was walking into the courtyard, and all kinds of memories rolled in his mind, and he was in a daze. At this time, a sister-in-law looked at the military truck that had not left, and suddenly exclaimed,
Ah!
Why is there another child? When they heard the voice, everyone turned their heads. Even Jiang Nian came back to his senses and looked at the truck not far away with the others. I saw another little boy getting off the truck, where Song Yingying got off. The little boy was about 6 or 7 years old. He looked a little dark and thin. He was wearing patched old clothes. He was a poor child from the countryside. He was not tall enough, and the body of the military truck was very high, so it was a little dangerous to get off. A young soldier on the side saw it and wanted to lend a hand, but was rejected by the little boy. They stood a little far away and could not hear what the little boy said. In the end, they only saw that the little boy jumped off the truck alone. When he landed, the little boy did not stand firmly and fell to the ground. Finally, he managed to stabilize himself by supporting himself on the ground with both hands. Jiang Nian frowned as he watched the scene. There were no cement roads in this era, and the ground was full of sand and small stones. Children's hands were tender, and they would definitely get hurt if they supported themselves on the ground like this. But the little boy who got off the car didn't even frown. He politely thanked the young soldier and took a bundle from him. Unlike the suitcase that Song Yingying was carrying, the little boy's bundle was a package wrapped in cloth. It was very big, almost 2 or 3 times the size of his body. The little boy raised his arm and carried the huge bundle on his shoulders. Then he bent over, lowered his head, and walked forward step by step. Is this child 6 or 7 years old? Is it Captain Zhao's child? Didn't you say that Captain Zhao has only been married for 3 months? How could he have such a big son? Could he be a second marriage? A sister-in-law asked first, and Jiang Nian had the same doubts in his heart. Sister-in-law Zhu answered hurriedly. Captain Zhao is either getting married for the second time or the first time. This little boy is Captain Zhao's son, but he is not his biological son. He is his sister's. The little boy just walked past them, and Mrs. Zhu stopped talking immediately. They watched the little boy walk away before continuing. Jiang Nian looked at the boy's stubborn back and heard a very old-fashioned but very common tragic life story in the 1970s. The boy's mother was Captain Zhao's sister. When Captain Zhao left home to join the army, his sister got married in the countryside. Captain Zhao had been in the army for more than 10 years and was finally promoted step by step so that he could give his family a good life. Unfortunately, his sister married the wrong person. She was bullied, humiliated, and abused by her husband's family. She didn't have a bite of white rice to eat and had to work in the fields. Even though she gave birth to a son for her husband's family, she still couldn't sit at the table for dinner. Such a young and hardworking woman was eventually worked to death. The person was dead, and the news could not be concealed. This matter was heard by Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao asked for leave and returned to the countryside. He asked for her sister's ashes from her husband's family and also asked for the child who had lost his mother. As you all know, people in the countryside are particular about joint burials. At first, the other party refused to give ashes. This child is a boy, and he can carry on the family line. How could the other party be willing to give the child? I heard that Captain Zhao finally gave a large sum of money, and the village chief mediated, so this matter was made. In this way, the child was adopted by Captain Zhao and had the same surname as him. This child is too pitiful. He just lost his biological mother, and now he has a stepmother like this. This child has a miserable life. Although they only looked at each other for a few short times, anyone could see that Song Yingying, who is clean, beautiful, and outstanding in temperament, was not from the same world as the dirty little boy. The little boy was carrying such a big bag alone, and Song Yingying had no intention of taking care of him. As the saying goes, having a stepmother is equivalent to having a stepfather. I'm afraid this little boy will have a hard time in the future. Jiang Mian denied it loudly in his heart.
No.
Song Yingying would not be such a person. At least the Song Yingying she knew was definitely not such a person. Sisters-in-law, and is taking a nap at home alone. I am worried and want to go back to check on her. I am leaving first. Jiang Mian found a reason to separate from the sisters-in-law and rushed home. She wanted to go home to CNN and also to go back to calm down and think about what happened today. First it was Qin Sanni, then Song Yingying. She met more and more acquaintances. Jiang Mian and Song Yingying's acquaintance began in the first semester of college in the previous life. On the first day of college, there are two very important things. The first is to report to the freshman center, and the second is to move into the dormitory where you will live for the next 4 years. Jiang Mian was assigned to the second building of the female dormitory, 403. The conditions of the medical school are good. It is a 4-person dormitory with a bed and a desk, and there is also a separate balcony and bathroom. Jiang Mian saw the names of the other 3 roommates in the dormitory on the bulletin board downstairs of the dormitory. Yi Lanlan, Yang Gaihua, and Song Yingying. After Jiang Mian went upstairs, he soon met Yi Lanlan and Yang Gaihua. They were both girls in their teens. They were a little shy and awkward when they first met, but the 3 of them quickly became familiar with each other. However, there was a bed in the 4-person dormitory that was always empty. Song Yingying never came. There were 3 days for freshmen to report. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Jiang Mian finally met the legendary 4th roommate. Song Yingying's appearance, like when she first appeared in the military compound, attracted people's attention, even more so. A private car drove directly to the dormitory building, with 5 suitcases of daily necessities and 2 aunts accompanying them. The 3 of them went upstairs and walked into dormitory 403. One of the aunts made Song Yingying's bed, and the other aunt made Song Yingying's clothes. And what Song Yingying did was to watch quietly on the side. She didn't touch the water. At that time, she was wearing a light-colored dress, a pair of brand-name high heels, long hair hanging down to her waist, and a cold and beautiful face. So much so that there was a cold arrogance in her eyes when she looked at people. In the small dormitory, 2 nanny aunts were busy in and out, and Song Yingying didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, Jiang Mian and the other 2 were a little at a loss, embarrassed, and didn't know what to do. Because when the aunt cleaned the bed for Song Yingying, she also cleaned the whole dormitory, sorted out their belongings, and washed a bunch of fruits for the 3 of them to eat. Even Jiang Mian felt very embarrassed. Humph, isn't it just that the family has a little money? Why are you pretending? If you have the ability to buy the school, she can live in a dormitory by herself. In the interval, Jiang Mian heard a sarcastic complaint. When she turned around, she saw Yi Lanlan, who deliberately turned her head away, and Yang Gaihua, who was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Mian quickly turned her head to look at Song Yingying. The dormitory was so small and they were standing very close. Jiang Mian could hear the sentence, and Song Yingying must have heard it too. Jiang Mian was worried at the moment. Song Yingying was so rich, and she might be arrogant and have a bad temper. If Song Yingying got angry, she would inevitably quarrel with Yi Lanlan. The school had just started and they would live together for 4 years. Jiang Nian really didn't want to make the dormitory atmosphere too complicated. Jiang Nian was worried in her heart. She smiled at Song Yingying and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Jiang Nian and I sleep in the bed opposite you." Song Yingying turned her head to look at her, as if she was confused. She paused for a moment before speaking. "I'm Song Yingying, hello." The tone of her voice was as cold and clear as her temperament. The two greeted each other and got to know each other. After that, the conflict that Jiang Nian was worried about did not happen. Because Song Yingying did not react from beginning to end, she just stood aside and looked at it coldly. Then after the two aunts cleaned up, they put the books she brought on the desk by hand. Jiang Nian had no way of knowing whether Song Yingying did not hear it or did not care after hearing it. She only knew that the peace in the dormitory was temporarily maintained. After that day, Song Yingying's name and her actions spread throughout the girls' dormitory building. Jiang Nian later thought that only the 4 of them knew about what happened in the 403 dormitory. The fact that it was spread so quickly was probably due to Yi Lanlan's contribution. Classmates speculated that Song Yingying was probably the daughter of a wealthy family, so she was wearing branded clothes and had 2 nannies with her. Yi Lanlan's family background was not good, and she was able to go to college with a government loan, so she naturally looked down on rich people with big eyes. As a result, the relationship between Yi Lanlan and Song Yingying was very subtle at the beginning. Things changed after the military training. After the formal opening of school, Song Yingying's true identity could no longer be concealed. Her parents were not nouveau riche, nor were they billionaires, but famous graduate tutors in the medical school and the person in charge of the National Key Laboratory project. The teachers who taught them all admired and respected Song Yingying's parents. At that time, Jiang Nian just listened to it as gossip and did not think deeply about it. But after they returned to the dormitory, Yi Lanlan's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. She changed her previous sarcasm and ridicule towards Song Yingying and began to greet Song Yingying every day. After buying delicious snacks, she would take the initiative to share them with Song Yingying. The original subtle and tense atmosphere in dormitory 403 disappeared in an instant and gradually became harmonious. In the subsequent interactions, Jiang Nian gradually discovered that Song Yingying's personality was not as cold and arrogant as it seemed on the surface, but her experience was different from that of ordinary people. Song Yingying's parents devoted their lives to medical research, so they had no time to take care of their daughter. So Song Yingying grew up with 2 nannies since she was a child. Things that many people think are weird are nothing special to Song Yingying, because she had lived like this for the past 18 years of her life. In essence, she is just an 18 or 19-year-old girl with her special and lovely side. After Jiang Nian and Song Yingying became familiar with each other, their relationship became closer and closer. From classmates at the beginning, to friends, to best friends, and finally best friends who talked about everything. Let's get back to the present. Jiang Nian had always thought that she was the only one who was cursed by Yi Lanlan in the novel and fell into a miserable end. She never expected that Yi Lanlan was very affectionate to Song Yingying on the surface, but hated Song Yingying in private. It was really hard for her to act like this for 4 years. If I had known this, I should have studied that novel as anatomy. Jiang Nian frowned and muttered in a low voice, full of regret. Because after she recalled the memories of her previous life, she had no impression of Song Yingying's setting in the original novel and the future plot. This can't be blamed on her because Yi Lanlan's novels are so long and boring. Jiang Nian was furious because she found out Yi Lanlan's true face, and she really didn't want to read the content of the novel carefully. Since there is no golden finger of God's perspective, Jiang Nian can only integrate the various information heard from the sisters-in-law first. Song Yingying is still the daughter of a university professor, just like in her previous life. This should be because Yi Lanlan was lazy and didn't want to create a new character, so she directly used Song Yingying's original family. Because in this special era, it became a tragic torture for Song Yingying. Song Yingying's cold and aloofness, as well as her unchanged style of being a rich lady, These points seem annoying when you don't know the inside story. Yi Lanman also wrote all of them into the novel. Other plot settings include a husband who is a rough officer and a son who is a burden, and the two people who had to get married under the special background of the times. After getting married, they followed the army to the family compound. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. The plot surrounding Song Yingying is not the most common stepmother bride taking child story in the period literature. This type of novel, as long as you open the app, there are 7 or 8 of the 10 period novels like this. It can be said that it is an old cliché that has been written to death. Yi Lanman actually directly appropriated it, which is really old-fashioned. After thinking through this point, and then using the general novel thinking to develop it, the plot after Song Yingying is nothing more than a vicious stepmother, abusing her stepson and the couple's discord, and finally the two have no choice but to divorce. Song Yingying's background is not good, and after she loses the support of her military husband, there are only 2 endings. One is to go to the production brigade as a hard laborer, and the other is to go to the farm to pick cow dung. With Yi Lanman's resentment towards Song Yingying, Jiang Yan thinks it is likely to be the second one. Song Yingying would definitely not be able to endure such humiliation, and might even commit suicide. Jiang Yan would never allow such a thing to happen. She wanted to change the miserable fate set by the plot for Song Yingying and let her have a good ending. Whether she divorced Captain Zhao or continued the marriage, she would still have a good relationship with him, like she did with Qin San. No matter which one Song Yingying chooses, Jiang Yan will support her unconditionally. But there's still a problem at the moment. For Song Yingying now, they are no longer best friends, but complete strangers. Even if the two meet and talk, it will probably be the same as when they first met in the dormitory, just telling each other their names. If Jiang Yan shows excessive enthusiasm, it may arouse Song Yingying's vigilance and think that she has bad intentions. These things cannot be rushed, and it takes time to get familiar with each other. Besides, they are neighbors now, and they live in a small courtyard. They will see each other every day, and there are many opportunities. After thinking about these things clearly, Jiang Yan began to observe the movements in the next room. Song Yingying entered the house in the afternoon, and she never came out after entering the house. But the little boy of 6 or 7 years old came out twice in the middle. The first time, he came to get water to drink. There is a water tank in the yard, and the water in the water tank is the water that Jiang Yan uses to water the vegetables. After the little boy came out, he looked around first. After making sure that no one was around, he leaned into the water tank and gulped down the water. That was raw water that had not been boiled. Raw water has many parasites and bacteria and is very unhygienic. If Jiang Yan had not replaced the water in the water tank with Lingquan Creek water early on, he would have rushed out uncontrollably to remind the little boy not to drink it. The second time, after the little boy came out, he did nothing. His small figure squatted beside the vegetable patch, staring at the small green vegetables that had not yet grown up. I don't know what he was thinking in his heart. He looked so seriously, without blinking. Jiang Yan was in the room and stole a few glances through the window. At that time, little Anbao had just woken up and was pestering Jiang Yan for milk. Jiang Yan was a little distracted, and out of inertia, he patted little Anbao's back soothingly. Little Anbao sensitively noticed that she was ignored and made a whimpering sound of dissatisfaction. The little boy in the yard had very sharp ears. When he heard the noise in the house, he immediately got up and ran away, hiding back in the house, and never came out again. As for Song Yingying, she never showed up once. Even at dinner time in the evening, the next-door room was still quiet and there was no sound. There was not even the sound of making a fire and cooking. If it wasn't for the light on in the next-door room at night, Jiang Yan would have thought that there was no one in that room. Alas. I don't know if Song Yingying and the little boy have eaten. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. When little Anbao heard Jiang Yan sigh, he imitated her. Alas. Jiang Yan couldn't help laughing, raised his hand, tapped her little nose, and said with a smile, "An is a smart student, hee hee. Little Anbao didn't understand, and was still giggling happily. At night, Qin San came home late again. This time it was not because of special training but a meeting in the military. The Red 3rd Regiment had a new commander, and he called a meeting of all officers to get to know each other and to convey the new tasks from the leaders above. In the blink of an eye, it was night again. Chin Sanyi walked in with a slightly cool air. The lights were on in the room, and after hearing the sound of him opening the door, a soft and sweet voice came out immediately. "You're back." Then, a figure rushed out. Jiang Nian walked very fast, as if she was going to jump into Chin Sanyi's arms in the next second. Chin Sanyi raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, and his arms almost raised to catch a sweet and soft wife. Throwing himself into his arms, it seemed to be the first time. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. But the next moment, the soft figure of the woman passed by him. Jiang Nian rushed over and opened the door that Chin Sanyi had just closed a little. She didn't go out, but lay in the gap and looked. The small yard outside the house was dark, and there was no movement. Jiang Nian didn't give up, and stared for a long time. Chin Sanyi frowned imperceptibly, not wanting to admit the slight disappointment in his chest. He asked, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Nian answered without reply, "Looking at people." "Who?" "The new Captain Zhao." Chin Sanyi was stunned. He didn't expect to hear these 3 words from Jiang Nian's mouth. He asked back, "How do you know Captain Zhao?" "I heard it from my sisters-in-law. Captain Zhao is our new neighbor, and his wife and son just moved into the next door. I'm curious about what Captain Zhao looks like, and want to take a look." Jiang Nian still lay in the door and kept looking outside. She was worried that Yi Lan would deliberately arrange an ugly husband for Song Yingying in order to torture her. So she was very curious about the appearance of the legendary Captain Zhao. Unfortunately, it was only the dark night outside the house, and no figure could be seen. Jiang Nian looked for a while and finally had no choice but to close the door. She slowly turned around and looked at Chin Sanyi, who was taking off his military jacket and putting it on the coat rack. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She had never seen Captain Zhao, but Chin Sanyi must have. Why go to far places? Why not just ask directly? Thinking of this, Jiang Nian's eyes became more and more brilliant. Chin Sanyi only had time to put on his military cap, and when he turned around, he was met with a pair of bright and shining eyes. His heart, which had just sunk, instantly rose again. Jiang Nian suddenly came too close, and Chin Sanyi's breath was filled with her sweet scent, intertwined with the milky smell of little Anbao. He remained calm, and his Adam's apple moved silently. Jiang Nian was anxious to know the answer, and did not notice the changes in the man. Chin Sanyi was really tall, so she had to look up and asked closer. "I heard that the military will have a meeting tonight. Did you meet the Captain Zhao? What does Captain Zhao look like? Is he handsome?" Handsome? These 2 words shook Chin Sanyi's mind. It turned into a heavy burden, pressing down the heart that had just risen. The wrinkles between Chin Sanyi's eyebrows became more and more clear. He became more and more inexplicably irritated because of the 3 words Captain Zhao, just like when he heard senior. The man frowned and spoke coldly. "General, he selects people based on their abilities, not their looks." Jiang Nian didn't hear the answer she wanted to hear, but with Chin Sanyi's status, it was strange for him to pay attention to whether another man was handsome or not. It was expected that he would say that. Besides, there should be very few people who can look as handsome as Chin Sanyi. Jiang Nian justified herself in her heart, and after hearing Chin Sanyi's answer, she was not disappointed and nodded thoughtfully. Chin Sanyi felt stuffy and blocked in his chest, and asked, "Why do you care so much?" Before he finished speaking, the sound of little Anbao babbling and calling for his mother came from the room. Jiang Nian was anxious to go back to the room to see the child, and said hurriedly, "I know you have a meeting late today, so I'm still heating up some food in the kitchen. If you are hungry, eat some. I'll go to look after." And Chin Sanyi walked into the kitchen and opened the lid of the pot. A slight heat and the aroma of food came to his face. All of a sudden, it soothed the depression in the man's heart. Even if it was just a steamed bun, it was sweet. Who made his wife miss him? 20 minutes later, Chin Sanyi washed up and walked into the room. As soon as he approached, he immediately saw the backs of 2 people, one big and one small. One side of the double bed was against the window, and Jiang Nian happened to sleep on the innermost side. She pulled up the floral curtains and opened a gap, the same action as when she was peeking through the door just now, looking at the dark yard through a layer of glass. Xiao Onbao imitated Jiang Nian's action, and also lay on the window. She couldn't walk yet and couldn't stand steadily, so she could only grab the curtains with her little hands and stand up tremblingly. It was a pity that her legs had no strength. After standing up for a few seconds, she fell on the bed again. Fortunately, her little ace was full of flesh and there was a quilt underneath, so it didn't hurt when she fell. After she fell, Jiang Nian would pat her back gently. Xiao Onbao stood up, fell down, and stood up again, just like playing a game, all happy. As for Qin Sanyi, who had just entered the room, he was forgotten by the mother and daughter. Only Xiao Onbao felt sorry for his old father, looked back, shouted "Dad," and continued to peeking out of the window. "It's dark, I don't know what my mother is looking at," Qin Sanyi seemed to ask unintentionally. "Still looking at Captain Zhao?" Jiang Nian still didn't turn his head. "Yeah. You were in a meeting at the military headquarters, and Captain Zhao must have been in a meeting there too. After the meeting, you've been back for quite a while, and Captain Zhao should have been back too. Captain Zhao's wife and children just moved to a new home, and he can't just abandon the orphans and widows." Jiang Nian spoke clearly, with strong arguments, and his analysis was quite reasonable. But she didn't know that after the meeting, Qin Sanyi was the first to walk out of the meeting room. He stood up and left amid the teasing eyes of a group of men. Everyone in the army knew that Captain Qin of the Flight Brigade loved his wife the most, and he was the first to go home after every special training. Qin Sanyi didn't care about these things, and he always did his own thing.
Right now.
Qin Sanyi looked at Jiang Nian's back and felt that the boredom that had just dissipated was back again. It was heavy on his chest, more bored than before. His eyebrows were also frowned more tightly than before. But the mother and daughter didn't notice any of this. Even Xiao Onbao, who usually liked to stick to him the most, turned his little ace towards her, thinking that the game of standing up and falling was very fun. Qin Sanyi's eyes darkened. He turned around and raised his arm. There was a click. It was the sound of the wire being pulled. The lights went out.
Ah!
Jiang Nian was caught off guard and her eyes went dark, and she screamed subconsciously. Qin Sanyi reached out and picked up Xiao Onbao first when the lights went out. After all, the child was young and timid, and he was afraid that turning off the lights suddenly would scare the little girl. "It's late. It's time to go to bed." Qin Sanyi half lay down holding Xiao Onbao, his eyes always paying attention to Jiang Nian, thinking that there was nothing to see in the dark, and she would turn around obediently if she couldn't see anyone. But who knew just after the lights were turned off in the house, a figure happened to appear outside the house. "Here he comes. Captain Zhao is back." In order to see the figure outside the window clearly, Jiang Nian pressed her fair face against the slightly cool glass, looking at it so seriously. Qin San's already annoyed expression instantly became even uglier. He looked at Jiang Nian's excited back in the dim shadow. He thought to himself, she was not so excited when he came back. Also excited was Xiao Onbao in Qin Sanyi's arms. When Xiao Onbao heard Jiang Nian's voice, he shook his limbs and tried to struggle out, trying to crawl back to the window to see the scene outside the window. "And in sleep, don't move." Qin Sanyi stretched out his hand, gently but forcefully, and pressed down Xiao Onbao's hands and feet. The old father had already lost his wife, so he couldn't lose his little girl again. Xiao Onbao made a milky sound. Jiang Nian didn't notice the man's emotions behind him at all, and all his attention was on the figure outside the house. The sky was dark and the moonlight was faint. To be honest, Jiang Nian couldn't see Zhao Weidong's specific appearance. All she saw was a vague figure. He was very tall and strong, a typical northeastern man. Even from his shadow, one could tell he had the aura of a military commander. He strode into the courtyard. Since it was his first time here, he subconsciously glanced around. His eyes lingered on the small vegetable garden and the chicken coop for a moment, then he opened the door and went in. The sound of the door opening was very light for such a tall and burly man. Jiang Nian only heard a slight creaking sound, and the courtyard returned to its tranquility under the night.
He left just like that.
It's the same as not seeing him at all. Jiang Yan was worried all night, but she only saw him a few times, and she sighed with a little disappointment in her heart. She let down the lifted curtains, tidied them up gently, and decided not to rush. After all, people who live in a small courtyard would. There will always be a chance to meet in the future. Let's go to sleep first. After Jiang Yan figured it out, she turned around and prepared to lie down. But as she moved, in the dim light in the room, she met a pair of cold and stern eyes. The man said in a low voice, "Have you finished reading it?"
Look.
"I've finished looking." Jiang Yan just came back to his senses, a little dazed, and answered blankly. Qin Sanyi didn't say anything after hearing that. He put Xiao Onbao down between them, pulled the quilt, and took good care of the little girl. Then he looked up and asked in the direction of Jiang Yan, "Does it look good?" Jiang Yan was even more confused when asked this. It's just a stranger she hasn't met. What's good or bad about it? Besides, if she wasn't worried about Song Yingying, she wouldn't care about the appearance of other men. Jiang Yan was confused and didn't say anything. Finally, Qin Sanyi broke the silence again. "Anyan, go to sleep." Under the faint light and shadow, Jiang Yan saw Qin Sanyi lying on the bed. There was no light in the room, no voices, and everything was quiet. Even the baby voice of little Onbao disappeared. Jiang Yan went to bed with Qin Sanyi. She lay on her side, her clear eyes looking at Qin Sanyi from time to time, always feeling that something was wrong. The man was fine when he just came back at night. How could he change so suddenly? Overnight, Jiang Yan actually thought she had returned to the first few days of her time travel. There was an icy aura on him that could not be dissipated. It was freezing late at night. Jiang Yan felt a little cold. She wrapped herself in the quilt and leaned against little Onbao, still glancing at Qin Sanyi from the corner of her eyes from time to time. Since Qin Sanyi went to bed, his posture was straight and motionless. It seemed the same as usual, but in fact his mind was in a mess. That night, in the short half an hour after he returned home, Qin Sanyi's mood seemed to be hooked by a fishhook thrown by Jiang Yan. He was in a state of anxiety. Annoyed for a moment, happy for a moment. His emotions were controlled by Jiang Yan's words and deeds. Qin Sanyi himself did not expect that Jiang Yan would have such a profound influence on him. Especially just now. Jiang Yan had been staring out the window, and she was so stubborn that she wanted to look at Zhao Weidong even if she didn't sleep. Qin Sanyi wanted to reach out and press her shoulders to turn her around. Isn't it enough to just look at him? Jiang Yan used to like Lin Minghui and admired the kind of hypocritical, decent, and gentlemanly little white face. But a few days ago, when the two of them were sleeping in the same bed, Jiang Yan's little hands were restless and touched him randomly. She was also very happy to touch him, with a look of nostalgia and obsession. These days, when he changed clothes in front of Jiang Yan, she would turn her head with a blushing face and peek at him. After seeing it, she would smile happily. That look was like a cat stealing fish. Jiang Yan's reaction could not be deceived. Her aesthetic preference for men had changed. So this change jumped directly from a little white face to a muscular man? Still like big guys like Zhao Weidong? Thinking of this, Qin Sanyi's irritability became even worse, and he turned over in bed. In his mind, he was secretly comparing him and Zhao Weidong from head to toe. At the same time, Jiang Yan slowly realized that something was wrong since Qin Sanyi fell asleep. Qin Sanyi was not right, and the atmosphere was not right. Jiang Yan carefully thought about what happened not long ago. During her conversation with Qin Sanyi, she mentioned Captain Zhao several times, and Qin Sanyi's transformation always started from this. Frowning or indifferent. This man looks like he is having a tantrum.
Just thinking about it.
The sound of Qin Sanyi tossing and turning came from the side. This time, it was completely confirmed. Jiang Yan's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. She smelled a slight sour smell in the air. Qin Sanyi, are you jealous? Jiang Yan raised her red lips and said to the tall figure with his back to her. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of joy. It was like the keys of a piano being gently pressed, silently stirring Chin Sanyi's heartstrings. Chin San's back stiffened when he heard the voice. On his handsome face, a look of annoyance appeared as his brows furrowed. He kept his back to her and did not turn around. Jiang Yan looked at his back and smiled faintly, because she was sure that Chin Sanyi was not asleep and must have heard what she said. Men with cold faces are the most sultry. After all, she had been married to Chin Sanyi for a while. Jiang Yan had figured out the man's thoughts. She continued, as if talking to herself. Chin Sanyi, when you ask a man what he looks like, you can't use good-looking or not, you should say handsome or not. Besides, it's because you don't want to tell me, so I can only see it myself. It was too dark just now, and I didn't see clearly what Captain Zhao looked like. But even if I saw it clearly, it would be useless, because in my heart, no man can compare to you. You are the most handsome and the best-looking one. Jiang Yan's little emotions, little complaints, and the feelings in her heart were being told to the man beside her through a few short sentences. After all, on the playground of the military training at the beginning of the school in the previous life, the handsome man in a military uniform was too dazzling. At that time, there were more than just Lan who fell in love with Chin Sanyi at first sight. Jiang Yan's heartbeat was also throbbing because of the man's handsome and cold face. If not, how could she accept the identity of Chin Sanyi's wife so quickly after traveling through time and even think that she had made a profit? Jiang Yan had two heavy feelings intertwined with Chin Sanyi. Chin Sanyi, everyone else is an outsider, only you. You are my husband. At the end, Jiang Yan's face was hot as if it was burning, but he still pulled the quilt to hide his entire face. If it wasn't for the dark night, Jiang Yan probably wouldn't have the courage to say these words. On the side, Chin Sanyi opened his eyes as soon as Jiang Yan opened her mouth. His expression was clear, and his eyes were brighter and brighter because of Jiang Yan's words. It was as if a warm breeze blew over his chest, and all the depression and irritability had disappeared. The only thing he wanted to do now was to reach out and ignore Xiaoanbao, and just wanted to hug Jiang Yan tightly in his arms. He wanted to tell Jiang Yan with practical actions that she was his wife. He was excited and satisfied. But listening to Jiang Yan's increasingly small voice, Chin Sanyi could imagine Jiang Yan's blushing face and shyness when speaking. If he really turned around, Jiang Yan would hide herself immediately like a little rabbit with red eyes. Then the person who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep would become Jiang Yan. In the dark, the young couple made a confession that they knew each other well. After a while, Chin Sanyi turned his head and looked over, and as expected, he saw Jiang Yan's peaceful sleeping face. She fell asleep. He whispered gently, "Good night, wife." Zhao Weidong and Song Yingying reported their marriage 3 months ago. But at that time, Zhao Weidong was still recuperating in the ward of the Army's field hospital because of a serious gunshot wound in the battle against the enemy. The two did not actually meet. Later, he suddenly received a transfer order from the northernmost to the southernmost. The handover in the army alone made Zhao Weidong too busy, not to mention that he also dealt with his sister's funeral and cleaned up a lot of messes at home. After finishing all these, the time for him to report to the southwest was approaching, and he immediately took his wife and children on the train to the south. They didn't even buy tickets, and they took the army's transport vehicle. There were no seats on the train, so they could only sit on the floor. At the train station, Zhao Weidong really met his newlywed wife, Song Yingying, who had married him. He had seen a 1-inch photo of Song Yingying before and knew that Song Yingying came from a scholarly family, so he was mentally prepared that it would be a woman very different from him. But he never thought that a woman could be so white and so fragile. The strong wind from the rushing train seemed to be able to her away. He might scare her just by speaking louder. All the way south to the southwest military region, the couple had said no more than 10 sentences. They were still talking about whether to eat or go to the toilet. Song Yingying always hid alone at the farthest distance from him. She looked cold and indifferent, but in fact she was a trembling little rabbit.
And he is a beast.
The little rabbit would tremble with fear at the sight of a beast. Zhao Weidong knew from the beginning that Song Yingying was not willing to marry him. How could such a beautiful and well-educated female student be willing to marry a rough man like him, who could not read or write? The so-called childhood marriage between the two was just some past events that happened by chance, and was not worth mentioning at all. Zhao Weidong understood it in his heart, and did not want to force it. After all, he already had Xiaobei, so it didn't matter whether he had a child or not. He was a man, and he should have given more to a woman, let alone his own wife. As long as the two of them were under the same roof now, safe and sound, and could make do with their lives, that would be enough. Zhao Weidong stared at Song Yingying's curled-up back for a while, then turned off the lights. He didn't even take off his clothes, and went straight to bed. The man was tall and covered with hard muscles, and the weight of his body changed the center of gravity of the bed. In an instant, Song Yingying, who was already nervous and a light sleeper, was suddenly awakened. She turned around in fear. Did something unexpected. Song Yingying kicked the burly man who had just laid down with force.
Then,
there was a thud. The 1.80-meter tall man from northeast China fell to the ground with a heavy muffled sound. No one expected such a situation. They didn't expect that the sound would wake up the neighbors next door. Song Yingying felt that she blinked, and the man next to her disappeared and fell to the ground beside the bed. Zhao Weidong didn't understand. How could he kick such a big man and Song Yingying, a weak woman who couldn't even tie a chicken, off the bed? Did Song Yingying burst out with all her strength? Or was Zhao Weidong too defenseless, and there was a time when the beast was counterattacked by the rabbit? No one knew the specific reason. It was just this result that made the atmosphere instantly awkward. Song Yingying nervously grabbed the quilt in her hand. Her eyes widened in horror, trembling slightly and barely maintaining her composure on her face. They were a married couple who had reported to the police and obtained a marriage certificate. This was the first time they slept in the same bed in the true sense. But she kicked the man off the bed. It must have hurt the man's face. If Zhao Weidong used force, he could control her with just one arm. Song Yingying felt cold all over and explained tremblingly. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it, and I don't know why it turned out like this. Zhao Weidong sat on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. His face was dark and his expression was quite ugly. Shameful. It's really shameful. He could dodge the opponent's cold guns on the battlefield, but he was kicked off the bed by his own wife at home. If this matter gets out, how can he still have the face to be the head of the regiment? What Zhao Weidong was really angry about was, it wasn't that Song Yingying had done something to repel him, but that he had been attacked by a woman. The soldier's competitive spirit made him very upset. Fortunately, the lights were turned off in the house, and except for Song Yingying, no outsiders saw his embarrassing scene. But after hearing Song Yingying's nervous and frightened voice, Zhao Weidong's mood changed. He hadn't said anything yet, and this woman was scared like this? Is he so scary? Zhao Weidong thought sullenly. He got up from the ground, a dark and burly figure, with an amazing momentum, like a ghost. Song Yingying was nervous and scared. She grabbed the quilt with one hand and quietly touched under the pillow with the other hand. There, a pair of scissors was hidden. If Zhao Weidong dared to do it, this was the only tool she could use to fight back. Ho-hoo, ho-hoo. In silence, Song Yingying heard her rapid and nervous breathing. However, what she expected did not happen. After standing up, Zhao Weidong did not attack him, nor did he say a harsh word. You sleep on the bed, I sleep on the floor, and we sleep separately. As soon as the voice fell, the rough man walked out of the room, and when he came back, he was holding a mat and a military jacket in his hands. A cool mat was spread on the ground. Zhao Weidong lay on the ground with his military jacket as a quilt, and he fell asleep. Song Yingying curled up on the bed for a long time, with her whole body tense. Just like this. This fierce and rough man actually chose to sleep on the ground? Song Yingying was in shock and couldn't believe it for a long time. But Zhao Weidong's figure was lying on the ground, motionless. After a while, a slight snoring sound was heard. Zhao Weidong fell asleep. Song Yingying's nervous mood slowly relaxed. Even with Zhao Weidong's promise, she still curled up in the corner of the bed, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and carefully curled up into a ball. For a long time, when it was slightly bright, Song Yingying fell asleep in a trance due to excessive fatigue. In her dream, she smelled the fragrant smell of eggs. In the next room, Jiang Nian gradually mastered the skills of making fire and the method of using a large iron pot skillfully. She used fresh eggs that she had just picked up from the chicken coop to fry 2 beautiful poached eggs. The yolk in the middle had just solidified and was a brilliant golden color. The egg whites around it were crispy and crispy. When you bite into them, you can feel the crispy fragrance. Along with the fragrance, there is also Jiang Nian's gentle voice. Qin Sanni, and it's time for breakfast. There was a small episode that night. Jiang Nian was blushing, so she pulled the quilt to sleep and fell asleep quickly in the hot air. She didn't know how long she slept. Suddenly, she heard a noise. With a thud, something fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Nian was startled and suddenly woke up from her sleep. Her first reaction was to reach out to hug Xiaoanbao and ask at the same time, "What's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Nian was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes, and a reassuring voice came from the side. "Don't be afraid, nothing happened." "How can nothing happen? I heard the noise." "There was no sound. You heard it wrong." "Be good, go back to sleep." A warm palm patted Jiang Nian's back, soothing her to fall asleep again. Jiang Nian knew that the person who spoke was Qin Sanni. Qin Sanni was a soldier, and his hearing and vigilance were sharper than hers. Since Qin Sanni said he had heard it wrong, then he had heard it wrong. Maybe she was dreaming. Jiang Nian buried her head in the pillow, rubbing her soft cheek against the pillowcase, without even opening her eyes completely, passed this little episode and fell into a deep sleep again. On the other side, Qin Sanni, who had just squinted for a while, revealed a pair of eyes with a cold light in the darkness. He glanced at the wall next door. The sound came from the next room. Qin Sanni and Jiang Nian almost had a quarrel because of the new neighbor next door. Even though he had been appeased by Jiang Nian's excessive concern for the new neighbor next door still made the man jealous. Nothing happened.
Continue to sleep.
Only people without wives will make a fuss late at night. The next room. Zhao Weidong had just returned home. Standing in an unfamiliar environment, he carefully examined the surroundings. The house was simple and plain. It had been slightly cleaned, but there were spider webs high up on the wall that had not been cleaned up, and there was a damp and musty smell in the air. This family room was really not in very good condition. But Zhao Weidong was born in the countryside and had a military career of more than 10 years. He had lived in a leaky yellow mud house in the countryside, a wooden house for night watch in the forest, and had even survived a few years in the snowy mountains. The square house in front of him, with solid walls and a roof that did not leak rain, was already very good for him. "I just don't know." Zhao Weidong looked around the room and didn't see the suitcase that the woman carried with her. He turned to look at the closed door. Zhao Weidong strode over. But he didn't push open the door of the master bedroom in the house, but one of the small rooms. This house has the same layout as Jiang Nian and Qin Sanni's house next door. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The small room is very small and can only fit a single bed. They just moved in, and they couldn't find such a small single bed in the army, and they didn't know how Zhao Xiaobei slept. Zhao Weidong frowned with some worry. Then, he saw 2 stools were put down in the small space, one in front and one in the back, with a wooden board between the 2 stools. This is a bed. The room was so simple that there was not even a decent quilt. Zhao Xiaobei spread the cloth wrapped in the bundle on the wooden board, and the thin little figure lay on it, and then covered with a thin quilt. That was all. Zhao Weidong looked at the young child and felt distressed. He was too busy today, busy meeting the leaders, busy understanding the new troops and the new environment, and he didn't even have time to go home to take a look. He took off his military jacket and covered the child's slightly raised shoulders. A slight sound woke Zhao Xiaobei. Zhao Xiaobei rubbed his eyes and sat up suddenly from the wooden bed. His memory was still in his rural home a few months ago. He slept in the cowshed and had to get up before dawn. If he didn't work, he would be beaten, and his mother would also be beaten. Zhao Xiaobei moved so fast that he almost jumped directly from the wooden bed. Zhao Weidong reached out and held him down.
Xiaobei.
Zhao Xiaobei heard the voice, saw the person in front of him clearly, and came back to his senses in a trance. He moved his dry lips and uttered hoarsely, "Dad." Zhao Weidong touched Zhao Xiaobei's head and said in a low voice, "Xiaobei, are you still adapting here?" Zhao Xiaobei grabbed the quilt on his body and saw the military jacket that Zhao Weidong took off. He pursed his lips and said softly, "It's great here." After a pause, he added, "It's not cold here at all." It was early spring, and the winter snow in the north had not melted yet, and there was still ice on the river. Zhao Xiaobei had experienced the biting winter since he was a child, and the warmth in the south was like heaven to him. Zhao Weidong felt a little relieved when he heard this. He then asked, "Have you eaten?" "I didn't finish the dry food on the road, all of which were white flour steamed buns. I ate them at noon and at night. I ate several." "Don't worry, Dad, I'm not hungry." Zhao Xiaobei likes steamed buns. They are delicious and can keep you full, but they are a little dry and hurt your throat if they are left for a long time. However, there is a water tank in the yard. The water in the tank tastes a little sweet, and he drank a lot. Zhao Weidong asked again, "What about her? Has she eaten?" The joyful expression on the boy's little face gradually disappeared. Zhao Xiaobei was silent for a while and said, "After arriving here, she was locked in the room and never came out again. I don't know whether she ate or not." This answer was within Zhao Weidong's expectations. He didn't say anything, but just touched Zhao Xiaobei's head again. "Xiaobei, this will be our new home in the future. Dad has a salary and allowances and can let you live a good life. Whether it's steamed buns and dumplings, eggs and noodles, even if it is pork, we can afford it, you can eat it boldly and gain some weight. Dad is quite busy these days, so I have to bear with you for a while. After a while, I will make you a bed with my own hands so that you can sleep more comfortably. Dad, it's good like this now." Zhao Xiaobei wanted to explain out loud. He was already very satisfied with it now. But after meeting Zhao Weidong's worried and caring eyes, he swallowed the rest of the words back into his stomach. He could feel that the person he used to call uncle was now a father who really cared about him. Zhao Xiaobei nodded gently. "I know." Zhao Weidong finally reminded, "Take care of yourself, get along well with her, and go to sleep." The burly man walked out of the small room, then turned and pushed open another door. After entering the room, Zhao Weidong saw the neatest and cleanest desk in the room. There was a piece of glass on the desk, which was wiped spotlessly clean. On the desk were neatly placed a pile of books, a pen, and a can of ink. Next to it, there was an empty suitcase. He took a look and then turned his eyes to the bed. There was a beige sheet on the bed, which was flat without a wrinkle, as if no one was sleeping on the bed. In fact, a slender figure was curled up and sleeping. She only took up 1/3 of the bed, leaving a large space for the tall Zhao Weidong. But the man knew that this was not an invitation, but rather to avoid suspicion. That morning, Jiang Mian finally saw the appearance of Zhao Weidong, the new neighbor next door. At that time, Qin Sanni had just stepped out of the door. Then the sound of the door opening came from the next door. Jiang Mian, who was originally in the house, immediately walked out and looked at the next door curiously. At first, Zhao Weidong had his back to her, and Jiang Mian only saw the back of a man in military uniform. But Qin Sanni, who was standing aside, suddenly shouted, "Wife, I'm going out." It was this voice that attracted the attention of the new neighbor next door. Zhao Weidong turned around and saw Qin Sanni, whom he had met at the meeting yesterday, and also saw Jiang Mian. He greeted Qin Sanni, "Captain Qin," and nodded to Jiang Mian. Zhao Weidong was silent and had no other words, but his behavior was polite and considerate. In the end, Zhao Weidong and Qin Sanni left while talking. Jiang Mian looked at the backs of the two men and was a little stunned. Her first impression of Zhao Weidong was that he was very fierce. The man was not only tall but also burly. Qin Sanni was already very tall, and when Zhao Weidong walked side by side with Qin Sanni, he was actually a little taller than Qin Sanni. This alone was quite terrifying. As for Zhao Weidong's appearance, he was definitely not ugly. He had a very upright and heroic face, and his features were naturally rugged, just like his resume. He was a real man who had walked out of the flames of war. It was a pity. There was a scar of 2 or 3 centimeters on the left side of Zhao Weidong's forehead. It looked like a mark scratched by a bullet. It was just a little bit away, and it almost opened his head. The hideous scar was Zhao Weidong's medal for defending his country, but it also made him look more fierce. If Xiao Anbao saw such a stranger, he would probably be scared to tears. Then what about Song Yingying? Would Song Yingying be scared if she suddenly got married to such a man? Jiang Nian couldn't help but worry. She looked at the next room, but could only see the closed door. The whole morning, the next room was quiet, and there was still no sound of washing or cooking. This silence lasted until the afternoon. While Jiang Nian was coaxing little Anbao to sleep, he pricked up his ears to listen to the movement in the next room. In the end, there was still no sound. Not counting the sound of the dream in the middle of the night, the next-door room was as quiet as if no one lived there. It was unusually quiet. It had been a day and a night, and they hadn't even had a hot meal. Even if Song Yingying couldn't bear the hunger, there was a little boy of 6 or 7 in that room. The little boy was in the period of growth and couldn't be hungry all the time. Zhao Weidong, who had met him once in the morning, didn't look like someone who would imprison his wife and children. Jiang Nian overturned all kinds of speculations in his heart. Then there was only one possibility left, that Song Yingying didn't want to go out. This was very similar to the time when they were in dormitory 403, when everyone was unfamiliar with each other. Song Yingying always went out alone, ate alone, was cold and withdrawn, and didn't even participate in the topics of conversation in the dormitory. She had a small world naturally, and didn't need anyone around her. But would she really not be lonely? Jiang Nian knew the answer in her heart, otherwise she and Song Yingying would not have become best friends. Since the mountain is not for me, I will go to the mountain. To attract Song Yingying out, Jiang Nian has her unique secret weapon. Instant noodle. 2 pieces per pack. Braised beef flavor. Jiang Nian took out the enamel cup at home. The white cup was printed with the 5 characters labor is the most glorious. The round bottom plate was just enough to fit a piece of dough. Then add the powder packet, seasoning packet, and vegetable packet. Finally, pour in hot boiled water and cover the enamel cup with the lid. It's done. Another advantage of using an enamel cup is that it is made of iron. If it gets cold, it can be directly grilled on the charcoal fire. It's simple, convenient, and durable. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nian put a towel on the palm of her hand and walked out with the enamel cup. She walked to the adjacent seats of the 2 houses and sat down, then opened the lid of the enamel cup. In an instant, the curling steam and the aroma of braised beef noodles instantly filled the air. Jiang Nian held it with both hands and blew towards the hot air. This tempting aroma into the next room. No one can resist the aroma of this food. Song Yingying in the previous life was not good enough, and Song Yingying in this life must not be good enough either. Memories flooded into Jiang Nian's mind. It was about half a month after the start of school. One weekend afternoon, Jiang Nian slept in for a rare time. She did not go to the library to read, nor did she go to work outside the school, and she was even too lazy to go to the cafeteria to get food. The dormitory was empty, and she was the only one there. Jiang Nian used the big bowl that came with a 5-pack package she bought from the supermarket to make a bowl of instant noodles, covered it with a thick medical book, and then went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. When she came out of the bathroom, there was suddenly one more person in the dormitory. This person was Song Yingying, and she didn't know why she returned to the dormitory. Song Yingying stood in the small space, staring at Jiang Nian's instant noodles with the rigor of studying medical knowledge. She frowned and looked very focused. At first, Jiang Nian didn't understand what Song Yingying meant. She thought Song Yingying ate the nutritious meals sent by the nanny for 3 meals a day and looked down on junk food such as instant noodles. Jiang Nian hurriedly opened the window to ventilate and apologized. Sorry, the smell of instant noodles is a bit strong. Give me 5 minutes and I'll finish it right away. Song Yingying said him softly, then turned back to read her thick scientific research books. Jiang Nian immediately started eating noodles. The freshly soaked instant noodles were very fragrant and hot. Jiang Nian blew air while slurping noodles. For a while, the dormitory was filled with the sound of Jiang Nian eating noodles. Her tongue was burning, and her lips were red. She was sweating on her forehead, but her internal organs felt refreshed. When she was immersed in it, Jiang Nian suddenly found that there was another figure beside her. When she looked up, it was still Song Yingying. Song Yingying was still the same as before, frowning slightly, with a serious expression and complicated thoughts, her eyes fixed on the instant noodles in her hand. Jiang Nian was confused by what she saw. It was as if she was possessed by a ghost. She asked Song Yingying, "Do you want to try it?" As soon as she said that, Jiang Nian wanted to slap herself. She was eating instant noodles that cost 2 yuan a pack. It's not a 20,000 yuan banquet. How could Song Yingying be interested in it? Moreover, she had already eaten half of this bowl of instant noodles. She couldn't let Song Yingying eat her saliva, could she? In annoyance, Song Yingying's soft voice came from the side. Jiang Nian looked up in disbelief and saw that Song Yingying was really nodding. Acid. Jiang Nian gave Song Yingying a mouthful of instant noodles. After the first mouthful, there was a second mouthful. Noticing Song Yingying's eyes suddenly brightened up after eating the instant noodles, and her eyes that were not satisfied. Jiang Nian simply took out another pack of instant noodles and made some for Song Yingying. While waiting for the instant noodles, Song Yingying said to Jiang Nian very seriously, "I can't eat your food for free. How much is a pack of instant noodles? I'll give it to you." "No need. Your pack of instant noodles is a gift for buy 5 get 1 free, so you don't have to spend money. If you are really embarrassed, why not lend me your class notes?" Song Yingying thought about it and nodded, okay. The transaction of a bowl of instant noodles and class notes was easily reached. That day, Song Yingying ate a whole bowl of instant noodles, without even the soup left. It was also on that day that Jiang Nian knew that Song Yingying's previous life had always been under the strict education of her parents. This was her first time eating instant noodles. In the dormitory, there were other people who had eaten instant noodles before. But there were many people at that time. Song Yingying didn't dare to ask after smelling the fragrance. Today, Jiang Nian happened to be the only one there, and Jiang Nian asked her if she wanted to have a taste. Song Yingying's curious heart could no longer resist the temptation of instant noodles. What Song Yingying hadn't eaten before was not only instant noodles, but also cola, milk tea, barbecue, spicy hot pot. Everyone thought that Song Yingying lived a life of worry-free food and clothing and had everything she wanted. Only Jiang Nian knew how boring and unchanging her life was. Jiang Nian opened a small gap and saw Song Yingying, who was bound in a narrow world. At the end of that day, Jiang Nian and Song Yingying stood by the sink washing dishes. Jiang Nian smiled and said to Song Yingying, "Yingying, there are still many delicious things. Let's go eat together next time." Song Yingying didn't expect to be invited by Jiang Nian. She was stunned at first, then slowly, she showed a faint smile and said okay. This was the initial starting point of their friendship. The words came to the present. Jiang Nian held the hot enamel cup and continued to air, tempting Song Yingying with the smell of food. During the waiting time, Jiang Nian vaguely heard a slight sound in the room, but he was not sure whether it was from Song Yingying or the little boy. He waited for a while. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Jiang Nian finally waited for the sound of the door opening. When she looked up, she saw Song Yingying. After seeing Jiang Nian, Song Yingying first scanned Jiang Nian up and down, and finally her eyes fell on the enamel cup held in Jiang Nian's palm. It was steaming and filled with fragrance. She smelled a special fragrance in the room, which was particularly tempting. Song Yingying wanted to pretend that she didn't smell anything, just like the fried eggs in her dream last night, and kept hypnotizing herself that it was just an illusion and didn't need to be paid attention to. However, the fragrance kept lingering at the tip of her nose and didn't dissipate for a long time. Even her reason was attracted by the fragrance, and she could no longer read books. Her internal organs even made gurgling sounds. In the end, Song Yingying was attracted by the fragrance and stepped out of the house for the first time. She was just curious and just wanted to take a look. She never expected that Jiang Yan would be at her doorstep. And the fragrance that seduced her to be uneasy was actually something in an enamel cup. Song Yingying was puzzled and frowned. This scene was so familiar to Jiang Yan. She was sure that the Song Yingying in front of her was the Song Yingying she knew in her previous life. The bones and blood in this body were exactly the same. Jiang Yan restrained his inner excitement and smiled at Song Yingying. Hello, my name is Jiang Yan. My husband is Qin Sanni of the Flying Brigade, and he is in the same unit as your husband. My family lives here, and we are neighbors. Song Yingying looked at Jiang Yan's smile and felt a sense of intimacy for no reason. She remembered that it seemed that this person had called out her name yesterday. But they were clearly meeting for the first time, so she must have heard it wrong. After a brief thought, Song Yingying nodded gently to Jiang Yan. Hello, my name is Song Yingying. Although she responded to Jiang Yan, she remained standing in the house without taking a step outside. Subconsciously, she was still full of distance. After all, Jiang Yan and she were just strangers who met for the first time. Jiang Yan did not retreat at all and was still smiling. She explained, I didn't hear any movement in your house. Didn't you turn on the stove? I made too much noodles and can't finish them. Do you want to try a bite? When Jiang Yan proposed, Song Yingying's throat swallowed saliva uncontrollably. She was reluctant to move her eyes away from the enamel cup and refused out loud.
No.
Gurgle. Gurgle. Song Yingying's stomach made a gurgling sound, interrupting what she was about to say. In one night, when Song Yingying looked at Jiang Yan's smiling face, she blushed, embarrassed and embarrassed. The coldness that kept people at a distance also disappeared. Jiang Yan saw this. She never mentioned Song Yingying's stomach growling, but just stuffed the warm enamel cup into Song Yingying's palm. Take a bite, just think of it as a taste of my cooking. Song Yingying's palms felt warm, and the fragrance at the tip of her nose became stronger. In the end, she couldn't tell whether she was tempted by the fragrance or attracted by Jiang Yan's gentle smile, and she was unconsciously led by Jiang Yan. On a change of mind, the two sat at a small table in the yard, facing each other. Song Yingying held the enamel cup in her hand, looked at the twisted noodles, and asked, What is this noodle called?
Jagnon replié, instant noodle.
In the 1970s, instant noodles were already on the market, which were improved and produced by domestic food companies. However, they were generally only available in the capital and Shanghai, and the price was relatively high. Ordinary people couldn't afford it at all, and had never even heard of it. Song Yingying was obviously not an ordinary person. She came from a privileged family and liked to read books and newspapers. Young people have a natural interest in fashionable things. Song Yingying knew what instant noodles were, but she had only heard of them but never eaten them. This was the first time she had seen them. Moreover, the instant noodles Jiang Yan took out were from the jade pendant space. They were made decades later, with high-end industrial technology and hard work, far superior to the instant noodles of the 1970s. That's why Song Yingying in the 1970s could not resist the temptation. So this is instant noodles. Song Yingying whispered softly, holding chopsticks in her hand and about to put them into her mouth.
Suddenly,
she stopped moving. The chopsticks she had just picked up were quickly put down again. Jiang Yan was stunned. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Could it be that Song Yingying in front of him didn't like the braised beef-flavored instant noodles, but preferred the seafood-flavored ones? Any flavor was not a problem. She had everything in her warehouse. Even the spicy crayfish flavor could be found. After Song Yingying put down her chopsticks, she raised her hand and touched her hair. She took out a pearl hairpin from her long black hair. There were 3 white freshwater pearls, of uniform size and warm color. It was a good thing at first glance. Song Yingying pushed the pearl hairpin in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hurriedly refused. For me? It's just a bowl of instant noodles. I won't charge you money, let alone your things. You can also regard it as a greeting gift between new neighbors. Song Yingying shook her head, but still insisted on handing the pearl hairpin to Jiang Yan. I want to ask you for another bowl of instant noodles for him. As the voice fell, Song Ying turned her head and glanced at her house. Jiang Yan turned his head to look over. Just where Song Ying had just stood, next to the open door, a small head popped out at some point, revealing a pair of black and bright eyes. He was staring at the two of them from beginning to end. The moment Jiang Yan looked over, the owner of the eyes immediately shrank back behind the door. Jiang Yan still saw clearly that it was the little boy who came out to drink water yesterday. After the little boy disappeared, Jiang Yan retracted his gaze and looked at Song Ying in confusion. Jiang Yan has always been a very perceptive person, but for such a long time just now, she did not notice the little boy's peeking eyes at all. On the contrary, it was Song Ying. She seemed to know the existence of the little boy from beginning to end, and knew that the little boy smelled the fragrance of instant noodles and was attracted. In order to get an extra bowl of noodles, Song Ying was even willing to exchange her most expensive pearl hairpin with Jiang Yan. From this point of view, this stepmother and stepson seemed to ignore each other. But in fact, Song Ying was not so indifferent, but always paying attention to the little boy's movements. Jiang Yan thought quietly and gently stroked the pearl hairpin with his fingertips. Suddenly laughed. Okay, I'll take your pearl hairpin. You eat yours, and I'll go make another bowl of instant noodles. Free noodles have completely different meanings from noodles exchanged for beloved things. Jiang Yan hoped that the little boy could understand the meaning of this. So she accepted Song Ying's pearl hairpin. On the other side, Zhao Xiaobei, who had been hiding in the house, heard the conversation between Jiang Yan and Song Ying clearly. Zhao Xiaobei was a little confused. Did he also have very fragrant noodles to eat? That woman actually exchanged it for him with a pearl hairpin. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yan appeared again. What she was holding in her hand was not only an enamel cup, but also a plate. There were 2 poached eggs and 2 sausages on the plate. How can you eat instant noodles without the best partner ham sausage? Here, eat it with instant noodles, it will taste better. Jiang Yan took the initiative to greet Song Ying. When Song Ying saw the fried eggs, her eyes lit up obviously. This was something she had just dreamed about in the morning, but she didn't expect that her dream would come true after just half a day. Ever since her parents got into trouble and her family fell into poverty, she moved from the university faculty and staff housing building to a mud house in the countryside, and then from the mud house in the countryside to a completely unfamiliar environment thousands of miles away. It's been 3 whole months. This is the only thing that makes her happy. Song Ying held the hot enamel cup in her hand, smelling the aroma of fried eggs and ham in the air. Her nose felt sour, and her eyes turned red slightly. On the small table, the new instant noodles were ready and put down, but the second person she was waiting for did not show up. Jiang Yan asked, "What's the child's name?" "Xiaobei." His father called him Xiaobei. Song Ying answered softly, without looking up. Jiang Yan stood up and walked to the next room, shouting inside. "Xiaobei, come out. Your noodles are ready, come out and eat." Zhao Xiaobei hid behind the door, and his dark little figure merged into the shadow. Jiang Yan's eyes swept around the empty room, but she didn't see the child. When she was about to lower her head, she realized that it was dark under the light, and the child was right next to her. A pair of bright black eyes were looking at her cautiously. Alas! Another poor child. Jiang Yan looked at Zhao Xiaobei and subconsciously thought of Anan. His heart softened, and his voice became gentler. "Xiaobei, my last name is Jiang. You can call me Aunt Jiang. I live next door to your house. We will be the closest neighbors in the future. Come out quickly. Instant noodles will not taste good if they are soaked for a long time." While talking, at the same time, Song Ying's voice came. "Xiaobei, come and eat noodles." Song Ying's words were not as enthusiastic as Jiang Yan's, but for Zhao Xiaobei, they had a special meaning. Zhao Xiaobei, with his back pressed against the wall and a tight little face, slowly relaxed his refusal after hearing Song Ying's words. He followed Jiang Yan and walked out slowly. Song Ying was eating noodles with her head down, and she didn't even look up at him. Zhao Xiaobei glanced at Song Ying for a few times and then carefully sat down next to Song Ying. Jiang Yan had been observing carefully, watching every move of this pair of mother and son who were forced to be put together. The two of them didn't touch, didn't talk, and didn't even look at each other. They were like two complete strangers. But Song Yingying was willing to take out her most valuable pearl hairpin to give Zhao Xiaobei a bowl of noodles. Zhao Xiaobei would never leave the house without hearing Song Yingying's voice. These two people, one big and one small, clearly care about each other. This kind of care is the care they take for each other under the same roof. But neither of them realized this. Such a coincidence makes the mother and son feel more similar. If they can open their hearts in the future, there will probably be no conflicts when getting along. Jiang Nian, as thoughts flashed through his mind, and he focused his attention on the reserved little boy in front of him. Since Zhao Xiaobei sat down, he was at a loss and fidgeted. He kept swallowing his saliva as he smelled the delicious food, and from time to time he stole a glance at Song Yingying from the corner of his eyes, and he was stunned and motionless. In the end, it was Jiang Nian who spoke. Xiaobei, do you know how to use chopsticks? If not, I'll get you a spoon.
Yes.
Then use chopsticks. Noodles taste better when eaten with chopsticks, Jiang Nian said as he stuffed the chopsticks into Zhao Xiaobei's hand. Zhao Xiaobei held the chopsticks and licked his lips. His eyes were glued to the instant noodles, but he was still stubborn. Jiang Nian had no choice but to look at Song Yingying. Song Yingying's solution was straightforward. She picked up a poached egg, put it in the enamel cup in front of Zhao Xiaobei, and said a word in a cold voice.
Eat.
A while. The courtyard in the afternoon was filled with the sound of slurping noodles. Song Yingying was restrained by her upbringing. Even if she was very hungry, she would still eat in small bites, and the instant noodles soup would not stick to the corners of her mouth. A mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of eggs, and then a mouthful of ham sausage soaked in the instant noodles soup and full of various flavors. This taste is more than delicious. It is completely from the taste buds on the tip of the tongue to the fullness of the top of the head. Zhao Xiaobei's eating style is much more bold. First, he was hungry, and second, he had never eaten such delicious food. Not only noodles, but also a layer of oily noodle soup. The taste of this noodle soup is particularly magical, with a very strong meaty smell. It doesn't sound like meat, it seems to be beef. Zhao Xiaobei has actually never eaten beef. In rural areas, cattle are very important production tools, and ordinary people can't afford it. But when the daughter of the village chief got married, he once smelled the smell of beef. This is what he remembers. He ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. After a while, all the noodles were finished, leaving the fragrant noodle soup and the round poached egg. After filling his stomach a little more, Zhao Xiaobei gradually slowed down and became reluctant to eat. He ate in small bites, afraid that the food in the enamel cup would be empty in the blink of an eye. He took a bite of the poached egg and drank a mouthful of noodle soup. In the noodle soup, he ate a square, small, and chewy thing. It looked like meat. Could this be beef? Zhao Xiaobei felt magical. His eyes were black and bright, and he chewed the taste in his mouth carefully. With his eyes slightly lowered, he stole a glance at Jiang Nian several times. This new neighbor, Aunt Jiang, is so amazing that she can make such delicious food. Jiang Nian relied on 2 packs of instant noodles to not only capture Song Yingying, but also buy one get one free, and gained a little admirer. There is no better deal than this. The 3 of them are all satisfied. The atmosphere is harmonious. In the chicken coop in the corner of the yard, the wild pheasant that was pecking at the ground and eating insects suddenly called out.
Cluck, CL.
Ka-ka-ka. Ah, it hurts. It hurts, don't peck me. Ka-ka-ka, you beast. One day I will pluck all your fur off. Cluck, cluck.
Melman. Ah, Melman.
Just by listening to the sound, one can imagine that a fierce battle is taking place in a place they cannot see. Jiang Nian took out a handful of melon seeds and peanuts from his pocket as if by magic and started to eat them in a serious manner. The fragrance of cooking instant noodles was not only smelled by Song Yingying and Zhao Xiaobei, but also by those who had been staring at this small courtyard. For example, Chun Meili. Chun Meili had been quiet for a few days before, but as Song Yingying moved into this courtyard, Chun Meili must have been worried and curious. She could not restrain her greed, and sneaked closer. Jiang Nian had expected this to happen, but he did not expect Chen Meili to come by chance and be heard by Song Yingying and Zhao Xiaobei. Jiang Nian regarded the screams in his ears as a good show and ate the melon seeds with relish.
Song Yingying.
He and Zhao Xiaobei were stunned when they heard it, and their expressions were exactly the same. However, seeing that Jiang Nian was calm and seemed to have nothing to worry about, they continued to eat their instant noodles. 2 minutes later, the pheasant returned triumphantly with its head held high. After returning to the small yard, it did not rush back to the chicken coop. Instead, it walked around the vegetable garden in the small yard with a proud and vigorous manner. Then it came to Jiang Nian with a cluck. It was just a chicken, but it seemed to be able to talk. It looked like it was seeking credit in front of Jiang Nian. This fierce hen drove away the malicious people outside the yard. Jiang Nian praised the pheasant. Well done. She raised her arm, grabbed the melon seeds she had just taken out, and sprinkled them in the corner of the yard. The pheasant immediately turned around and lowered its head to peck at the melon seeds. If Song Yingying had not been a staunch materialist, she would have suspected that the chicken had become a spirit. She asked in disbelief, "What happened just now?" Jiang Nian said, "Nothing, just the walls have ears." "You don't have to worry. The man has been driven away."
Oh.
So that's it. Song Yingying murmured to herself, her expression slightly changed. Jiang Nian's words, "the walls have ears," were said unintentionally, but the listener took them seriously. It reminded Song Yingying of something. When she kicked Zhao Weidong off the bed last night, the noise was so loud that even she was scared. So what about Jiang Nian, who lives next door? Did he hear it too?
Did he
misunderstand something? Song Yingying felt a little embarrassed later. Zhao Xiaobei looked at Song Yingying, then at Jiang Nian, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Jiang Nian didn't care about these. She saw Song Yingying finish eating a whole enamel cup of instant noodles, and the bottom was clean.
She asked,
"Are you full? Do you want some more?" Song Yingying shook her head. "No, I'm very full." "That's good. Food is the first necessity of the people. Don't let yourself go hungry," Jiang Nian reminded her meaningfully.
Then
she got up and went back to the house. When she came out again, she had a medicine box with a red cross pattern in her hand. She put the medicine box on the small table and pushed it in front of Song Yingying. Jiang Nian and Song Yingying looked at each other. The two people who just met seemed to have a tacit understanding. Jiang Nian didn't need to say anything. Song Yingying already understood what he meant. Or rather, Song Yingying, like Jiang Nian, noticed the scars on Zhao Xiaobei's hands from the beginning. Jiang Nian found out because he saw Zhao Xiaobei with his hands on the ground when he jumped off the military truck yesterday. Song Yingying didn't know when Zhao Xiaobei was injured. Maybe it was yesterday when the child made a slight gasp when moving things. Or maybe it was just now. There were red and swollen wounds on Zhao Xiaobei's fingers holding the chopsticks, one after another, and there were no wounds treated in time. Even if Jiang Nian didn't take the initiative to take out the medical kit, Song Yingying would still ask Jiang Nian in the end. "Thank you." Song Yingying thanked Jiang Nian. Zhao Xiaobei had already eaten all the food in front of him. He licked his lips with satisfaction and touched his belly with his little hand. It was round, but there was still room. He wanted to pour some hot water into the enamel cup and rinse it again. It must be delicious to eat with the steamed buns. Then he could have another full meal. Zhao Xiaobei touched his belly and thought happily. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his ear. "Put out your hand." Zhao Xiaobei was startled. He thought he had done something wrong. His action of touching his belly was discovered. He must have eaten too much. The boy's small shoulders trembled. He looked at Song Yingying, who was talking nervously, and slowly stretched out his hand. He was obviously just a child of 6 or 7 years old. His palms were not big, but his palms were covered with calluses and scratches. Not only was it injured from yesterday's fall, but there were also scars left at some unknown time. Jiang Nian looked at it and frowned uncomfortably. Song Yingying's expression was calmer than Jiang Nian's, but her slightly wrinkled eyebrows still revealed her emotions at the moment. Sand and stones broke the skin, leaving scratches that could not heal overnight. Zhao Xiaobei had just held something hot, and the wound was red and swollen. I didn't expect it to be so serious. I should have sent the medicine box yesterday. Jiang Nian sighed and suggested, wash your hands first. Yeah. Song Yingying nodded in agreement. That's it. Jiang Nian first took Zhao Xiaobei to the water tank to wash his hands, put soap on him, and scrubbed every dirty finger. When the soapy water touched the wound, it was inevitable that it would hurt. But Zhao Xiaobei didn't even frown, and endured it. His dark eyes stared at the pink soap curiously. After washing it clean, go back and sit down again. Song Yingying has taken out disinfected iodine, cotton, tweezers, external anti-inflammatory drugs, and gauze from the medicine box. Give me your hand. Zhao Xiaobei obediently handed over his little hand. Song Yingying lowered her head. She had mild myopia, not too serious, and she liked to get close to things and squint when looking at them. In this way, Zhao Xiaobei got very close to her for the first time. So close that it seemed that his heartbeat could be heard. Song Yingying found very fine sand in the scar on Zhao Xiaobei's palm. The sand was embedded in the flesh, and even Jiang Nian couldn't flush it out with water, which showed how deep it was hidden. The deeper it was hidden, the more it was connected to the flesh, and it hurt when rubbed. People's eyes can't tolerate sand, and the same can't be said for the flesh. How could such a young child endure such pain? Song Yingying raised her head and gave Zhao Xiaobei a meaningful look. Zhao Xiaobei misunderstood this look. He hurriedly said, I don't feel any pain. It's a minor injury, no need for treatment. The medicine is very expensive. But Jiang Nian and Song Yingying didn't listen to his words. Song Yingying took the tweezers, lowered her head again, and picked out the tiny sand from Zhao Xiaobei's flesh. If the sand is not cleaned up, even if the wound heals in the future, it may cause inflammation and pus under the skin. Song Yingying has tried to make her movements as light as possible. But when the tweezers peeled open the skin, Zhao Xiaobei still trembled. He bit his lips tightly and didn't make a sound. Jiang Nian suddenly spoke at the side. Xiaobei, have you been to school? No, there is no school in my hometown village. To go to school, you have to go to town, which is far away and takes 2 hours to walk. Zhao Xiaobei is young, but he has good logical thinking and answered very clearly. If someone else asked this question, he would not answer. But he just ate the noodles made by Jiang Nian, which were so delicious that his stomach is still warm. He has a natural liking for this, Aunt Jiang. 2 hours for one trip? Isn't it 4 hours round trip? It's really far. Do you want to go to school? Do you want to learn to read and study? Jiang Nian asked with a sigh. Zhao Xiaobei didn't say anything this time. He hesitated and nodded.
Just think about it.
Aunt Jiang will tell you that we have a school here. It's very close, and you can walk there in a quarter of an hour. Once you have completed the admission procedures, you can go to school. Zhao Xiaobei suddenly became excited and showed the emotions of a child for the first time. Aunt Jiang, is it true? Can I go to school? Of course it's true. Aunt Jiang won't lie to you. You are just the right age to be in the first grade of elementary school. Later, you can go to junior high school and high school. With Jiang Nian's gentle words, Zhao Xiaobei's mind appeared with scenes that he had never had before and dared not imagine. He can go to school. He can actually go to school. The corners of Zhao Xiaobei's mouth couldn't help but rise.
Aunt Jiang, what is the school like?
Can you tell me about it? A school. There are teachers, a playground, lots of kids, and teachers. There is a flagpole on the playground. It's very tall, with a red flag flying. Jiang Nian had never been to a nearby school, but he could imagine what it looked like and talked about it. Song Yingying listened to their conversation without stopping her hands. She knew that Jiang Nian said these things to distract Zhao Xiaobei and make him feel less pain. Song Yingying lost no time to clean and disinfect the wound, using cotton dipped in iodine to wipe the wound. Zhao Xiaobei's little hand shrank due to the stimulation, but he still listened to Jiang Nian's words with great interest. Song Yingying treated the wound quickly and then wrapped the bandage around Zhao Xiaobei's palm. Although the wound was not deep, the child would not know the severity of the wound, so it would be better to tie it up and let it rest for a few days. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xiaobei's 2 hands were tied with several circles of bandages. Song Yingying skillfully tied the bandages to the end. Jiang Yan talked to Zhao Xiaobei while paying attention to Song Yingying's movements. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. At first, handing the medicine box to Song Yingying was a test for Jiang Yan. She didn't expect Song Yingying to really take it, and her steps to treat the wound and the method of tying the bandage were very detailed. It's professional at first glance. Could it be that Song Yingying in this world is also studying medicine? But Liang Yuxiu clearly said yesterday that Song Yingying's parents are university professors and major in literature. Song Yingying has a scholarly temperament and looks like a talented woman who is sad about the passing of time while reading novels and poems. Jiang Yan was suspicious and asked, "Yingying, have you learned medical knowledge?" "Yes, I have learned it. I taught myself," Song Yingying answered. Jiang Yan repeated in surprise, "Self-taught?" Song Yingying checked the tightness of the bandage, put down Zhao Xiaobei's hands, and looked up to talk to Jiang Yan seriously. "My parents are professors of literature, but since I was a child, I have been inexplicably interested in various medical knowledge. I often go to the library to read books and slowly learn a lot. But it is amateur, not very professional." Song Yingying's words are still restrained. She is more than interested in medical knowledge, but obsessed. It's just because her parents don't agree, and girls of this era still have prejudices against learning-related knowledge such as science and chemistry. Song Yingying dare not speak out, but secretly read books and study by herself. She carried all the way from the north to the family compound in the suitcase. Those heavy books are not novels or poems at all, but her favorite books related to the medical profession. Every time she looks at the various professional terms and pathological common sense in the books, she always feels particularly at ease. Last night, she also fell asleep with various pathological knowledge on her back. When Song Yingying said these words, not only Jiang Yan listened carefully, but Zhao Xiaobei also didn't blink. After listening to Song Yingying's answer, Jiang Yan fell into thought. Since Yi Lanlan gave Song Yingying a pair of parents who majored in literature, she would definitely not let her be interested in medicine again. Song Yingying was just a minor supporting role in the novel. This setting seemed too complicated, and it didn't play any role in promoting the development of the plot. If this is not a setting in the original novel, then is it possible that it was influenced by Song Yingying in the previous life? For example, magnetic field or something. She can travel into the world of novels. Maybe the Song Yingying will also be affected by the prototype of the character Song Yingying. Jiang Yan couldn't be sure whether her guess was right, but there was no doubt that such a Song Yingying made her feel more intimate and familiar. She was the person she cared about most in this world, except for Qin San and Anan. "I am also studying medicine in a medical school. We can learn from each other in the future." "Really?" Song Yingying's cold expression was broken. She never thought that the delicate and weak Jiang Yan was actually studying medicine. She was quite surprised. But Jiang Yan surprised Song Yingying more than just this one thing. Immediately afterwards, woo, a baby crying suddenly came from Jiang Yan's house. "Yingying, I'll go back to take a look. You guys eat peanuts and melon seeds." Jiang Yan stood up quickly and walked quickly into the house. "Calculate the time. It's time for little Anbao to wake up from her nap." After little Anbao opened her eyes, she didn't see Jiang Yan. She lay quietly for a while, because recently, Jiang Yan has been caring for her in every possible way. Even if she can't see him for a while, as long as she waits for a while, Mom will appear. But little Anbao waited and waited. She seemed to hear Jiang Yan's voice, but she couldn't see Jiang Yan. The child who just woke up lacked a sense of security, so she suddenly felt wrong to be left behind. It was as if she had returned to a long, long time ago, alone in the room. Little Anbao sobbed. From sobbing softly at the beginning to sobbing loudly later, sad tears had already covered her little face. She cried so heartbrokenly. As soon as Jiang Yan entered the room, she saw little Anbao's pitiful appearance. "And Mom is here, baby. I'm so sorry. Mom forgot the time you woke up. Don't cry. Don't cry. Mom will hug you." Jiang Yan hurriedly picked up the child, hugged her to her chest and coaxed her softly, then lowered her head and kissed her wet face. Why are you crying like this? Don't be sad. If Inan is sad, Mom will be sad too.
Mom, Mom, Mom.
Little Bao clung to Jiang Yan's body, sobbing and calling for Mom. Her eyes were red, her mouth was red, and her nose was red. She looked like a pitiful little girl. Jiang Yan coaxed her for a long time and stuffed a few white rabbit milk candies sent by Lu Qing into her hands and finally coaxed the aggrieved Little Bao a little better. Thinking of Song Yingying and Zhao Xiaobei, who were still waiting for her, Jiang Yan wiped the little girl's face with a handkerchief. Mom has found a best friend. She is Aunt Song. Would you like to go with Mom to meet Aunt Song, Ma? Little Bao grabbed the white rabbit milk candy in her little hand, put it in her mouth, and chewed the candy wrapper with a crunching sound. She looked at Jiang Yan with wet eyes and made a vague saliva sound. Okay, Mom will assume that Xiao Bao agreed. We're going out to meet Auntie Song. There is also a little brother. Hee. Jiang Yan walked out of the house holding Xiao Bao and came to Song Yingying. When Song Yingying saw the child in Jiang Yan's arms, her eyes widened and her pupils trembled. Just by looking at Jiang Yan's bright face and the beautiful features of Xiao Bao in her arms, she knew at a glance that they were mother and daughter. And they were biological children. You have a child? Song Yingying didn't care about the birthmark on Xiao Bao's face at all. Instead, she was shocked that Jiang Yan actually had a child. In her eyes, Jiang Yan was about the same age as her, and she had been to school, studied, and had good cultivation and knowledge. The daughters of ordinary educated families would not get married so early. Jiang Yan not only got married, but also had a child this big.
Child.
Pregnancy. Marriage. Song Yingying quickly calculated in her mind the age when Jiang Yan might get married. Even if she had a child as soon as she got married, it was 2 years ago. Jiang Yan didn't expect Song Yingying's reaction to be so big. She held Little Bao and asked, "Is it so shocking that I have a daughter?" She didn't say it yet. She was pregnant. Wouldn't it scare Song Yingying even more if she said it out loud? Song Yingying was stunned for a long time and then realized that her behavior was not very polite and quickly softened her expression.
No.
I thought you were just married like me. Sorry, I was making a fuss. I didn't expect you already have a daughter. Jiang Yan listened to Song Yingying's panic and stuttering words and couldn't help laughing. Yingying, don't be nervous. I don't care about these. She held the child and sat down in front of Song Yingying again and said proudly, "This is my daughter. Her nickname is Lizen. She is 1 year and 2 months old this year. Isn't she cute?" "Yes, she is very cute, as beautiful as you." Song Yingying slowly calmed down. Looking at the soft little child, a hint of tenderness appeared on her cold face. Little Bao seemed to understand Song Yingying as compliment. She lifted her delicate little face from Jiang Yan's arms and smiled at Song Yingying, revealing her sweet dimples. It made people's hearts melt. It was the first time that Song Yingying came into close contact with such a young child, and she was instantly struck by Little Bao's smile. The child smelled of milk, so cute and sweet. Little Bao had just cried out of grievance, and the corners of her eyes were still red, which made her look particularly pitiful. A pair of eyes like black grapes rolled around. She looked at Song Yingying, and then at Zhao Xiaobei next to her. They were two strangers she had never seen before, and she seemed particularly curious. As she looked, Little Bao saw Zhao Xiaobei's little hand wrapped in white gauze, and stared at it for a long time. She also smelled a little iodine in the air. She wrinkled her little nose, wrinkled her little eyebrows, and her tender little face seemed to have a lot of emotions for a while.
Ya.
Little Bao suddenly moved in Jiang Yan's arms, mumbling in a baby voice, shaking her little hands, twisting her little ace, and leaning towards Zhao Xiaobei. Zhao Xiaobei's body was stiff, and he dared not move. All the children he had seen were either dirty or had Highland red on their faces. They were all dirty children like him. Where have you seen a baby as white and tender as Xiao Bao? Her face is as soft and tender as the tofu from the village head's house. I'm afraid it will break if I touch it lightly. But this little girl who looks like a New Year doll came towards him. Zhao Xiaobei held his breath. When he came to his senses, he saw something was stuffed into his bandaged hand. He looked down. It was candy. White rabbit milk candy stained with Xiao Anbao's saliva.
Ho ho, ho ho, sweet. Ho ho, ho ho.
Little Anbao finished a task, babbling happily, smacking his little mouth and talking non-stop. His glittering saliva was about to flow down. Jiang Yan wiped little Anbao's mouth with a handkerchief. Then he acted as an 18th level translator of baby language. Minun said that candy is sweet, and after eating candy, it won't hurt, and all the pain will fly away. After Jiang Yan finished explaining, he lowered his head and rubbed little Anbao and asked him seriously. Baby is what Mom said, right? Giggle.
Mommy.
Giggle. Little Anbao was rubbed intimately by Jiang Yan, giggling happily, twisting his soft body, and lying back on Jiang Yan's shoulder, sticking to him comfortably. No one knew whether Jiang Yan's explanation was right or not. It was just that little Anbao's favorite white rabbit milk candy was indeed given to Zhao Xiaobei. Zhao Xiaobei looked down at the beautiful blue and white candy in his palm. He could smell a sweet milky scent without even tearing it open. His numb fingers tightened unconsciously. Jiang Yan could feel Xiao Anbao's emotions, which were a little emotional and unstable. She didn't talk to Song Yingying much after that. The first instant noodle meeting between the two ended in an unexpectedly warm atmosphere. After a good meal, Song Yingying and Zhao Xiaobei walked into their small home, one in front and one behind, keeping their distance. Jiang Yan looked at their backs and suddenly called out,
Yingying.
Song Yingying turned around and saw Jiang Yan still standing in the yard, holding the child and looking at her. The afternoon sun fell on Jiang Yan's shoulders, like a layer of scattered golden light, lingering all over her body. No one has lived in your house for a long time. It's not ventilated and smells. Remember to keep the door and windows open for a few days. Although the climate in the south is hot, don't be greedy for coolness. You should still drink more hot water. Drinking hot water is good for your health. There is a river outside the family compound. After crossing the river, there is a field with many wild flowers. If you are interested, we can go and see it another day. Jiang Yan smiled at Song Yingying, her red lips raised and her bright eyes shining. Yingying, don't be afraid. The days ahead will be better. I'm with you. After she said this, she didn't care about Song Yingying's reaction. She held Xiao Anbao and took 2 large enamel cups and went back to the room on the other side. A few minutes later, Song Yingying was still in a daze. In her mind, Jiang Yan's last words kept echoing. At that moment, the sunlight falling on Jiang Yan seemed to shine on her shoulders together. Not only that, when Song Yingying looked at Jiang Yan, she always had a sense of familiarity. It was as if she had known her in her previous life. Even in her mind, another voice appeared. Yingying, there are still many delicious foods. Let's go eat together next time. It was still Jiang Yan's voice, but it was something Jiang Yan had never said to her. But why did it appear in her mind? Could it be that the instant noodles were too delicious, so she had hallucinations? Song Yingying was puzzled and did not take a step for a long time. On the side, Zhao Xiaobei looked at Song Yingying several times, and seeing that she was motionless as if she was stunned, the little boy was a little worried and nervous, with his mouth tightly pursed together. But he did not dare to speak. He walked past Song Yingying carefully and walked to a table at the back. On the table, there was a military kettle left by Zhao Weidong. Zhao Xiaobei did not go to the water tank to drink water that day, but relied on that kettle. He put the white rabbit milk candy into the pocket of his shirt, then reached for the kettle, trying to open the lid of the kettle. But for a moment he forgot that both of his hands were bandaged. His fingers were no longer as flexible as before. The lid of the kettle had just been opened, and he didn't hold it firmly, and it fell on the table.
Boom.
Zhao Xiaobei looked over in panic. The sudden sound woke Song Yingying up. Song Yingying came back to her senses from her trance and met the frightened eyes of the little boy and the opened kettle. She immediately understood what was going on. At the same time, What Jiang Yan had just said appeared in Song Yingying's mind again. Song Yingying secretly clenched her palms. This time, she made up her mind. Song Yingying looked at Zhao Xiaobei, the little boy who had become her son in legal terms, and took the initiative to ask him, "Can you make a fire?" Zhao Xiaobei was stunned at first, then nodded. Children from poor families become independent early, and children of 6 or 7 years old can do more than Song Yingying. Song Yingying asked again, "Where's the stove? Do you know how to use it?" Zhao Xiaobei nodded again. "Yes, I do." "That's good. You teach me how to make a fire, how to use the stove, come with me." After saying this, Song Yingying walked into the kitchen in the back room for the first time. She also took the first step in her married life. Maybe it's just like Jiang Yan said, don't be afraid. The days to come will get better and better. Zhao Xiaobei didn't expect Song Yingying to take the initiative to talk to him, and he didn't expect that she would actually learn from him how to make a fire. He was stunned for a while, and when he heard the noise in the kitchen, he hurried in. That evening, when the aroma of food filled every household in the family compound, Jiang Yan finally heard the sound coming from the next-door room and saw smoke coming out of the chimney of the next-door room. Her hanging heart was finally put down a little. A few days later, early in the morning. So this is what the military family compound looks like? Take a look at this yard and this small bungalow. It's much better than the dormitory building in our arsenal. It looks so spacious, and you can dry clothes in the yard, which is really convenient. Is this the time to say these things? Let's find Captain Qin's house quickly. Here? Is it here? Is it this house? I think so. It should be here. Didn't they say they just turned over the soil in the yard and planted a lot of vegetables a few days ago? Isn't this the right place? I think you are just stupid. You have to be sneaky about such a small matter. Can't you just ask Sister Zhu and the others directly? Maybe they are willing to show us the way. You say that so easily. If you have the guts, go find Sister Zhu and see if she'll pay attention to us. It's all caused by Wu Shanshan. It's obviously her who is mean, but she has caused all of us to be excluded by them. A group of strange women suddenly appeared in the military compound. They were talking to each other, and they kept standing on tiptoe, trying to cross the wall and look into the yard. A group of people pushed each other and staggered to the door of Jiang Yan's house. They looked around and finally stopped in front of the door. This is it. The place was found, but there was a new problem. Who will knock on the door? You stand in the front and knock on the door. I dare not. You also know that I speak my mind. If I say something wrong and offend people, we will come here for nothing today. Huh? Coward. You dare not do this. It's just knocking on the door, I'll do it. A woman about 27 or 28 years old, full of energy, stood out from the crowd, patted her chest, and stepped forward. When she appeared, the other women around her stepped back to make room for her. When she really stood outside the door of the yard and raised her hand to knock on the door, the woman took a deep breath secretly and was still a little nervous. But the words were already said, and she couldn't back down at this moment. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. The woman mustered up her courage, held her head high, and raised her hand to knock on the door at this moment. With a creak, the courtyard door in front of her opened, and a young, bright, and beautiful person walked out. It was Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was in the house and heard the movement outside the house early. But at that time, the little girl had just peed, and she was busy changing Xiao Anbao's pants and applying powder, so she had no hands free. Originally, she thought it was just a noise for a while, and it would be fine after the noise died down. But who knew that the voice finally stopped outside the gate of her yard? Listening to the content of the conversation, it seemed that it was looking for her. Jiang Yan had to put the child aside temporarily, and then came out to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Yan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be so many people. At a glance, there were at least 8 or 9 people. They were all unfamiliar faces, and she didn't know any of them. Jiang Yan looked at the group of people and frowned in confusion. Who are you? Looking for? The woman standing in the front suddenly met Jiang Yan's eyes, and they were also stunned when they met face to face. Could this be the person they are looking for? How can she be so young and so beautiful? That Wu Shanshan clearly said everywhere that Captain Qin's wife was not good-looking, and it was because she was ugly that her child was also ugly. But the one in front of him was obviously a beautiful girl. For a while, there was no sound inside and outside the yard. But they stared at each other, and no one spoke. It was quiet here, but it was lively on the other side.
Sister Nian.
Sister Nian, don't be afraid. We are here. The first to come out was the familiar loud voice of Huang Guixiang. Huang Guixiang not only shouted the loudest, but also rushed to the front. She was holding a bamboo broom in her hand and rushed over here in a hurry. Behind Huang Guixiang, there were several people. They were Liang Yuxiu, Sister Zhu, Sister Lu, and others. Sister Nian, we are here. The 4 or 5 of them rushed over, squeezed into the small gap, and suddenly blocked Jiang Nian, separating the group of strange women who knocked on the door from Jiang Nian. Although their number was not large enough, they won in momentum. Jiang Nian had no time to speak, and Huang Guixiang in front of him had already shouted, "Why are you here? How did you get in? What are you doing here? Tell us everything clearly, or no one will be allowed to leave. Are you all from the Arsenal's family compound? It was Wu Shanshan from your unit who bullied Nian Meizi from our compound. We haven't settled the score with you yet, but you come to our door on your own? You just want to quarrel. Let me tell you, Huang Guixiang, am never afraid of quarrels. I can carry a 300 Jin Sao, let alone people like you." Sister Lu and Sister Zhu, who were right behind Huang Guixiang, did not come empty-handed either. One was holding a bamboo stick, and the other was holding a shoulder pole. The sisters-in-law, who were usually friendly, seemed like a different person at this moment. Huang Guixiang spoke in front, and they responded in the back. "This is really outrageous. Do you really think there is no one in our compound? Huang Guixiang, don't be polite to them, just do it. We let you come in vertically and leave horizontally." A group of people were all indignant, and each of them was full of vigor. In the interval, Liang Yuxiu looked back and looked at Jiang Nian carefully and asked worriedly, "Sister Nian, are you okay? Have you been bullied?" "No, I'm fine, nothing happened." Jiang Nian was still confused at this moment. She just came out to open the door. Why did they suddenly start a quarrel? The yard was so noisy that the sound even alarmed Song Yingying in another room. She came out worriedly and looked at Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian was distracted and waved to Song Yingying to show that everything was fine. The shouting outside the yard continued. "Today, Huang Guixiang, am here. Don't even think about touching anyone in our compound. Sister Nian is especially forbidden." Huang Guixiang held the broom in her hand horizontally forward. The tip of the broom swept across the group of women from the arsenal, scaring them so much that they stepped back. They were all nervous, pale, and their palms were sweating, but they were also panicked and confused. Because even they themselves didn't understand how it turned out like this without saying a word. Even if they wanted to explain, they didn't know how to start. In the tense atmosphere, a woman shouted aggrievedly, "Oh my God! What is this? We just knocked on the door. How can it be considered bullying? I haven't even touched the door panel." Was not moved at all, and stood there like a door god, with a broom in one hand and the other on his waist, looking very powerful. "Do you think I will believe you when you say this now? You've come to your door and you still want to pretend that nothing happened?" The women in the arsenal felt even more aggrieved and worried when they heard this. "It's not like that. We did come to your door, but we didn't come to quarrel." Yes, we didn't come to quarrel, and we didn't bully others by relying on our numbers. Really not. Really not. We are telling the truth. Why don't you believe it?" The situation was in full swing. The crowd was divided into two sides, like two armies facing each other, and they were confronting each other fiercely. It was the first time that Jiang Nian had seen such a scene, and it was also the first time that she felt accepted by the sisters-in-law in the entire compound. The women in the compound were not afraid of things, and when they encountered something, they were twisted together like ropes. But misunderstanding. It was really a misunderstanding. Jiang Nian roughly understood what was going on. Seeing that the atmosphere was stalemate, if it was not handled properly, it might really turn into a quarrel between the two sides, or even a fight. This made a small matter a big deal. Jiang Yan wanted to explain the matter clearly and appease Huang Guixiang and others. But in the excitement, others didn't listen to her at all, but treated her as a key protected person. She was always guarded at the back and was not allowed to go out. Liang Yuxiu was also asked to take care of her closely. Jiang Yan was anxious and helpless, and could only put her hope on Liang Yuxiu. Sister Yuxiu, we really can't go on like this. If we really start fighting, the situation will get out of control. Maybe the inspection team will come over, and then the army leaders will be alerted. As the word leader came out, Liang Yuxiu realized the seriousness of the matter belatedly. Gathering a crowd to make trouble may even involve the security department. This is absolutely not allowed. We must stop while we are ahead. Sister Nian, you are right. We must not make a big deal out of it. Liang Yuxiu finally let go of Jiang Yan's hand that had been tightly holding her. The two of them stepped forward and stood beside Huang Guifan, one on the left and one on the right. Together, the two of them barely held down the aggressive Huang Guifan. Huang Guifan's hands were held down, but her face was still red, her eyes and eyebrows were flying, and she stared at the group of strange women angrily. You still don't admit it. Recently, Wu Shanshan has been spreading rumors outside all day long, saying bad things about Sister Nian. Don't think we don't know. She did this just to regain the face she lost. You people listen to Wu Shanshan's nonsense, and you are here to stand up for her. Huang Guifan once believed Chen Meili's lies and did the wrong thing. So she subconsciously regarded these strange women in the arsenal as the same as she used to be. As the atmosphere eased a little, coupled with the words that Huang Guifan finally said. When the women in the arsenal heard it, they finally understood clearly how things had turned out like this. The original grievances, coupled with the fear of being frightened by Huang Guifan, the emotions intertwined together, can finally be vented. Hey, it's such an injustice. My lord, why don't you give us a chance to speak? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. You don't like Wu Shanshan. Do we like Wu Shanshan? Then Wu Shanshan. She has a big mouth. All of us have been teased by her. How can we believe what she says? That's right. No one would believe what she says. Wu Shanshan is a rat in our arsenal dormitory building. How can we be in cahoots with her? The women spoke, and in order to vent the anger in their hearts, they suddenly straightened their chests and were no longer as scared as at the beginning. As expected, a common enemy can unite people in indignation. The misunderstanding was explained. Huang Guifan was confused, frowning, and deeply puzzled. Could it be that she really made a big mistake? She hurriedly looked at Jiang Nian and asked Jiang Nian for help. Jiang Nian nodded at Huang Guifan, indicating that she believed what the women in the arsenal said, and asked Huang Guifan to believe it. At the same time, Jiang Nian quietly took the broom that Huang Guifan had been holding tightly from her hand. Throw the broom against the wall. After disarming, Jiang Nian's attitude was revealed. She looked at the group of women in the arsenal again, smiled gently, and asked, Dear sisters-in-law, you knocked on the door just now to look for me, right? What's the matter? Let's go inside and talk.
No.
No need to go inside to talk, we can just talk here. The women let go of their nervousness and laughed. They could finally talk seriously. It's actually like this. I heard from people in your compound that Captain Chin's wife makes a whitening cream that is as moisturizing as milk, better than vanishing cream, but cheaper than vanishing cream. We just wanted to ask if you could sell us some of that whitening cream. When the whitening cream was mentioned, the women showed their greedy expressions one by one. They had just had a fierce conflict, and now they suddenly needed help from others. There was a hint of nervousness and embarrassment in their smiles. Jiang Nian heard it and realized that it was for this matter. At the same time, she felt a little proud. It seems that the reputation of her whitening cream has spread from the compound to the bin factory and then to even farther places. She immediately nodded in agreement. Of course. The women in the arsenal were instantly excited when they heard Jiang Nian's answer so readily. Really? Is it really possible? Comrade Jiang, you are so nice. We brought money with us, can we buy it now? Jiang Nian explained carefully under the expectant eyes of everyone. The previous batch of whitening cream has been sold out. If the sisters-in-law want it, I have to buy medicinal materials again and make it, which will take some time. How about this? In a few days, it will be the big market day in the city. I will set up a stall at the market then, and everyone can come to find me at the market. I will make more beauty creams to ensure that everyone can buy it. The time and place were determined. This is good. I will go to the city on the day of the big market, and we will meet at the market. Yes, going to the market is much safer than coming to your compound. Ha ha ha, Comrade Jiang, we have a deal now. We will come to find you in a few days. After hearing this, the women in the arsenal nodded one after another. After tacitly agreeing to each other's agreement, they did not stay for long and waved goodbye. After the crowd dispersed, Liang Yuxiu and Huang Guixiang, who were beside Jiang Nian, were in shock and confusion. Liang Yuxiu asked first Sister Nian, "What you meant just now was, you want to go out and set up a stall?" Jiang Nian quickly noticed that the faces of the people around her were different, and then she hesitated. Could it be that she didn't understand the rules of this era? Jiang Nian asked, "Can I go to set up a stall? Or do I need to file a report and go through the procedures to set up a stall?" That's not the case. Liang Yuxiu denied it. She looked at Jiang Nian with a complicated expression, as if something was stuck in her throat, but she didn't know how to tell Jiang Nian. In the end, Huang Guixiang spoke frankly. Huang Guixiang asked Sister Nian, "Why do you want to set up a stall?" "Of course I want to make money," Jiang Nian answered without any reservation. Who doesn't like white money?
But
Huang Guixiang's next question made Jiang Nian's jaw drop. "Sister Nian, is it that Captain Qin doesn't give you money anymore?" Jiang Nian was suddenly shocked. She never expected that the sisters-in-law's thoughts would extend to Qin San. And it was not only Huang Guixiang who thought so. Liang Yuxiu, as well as Sisters Zhu and Sisters Liu, also had such doubts on their faces. This was all because Jiang Nian's previous image of Canary was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. The sisters-in-law in the compound saw that she had cut off her fashionable long hair, did not wear a beautiful new dress, and actually went out to set up a stall alone. They immediately thought that Jiang Nian was out of money. And Jiang Nian's money, of course, all came from Qin San. Captain Qin's reputation was instantly damaged. Jiang Nian hurriedly explained, "Sisters-in-law, it's true that I want to go out to set up a stall to make money. This matter has nothing to do with Qin San, and I am not short of money. I got married, had children, and followed the army, but I am still me. I want to be an independent person and do something I like. For example, making whitening cream is something I like. Seeing the sisters-in-law use cheap and easy-to-use beauty creams and feel happy, I feel even more proud. This is something I like, and I can make money. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" When she said these words, it was just like when she told the women in the arsenal that she was going to set up a stall, fluent and natural. These words were not something Jiang Nian thought up on the spur of the moment, but had always been in her mind. How could a small family compound hold a golden phoenix? A woman who had once earned several small goals step by step. Her ambitions were not just the small piece of land in front of her. Jiang Nian did not say the following words directly, but her impassioned words were enough to make people stunned. Among the few people, Liang Yuxiu was the only one who had some education, and she had attended junior high school. Even so, Liang Yuxiu was educated to be a good daughter and a good wife, to obey her father at home, and to take care of her husband and children after marriage. She carried all the burdens of the family on her shoulders so that men would have no worries. She cared so much about the freckles on her face, but she was still reluctant to spend money on a jar of vanishing cream. Did she really have no money? It was the usual environment around her that made her feel that money must be spent on family, men, and children. She just couldn't bear to spend it on herself. But she forgot that she was also a member of the family. She should also enjoy the rewards of her efforts. As for the things they liked that Jiang Nian mentioned to the sisters-in-law, it seemed like a lifetime ago. The last time they liked something was when they were young girls, sitting on the earthen Kong with their grandmother, cutting paper cuts together. It is said that girls mature early. Is this precocity a result of their own growth, Or is it because everyone around them is forcing them to grow up? They become wives and mothers early. After Jiang Mian's words fell, there was silence all around. There was only the sound of the warm sun and the spring breeze blowing through the leaves on the treetops. The sisters-in-law's hearts were buzzing as if they were shaken by something. Huang Guixiang said in a muffled voice, "Sister Nian, I think I understand what you said." And seemed not to understand. "But I can feel that what you said makes sense. If it makes sense, it is right. If you need help with your stall, just come to me." "Okay, Sister Guixiang, it's settled then." Jiang Nian gave Huang Guixiang a grateful smile. She had thought about it a long time ago. If she wanted to go out to set up a stall, she couldn't take Xiao Anbao with her as the city market was so far away. Xiao Anbao didn't go to the nursery, so he needed someone to take care of him. In the entire compound, Huang Guixiang is definitely the most suitable person who can take care of the child and who Xiao Anbao is not afraid of. Her Wang Dazhuan can also play with Xiao Anbao, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing that everyone was still stunned, Jiang Yan took the initiative to greet them. "Sisters-in-law, let's go into the house and talk. You protected me so much just now. I should thank you anyway. I will treat you to a cup of tea." One after another, several people came into the house. Jiang Yan said that he was treating the sisters-in-law to tea, and at the same time took out melon seeds, peanuts, and a plate of jiangmigua. Jiangmigua pictured jiangmigua is fried in flour, and it is hard and crispy when bitten. It was covered with a layer of shiny white sugar and tasted sweet. She grabbed a handful and stuffed them into the hands of her sisters-in-law, telling them not to be embarrassed and to eat them without worry. When little Anbao saw the new food, she started babbling again, like a real foodie. She has baby teeth and can't eat such hard glutinous rice cakes. Jiang Nian took out a pumpkin-flavored steamed bun and put it in little Anbao's hand. Little Anbao was active and greedy. She grabbed the steamed bun with her little hands and tore it into small pieces, and then stuffed them into her mouth. She could eat a small steamed bun for half an hour without stopping. After Jiang Nian took care of the child, she turned around and looked at Liang Yuxiu and the others. They hadn't started eating the glutinous rice cakes yet. "Sisters-in-law, please eat. These things are not easy to get. You have children at home, so leave them for them. We can just eat some melon seeds. Little Anbao can't bite the glutinous rice fruit yet. Sisters-in-law, please don't worry about eating. I invite you to come in and sit down. I have something to ask you." "What is it?" the sisters-in-law asked. Jiang Yan sat down and said slowly, "The price of the whitening cream I sold to the sisters-in-law before was 1 yuan. Later, when I go out to set up a stall, I can't sell at this price anymore. I will raise the price to 2 yuan a box. The price of 1 yuan, please keep it a secret, sisters-in-law, and don't tell anyone else. But sisters-in-law are my first batch of customers and my neighbors. As long as people in our compound buy it for their own use, I will still charge 1 yuan a box as before, which is an internal preferential price." At the same time, the military camp flight brigade, Qin Sanyi, who was leading the team in training, suddenly felt an itchy nose and sneezed. Achoo! Lu Cheng, who was fixed on the round solid roller next to him, had just finished a 2-minute rotation and dizziness test. He was very sharp and heard the sound of Qin Sanyi's sneeze. He glanced at Qin Sanyi, lowered his voice, and said a little, "Captain, maybe the sister-in-law is saying bad things about you behind your back." Qin Sanyi raised his black eyes and glanced at Lu Cheng coldly. "You talk too much nonsense." His palm grasped the solid roller on Lu Cheng's body, and his arm suddenly exerted force. "Practice for 2 more minutes." Lu Cheng was caught off guard, and his head was spinning again. These 2 minutes were incredibly long. Every time he asked Qin Sanyi when it would end, Qin Sanyi would always say something nonchalant. "It's not time yet. Keep holding on. There's still 1.5 minutes. When Lu Cheng rolled down from the solid wall, he rushed directly to the toilet. He wanted to but couldn't. Even a pilot like him with superb physical fitness had to admit defeat. Don't mess with a black-bellied man. Don't mess with a married black-bellied man. Sister Nian, don't worry, we will keep it a secret. Jiang Nian's request was not difficult, and the sisters-in-law were happy to agree. Besides, even if the whitening cream rose to 2 yuan a box, it was still cheap. They told Jiang Nian that they had no relatives or friends, so Jiang Nian didn't need to give them a discount, and he could still sell it for 2 yuan. Such a good deal, just be happy when you come across it. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. While Jiang Nian was chatting, she asked the sisters-in-law about someone. Her surname is Yang, and her name is Yang Gaihua. Sisters-in-law, have any of you heard of this name and know this person? Yang Gaihua, another roommate in dormitory 403. She is a simple and innocent girl who doesn't have any ulterior motives and only wants to study and eat. Yang Gaihua's original family is average, her family's economic conditions are not as good as Yi Lanlan's, and she is not as pretty as Yi Lanlan. Such a roommate is no threat to Yi Lanlan. Yi Lanlan hated Jiang Nian and Song Yingying privately, so she wrote them both as miserable supporting characters. Perhaps Yang Gaihua could escape this fate. But just in case, it would be better to ask around.
Yang
Gaihua? I don't remember anyone with this name. Do you know her? I know a few people with the last name Yang, but none of them is called Gaihua. Sister Nian, who is this Yang Gaihua to you? Jiang Nian replied, Yang Gaihua was a classmate of mine when we were in school. We lost contact before, and I heard that she seemed to be in this area, so I wanted to look for her. Sisters-in-law, if you see someone with this name in the future, please let me know. It is not a big deal. Your name is Yang Gaihua, right? We'll remember your name. If we meet you again, we'll tell you. The last bit of uneasiness in Jiang Nian's heart was also settled. After a conversation, Jiang Nian sent the sisters-in-law out. The wooden door of the yard was gently closed. Jiang Nian turned back and saw a figure as expected. It was Song Yingying. Jiang Nian saw Song Yingying from the beginning of the noisy confrontation, but there were many people at that time, so Jiang Nian couldn't take the initiative to call her. Song Yingying didn't know the sisters-in-law, and it was such a chaotic scene with many people talking. She was worried about Jiang Nian, but she didn't dare to stand up. Later, the matter was perfectly resolved and Jiang Nian was not injured. After Song Yingying was relieved, she went back to the house. Although the people had left, she had been listening to the movements outside the house through the wall. Song Yingying heard everything Jiang Nian said to Liang Yuxiu and others when he was standing outside the door just now. Liang Yuxiu and others only understood half of what they said, and they were confused. But for Song Yingying, every word was precious. She understood it all. I got married, had children, and joined the army, but I am still me. I want to be an independent person and do something I like. This sentence kept echoing in Song Yingying's mind. Song Yingying looked at Jiang Nian with a complicated expression. Jiang Nian understood Song Yingying's expression at a glance, which was exactly the same as the one on Liang Yuxiu's face just now. Yingying, did you hear that? Song Yingying's cold eyebrows were slightly wrinkled together, and she asked, after getting married, can you really still be yourself? As long as you want, you can. Jiang Nian raised her red lips and smiled confidently. She threw an olive branch to Song Yingying. Yingying, do you want to set up a stall with me and make whitening cream together?
We.
Together? Song Yingying was shocked and hesitant. Jiang Nian used her actual actions to show her determination. She directly pulled Song Yingying into the house, then went back to the room to get a notebook, and at the same time did not forget to observe Xiao Anbao's situation. After doing all this, she returned to Song Yingying. Since I'm going to set up a stall, buying just a whitening cream is definitely not enough. This is my list. The notebook opened with a rustle. On some yellowed papers, dense words were written at some point. Song Yingying glanced over and saw a large area. Whitening cream, moisturizing cream, anti-wrinkle cream, eye cream, neck cream, hand cream, body lotion, lip balm, mask. All kinds of things, some she had heard of and some she hadn't heard of. The most special thing is that Jiang Nian specially noted the Chinese medicinal materials that needed to be used behind these items. It's not just a simple moisturizer, but a combination of traditional Chinese medicine and beauty and skincare. In recent years, society has developed very fast, and the speed of development will only get faster and faster in the future. Everyone's living standards are also improving, and incomes are rising with it. With an increase in income, everyone has more money on hand and can buy more things that they couldn't afford before. Women love beauty and pursue youth. They must have beautiful clothes and a beautiful face. The skincare and beauty industry is definitely the outlet of this era. What we make must have its own characteristics. I chose to combine it with traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Mian even thought of the brand concept. She wants to put trademarks and brand logos on all her products. When the time is long, her skincare brand will be a century-old brand and the light of domestic products. After briefly explaining the concept, Jiang Mian looked at Song Yingying again. I definitely can't do so many things alone, so let's work together. Song Yingying heard the throbbing heartbeat in her chest. Although she understood what outlet meant, Jiang Mian's proposal was really attractive. A shining expression bloomed on her cold face.
But
Song Yingying said in frustration, I don't know how to make whitening cream. Jiang Mian immediately replied, what's the big deal? Here's this. She flipped through her notebook, took out a small piece of paper from the middle of the book, and handed it to Song Yingying. Song Yingying took it and looked at it. What was written on the paper was actually a formula. The formula that Jiang Mian used to make whitening cream last time. If it was kept in the pharmacy, it would be an absolute trade secret. But Jiang Mian gave it to Song Yingying openly and without any scruples. Song Yingying was startled. She only took a look at it and didn't dare to look at it a second time and immediately handed it back. I can't see this. Yingying, since I invited you to work together, there is nothing you can't see. Take this formula, you can go back and study it, or you can think about it slowly. I'll wait for your reply. Song Yingying's fingers holding the formula were silently squeezed. She just hesitated for a while, and when she looked up again, her hesitant eyes had become firm. Song Yingying said, I want to work with you. Whether it's making whitening cream or other things, she wants to do what she likes like Jiang Mian. Okay, let's do it together. The two people who already had a tacit understanding hit it off. It's a deal. Jiang Mian proposed a 50-50 split and finally changed it to 20-80 at Song Yingying's insistence. Jiang Mian 80, Song Yingying 20. When they make money, they share it together. There is still a week before the next big market, and Jiang Mian and Song Yingying got down to work that afternoon. There are detailed production methods on the formula. For Song Yingying, after reading it once and exploring it again, she immediately understood it and no longer needed Jiang Mian to worry about it. Jiang Mian only needs to provide the raw materials and Chinese medicinal materials. For a while, the two houses and the entire small courtyard were filled with the smell of cream. Qin San returned home after dark. As soon as he opened the door, a fragrant and sweet smell instantly hit him. Qin San wrinkled his nose. Because it was too fragrant. The fragrance in the air itself was not strong, nor did it feel like artificial fragrance, but when the whole room was filled with sweet fragrance, it would still make people feel somewhat uncomfortable. What's more, Qin San was a rough man who served in the army. He rubbed his nose and endured the itch in his nasal cavity. The lights were on in the room, and Jiang Mian's gentle voice could be heard. She and the child were inside. After Qin San took off his military jacket, he walked into the room. During this time, he slowly got used to the fragrance in the room. He also smelled a sense of familiarity from it. It seemed like a rose. To be more precise, it was a Chinese rose. Roses and roses are flowers of the same family. Not only do they look similar, but their fragrance is also similar. Jiang Mian made a whitening cream, and a very important part of the raw materials are Chinese medicinal materials. Some people like the smell of Chinese medicinal materials, while others don't. As a product for female customers, not only the product effect, but also the smell is a very important part. The last time she made it, Jiang Mian used some sweet almond essential oil to cover up the smell of the Chinese medicinal materials in the whitening cream. This time, her approach was bolder. Not only was there a sweet almond scent, but there was also the scent of roses and jasmine. Anyway, she had all these raw materials in her space. She used the flowers blooming in the space, one petal at a time, and extracted them by distillation. It is absolutely natural. Just one drop can make the whole room fragrant. No wonder the fragrance is everywhere in the room, even if the windows are opened to let in the wind. After Qin Sanyi entered the room, he saw Jiang Nian holding a white porcelain jar in his hand. He had seen that jar before. It seemed to be Jiang Nian's snow cream. Men are always not very sensitive to this kind of thing, and Qin Sanyi couldn't tell the difference. He couldn't tell that the white porcelain jar in Jiang Nian's hand was not for her own use, but was specially made for Xiao Anbao. She took out the cream from the white porcelain jar, and after emulsifying it, she gently applied it to Xiao Anbao's face. Xiao Anbao raised her head, sat there obediently and motionless, allowing Jiang Nian to wipe her face. Whose little baby is this? Why is she so obedient? Turns out she's from my family. And she's so beautiful. Mommy will apply perfume to you. After we apply perfume, your face won't be red anymore. It will become white. Qin San's footsteps were so light that Jiang Nian was too focused on Xiao Anbao and ignored the man who had entered the room. Her fingers stroked the birthmark on Xiao Anbao's face over and over again. Qin San watched this scene silently, and his chest felt stuffy and hot as if a warm current was flowing through it. And a little sour. After all, the birthmark on Xiao Anbao's face is a lifelong heartache for the old father who loves his daughter. His fatherly love will not be discounted, but he is worried that his little girl will suffer too much in her future growth. From Qin San's perspective, he saw Jiang Nian's expression when he spoke. Listening to Jiang Nian's voice, it was gentle, joyful, flying, and full of hope. But how could a bottle of moisturizing vanishing cream remove a natural birthmark? Qin San's eyes darkened. At the same time, the man secretly made up his mind in his heart that one day they would go to a better city and a better hospital. There would be a way, there would definitely be a way. Jiang Nian finished wiping Xiao Anbao's face and turned sideways to put the vanishing cream back when she noticed Qin San's figure. She turned around and smiled brightly. Qin San, you're back. Are you tired today? Qin San restrained his expression and said, not tired. After seeing Qin San, Xiao Anbao also became excited and babbled for Qin San to hug him. Qin San reached out and picked up the child, then sat down on the bed and asked, I heard that there was a conflict in the compound today? Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow and immediately looked at Qin San. She did not answer immediately, but stared at Qin San's face, frowning and pursing her lips, examining him carefully. Qin San's overly handsome face broke the calm, and a trace of embarrassment emerged. Xiao Anbao seemed to feel his father's nervousness and moved in Qin San's arms. He lowered his head to avoid Jiang Nian's eyes while holding Xiao Anbao. He explained, I didn't ask someone to keep an eye on you. It was a little loud, and I happened to hear it when the other company commanders talked about it. Qin San had promised Jiang Nian a few days ago that he would not send anyone to follow her. For this reason, Qin San specially warned Lu Cheng. So this time it was not Lu Cheng's tip-off, it was indeed a coincidence. But Qin San would not admit that it was when he was eating in the army cafeteria. He packed up his lunchbox and should have gotten up and left, but after hearing the conversation between the company commanders at the next table, he sat back down. The captain of the flying brigade, Captain Qin, the only golden nugget in the entire army, who had always kept people at a distance, was actually eavesdropping. Just because the 3 words Comrade Jiang were mentioned in the conversation. At the beginning, Qin San was not even sure whether the Comrade Jiang mentioned by the company commanders was Jiang Nian. Later, he found out that there was a little conflict in the compound, and it was all about Jiang Nian. A lot of people came. It seemed that a fight almost broke out. No one was injured. In this day and age and in the military family compound, who dares to really fight? Quarrel? Of course. Where there are many women, there will be quarrels. During that time, Qin San secretly clenched his fists several times. Whenever he thought of Jiang Nian and Xiao Anbao who were alone at home, he was angry and worried. He wanted to run back to the family compound immediately. But the responsibility for the country and family in the heart of a man finally overwhelmed his selfishness. Qin San's complex emotions lasted until a few minutes ago. The moment he pushed open the door, The fragrance of flowers filled the room, relaxing his tense nerves overnight. If it weren't for his good mood, Jiang Nian would never make the whole house fragrant. Qin Sanyi was no longer so worried, but he was still not completely relieved, so he had the question just now. He frowned, and his dark eyes fell on Jiang Nian, scanning carefully. So are you wronged? Of course not. Qin Sanyi answered with Jiang Nian's bright smile and loud answer. She was not unhappy at all because of the question just now, and she accepted Qin Sanyi's explanation very easily. Jiang Nian was in a very good mood, and her eyes were always curved. She happily told Qin Sanyi what happened today. Did you hear that we had a fight? Those are just superficial. The truth is not like that at all. If you want to know something in the future, don't listen to other people, just ask me directly. We are husband and wife. I will definitely be honest with you. Today's incident is actually like this. Qin San listened carefully, while looking at Jiang Nian's beaming face. The cold light in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by tenderness. Little Anbao is very smart, and she felt that her parents ignored her, twisting her little ace and moving around in Qin San's arms, trying hard to attract her father's attention. Unfortunately, her old father only had another woman in his eyes at this time. Qin San skillfully put his palm in little Anbao's hand, letting her hold and grab it to play. Little Anbao's hand is small, and one of Qin San's fingers is thick and long for her. She seemed to have got a favorite toy, turning over and over to play with Qin San's fingers, and even wanted to put them in her mouth to chew. In the end, she was stopped by Qin San. Gradually, Jiang Nian's story came to an end. That's what happened. Sister Guifan and Sister Yuxiao all came to protect me. Although there were some conflicts, it was actually just a misunderstanding. We made it clear on the spot. And I promised them that I would set up a stall in the market on the next big market day to sell the whitening beauty creams I made. After listening to this, Qin San was completely relieved and understood why the fragrance in the house was so strong. It turned out that Jiang Nian was dealing with those things again. But setting up a stall? Qin San frowned slightly and fell into a brief thought. He didn't mean to object, but he was still worried. There are a lot of people in the market, and the round trip is long. You still have to take care of the children now. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to set up a stall alone? Jiang Nian smiled sweetly. I found a partner. Qin San's eyebrows raised slightly when he heard the word partner. Jiang Nian continued, It's Song Yingying. She is the wife of the head of the next door Zhao Weidong. I have already made an appointment with her. The expression on Qin San's face suddenly froze for a moment. A flash of shock flashed across his obsidian eyes. When he spoke, there was confusion in his deep and rich voice. Song Yingying? Qin San repeated the name. Jiang Nian nodded. Yes, Song Yingying, that's her name. You've been going out early and coming back late recently, and Yingying doesn't go out much. Haven't you met yet? You'll be able to meet her when she comes to your house someday. Jiang Nian looked happier than before when she mentioned her best friend. Qin San fell into silence. He didn't even notice that the finger held by Xiao Anbao had been stuffed into her little mouth at some point and was being chewed by her little milk teeth as a teething stick. And no. Qin San realized it belatedly and pulled his finger out of Xiao Anbao's hand. The slender fingers with distinct joints had become wet. Jiang Nian handed over a handkerchief, and Qin San lowered his head to wipe it and responded. Well, we're going to be neighbors for a long time, so we should meet and get to know each other. Qin San looked up at Jiang Nian and asked, Do you get along well with her? Very well. We get along very well, just like we knew each other in our previous life. Jiang Nian answered directly and coolly. At the same time, she leaned over to tease Xiao Anbao and pinched her chubby little face. Because of this, Jiang Nian did not notice the complicated expression that emerged when Qin San heard her words. We knew each other in our previous life. The man's eyes stared deeply at Jiang Nian's smile. In the small courtyard at night, the fragrant house is not only Qin San's. The Zhao family next door. Zhao Weidong is still busy. He always goes out earlier than Qin San and comes back later than Qin San. He is busy all day and can only sleep for a few hours. The company commander in the army couldn't stand it and got a folding single bed for Zhao Weidong in the army office. If Zhao Weidong is busy too late, he can spend the night in the army and doesn't have to go home every day. But this burly and rough man still went home day after day in a well-behaved manner. He knew very well that there would be no lights on for him in that house, and no one would be waiting for him to come home. After returning home, the head of a regiment did not sleep on the bed, but on the floor in the room. The conditions were even worse than the folding bed in the office. These external factors did not affect Zhao Weidong's determination to go home. Because his mother taught him since he was a child that going home is a man's responsibility and only bad men spend the night outside. It was late at night again. Zhao Weidong pushed open the wooden door and walked into the small courtyard shared by the two families. He saw that the lights were on in the Qin family next door. From the window, he could see the vague figures of a family of 3. As for his house, Zhao Weidong looked over and saw a scene that surprised him. The lights were on. The man's footsteps forward. He suddenly sped up his movements. That light was like someone waiting for him to come home. Zhao Weidong quickly opened the door and wanted to take a look inside the house, but the first thing that came to him was the fragrance. The sweet fragrance of flowers drifted in every corner of the house. Zhao Weidong had never smelled such a sweet fragrance in his life, and he frowned deeply on his rough face. At the same time, Song Yingying was busy with the task assigned to her by Jiang Nian, making whitening creams of various scents according to the formula list. In fact, she didn't need to be so anxious. There was still a week, and she could do it slowly when she was free. Besides, it was their first time to set up a stall, and it was still unknown whether they could sell well, so there was no need to prepare so many products. But Song Yingying hasn't enjoyed something so much for a long time. When making the whitening cream, she was completely immersed in the fragrance of flowers and tranquility. She forgot the unfamiliar environment around her and also forgot that she was married, had an unfamiliar husband, and had an unfamiliar son. This sense of accomplishment brings people a stronger sense of security than words. Song Yingying immersed herself in it unconsciously. She was awakened by the sudden sound of the door opening. She glanced at the clock and realized that it was so late. Then, Song Yingying saw Zhao Weidong at the door. His brows were furrowed, and his face was full of impatience. Song Yingying was startled. Her cold and beautiful face was instantly pale. She didn't spend much time with Zhao Weidong, and she didn't even talk much. The most familiar thing to her was probably the figure of the man sleeping on the ground every night. Like many other people, Song Yingying subconsciously felt that Zhao Weidong was very fierce. His burly figure was fierce, his ugly scars were fierce, and his frowning and irritable look was fierce. Song Yingying once wondered that her marriage with Zhao Weidong could be said to be Zhao Weidong's life saved. Otherwise, she would have followed her parents to the Gobi Desert in the northwest. In such a harsh environment, she would definitely not be able to survive. Although the two of them had a childhood marriage, it was their Song family who first betrayed their faith. Now Zhao Weidong has become a powerful regiment commander in the entire army, and the people who came to ask for help were also their Song family. Although Song Yingying was unwilling to this marriage, she also knew clearly that Zhao Weidong was at a disadvantage and she owed him. What's more, the two of them reported and got a marriage certificate. Zhao Weidong had reasons and status to do something to her, even if it was something that Song Yingying was afraid of and would wake up in the middle of the night. The scissors she hid under her pillow were not actually used to hurt Zhao Weidong, but were prepared for herself. Who knew? They were never used at all. Zhao Weidong didn't even touch her, and didn't even sleep in the same bed with her. Song Yingying couldn't see through the mind of this rough man at all, but she still felt terrified when she got close to him. At this moment, Song Yingying was flustered, scared, and a little flustered, and she explained quickly.
I'm sorry.
I'll clean it up right away. I didn't mean to leave it all over the table. I accidentally forgot the time. Give me half an hour, and it will be done right away. You don't have to clean up. As soon as Zhao Weidong spoke, Song Yingying was frozen, looking at him in horror. But he said 4 more words and suddenly stopped talking. Only the eyebrows were still tightly furrowed. Song Yingying didn't dare to move, and she was sure that Zhao Weidong was angry. She had seen men who got angry and lost their minds, smashing everything in the house and hitting their wives. Ordinary men are like this, not to mention Zhao Weidong's muscular body. If he started to fight, Song Yingying didn't dare to think about it. But she, who was still trembling a moment ago, took a step forward and stood in front of the table full of raw materials. These are not only hers, but also Jiang Nian's. She must protect them. These things are very important to me. You can't touch them. A Chu Song Yingying's courageous voice overlapped with a loud sneeze. The two people in the room subconsciously looked at each other. Song Yingying actually saw a hint of embarrassment on the other's rough face. Zhao Weidong still frowned tightly, but his expression was no longer as impatient as at the beginning. Or, rather, he was not impatient from beginning to end. I'm not going to touch your things, don't be nervous. Zhao Weidong frowned and said, after a pause, I'm not angry. You don't have to be afraid of me. Since we are married, you are my wife. He paused again, frowning and pressing down. He looked like he was holding back something. This is my home, and it's your home too. You can do whatever you like at home, I don't care. Achoo. After saying this, Zhao Weidong sneezed loudly again. Ever since he opened the door and smelled the fragrance of flowers, his nose has been itchy. Uncomfortable, wanting to sneeze. He held it in for a long time but still couldn't hold it in. Instead, it caused a misunderstanding. The rough guy has never been so embarrassed in his life. If he hadn't been tanned, the dark red on his face would have been almost impossible to hide. Zhao Weidong rubbed his nose and said to Song Yingying, I'll go see Xiaobei. He strode away quickly and turned to the small room. Song Yingying slowly relaxed. She thought carefully about what Zhao Weidong had just said. Is this her home? Achoo, achoo, achoo. The sound of a man sneezing could be heard from time to time in the room. Zhao Weidong could not control his physiological instinct. Song Yingying opened the window and the door in the middle of the night, trying to dissipate the fragrance in the room as soon as possible and also put away all the raw materials. Unfortunately, achoo. Zhao Weidong's sneeze was not an ordinary one. It was so serious. Maybe it was an allergy. If this continued, he might sneeze all night and couldn't sleep. Zhao Weidong glanced at the sleeping Zhao Xiaobei, pulled the quilt for him, and said after walking out, It's cold at night. You close the doors and windows. Achoo, what will you do then? Song Yingying asked worriedly. She noticed that Zhao Weidong's nose was red and felt very guilty. Zhao Weidong said, I'm going to sleep in the office tonight. You close the door. As he spoke, the man who walked in the night merged into the night again. Song Yingying didn't have time to say the second sentence. This night, Qin Sanni told Jiang Nian two things. First, he would take a day off tomorrow. Jiang Nian was very surprised when she heard it. Do soldiers also have a day off? Qin Sanni could only explain helplessly that everyone from ordinary soldiers to military district leaders had a day off. It's just that the situation on the southwest border has been tense recently, and the war may rekindle, so the troops have been on alert and can't relax easily, so it's not easy to take a day off. Qin Sanni's vacation was hard one. His original plan was to take Jiang Nian to the provincial capital and visit her favorite department store. But now, Jiang Nian has no makeup on, her face is white, her lips are beautiful, her hair is flowing, and she is wearing simple and soft clothes. Now she shouldn't need those fancy things in the provincial department store. Qin Sanni changed his mind. Tomorrow I plan to go to the private plot on the mountain and make the best use of the time to open up the wasteland and catch up with the spring sowing. Private plot? Jiang Nian heard a word she was not familiar with. He looked up and asked, What is a private plot? Qin Sanni explained briefly. The so-called private plot is a piece of land allocated to the compound by the army, and everyone in the compound can go to that piece of land to cultivate and plant. This model was originally used for collective members of rural cooperatives. However, the military leaders thought that this system was very good and could promote the enthusiasm of production and labor in the compound, so it was promoted throughout the army. In general rural areas, members are allocated fields that can be cultivated directly. There is no such good thing in the army. The entire compound was allocated a piece of wasteland on a hillside. If you want to plant crops on wasteland, you must first open up the wasteland. This kind of land reclamation is not as simple as Huang Guixiang helping Jiang Nian turn the land. It is at least several times more difficult. Qin Sanni didn't have time before, and Jiang Nian couldn't lift his hands or shoulders, so he had no interest in working in the fields. They have never been to the private plot once. But Qin San's status and position are here, and he must take the lead in actively demonstrating. So he decided to go to open up the wasteland tomorrow. After Jiang Nian understood the meaning, his eyes sparkled. Then can I go? The private plot is on a very high mountain, very steep. Qin Sanni reminded, hoping that Jiang Nian would give up. But the yearning look in Jiang Nian's eyes did not change at all. I just want to go to the mountain. You take me with you, and Xiao Anbao also go with us, just as our family spring outing. What do you say? She said when her heart was moved, and unknowingly moved closer to Qin Sanni. Because of the height difference between the two, Jiang Nian always raised her head and stretched her neck when talking to Qin Sanni. The graceful white swan neck was like a delicacy placed at the mouth. He glanced over and licked his teeth. It was itchy and wanted to take a bite. Qin San's thoughts were filled with that touch of delicate white skin. Qin Sanni, did you hear that? Let's go together as a family, okay? Okay, he said in a low voice, his Adam's apple rolling. Jiang Nian heard Qin Sanni's answer and smiled with satisfaction. Self-reliantly, high in the mountains, it's this season again, there are so many good things on the mountains. Jiang Nian's little abacus in her mind was clattering. So much, so that she forgot that Qin Sanni was going to talk about the second thing, and turned back to bed to sleep with Xiao Anbao. Qin Sanni held her back. In a few days, the Research Institute staff from the capital will come to our army. From the Research Institute? Researching something? Jiang Nian asked subconsciously, but Qin Sanni's silence answered her. She immediately understood. I see. This is a military secret, right? Then I won't ask. But what does the people from the Research Institute have to do with me? Qin San glanced at Jiang Nian's puzzled expression and continued. Some time ago, new soldiers arrived. There were not enough dormitories in the army, and the accommodation problem of the Research Institute staff could not be solved. After all, they are scientific researchers, either professors or college students, and they came from the capital. The meaning of the higher-ups is that they cannot live too badly. There are still a few empty houses in our compound, and they will be allowed to live there temporarily. When there are other better ones later, they will be allowed to move in. Oh, so, we will have a few more new neighbors in our compound, I see. Jiang Nian was obviously not as interested in this matter as the previous one. She felt tired while listening. She covered her mouth with her palm and yawned. I'm sleepy, and I'm going to sleep. Qin Sanni, good night, you should go to bed early too. Jiang Nian went to bed and lay in a familiar position. He glanced at the sleeping little Anbao and said good night, baby, again, then covered himself with the quilt and closed his eyes. On the side, Qin Sanni looked at Jiang Nian's indifferent reaction and fell into silence. He thought that Jiang Nian would care about the capital, college students, and research institute. She would definitely get to the bottom of it. Qin Sanni was prepared in his heart. No matter how Jiang Nian pressed him, he would not tell her that the name Lin Minghui was on the list of the institute. But his temptations and preparations were all in vain. It was as if his full of emotions had become an empty cannon. Qin Sanni remembered Jiang Nian's bored yawning just now, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, and he chuckled silently. Good night, Jiang Nian. Turn off the lights. Go to sleep. The next day, Jiang Nian got up earlier than usual and was busy all the time. Because she was going out for a day, Xiao Anbao's milk bottle, milk powder, and snacks, as well as her and Qin San's lunchboxes, all had to be prepared in the morning. Jiang Nian made rice. Xiao Anbao's rice were small, using carrots and pumpkins. Steam the carrots and pumpkin until soft, then mix them with rice. Add some cooking oil and some seaweed. Use your hands to pinch them into small. The carrot rice are orange and the pumpkin rice are golden. The bright colors make it very appetizing. Jiang Nian and Qin San's lunch was relatively simple. First, there were steamed buns and cornmeal steamed buns, then the leftover ingredients for making rice for xiaoanbao, and then some corn kernels, mashed eggs. Whatever ingredients were available at home were added. After mixing, they were rolled into delicious rice. Xiaoanbao seemed to feel the atmosphere at home and was looking forward to the family's first spring outing. She was particularly excited.
Dad. Mom. Mom. Dad. Nani. Rice.
Xiang.
Sugar.
She smacked her little mouth and said the few words she could pronounce, all in a vague baby voice. But to Jiang Yan's ears, they were all heavenly sounds. And is great. Really amazing.
Good job.
You can say a lot of words now. Hee. Xiaoanbao smiled happily in the rainbow of his old mother, then put on his coat and was picked up by Qin Sanyi. At the same time, the backpack with lunchbox and water bottle was also on Qin Sanyi. He held the child and looked back at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan found a mirror, smoothed his hair, walked over quickly, looked at Qin Sanyi who was ready and said, "Wait a minute." Qin Sanyi thought Jiang Yan was not ready yet, but the woman with the beautiful face stood in front of him and raised her hand. Jiang Yan touched the corners of Qin Sanyi's mouth and lips. The man's lips were very thin, and his lip shape was very beautiful, which invisibly increased the sharpness of his face and made people dare not approach easily. At this time, Jiang Yan gently stroked not Qin Sanyi's lip shape, but the dry and cracked skin on his lips. Touching Jiang Yan's soft fingertips, it was prickly and numb, like barbs. She frowned slightly. "Qin Sanyi, have you been getting angry recently? Why are your lips so cracked?" "Qin Sanyi, I am really getting angry. This kind of anger is not that kind of anger."